Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4BD. 095 Rayleigh's death, Kaido's danger. Shua, seeing the meteor piercing the sky, forcibly piercing through the blue sky giant dragon, attacking him crazily. Linley remained calm in the face of danger, and quickly poured the two-color Haki and demon power into the second-generation ghost. Even if the move doesn't blend with each other yet. Demon power, red energy electric damage. A desperate fight, sucker punch, Linley sneered. How could he fail to see Rayleigh's purpose? For him, either way, it's all the same. Today, Rayleigh must die. Here, there will be more beasts to die. Once Kaido is defeated, it's all over. To this end, no matter what kind of enemy he is, he will not be soft. It's too late to say it. Not only did Linley not back down, he didn't even leave in a flash. On the contrary, he burst out with unwavering killing intent, and took the initiative to kill Rayleigh. I saw that he also erupted with an astonishing momentum, rolling up and roaring the air around him, turning it into a streamer. Headed straight for Rayleigh, who was coming towards him. Next second, boom, when second-generation Ghost Toru collided with the Seastone long knife. The two-color Haki, demon power, and killing intent of the two were intertwined with each other. In an instant, on Ghost Island, an unprecedented explosion erupted. Intense and almost endless waves and waves. Blast away the sea of thunder that was about to dissipate in an instant. The blue sky dragon also turned into a burst of thunder, and disappeared into the air with the dragon's chant. Immediately afterwards, fluctuations and air waves swept every corner of Sidao with lightning speed. The earth is torn, the waves rolled, countless water jets shot up from the sea. Look up, sky clouds. Not only is it divided into two, countless holes were even blasted out by the aftermath of countless soaring waves. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. This moment, except for Whitebeard and Kaido in the fierce battle, and Jabba who was full of grief and anger are not affected. The rest of the people all had their feet rooted in the ground, barely resisting the sweep of this wave of air. The aftermath is still so amazing. Not to mention Linley and Rayleigh at the very center. For the latter, this is a fight to the death. Just one hit kill Linley's great threat, thus turning the tide of battle. For the former, the purpose is equally clear. Stop Rayleigh and kill him. Both of them have gone all out. So far, there is no possibility of holding hands. Puff 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 puff. At this time, Linley's body was injured by the countless air blades that erupted, and countless dense wounds appeared. Blood is constantly pouring out of it. The left half of the body, which had already been severely injured, deteriorated sharply. It's not as simple as being unable to exert strength. If it weren't for the powerful constitution endowed by Sesshomaru's form, I'm afraid the left half of his body would have been completely destroyed. Without any exaggeration, this is the most dangerous battle since Linley came to this world. The injuries suffered are unprecedented. Since he mastered the silent displacement, since when did he suffer such a serious injury? Constitution's powerful Linley is still like this. How can Rayleigh be intact? At this time, except for his head, he was scorched all over, and he had almost lost control of his body. The behavior of the giant dragon that runs through the blue sky is definitely not without cost. The power of annihilation contained in it. Even if Rayleigh broke out armed resistance with all his strength, it would take a lot of consumption to be safe. Not to mention condensing the only remaining Haki in the Seastone long knife. Thus, a body with almost no Haki defenses. In the process of passing through the blue sky dragon, it was destroyed almost instantly. Even so, there was still a smile on Rayleigh's face. Ahem, although I couldn't kill you. But with such injuries, ordinary people may have died long ago. Even if it is you, it must be uncomfortable, right? Jabba, what are you going to do next? You don't have to worry about that. Linley responded blankly. Rayleigh is dead. For him, Jabba is not a fatal threat. Even if he is seriously injured at the moment. There are no 2 out of 10 in combat power. As long as it is dragged until the injury improves. Jabba is exhausted. Such an achievement at such a young age. Without Jabba's help, I'm not as good as you. This sentence, Rayleigh, comes from the heart. Speaking of this, he actually couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. Maybe, if we are not enemies, maybe we can still see the day when you change the world. Unfortunately, maybe it's just maybe after all. This young genius is going to perish here with him today. Hee. It seems to hear the meaning of Rayleigh's emotion. Linley smiled lightly, non-committal. Do you regret it? For a piece of iron trash, put your life here. To avenge Kazuki Oden for such a thing, according to Linley, should never have happened. Once a little careless. For the pirate forces in this world, it is easy to cause extremely bad effects. It may even bring a heavy blow to the great pirate era that Roger set off with his life. Unfortunately, it just happened. If it is not surprising, it is absolutely false. But, who would have thought? In fact, Linley couldn't figure out why the Crusade Alliance would make such a risky move. How would I know? To crusade against everyone in the Alliance, in fact, it is impossible to imagine that his combat power. It is so terrifying, far beyond judgment. It was originally a sure thing. Now it seems, for the best of the best, I'm afraid. There will be a lot of losses too. Regret. Rayleigh shook his head and smiled. Do you regret it? Not at all, not really. It wasn't that he regretted his decision to avenge Oden. But for a talented boy like Linley, not only can it not help to change the world, On the contrary, it fell early. And feel sorry. He looked relieved and said, "Isn't it right to choose revenge when a partner is killed? It's a pity to not be able to witness the beast's pirates being driven from the land of Wano. I can't even see the world that Roger is looking forward to, coming." While speaking, his tone was full of regret. He is well aware of his situation. Body. The limit has been reached. Such a serious injury is difficult to cure. The reason why he didn't die immediately. It's nothing more than a flashback. Everyone is innocent, but Pregnant is guilty. Even without us, Kazuki Oden's incompetence may not be able to hold this land. Seastone is a strategic material. For this world, too important, countless pretenders, even if the beast's pirates don't want it. Someone is always going to fight. Perhaps it is somewhat self-righteous to say so. But the truth, that's it. There are treasures but no power to protect them. Doom. This is the unchanging truth since ancient times. Maybe, by now, that wasn't Rayleigh's concern. As for changing the world as you said, Linley responded unhurriedly to Rayleigh's emotion. This kind of thing, although not interested. But since the goal is to stand on top of the world, it also means that when that day comes, there will be no existence in this world that can threaten me. Even the world government. Yeah, he heard Linley's implication. When people are dying, Rayleigh doesn't mind applauding Linley's courage. What a boldness. What a pity. Seeing that Rayleigh is still steadfast, I believe they will get the ultimate victory. Linley naturally wouldn't compete with a dead man. Any last words? Although the hatred for each other is bottomless. But Linley as the winner still stands. Naturally, he would not be stingy in fulfilling the wish of Pluton before he died. This can be regarded as the last respect for a strong man who can cause him serious injuries. Last words. Hearing these two words, Rayleigh seemed to be out of his mind. For a long time, just came back to my senses. Although I don't think you need to do it for me, it's okay to say it. If you have the chance, bury me and Roger together. Good. The word, good, falls. Although Rayleigh at this moment, still unswervingly confident in his comrade in arms Jabba. But no matter who wins or loses, he could be buried with Roger after all. I recalled the scenes of getting along with the partners of the Roger pirates in my mind. In my life, I don't have too many regrets. Rayleigh's eyes, with a contented smile, completely lost their light. Poof. With his fall, it also indicates that, crusade against one of the three major powers of the Alliance. Rayleigh, die. Rayleigh, Vice Captain, that's, dead. See this scene. All the members of the crusade against the Alliance were full of disbelief. The eyes are about to split, and the heart is as dead ashes. The emotion of regret is becoming more and more intense at this moment. Maybe for everyone in the Whitebeard pirates, Rayleigh is certainly not as important as Oden. But for the Roger remnants, Oden, how can you compare with Rayleigh? That's their mate. Are we wrong? For revenge, take the vice captain as well. At this moment, everyone in Roger's remnant group had red eyes. Tears fell like rain. Looking at Linley, he was full of hatred. Jabba watched as Rayleigh fell. The whole person froze in place. He didn't say a word, he didn't move. Scenes of getting along with it, like a slideshow crazily. All those years on Roger's boat, how many times has he fought alongside Rayleigh? They have already formed a deep friendship with each other. Often a look, you can understand the other party's intentions. But now, best friend Rayleigh, just die, if you want to ask him. Before coming to Wano, did you expect this result? The answer is self-evident. Now, something that I never thought about, actually happened. Asking for flowers. Linley, endless sadness and anger rushed straight into my mind. His eyes were red and he looked up to the sky and screamed. I will kill you. As he spoke, he clenched his two axes tightly, walking towards Lin step by step with an unwavering will and a killing intent like a stormy sea. Even Rayleigh, Whitebeard, already furious, pupils constrict violently. There is clearly a flash of disbelief. Such a result, he is absolutely unexpected. While getting more and more angry, it also made his determination to kill Kaido reach an unprecedented level. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Kacha kacha, Zila Zila. This moment, Whitebeard faced Kaido who had turned on the 8 trigrams of Wine Dragon. Shock Fruit and 2-color Hockey. It broke out completely recklessly. Every move, the three forces are intertwined, regardless of each other. Unimaginable damage has been done. The death of Rayleigh, sons and friend and foe. Let his anger and killing intent be compressed into ultimate. At this moment, it exploded completely. Kill. The only word popped out of his mouth. Kaido immediately felt unprecedented pressure. For a while, it was like a candle in the wind, or a boat sailing in a storm. So precarious and perilous. Revenge for the vice captain. Everyone in Roger's remnant group, see Jabba towards Linley's tea party. Nothing but being overwhelmed with anger and sadness. He followed regardless. When Marco and the others saw this, it was naturally impossible to watch them fight alone. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. That guy is injured. .00. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Kill him and avenge my brothers. Kill. For a while, there are less than 100 crusade alliances. Under the leadership of Jabba, he rushed towards Linley frantically. There is a kind of meaning that he will not give up until his head is chopped off. To this, Linley was certainly fearless. Call. This time, I'm really reaching the limit. But, even to the limit, how could it be these elites who don't know the so-called Crusade Alliance? can match, ignoring the sharp pain coming from the almost useless left half of his body. In Linley's eyes, killing intent turned into reality. He was about to avenge the fallen beasts. At this time, a figure suddenly fell in front of him from the sky. Ember, seeing Jin's restored figure, there was no surprise in Linley's eyes, and he smiled lightly. Brother Jin, speaking of which, it seems that we haven't fought side by side yet. Good. Jin, who was not wearing a mask, nodded slightly. Him at this moment, it seems to have taken off the shackles of the past. From the inside to the outside, the whole person exudes a sense of ease and determination. Jabba, leave it to me. Others, can you still handle it? Seeing Linley, who was seriously injured, he offered to face a stronger enemy by himself. Jabba, Linley was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled lightly. Also, Ember Fruit has awakened, coupled with the racial talent of the Lunaria tribe. Jabba, without the Conquerors, wants to break Jin's defenses. Not an easy task, at least not like facing Rayleigh. Can be easily breached, and he really needs some time to catch his breath. The two chose each other's goals. Jin immediately swung the giant katana, jumped up, spread his dragon wings, and flew towards Jabba. And Linley's eyes were aimed at the Crusade Alliance. Slaughtering the weak, is it enjoyable? That being the case, he wants these people to personally experience the despair of the dying man among the beasts one by one. The words just fell off. His figure suddenly appeared in front of the nearest person. Cut it down with a knife. Even if the armed color attached to it is insignificant at this moment. It doesn't even wrap around the Conquerors. And the demon power is already out of 10. But the second generation, who was constantly nourished by the demon power, was completely ghostly. The sharpness is still beyond their imagination. Coupled with that illusory flash like ghosts and gods. Puff. Caught off guard, the person in front of Linley. In an instant, he was decapitated with a knife. Bleeding profusely. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly appeared in front of another person. Puff. The result was the same knife owl's head was bleeding profusely. Next, even though he was seriously injured, Linley was still unstoppable. A massacre ensues. He didn't choose captains like Marco, or the elite of Roger's remnant regiment. The reason is simple, he just wants these captains to watch the team members under their banners die without regret, but they are powerless. However, just when he had decapitated more than 10 heads and wanted to continue under the eyes of everyone in the Crusade Alliance, Jin panicked until Ultimate exclaimed, and suddenly came. Brother Kaido. The next moment, he just felt his mind go blank. A powerful aura erupted crazily from the inside out of his body. Man. 096 Incompetent Fury. The final battle to decide the outcome. Time back to a few minutes ago. After Linley and Jin assigned their opponents. Each attacked the opponents. Jin used the super high defense of the Lunaria tribe to fight with Jabba. No matter how angry the latter is. After all, armament hockey is less than half of its heyday. In a short time, it is undoubtedly difficult to defeat Jin after Fruit Awakening and get rid of the entanglement. After all, the Lunaria clan was once called a god clan. When the body is on fire, cover armament hockey again, the defense power has undoubtedly reached an astonishing level. In the original book, Jin's defense is not even inferior to that of Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the world, 20 years later. Unless Conquerors winds up, otherwise, it is extremely difficult to be broken. And Jabba is strong despite his strength. All that's missing is Conquerors. To this, it's not that they don't want to step forward to replace Jabba when they crusade against everyone in the Alliance. After all, if you only talk about the power of a battle, among the Crusade Alliance, at least 5 of them are good enough to fight Jin. The kind that can't tell the winner in a short time. Marco, Joes, Vista, and the 2 elite members of Roger's remnant group can do it all. Unfortunately, Linley won't let this happen. Even without relying on two-tone hockey, enemies at the captain level cannot be instantly killed. But the rest of the team, but not so strong, relying on the shape of the killing pill, coupled with his unpredictable flash. One person, it is enough to stop nearly 100 people. Whenever anyone approaches Jabba and Jin, will be blocked by Linley. He took this opportunity to continuously regenerate his demon power to repair his serious injuries. Damn it, Marco roared unwillingly. There are dozens of us, and we are being played around by him alone. There's no way to get close to Jabba. Not only him, but Joes, the captains of Vista, and the elite of Roger's remnant group. With anger on his face, hanging, 250, is full of frustration. They finally realized that, unleashed Linley. How terrifying is it? It also seems to finally understand. Facing the helplessness of opponents far beyond their own level. Just like in the beginning. It is the same as the helplessness of the people among the beasts in the face of them. Puff. Another person was decapitated, bleeding profusely. Everyone in the crusade against the Alliance is all staring at each other. Eyeballs almost popped out. Teeth were clenched. Linley, if you have the ability, fight me to the death. Could it be that the #1 swordsman in the world only hides and hides? Yizo, the captain of the 16th Division, tried to provoke each other with words. Hee. However, Linley just smiled coldly. Why would you care what these people say? Started by accepting Jin's proposal. He had already made up his mind. To seek justice for the fallen hundreds of beasts. Killing team members. Just start. Once he recovers from his injury in the two-color hockey. The captain and Luo Tuan elites present. None can escape. Damn. See, Linley fell on deaf ears. On the contrary, the slaughter was even more enjoyable. The captains were helpless for a while, can only stand still and growl continuously, unable to rage. I can't believe it. Josie, Vista. Marco realizes that Linley can't be allowed to run amok. As soon as he spoke, Josie and Vista understood what he meant. Immediately, they charged towards Jin and Jabba from 3 directions respectively. However, Puff, Marco flying in midair, haven't reacted yet, then he was pierced through the body by the second-generation ghost. The whole person was instantly smashed to the ground by a huge force. In an instant, a large pit was smashed on the ground, and the cracks were dense. Immediately afterwards, Linley's figure appeared in front of Vista again. Second-generation Goosh threw it straight at him. Then came another flash, appears behind Vista, a poisonous flower claw hit his back directly. Zila. Strong toxins poured into Vista's body in an instant. In front of Linley's vision of the future level, Vista couldn't figure out where Linley was going at all. At this time, it was poisoned into the body. He could only stop and cast armament Haki with all his strength to resist the invasion of toxins. Second-generation Onitaru started again. Linley's figure disappeared again, appeared in front of Joe's. Towards his abdomen, he punched out. Strong blow. In an instant, Chaozi was blasted hundreds of meters away by a huge force. In just 2 seconds, the 3 captains of the Whitebeard pirates, they were forced to retreat one by one. Obviously, 3 people from 20 years ago. 20 years later, there is no way that Admiral's strength can be contained in a short period of time. Although the 3 of them except Vista, Marco and Josie looked embarrassed, but they were actually unscathed. Whether it's Marco's Phoenix Fruit, or Josie's Shiny Fruit, take Linley's current state, can't kill with 1 hit. But Vista has no such defense. At this time, he was fully resisting the toxin. Sweating a lot. Obviously, before the toxin is forced out, it is impossible to take any further action. And because he is bursting with armed color, Linley was naturally not interested in making trouble with him. Cover your body with armed colors. Marco, who got up from the pit, reminded loudly. In fact, even if Marco doesn't remind, everyone in the Crusade Alliance didn't care about the consumption of armed colors at this time. Compared with Zhao Ming, how can you be stingy with the consumption of armed colors? Not everyone is good at armed color. Linley glanced at Marco, and said lightly, as the price for you to challenge my bottom line. Shua, Puff. Another head flew out, and blood gushed out from the severed neck. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. This moment, the Crusade Alliance has realized. Linley will never let them pass. But if you don't go, Jabba cannot be replaced back. No one can compete with Linley. Thus, undoubtedly caught in a dead end. Just like the original Beast's pirates. Before Linley came back, no one can beat Rayleigh and Jabba. Therefore, Jin and Quinn have to fight with their lives. Not to mention the people below. From the very beginning, it was all about death. Seeing that the deputy captain is 1 against 100. The beasts and all the beasts who stick to the fortress are all excited. Every time the head of someone in the crusade against the alliance flew up, there will be a burst of cheers. Unknowingly, morale is getting higher and higher. Not that no one offered to help, but both were rejected by Linley. Because, these people, that's enough to give. Just sit back and wait for victory. Get out of here. It's not that Jabba, who was entangled by Jin, didn't want to go to contain Linley. The issue is, Jin of Fruit Awakening, combined with the talent of the Lunaria tribe. When facing his attack, immediately transform into defensive form. Once he tries to break away, the flames on his body were immediately extinguished. Even faster than him. Want to forcibly break through the containment. Totally impossible, without any exaggeration. Jin's various abilities, in the case of Fruit Awakening. Undoubtedly, it is the most suitable for pinning Jabba, who lacks Conqueror's powerhouses. Just when everything is turning in the favor of the Beast's pirates. The fight between Whitebeard and Kaido. It's time to heat up too. Whitebeard had completely exploded because of the death of Rayleigh and his son. Watching Linley continue to slaughter his sons. The more angry in my heart. The more ruthless the attack. The area where the two fought. The cracks caused by the force of the vibration are dense. Densely packed, like a giant spider web. Wrap Kaido firmly in it. With 1 knife and 1 punch, Kaido continued to attack Kaido. Explosive attack. It fell on Kaido like a storm. Either Conqueror's Haki, or the attack power of the fruit ability. Whitebeard is undoubtedly all above Kaido. For a while, facing the enraged Whitebeard, Kaido could barely parry. Baji Ajai can still block Kong Yunchi. But Whitebeard's fist with the force of vibration. But they can always break through the parry and land on him. Although he didn't have the seriousness of falling into the wind at all on his face. Yes, just extremely excited. It's like a fighting maniac, the madness when he meets an opponent stronger than himself. But the battle between the two, it is becoming more and more unfavorable to him, but it is an indisputable priority. At this point, it can be seen from the blood oozing out from the corner of his mouth. Really, feeding the head, every knife from Whitebeard, he used the 8 precepts to block it. But that fist with the force of vibration, huge damage has been done to his body, and his Conqueror's Haki is not as good as Whitebeard. Thus, whether it's Haki's consumption, or its hurt, he is undoubtedly more serious. The kid has taken care of Rayleigh. As lousy, how can you be too far behind? Of course Kaido knew he was doomed. Current self. After all, there is still a long way to go before Whitebeard. Even if he is going to lose, it can never be so easy. Let's decide the outcome. Kaido snarled madly at Whitebeard. While the Hawkeye is not exhausted yet, he just wants to fight to the death. 1. This battle will completely end with the victory of the beasts. TOX3. Hope can only be pinned on Linley in the end. But no matter. Before that, he must consume Whitebeard's Hawkeye as much as possible. ... His life for Whitebeard's blow. Hey, a showdown. I think so too. Whitebeard smiled coldly, his eyes darkened. Originally, it took some effort to solve Kaido. But since Lord Kaido moved to court death, he doesn't mind fulfilling it either. After all, drag it on. Every little bit more time. At the cost of his son's life. At this moment, he can't wait to show this young man Linley. What a rage to be a father. David Thunder 8 trigrams. I saw that Kaido poured all the remaining 2-color Hawkeye into Baji Jai. In an instant, around him, countless dark red lightning roared. Even the dazzling streamer, to burst out a powerful roar. Empty shock 1,000 armies displace ye. More dazzling and explosive roar and vibration than Kaido. Appears around Whitebeard. Zila Zila, Kacha Kacha, just look at it from a distance. Just enough to see. The next blow for the two to decide the outcome. There will be heaven and earth, thunder and lightning. Suddenly, both sides seem to be saving up to the limit. Then he blasted towards the opponent without hesitation. Boom. The moment when the two sides collide. The whole Ghost Island, it seemed to be enveloped by endless white light. The line of sight is deprived, in an instant. Nothing but white. Never see it. At the same time, it was as if an earth-shattering earthquake had occurred on the earth. Dragon roars. The tsunami is monstrous. Numerous bottomless cracks appeared in the entire land of Ghost Island. Whether it is the people of the Beast's pirates, or everyone in the crusade against the Alliance. Due to obstructed view, one mistake, a dozen people fell from the cracks in the ground. Even screaming. It was also covered by the astonishing explosion sound enough to make people's ears ring. And Jin and Jabba are entangled. Linley wanted to slaughter everyone in the Crusade Alliance. All of them stopped. A long time. When everything is calm, a figure crashed down, completely lost consciousness. Not Kaido, who, and Whitebeard not far from Kaido. At this time, he was half kneeling on the ground. His face was pale, he was spitting blood, and he was out of breath. But no doubt about it, he has not lost consciousness. Become the final winner of this battle. Brother Kaido, see this scene. Jin's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but exclaim. The whole person's mind went blank. A powerful momentum, uncontrollably from the inside to the outside of his body, exploded crazily. Conquerors, just about to rush to Linley where Kaido is, he couldn't help being taken aback. This powerful momentum, isn't it Conquerors? Jin actually awakened the Conquerors at such a time. He ignored the system prompts coming from his ears. Linley had a flash, appeared in front of Kaido in an instant. Anxiously checked the situation. I couldn't help feeling relieved. Fortunately, it's just that Hawkeye was exhausted and passed out, although the various internal organs in the body were seriously damaged. But due to the repair ability of the Phantom Beast species, it is slowly being repaired. In a short time, I want to wake up. It is impossible. This also means, next, it will be up to him alone to face Whitebeard and the rest of the Alliance. This moment, even he felt an unprecedented experience. Wow, unlike the Beast's pirates who fell into dead silence. The all-time winner of the raid the Alliance is Whitebeard. All cheered 3.5 cheers. Very good, Papa won. This battle, it seems to be over soon. In their view, Whitebeard once free, Beast's pirates, will usher in a catastrophe. However, unlike the cheering sons, Whitebeard clenched Kong Yunchi tightly, stood up with force, and said expressionlessly. At this moment, the old man's condition is not good. It is fair to deal with you who are seriously injured. Maybe it was to keep Linley from getting caught. Regardless, continue to slaughter his son. Whitebeard said lightly, there are enough casualties for each other. It's better. For this battle, we will decide the final outcome. How? True, they crusade against the current overall strength of the Alliance. Still on Beast's pirates, but Linley was able to defeat the dead with his flash. Whitebeard can be completely ignored. Only for his sons, in his current state, want to intercept in time. I'm afraid it's a dream. This situation is something he absolutely does not want to see. Oh, also, after thinking for a while, Linley understood why Whitebeard made such a proposal. But, still nodded in agreement. Because, Whitebeard's proposal, exactly what he wanted to see. He can really choose to slaughter and attack the people in the Alliance regardless of his care. But who will hold Whitebeard in check? Once angry, choose to destroy Ghost Island. I'm afraid everyone else will have to die here. One more, if Whitebeard thinks he's set. How wrong. Recalling the prompt sound of the system just now. Contract target Jin, awaken Conqueror's Hawkeye, return 62 times. Conqueror's Hawkeye, Demon God Entanglement. And the result of the battle between the two, will determine the final outcome of this battle. 097 Attack Marine. Yanmo repaired. Wanokuni offshore. Queen Mother Anthem. After several days of sailing, with the support of the BIGMOM pirates, they finally arrived in the coastal waters of Wanokuni. The closer he got, the more anxious Katakuri became. He reminded the helmsman again and again. The sea current here is very turbulent, don't choose the wrong one. These days, he's in touch with the Beast's pirates almost everywhere. Get alerted by allies. Naturally, there is a certain understanding of this sea current. Know that if you choose the wrong one, it is likely to cause damage to the hull. This is still a trivial matter. Delay in entering Wano Kuni, that would be bad, and not so long ago. The Crusade Alliance has successfully landed on the island, and the two sides have launched a fierce battle. Of course he got it too. Since then, contact with the Beast's pirates has been severed. One can imagine, at this time on the Ghost Island, how fierce the battle between the two sides will be. Most likely to catch up. Cracker stood beside Katakuri, clutching the handrail, staring solemnly at the swift current in front of him. Hope so. Maybe the rest of the Beast's pirates, Katakuri, didn't care. But Linley and Smoothie are the ones he cares about the most. Cracker and Daifuku are naturally the same. The alliance between the two parties was based on the friendship with Linley. 23. Soon, the prepared Queen Mother anthem passed through the turbulent current safely and soundly. Came under the Tongtian waterfall. Just climb this waterfall, and enter Wano Kuni. Hurry up, the earlier we arrive, the less pressure Linley will have. Yes, under Katakuri's orders, Queen Mother anthem rushed towards the waterfall immediately. The other side, it is in the waters off the coast of Wano Kuni, which is still half a day's voyage. Several warships of marine also sailed towards Wano Kuni at full speed at the same time. Sengoku, Akinu, Suru and even Gion are all on the main ship at this time. Received information from CPO. Sengoku stood on the deck, looking straight at the boundless sea ahead. There was an unbelievable look in his eyes, and he said astonishingly. Pluton Rayleigh, dead in battle. His opponent, Linley, is also the #1 swordsman in the world. He was seriously injured. This is the latest news from CP0, which has sneaked into Wano Kuni for a long time. What? Hearing this, Crane's expression changed, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. It was shocking enough when Linley beat Big Mom back then. In this period, if you talk about personal fame, Big Mom obviously can't compare with the so-called legendary Pluton Rayleigh. 2. Rayleigh was not defeated, but killed. These are two completely different concepts. How can this not be shocking? Pluton Rayleigh has crossed the sea for decades. Did not die in the siege of Marine, or in the confrontation of hostile forces. Instead, he died on the road of revenge, at the hands of a young man. Akinu listened, and his face was quite dignified. It seems, the strength of the world's #1 swordsman is beyond Whitebeard's imagination. Original. Marine is not optimistic about the Beast's pirates. After all, the hard power of the Crusade Alliance is really much stronger. Just Whitebeard and Rayleigh, keep Kaido and Linley at bay. Under the leadership of Jabba, it is undoubtedly easy for the others to slaughter the rest of the beasts. Once the massacre is complete, turn around and besiege Kaido and Linley. Unless you want to run for your life. Otherwise, you will surely die. But I never expected that the situation would develop to the point where it is now. Thinking of this, Akinu's face quickly changed from solemn to excited. Okay, in this way, we can take advantage of the trend to take down Wano Kuni, and hope to take down the two major forces of the New World in one fell swoop. Whitebeard did such a stupid thing, probably because he didn't expect how much impact it would have on New World, right? While excited, Akinu couldn't help but put a smile on his face. Laughing at the stupidity of Whitebeard and Rayleigh inwardly. This news is undoubtedly great news for Marine. Wano Kuni is a closed country. World government has actually been coveted for a long time. Unfortunately, because New World has always been the territory of great pirates. Whether it's the Rocks era, or after Rocks died, the era of Roger, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard, the three great pirates. Even now, that's all. Therefore, Marine only dared to covet, but did not dare to act hastily. He even made a deal with the pirates aggrievedly, if not, to really take down Wano Kuni, and make a big move into the New World. I'm afraid the great pirates of New World will definitely reach a united front as soon as possible. Fight Marine together. At that time, heavy losses are inevitable, and there is a great possibility that the entire army will be wiped out. Therefore, even if you want to get Wano Kuni again, you want to occupy Seastone resources. Marine will never make such a move to die. Now, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is here. If you follow Marine's initial vision, this crusade, it will definitely end with the victory of the crusade against the Alliance. So what Marine can do is wait until the Crusade Alliance leaves Wano Kuni. Another chance to grab Wano Kuni. Now Rayleigh is dead and Linley is seriously injured. The other combat forces on both sides suffered varying degrees of casualties. There is no doubt that it has been a lose-lose. If the fight continues, I am afraid that even if the crusade against the Alliance can win the final victory, it must be a huge loss. Once the Beast's pirates are defeated, the Crusade Alliance suffered heavy losses again, the only remaining BIGMOM pirate group of the three major forces. Still in the case of Ant missing, how can it compete with Marine? This made Akinu see the possibility of sweeping away the New World pirates. Gion on the side heard this. I just feel complicated in my heart. Even though Pluton Rayleigh died in battle, she was also shocked. But when it was heard that Linley was seriously injured, I don't know why, there is actually some dull pain. What does it mean to be seriously wounded on the battlefield? The question is self-evident, even though I know it's wrong. But Gion still couldn't help but secretly prayed for that figure that had left a thick ink color in her heart at an unknown time. We still need more intelligence before we can make accurate judgments. Despite what Akinu said, it was also what Sengoku 863 wanted. But with his cautious character, unless you are absolutely sure, you will never make a risky move. Anyway, it's all good for us Marine. The smile on Akinu's face grew wider. Tsurumi Gion said nothing. There was still a trace of worry in his eyes from time to time. Did not say anything. He just sighed silently in his heart. This little sister, wouldn't it be what she guessed? At the same time, Beckman and Smoothie, who left East Blue Shimotsuki village a few days ago, after Kozaburo restored Enma, without the slightest delay, immediately took Yanmo to the direction of New World. After several days of sailing, finally entered the New World, even though Master Kozaburo finished Yanmo's restoration 2 days ahead of schedule. We have also chosen the fastest route with the fastest speed, but, I'm afraid it will take at least a week before Wano-kuni. Beckman's expression was extremely solemn at this time. In this way, it is absolutely impossible to catch up. During this time, they also passed newspapers. Saw the news that the Crusade Alliance invaded Wano-kuni. I finally understood why Linley left in such a hurry. But no matter how anxious they are, at the moment it is really powerless. If it's like Linley's, mastering the ability to fly, it would be great. On the side, his eyes were full of worry, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Ability to fly. Beckman was taken aback. Then I thought about it. 098 Whitebeard's shock. The relationship between Linley and Rocks. World Economic News Headquarters. President's office. At this moment Morgans was walking back and forth anxiously. While walking, he was still thinking brokenly. Those trash, why hasn't the information been sent back? The battle at Wano-kuni, what is going on now? I should have known that the president would go there in person. He will never miss the big news in the world. Very clearly aware, the big battle that happened at Wano-kuni. It will be since the Atwal Sea battle, between the Roger Pirates and the Flying Pirates many years ago. The biggest war among pirates. So what a stir it will cause. Totally conceivable. Moreover, presumably at this moment, pay attention to the forces of all parties in this battle. Can't wait for the first time, the end result. Therefore, he must firmly seize this opportunity. Collect the latest information as soon as possible and publish it in time. Thus, it will definitely make a lot of money. He is a miser, never concealed his love for Pele. But he is also principled. I will never take dirty money to report something I don't want to report. I don't like other people meddling in my reports. This point, the world government has been extremely dissatisfied with this. After all, there is some news. The world government doesn't want the world to know. But often he, privately, burst out. Therefore, World Economic News Agency and world government are definitely friends. Bolu Bolu. At this moment, the long-awaited voice of Morgans finally sounded. He immediately pressed the answer button impatiently. Crooked, have you been to Wano-kuni yet? What? Pluton Rayleigh died in battle. Good. Send the picture back. Morgans clapped his hands excitedly, and after explaining something, he hung up the phone without hesitation. That way, you don't have to wait until the final results appear. With this news, you can publish a newspaper first. Thinking of this, I am preparing to let my subordinates start rushing to work. Just walk away from the seat. The phone bug rang again. Crooked, what? In the waters near Wano-kuni, did you find marine traces? Hearing this, Moore's complexion immediately turned ugly. Since it is an enemy with world government, so naturally first don't like marine too much. He returned to his seat, his eyes full of displeasure. Bastards like marine, they really know how to pick their time. It was chosen at such a time. But that's not surprising at all. Hasn't marine always been like this? It's just, you can't just watch them make money. Thinking of this, Morgans, who wanted to sabotage, immediately called the reporters who had reached Wano-kuni. Request to pass on the news that marine is about to attack. With precautions, whether it is the Beast's Pirates or the Crusade Alliance, it is estimated that it will not be so easy to be recruited. Smiled proudly, Morgans was preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, the phone bug rang again. After receiving 3 calls at once, even Morgans became a little irritable. Crooked, when he heard the voice from the phone bug, and its contents. Can't help but shine in front of my eyes. 100 million Baileys, cash on delivery, no problem. The screen returns to Ghost Island. When Whitebeard proposed that he and Linley had a final duel to decide the outcome. Including Jabba, everyone stopped at the same time. No matter how hateful Jabba is, no matter how unwilling he is. I want to solve Linley by myself. But also no, Whitebeard does this. Good for them. So everyone's eyes, all gathered on Whitebeard and Linley. Jin immediately brought the unconscious Kaido back to the fortress. Whitebeard didn't hold back either. Let Jin take people away. For him, just solve Linley. Others don't need to worry about it at all. Although this crusade has suffered heavy losses, the ultimate goal has been achieved. Rayleigh's sacrifice was not in vain. As for after this, will the Whitebeard pirates, who have suffered heavy losses, be taken advantage of by the enemy? Now he obviously can't care about it. Hit this point, it's not like you can give up if you give up the crusade. If not achieved, how can those who died on Ghost Island rest in peace? He didn't think he would lose. I'm afraid that Linley will die and the net will be broken. He watched helplessly as his sons were massacred. This feeling is definitely not good. What angered him the most was Linley, that BD, was in the massacre just now. Pick out his son. How does this not bother him? It hurts so much to die, let alone so many dead at once. Only, Whitebeard couldn't think of anything. Pick those players to start with. It's just because the captain of the Baituan and the elites of the Luotuan, in Linley's state at that time, couldn't kill with one blow. Haki, more than 70% consumed. Whitebeard began to figure out his status. Obviously, even he who was known as the strongest man in the world. Taking down Kaido is by no means an easy task. After all, it can be regarded as a level opponent. Have won without paying the price. Except Haki consumption, his internal organs, due to the violent impact, also suffered a lot of trauma. Overall, the current him is only less than 10% of the calendar area in his heyday. Even so, he remains confident. He is in poor shape. Opponents are in worse. And during the Whitebeard self-test, Linley, who was not far across from him, was not idle either. Researching the return just obtained. Conqueror's Haki. Demon God Entangled. When the demon power is released, the cast Conqueror's Haki will transform into the Demon God Conqueror's Haki. The Demon God Conquerors. I have heard a little about Conqueror's Linley, a ghost. It is said that this unique Conquerors comes from the former world leader, Rox. Now, his Conquerors has transformed into a Demon God Conquerors. One word difference. In addition, I have only heard a little about the Ghost Conquerors. 1:30. Linley also had no way of figuring out what was different from regular Conquerors. Except Conqueror's metamorphosis. After obtaining the 62 times return of Jin, the quality and quantity of Conquerors is probably not inferior to Rayleigh's and even surpasses it. Although Jin had just awakened. Compared with Rayleigh, who has been in the sea for decades, it is incomparable in terms of courage. But Jin's talent and potential are golden. 62 times the return. Not to be underestimated. Combined with the rebates obtained, Conquerors has recovered 50%. But the armed color, now, it's only recovered to 20%. Not to mention the demon power. Even with one enemy against 100, they are fighting against Marco. Let these people experience for themselves what impotent rage is. But the consumption of demon power. But also real. Of course, the recovery speed of his monster power is already different from before. But the frequent Qian's casting of silent displacement, as well as the regeneration of demon power, is enough to offset his recovery. That is, also only about 20%. Fortunately, the injury on his left half of the body has been recovered after continuous regeneration of demon power. At this time, at the cost of severe damage to the left half of the body, Rayleigh penetrated behind the abdomen. Just a little bit better. But still can't make it work, it seems. Next, we will focus on Conquerors. With a clear direction, seeing that each other is ready to go, Linley immediately started to release the demon power. Immediately afterwards, the Demon God Conquerors quickly entangled in the second generation ghost. For a while, dimmer than dark red, dark as black, with strange green lightning flashing from time to time. It's like exploding on the second generation ghost. Zila. The ferocious and strange powerful aura instantly turned into a ferocious beast, and rushed towards Whitebeard. And Whitebeard, with dark red lightning flashing all over him. Seeing this scene, his face changed drastically, and he couldn't hide his composure and exclaimed. Ghost Conquerors, what's your relationship with Rox? 099 Linley, don't compare me with a loser. What, Jabba who personally participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods? Immediately his face changed greatly. I'm afraid no one out there knows better than him and Whitebeard and the unconscious Kaido. How terrifying were the Rox pirates back then? Whitebeard, Kaido, even the famous Big Mom, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, John, Honesty. All from the Rox pirates. If you think this is the scary thing about the Rox pirates. How wrong. The real scary thing is Rox. At first, Roger is at his peak and not yet sick. With the marine hero Garp who is also at the peak. Only when the two work together can they defeat the opponent. This guy named Linley, does it have anything to do with this existence? See how strong a person is and how big a threat he is to the world government and even the whole world. The reference value provided by the bounty alone is not enough. Still have to see after he dies. How will the world government treat it? And Rox, with their ambition and strength. Let the world government, in just over 10 years, try its best to erase his existence from the world and history. Up to now, there are only a few people of the older generation. Didn't know there was such a person. But every time it is mentioned, at least Jabba himself will recall the sense of oppression and the creepy deadly threat that 950 faced back then. Once, he thought about a question. If people like Whitebeard and Golden Lion could unite a bit, I'm afraid the winner, it will never be Roger Pirates and Marine. Rox, knew it, the Demon God Conquerors. This is a distinctly different power than normal Conquerors. As soon as it is cast, it is mistaken for Conquerors of Ghosts and Gods. Perhaps Linley had long thought of the possibility of being asked this question. Therefore, it is just an understatement with a deadpan expression. Don't compare me to this kind of loser. No matter how strong it used to be. Since it failed, for him, that is a total failure. Whitebeard and Jabba in the distance heard his answer. I just feel the corners of my eyes keep twitching. This kid, know what you're talking about. But then Whitebeard frowned. It seems that the old man is thinking too much. Rox, died 17 years ago. And you, are only 13 or 14. It really has nothing to do with it. Only, in this world, there must never be another Rox. As soon as the words were finished, Whitebeard's eyes suddenly turned cold. The killing intent was extremely strong at this moment. If say before, it's just the killing intent generated by anger and hatred. Then this moment, it is to prevent another Rox's murderous intention from appearing in this world. Even as a pirate, I also absolutely hope that there will never be such ambitious people who try to dominate the world again. If we say Conqueror's Haki, it is a manifestation of a person's courage to try to become a king. Then Conqueror's Haki, the ghost and god, is such a boldness, so strong that it has undergone a qualitative change after Ultimate. In Whitebeard's opinion, anyone who owns this Conqueror's, it is bound to bring a huge threat to this world. So today, he will kill Linley here no matter what. It seems, you have another reason to kill me. Linley clearly felt Whitebeard's killing intent. With a raised eyebrow, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Say 1,000 words and 10,000 words. The two sides are fighting to the death. Whitebeard wanted to kill him. Why isn't he like this? To the point where it is now. I'm afraid it's such a small thing to avenge Kazuki Oden. In Whitebeard's mind, it's not worth mentioning. What are they talking about? Who are the rocks? Marco et al. Obviously did not hear the name from Whitebeard. Can't help but be full of doubts. The elites of Roger's regiment saw this, and several of them had personally experienced the Valley of the Gods. Immediately described the situation at that time. When Marco and the others heard this, their faces changed drastically. Conquerors with a presence on par. If you don't die, CDCG. He's only 13 or 14 years old. Think here. Marco and the others just felt their hearts straighten. If you give Linley a few more years, that in this world, who else could be his opponent? I hope that dad must kill him here today. Otherwise, but let him escape. With the deep hatred of both sides. Where is the future for the Whitebeard pirates? Think here. Even Marco couldn't suppress the feeling of regret in his heart. At first, it really shouldn't be because of Roger's remnants. Just decided to avenge Oden. Otherwise, the two sides will not lose both sides, and form a death feud that is absolutely impossible to reconcile. Once Linley is not dead today, what will be the consequences? Can imagine. Just when Marco and others were trembling with fear, Linley and Whitebeard finally engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Broken Army Kong Yunchi. I saw Whitebeard suddenly waved Kong Yunchi, except for the dark red lightning attached to it. Where the blade is, it must be accompanied by the explosion of air tearing. Kacha kacha, dark red lightning, and an invisible but vibrating force that seems to be able to directly hit the soul. At the moment when the weapons of the two sides collided, and the lightning that was so dark that it was black and flashed a strange green light. Intertwined with each other. Boom. The moment when the energy explodes. There is no need to mention how explosive the aftermath, air waves, and even the resulting air tear are. Because of this blow, just start. Boom 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 boom. Immediately afterwards, the weapons of the two were in the hands of the two. It seems to have become a living individual. It keeps appearing from various tricky angles, and keep colliding together. Just a few seconds. They fought for at least 10 rounds. At this point, the observation of the two is Haki. Undoubtedly, they have all been cast to an ultimate. Anyone who is careless, it is possible to be hit directly. With the status of the current two people, and the remaining Haki itch. I'm afraid no matter who it is, it will be difficult to resist the opponent's heavy blow. Once hit, regardless of whether you will be injured or not, you will definitely be at a disadvantage. The situation is collapsing like an avalanche. If Whitebeard and Kaido fight, hard hits most of the time. That moment, this collision of almost unskilled Haki fruit abilities, almost ceased to exist. Injury for injury style of play. Linley didn't even think about it. The reason is simple. If you fight Whitebeard again, I'm afraid even if you can win, it is definitely much more damage than that caused by Rayleigh Hua's death blow. Kaido has fallen into a coma. If he gets hurt more seriously than that again, I'm afraid that Beast's Pirates is really going to end today. 100, the #1 swordsman in the world, and the #1 gunsmith, isn't that too much? Already on the way back, Linley kept thinking about ways to break the situation. Facing the menacing Crusade alliance. When the enemy is strong and we are weak, how to deal with it? Straight up to Whitebeard. At that time, he never imagined that Jin would successively awaken the fruits and awaken conquerors. And Yanmo has never been repaired. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, there is no chance of winning. If you switch opponents with Kaido, you will face Fuli and Jabba. I am afraid that it is also more defeats than victories. After all, Rayleigh in this period, except for defense and vitality, is completely superior in other aspects. As for Kaido, he couldn't take advantage of the absolute advantage of speed like him to forcefully remain undefeated in the pinch attack of Rayleigh and Jabba. Thus, also fell into a dead end. Unbreakable. In fact, the reason why he came back later than expected. It is a preparation for this. But because of Jin's unexpected return. That's why Linley didn't use up this preparation in the first place. Fortunately, Rayleigh was spelled out. Without any exaggeration, if it wasn't for the injury for injury move to kill Rayleigh. Forcibly brought back the unfavorable situation a little bit. The current him is 1 against 3. Where else is there a chance to 1-on-1 with Whitebeard? Just as Linley and Whitebeard kept fighting, they were very cautious with each other in a short period of time, and neither could gain the upper hand. Father can't get the upper hand. Marco and others obviously cannot accept such a result. I thought that when they faced Linley, they must be Wong Kaiwan. After all, even the Kaido of the beasts were defeated. But now they have fought for at least 20 or 30 rounds. Still anxious. Can't see who is more likely to win. The more this is the case, the more regret they feel in their hearts, the more intense they become. This guy is getting more and more difficult. At this time, Jabba's ugly face also became more serious. He found Linley seemed to be using weirder methods than in the previous fights. At least, the Demon Conqueror's Hawkeye, there is absolutely nothing at first. Just now he was briefly stunned by the fact that Linley and Rox may have some kind of relationship. Didn't expect this change, but now, how can it not be found? At the same time, Kaido has been taken to the fortress to be safe. Order medical personnel to treat him promptly. Then he returned to the scene non-stop. What's the situation now? As soon as he walked out of the fortress, Jin asked the subordinates beside him. It's unbelievable, Master Linley, to be able to write a story about a day and a beard. Hearing this, Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The upper echelons of beasts. Now only he and Linley are still fighting. It is also the last hope of all beasts. Quote. Counting defeat before seeking victory, he couldn't help but think of the worst possibility. At that time, I'm afraid I can only evacuate Wano Kuni with Brother Kaido as soon as possible. Among the beasts, except for Quinn, who cannot fly. He, Kaido and Linley, both have the ability to fly. But now Kaido has fallen into a coma. Once Linley was finally lost, I'm afraid I can only retreat with one person. There is no other way. Just when Jin was thinking of the worst outcome and the worst plan. A scorching Linley with Whitebeard. Suddenly, he took a few steps back. Putting the knife back into its sheath, he said with sincere emotion. It's a pity, my supreme sword is not here today. Otherwise, after getting Jin's return twice in succession, if Yanmo, who has been promoted to the supreme sword, is in hand, he even has the confidence to single out Whitebeard in his heyday. And now, though, Conqueror's is catching up. But armed color, there is still a big gap. Advanced and top, there is an almost insurmountable gap. What's more, it is not only the gap between themselves. Even the weapon in his hand, second-generation Gush, is far from Kong Yunchi, one of the 12 masters of the supreme sharp knife. Now since everyone doesn't want to head-to-head, play tricks, try to win with skill, and advanced swordsmanship cannot gain an advantage in front of Whitebeard. #BT, quote. Whitebeard was clearly confused by his actions. I thought he had something to say. Just stop the action, see what tricks Linley is playing, and take a little breath by the way. Perhaps it was the observation that Jin had returned to the battlefield. Linley immediately turned to Jin and asked, the things I asked you to prepare before, are you ready? Jin was stunned for a moment, and immediately reacted. He took out a special Seastone one-handed rifle from his pocket with one hand, and a bunch of Seastone bullets with the other hand. Asking for flowers, Shua, I saw Linley's figure flickering, disappeared in place, but only for a moment, and reappeared. However, when he reappeared, he had an extra gun in his hand. And the bullets all fell into the hand of the left hand who was unable to exert force. Quote. This moment, watch the two sides in the battle, whether it is the Crusade Alliance or the Beast's pirates. All were fooled by his actions. Ditch the knife for the gun. What is this operation? Linley is the #1 swordsman in the world. After killing Rayleigh, even Whitebeard and Jabba fully recognized his title in their hearts. But now, the world's strongest swordsman, actually played with guns. But all the top powerhouses, no one plays with guns. Zero. In other words, even if it is used, the gun is only an auxiliary. More of a symbolic meaning. Like Roger, for example. In the past, when traveling across the sea, guns were only used when playing rookies. Once facing an opponent like Whitebeard, the shadow of the gun is nowhere to be seen. You can say that, the mainstream fighting method among the top powerhouses, either physical or fencing, or its pure fruit ability. There are almost very few guns. In contrast, low-end combat power. Guns tend to go mainstream. Just like the Marine soldiers. Maybe you don't believe, my gun skills are even better than sword skills. After all, he is only advanced in swordsmanship now. But the firearms technique has already reached a level far surpassing Beckman's mastery. Hearing this, everyone on both sides looked like they had seen a ghost, and their faces were bewildered. Are you kidding me? Is gun skill still above swordsmanship? So this is too much. #1 swordsman in the world, #3 with guns. Whitebeard was speechless when he heard this. A sneer quickly appeared on his face. Are you planning to procrastinate? Use that unpredictable flash and firearms skills to fight guerrilla warfare. Well, take advantage of zone. Quick recovery of physical strength and injuries. Yeah, so what if Linley recovers? While he's in the process, Hawkeye will recover as well. Just when he thought Linley was just playing tricks. Linley's subsequent shot. In an instant, his face changed dramatically. 101, the death mark that made Whitebeard suffer. I saw the bullet fired from the one-handed rifle. Fierce and strange black and green lightning flashed. The trajectory is erratic, appearing and disappearing from time to time. As elusive as a ghost. Even with the top knowledge color mastered by Whitebeard, it is still impossible to accurately determine the impact point of the bullet. Then, forced to helplessness, he could only choose to retreat with an extremely ugly face. As the figure flickered, he retreated to at least 100 meters away from his original position. Thus, in Whitebeard's perception, beyond the original trajectory hundreds of meters away, it is impossible to pose any threat to him. But what he didn't expect was that bullet, it seems, will track. Or in other words, what the hell will follow? In the process of disappearing and appearing, the trajectory was quietly changed. No matter where he hides, there is always a sense of being locked in. Turn the corner and shoot at him. Heart, no. It's the abdomen, no. Seeing the bullet getting closer and closer. Fast as lightning, like thunder. Obviously Whitebeard's mind at this time has been highly concentrated. Using the 277 color of the foreseeable future, he has judged the bullet's landing point several times. It can be done in an instant. And self-denied. In less than a second. He denied himself several times. Seeing that there is no way to avoid it no matter what. He simply stopped hiding and waved Kong Yunchi. The next moment, boom. In the end the distance is so close. He finally caught the landing point accurately, with amazing reaction speed. Cleave on the seastone bullets wrapped around the demon god Conquerors. The blade that cuts with Kongyun. They collided exactly. The two strands of Conquerors burst into astonishing roars and fluctuations in an instant. It was as if Whitebeard had hit a bomb. Touch it and it will explode. But on the seastone bullet, attached to the demon god Conquerors. Soon it will be like a rootless duckweed. After Hawkeye is exhausted, the blade that was easily cut by Kongyun was divided into two. I see. Judging the power of the bullet, Whitebeard couldn't help but know it. Except for the erratic trajectory. It is almost a must. Maybe other people face it, it will be a headache, even a fatal thing. But for him, that's all. Why are the powerhouses standing at the top of this world almost all fighting in close quarters? The reason is because of Hawkeye's persistence problem. Good, two-color Hawkeye can indeed be attached to the bullet. But how much can it attach? This consumable, it can't be made with enough materials to make the supreme sharp knife, right? Even seastone bullets, the two-color Hawkeye that can be tolerated is also limited. One more, even luxury can be made with the best materials. Also strong enough to withstand a fair amount of two-tone Hawkeye. So what? Missed. Everything is bullshit. Even if he hits, is it possible that he still expects to kill the top powerhouse with one blow? It seems, you really mean to procrastinate. Having come to his own opinion, Whitebeard is clearly more convinced of the judgment of Linley's actions. It turned out to be like this. Hear Whitebeard say that. Only then did everyone on both sides suddenly realize. Although Linley's firearms technique, in terms of skills, does seem to be stronger than swordsmanship. But there is no threat to Whitebeard at all. Thus, isn't that just procrastination? I guess. This guy, Linley, must be thinking of something. At this time, the two sides unexpectedly came up with the same idea. Knowing Linley's Jin, of course, knows that he never fights an uncertain battle. Every move, it's all meaningful, as expected, not beyond Jin's expectations. Seeing that Linley just smiled. Yeah, not taking Whitebeard's underestimation to heart at all. But in the next, keep firing seastone bullets at Whitebeard. Bang bang bang, boom 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 boom. I saw Whitebeard, with a knife in his hand. Always when the seastone bullet is about to hit his body. Block it in time, and after exhausting the energy in the bullet, split one into two. In a blink of an eye, at least 20 rounds of bullets were broken into two and fell at his feet. About there, after Linley completes a round of high-speed shooting, the speed suddenly slowed down. A bullet followed, obviously different. In other words, the Conquerors that has reached the upper limit of the seastone is entwined. In an instant, the bullet flew like a shooting star. Because Whitebeard didn't intend to hide at all, it appeared in front of him in an instant. Seeing this, Whitebeard still just sneered. Increase the amount of Conquerors. So what? The words have not yet fallen. Kong Yunchi's blade, again accurately cut at the center of the bullet. Boom. A huge energy explosion erupted from between the two. This time, Whitebeard obviously couldn't neutralize the demon god Conquerors attached to the bullet in an instant. This did not exceed his expectations. Attached to so many Conquerors. Consumption of Conquerors. Definitely intense. He even wished Linley could. However, just when he thought he was about to completely cancel out the energy in it, a sense of crisis for no reason suddenly came to mind. Good luck next time. Sensing the source of the crisis, he was about to retreat quickly. It is useless at all. Because the source of the explosion came from Kong Yunchi. Boom. I saw Kong Yun cutting up, and suddenly a strong demon god Conquerors erupted. Whitebeard was caught off guard. It can only quickly cover the body with armed colors. Then, the terrifying aftermath of the explosion swallowed him up in an instant. For a moment, dust and smoke billowed, completely covering his figure. From the outside, people can't see his specific situation at all. The volatility that followed was overflowing, like an invisible wave of air, sweeping towards the surroundings. Wow, seeing this scene, everyone in the crusade against the Alliance stared wide-eyed. My canthus is tearing apart, I can't believe it. What the hell does this happen? No matter how they think about it, Marco and others can't figure out why Kong Yunchi suddenly exploded. Such a weird thing, even if they are well informed, they have never heard of it. I'm afraid those present, only Linley himself knew what was going on. After Beckman's firearms mastery, returned 27 times, got him marked for death. Precept's great accomplishment. Evil mark, gun art at its peak. When it hits the target, it is attached with a death mark, and can keep track of the enemy's movements at any time. Once triggered, it will explode with corresponding power according to the energy attached to the bullet. Despite the seastone bullet, Whitebeard missed. But every time Kong Yun cuts the bullet into two, it was marked with death. Attaches a mark to each bullet. More than 20 rounds of bullets, that is, more than 20 marks. Triggered when Linley chooses, a total of more than 20 marks superimposed damage. It was as if the sum of more than 20 rounds of bullets exploded in an instant. How powerful is it? One can imagine. This kind of firearms technique is simply unheard of, unseen. Jin saw this scene, even in the same camp as Linley. His eyes were full of inconceivable and horrified. Over the years, he's been watching almost every move Linley makes. Daily practice is either physical or swordsmanship. When did you practice firearms again? Take a walk outside and come back. It's only been half a year. To have mastered this kind of firearms technique, he can almost be sure Linley's gun skills are definitely at the top level in the world. Just when both sides felt unbelievable and fell into horror, an explosion erupted from the cluster of clouds. Finally returned to calm. When all is gone. 5.4. Whitebeard finally emerged from the explosion. At this time, he was in a panic. He was panting heavily, even if it doesn't look like it's hurt. But what is to be expected is, it is not easy for him to defend against the explosion just now. At least at that moment, the consumption of armed color is definitely considered intense. Seeing him with a dignified expression, he asked in a very puzzled way. How did you do it? When did the demon god Conquerors attach to Kong Yunchi? And how did it detonate? In a short time, he had no way of guessing these puzzling questions. Linley frowned, obviously not trying to answer his questions. A new round of high-speed shooting started again. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Seeing this, Whitebeard's face undoubtedly darkened to ultimate. But there is nothing to do. So next, facing Linley's gunslinger at its apex, and a death mark beyond imagination, Whitebeard had the hard time not to speak. Armament hockey is being consumed rapidly during this process. 102, see the move. Whitebeard's response. Thanks to Do Liangzi for the reward. One after another, they dealt with almost certain bullets. Whitebeard already seemed a little out of breath, unable to do what he wanted. Obviously, Linley's incredible gun skills, it completely caught him off guard, because he couldn't guess the mechanism of the death mark at all. So even be cautious. It is also inevitable that the imprint of the outbreak will consume a lot of hockey again and again. In a short period of time, he was completely in a passive state and suffered a lot. His two-color hockey has been consumed to only 20% level. The armed color is even more unbearable. Not even 2%. In contrast to Linley, thanks to Conquerors after getting returned to the level of 50%. Therefore, every seastone bullet will be attached with the power of the demon god Conquerors. That leaves Whitebeard, who must also be dealt with Conquerors. Otherwise, it must be the power of vibration. But no matter what kind of response, for the current Whitebeard, it is no small burden. And that sudden explosion, but it can consume a lot of Whitebeard's armed colors. Exto, it can be said, since the moment Linley unloaded the knife and switched to the gun. The situation then moved in Linley's favor. This is also thanks to the fact that he has not exposed the existence of Dacheng guns before. Otherwise, Whitebeard may not be able to achieve such achievements if he is prepared. Even his Conquerors are equally draining. If the situation between the two sides continues like this, Whitebeard is bound to run out before him. This point, I am afraid that everyone present can basically see at 23. This is, how to do it. Could it be that even Dad is going to lose? Now, even the three captains who have the most confidence in Whitebeard. Marco, Jose, Bista. It's hard to hide the despair quietly sprouting in my heart. They are still so, not to mention others. What's more, the thoughts in my heart are completely uncontrollable blurted out. How about, shall we retreat? Maybe, from the beginning, we shouldn't have come. Is it really worth it for the dead Odin? He is indeed a good family member to us, but I believe that if he sees this scene, he will definitely not want us to avenge him. As soon as the words came out, the people around were stunned for a moment. No one objected in the first place. Be opposed to, what are you against? By now, I am not the only one who thinks that one should not come to Wano Kuni. Good. As a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Odin is very important, but don't other people matter? Can you not care about your own life at all? Anger, hate, some, and it will never lose half a point because of despair. Only as more and more people die, they will become more angry and hateful. Then what? Did you get revenge? Now the reason why Whitebeard chose to single out Linley. In the final analysis, both sides have the confidence to die. For Whitebeard, as long as Linley doesn't fight it head-on, don't blame him for ruining Ghost Island. And the same is true for Linley. Want to take advantage of the combat power and rush forward. Then don't blame him for only staring at the weak carnage. But now, this kind of confidence that both sides are afraid of each other. It is becoming more and more unfavorable to the Crusade Alliance. Once Whitebeard's hockey is depleted first, even if they crusade against the Alliance, there is still Jabba's top combat power. But in case the scene before Whitebeard and Linley played against each other, even if Linley and Jin would rather die than leave and stick to Ghost Island, they would be consumed to death in the end. I am afraid that there is only the Crusade Alliance left. There will be no 1 in 10. Then it is no longer as simple as heavy losses and injuries. You know, everyone present is the main force of the Whitebeard Pirates. The main force is almost dead, even if the power underneath is almost intact. What's the use? There are not only 3 major forces in New World. Among them is the existence of Eyeing Tigers. Big pirates like Silver Axe, John, Akoku. Don't turn a blind eye to their weakness. This is just the pirate force. What about Marine? What's more, it's really come to that kind of death situation. Would Linley rather die than leave? This is definitely not optimistic. And once escaped. In a few years, every time they think of this, everyone feels their hair stand on end, and their backs feel cold. I feel it deeply. This time the action, I'm afraid it is definitely the worst decision ever made by the Whitebeard pirates. Marco opened his mouth, trying to say something. But after all, still nothing was said. Marshal Teach, who has always been unknown, is also the future Blackbeard. Looking at the father he admired so much, to be suppressed to such an extent, his eyes kept flickering, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Hehehehe. Hearing this, Jabba couldn't help gnashing his teeth and gurgling. His face was full of dissatisfaction. The discussion of the Whitebeard pirates. Of course he heard it. Compared with the Whitebeard pirates, Roger's remnants obviously don't need to consider the back road. They are people who have long since retired. The moment to choose to avenge Odin. Just be prepared to lose your life if you fail. Not to mention Rayleigh is dead. Retreat. How could he be willing? He had to think of Roger's purpose in going to death on his own initiative. This trip, the hope of achieving the goal has become increasingly slim. And Roger set off the era of the great pirates. In the final analysis, it is hoped that more forces can join the queue to contend against the world government. Even if they are not united. But it can also provide a certain boost for the future, Joey boy. Action this time, in the final analysis, against Roger's will. But such a result, no one could have imagined it beforehand. Minghu starts tomorrow. The combat power of the Crusade Alliance has an absolute advantage. Everyone feels that everything is safe and secure. But it was forcibly brought back to this situation by the monster Linley. Extraordinary flash, the horrible ghost conquerors, terrible gun art, but among these items of Linley, there is one item that does not exist. It's not going to develop into this situation at all. Most importantly, want to kill Linley. It's just as difficult as heaven. As long as Linley wants to leave, no one can stop him. Just when everyone's hearts were extremely complicated and they wanted to quit. Whitebeard's situation has gotten worse. Kacha, I saw being torn apart with the air. Numerous cracks appeared all over Whitebeard's body. He suffered so much, and his energy was exhausted violently. In the end, he did not hesitate to insert Kong Yunchi into the ground. With the shock power of shock fruit. Block the attack of the bullet. Bang bang bang. Boom 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 boom. Boom and explosion. Continuously, the bullets attached to the demon god conquerors all hit the shock wave wrapped around Whitebeard. Even the attack power of the demon god conquerors can be called a burst. After forcibly passing through the shock wave, there was no energy left to move on. Even later, Linley was no longer attached to the demon god conquerors at all. And Whitebeard continued to cast this shock wave. Obviously not easy. With the exhaustion of physical strength, the sound of his panting became more and more heavy. A long time. When Linley fired the last bullet, he finally stopped temporarily. And Whitebeard finally ushered in a respite. No more bullets. Linley sighed slightly. The seastone bullets that Jin took from his hands have all been exhausted at this moment. Just when he was going to ask Jin to prepare some bullets for him. Seeing Whitebeard let out a few breaths, he said in a deep voice. Jabba, get them back to the Moby DK first. Back to the boat, have you not? Watching Whitebeard's determined face, Jabba froze for a moment. Then he suddenly understood what he meant. Whitebeard, obviously unwilling to be so passive anymore, this is planning to fight to the death. Before, the reason why Whitebeard has not fully exploded the power of shock fruit. It is because of the Ghost Island. Not only enemies, and my own people, destroying the battleground of Ghost Island will do no one any good. His sons have also become the shackles that limit his outbreak. And now, because of the tactics used by Linley, completely overwhelmed Whitebeard. Go on like this, the game is doomed. Therefore, in response to Linley's change of tactics, Whitebeard will definitely find ways to force Linley to change his tactics and prevent his actions. In this way, the goal is achieved. On the battlefield, facing opponents of the same level, it is basically a matter of seeing each other, and you will come and go until the winner is determined. Marco and the others were shocked. Thinking that Whitebeard heard their discussion, and decided to stay behind, his expression changed drastically, and he said anxiously. Father, let's go together. That's right, how can we abandon the captain and board the ship first? However, Whitebeard's decision cannot be questioned at all. This is an order. Perhaps because the tone was a little heavy, he turned to a heroic smile. Don't you have confidence in me, Dad? 103 Reinforcement arrives. Judgment Thunder. Amazing return from Linley's second hand. If it is before Wano-kuni. If someone asks Marco and others, do they have confidence in Whitebeard's strength? I'm afraid they never even think about it, and they will give an affirmative answer without hesitation. But now, not in peak form after defeating Kaido. Clearly overwhelmed by Linley. Where is that unwavering confidence? Thinking is one thing, saying it is another thing. Marco and the others will naturally not increase the ambitions of others and destroy their own prestige. See Whitebeard standing firm. Knowing the old man's temper, they had no choice but to exhort one after another. Father, you must be careful. We are waiting for you on board. See Whitebeard nodding. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and follow Jabba to board the boat in 3 steps. Linley, who saw this scene, his eyes turned cold. Where can we not see what Whitebeard is up to? It was nothing more than trying to transfer the sons who were threatened by him. It is not enough to be shackled all the time. As for why it wasn't done in the first place, I am afraid that I have absolute confidence in myself. There is no need to overdo it. now, but because of his mastery of firearms, he broke the original fantasy. Instead of letting the situation get worse, it's better to fight to the death. This is like two countries, both possessing nuclear weapons. But at the beginning, no one dared to use it first. But when you wait until you don't use it, you will have to perish. Then what are the scruples? Realizing this, he saw his purpose. How could Linley fulfill his wish? However, just when Linley was about to make a move, I saw Whitebeard's fist slamming on the air wall in front of him. Kacha kacha, the strong vibration passed through the dense cracks in the air wall. With the momentum of thunder, rapidly spread around. See, Linley narrowed his eyes slightly, can only draw the knife out of its sheath, instantly appeared in front of Whitebeard, cut it down, click, boom. In an instant, the second-generation Goosh entwined with the two-color hockey rode wolfishly on the shock wave in front of Ryberg. Zila Zila, dark green strange lightning, roaring like a burst, dazzling streamer, in front of this shock wave. The light keeps changing, even second-generation Goosh was trembling constantly, but the force of the vibration that spread to the surroundings. Finally it stopped. It seems, you have been forced to do nothing. Linley sneered, otherwise, they would not choose to break the tacit understanding first. Each other. Whitebeard's face remains unchanged. Let you go on, brat. I'm afraid the title of the world's #1 man will be taken away by you, brat. Even if the old man doesn't care, he doesn't want to fall into the body of a brat like you. One imp in one bite. Hearing that, Linley felt very upset, and said ironically, in this world, those who achieve first come first. It's not a good habit to tell young people what to do if you rely on your seniority. Be careful, it's not guaranteed at the end of the festival. I won't bother you, you brat. Give you two choices. Whitebeard grinned. I chose to escape. Sit back and watch this old man destroy this island. Or fight to the death with the old man. If you win, the old man's life will be accepted by you. The title of the world's #1 man will also fall on your head. But if you lose, I will take your life. It's just that I can promise you, as long as you and Kaido's heads. The rest, let them live. Others, of course, include Jin and Quinn. Obviously, Whitebeard is now forcing Linley to fight him to the death. Moreover, it is the way of the swordsman, not the gun technique. Otherwise, relying on gun skills, I'm afraid it won't be able to prevent him from bursting out of Shock Fruit's calendar area with all his strength. Of course, if you give him some more time. Can't think of the best way to deal with it. But now, he just wants Linley to fight him head on. Even, in order to force Linley to agree, he even made certain concessions. Choose. Have you ever thought about the consequences if I choose to escape? The killing intent in Linley's eyes surged crazily. Once the Ghost Island is really destroyed, even before that, some people were able to board the ship and escape. I am afraid that it will be difficult to avoid a large number of casualties. And if he waits for Yanmo, who has been promoted to the Supreme Sword, there is bound to be a crazy revenge. At this point, Whitebeard will definitely not be surprised. The matter has come to this, the old man has no other choice. Having said that, Whitebeard sighed silently. He really regrets to avenge Kazuki Oden, but so many people lost their lives. Even Rayleigh, who was both an enemy and a friend, fell because of this. Really have to bite the bullet and say no regrets. That is definitely lying to yourself. As for your escape, that's for later. Now, how could he think so far? Only at all costs. Kill Linley here, otherwise Linley would really have escaped. The Whitebeard pirates, it will be like the end of the day. Waiting to get back to peak condition. But what about the sons? Who can not be afraid? Is it, lol. Linley smiled coldly. Lousy never liked being threatened by others. You were the first. Are you ready to pay the price? It seems, you already have a choice. Linley's words are undoubtedly what Whitebeard wants to hear most. Not afraid of Linley making him pay. I was afraid that Linley would choose to run away without saying a word. Quote, Linley suddenly turned his head and shouted at Jin. But he didn't expect that at this time, a man of beasts came to Jin's ear and whispered something. Afterwards, Jin's eyes lit up, and he shouted to Linley. Linley, the reinforcements of the BIGMOM pirates have landed in Wano-kuni and are about to arrive in Onijima. Oh, Linley was taken aback for a moment, then sneered at Whitebeard. It seems, even if my choice is what you want, I'm afraid the result may not be what you think. Hearing this, Whitebeard's complexion instantly became ugly. He never expected the reinforcements of the BIGMOM pirates came so fast. Originally, Linley had already fallen into his scheme. You can only be forced to fight him to the death. Thus, he also has the confidence to forcibly fight Linley. But now, even so, wait for reinforcements to arrive. Everyone on the Moby DK will inevitably face a big battle. And the people of the Beasts pirates on Ghost Island. I'm afraid I will never stand idly by. Thus, there are many more variables in this battle. What? Heard the news. Jabba and the others who had already boarded the Moby DK all changed their faces when they heard of it. Quickly separate some people and stare at the sea area when they came. Be serious. This news, without a doubt the last thing they wanted to hear. Originally, just one Beast's pirates caused them heavy losses. The BIGMOM pirates are here. Is that worth it? You know, the plan made at the beginning. Just plan to get rid of Kaido before the support of BIGMOM pirates arrives. Jin, let them board the ship immediately. Then, call Black Maria and tell her it's ready to eat. The order is over, Linley said with a frosty face. Choose. Now. It depends on whether you can survive until the Ghost Island is destroyed. As soon as the words fell, Asahi Beard, who was good at not hesitating, launched a fierce attack. Get people on board. Crusade against the Alliance is fine, so can the Beast's pirates. Just hurry before Oni Island is destroyed. Let everyone leave the island successfully. Whitebeard's threat is self-defeating. See, Whitebeard is naturally not to be outdone. FK Kong Yunchi. Immediately fight back. Boom 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 boom. I saw the fluctuations of countless energy explosions sweeping away. 2 people at this time. No more skills. They fought recklessly with real swords and guns. Whitebeard's hockey is consumed again. Linley's situation at this time was slightly better than his, so it was naturally impossible to play any tricks with him. In order not to be found by Whitebeard, directly cast large AoE. Shock Fruit, after all, is called by Sengoku as a force that can destroy the world. There's no way Linley would tolerate him doing whatever he wants. Ghost Island, home to the Beast's pirates. If it cannot be destroyed, that is naturally the best result. It's too late to say. A few seconds of effort. The two exchange more than 10 strokes at each other, and in the process, the people in the Beast's pirates quickly gathered towards another port and boarded the ship quickly. At the same time, the unconscious Kaido and Quinn were transferred to the ship one after another. After Jin arranged these, immediately contacted Black Maria through Wanokuni's unique calling snail. Not long after, in Linley's ear, the system prompt sounded as he wished. Contract target Black Maria, eat Thunder Fruit, 41 times the return. Since the form of Inugu Fruit, Phantom Beast, Sesshomaru has not yet awakened, the return will be converted to the form Skill Judgment Control, and, awakening rate of the fruit in the form of Sishengwan, 6%. Judgment Control. Freely create the Thunder of Judgment, which has a deterrent effect. It can be used at the same time as Profound Truth Candlonko, which can greatly shorten the time for Candlonko to accumulate energy and strengthen the power of thunder. 1. Hear the system beep. Linley's eyes lit up immediately. No doubt, Thunder Fruit is what he prepared for this battle at all costs before he rushed back. It was also the direct reason why he came back later than expected. Even knowing that Thunder Fruit is hidden in Sky Island, he really used a lot of means and took a lot of time to get it successfully. To this end, a promise is also given. At first, the reason why he didn't let Black Maria eat it directly. Just have a little luck. In case you don't need to use it, you can survive this calamity safely. Then wait until the awakening of the Sesshomaru form. He can directly obtain the second fruit ability. But I didn't expect that the skill returned would complement the shape of Sesshomaru so well. Although Black Maria is restricted by the blue exclamation point, 41 times the return, only 6% of the fruit awakening degree was returned. But now, compared with ruling to control this skill, the degree of awakening is obviously not that important. God help me too. If that's the case, then die for me. As he said that, Linley took a few steps back, and the second generation ghost stood in front of him. That trick, Whitebeard recognized it at a glance. This is the actual move that Linley tried to kill Rayleigh, the blue sky dragon in the Sea of Thunder. Immediately his face changed. His energy accumulation must be stopped. Otherwise, it's not good for me. Thinking of this, he rushed towards Linley quickly. In almost an instant, it appeared in front of him like a thunderbolt. However, but never expected, in an instant, countless streaks of purple-blue giant lightning rose from the ground to the sky. Strong in front of Whitebeard. How can it be so fast? At this time, the speed of this move far exceeded Whitebeard's expectations. Realize something is wrong. Observation Hockey is warning wildly. Immediately and without hesitation, he quickly retreated. However, the speed of the Sea of Thunder is not much slower than him. At the same time, the blue-purple sky dragon. With the Sea of Thunder, they are rushing towards Whitebeard quickly. Speed, even above Whitebeard. See, Whitebeard realized that it might be difficult to dodge. Immediately Qian Wanghao turned around and inserted Kong Yunchi into the ground. Both fists quickly hit the air wall. Kacha kacha. In a blink of an eye, a huge transparent sphere formed around him. Wrap him tightly. At the same time, it can be called endless shaking power, swallowing the surroundings like a violent storm. Then, the Sea of Thunder quickly engulfed it. 03L, and the blue-purple sky dragon also let out a roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth, and rushed towards Whitebeard who fell into the Sea of Thunder. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Seeing this, Jabba's expression quickly became ugly. Daddy, and Marco and the others couldn't help screaming. Just how terrifying is the Sea of Thunder? Jabba knows it all too well, even if it is only briefly swallowed. It also made him consume a lot of armed color, so he was safe and sound. Witness what happened to Jabba. How can Marco and others not be worried? With Dad's current situation, unless you use the awakened ability of Shock Fruit, you can fight against it and ensure your own safety. However, in his current state, at this time, on the other side of the Moby DK, there was an exclamation. That's the Queen Mother anthem of the BIGMOM pirates. What? When Jabba, Marco and others heard the words, their already worried faces were instantly filled with horror. At the same time, in the sky of Ghost Island, a bird that looks like a man is flying. There is also a camera hanging on the shoulder. See such a terrifying Sea of Thunder spreading below. With a look of horror on his face, he said, "It's really terrifying. If you have anything to say, let's wait until the Thunder Sea disappears." 104 Whitebeard being pressed and beaten. Sudden news. Queen Mother Anthem. At this time, it includes the 3 main players of Katakuri, Cracker, and Daifuku. And all the elites. All are already standing at the bow. The closer the Ghost Island was, the more urgent the mood of the 3 leaders became. As that, Moby DK, looking at the huge ship moored on the shore of Ghost Island. Katakuri recognized it immediately. Without hesitation, he ordered to the helmsman. Lean over. Yes, seeing the 2 ships getting closer and closer. Katakuri finally saw the situation on the Moby DK clearly. Jabba, Marco, Joes, saw a few familiar faces. Katakuri couldn't help but froze, and then his face changed. Why are they on board? Could it be, the battle is over? No, Kotaku wants you to see. Cracker stared wide-eyed, pointing in the direction of Onijima. That's it, the Sea of Thunder. They witnessed the battle between Linley and Big Mom. How can you fail to recognize such an exaggerated scene? Although the color is different now. But that giant dragon is too conspicuous. It's hard not to recognize it. Who's fighting Linley, Whitebeard, or Rayleigh? Since they were on the Moby DK, they could not be seen. Therefore, Katakuri and the others couldn't guess who was in the Sea of Thunder for a while. Soon, the Queen Mother Anthem stopped not far from the Moby DK. Let's figure out the situation first. At this time, too many familiar faces gathered on the Moby DK. And on Ghost Island, Lin is copulating with either Whitebeard or Rayleigh. Such a weird scene. Let Katakuri et al. He didn't act rashly at the first time. On the contrary, they are consistent with the Crusade Alliance, and they are on guard against each other. At this time, Jin seemed to have seen them coming. Drop from the sky onto the Queen Mother Anthem. Jin, who is Linley fighting with? Katakuri, who was eager to know the latest situation, immediately asked impatiently. As such that, Jin came here naturally to introduce the current situation to his allies. To make a long story short, I told everyone what happened before as quickly as possible. This. That's how it is. Description by Jin. Learn what happened to Onijima. Katakuri and the others were all shocked, their eyes full of disbelief. 640. Pluton Rayleigh, so dead. After being dazed for a while, Katakuri came to his senses. Thinking that I was not late after all. At this time, Smoothie is not on Ghost Island. Can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The big stone in my heart has already landed. Such a result is undoubtedly what he most hopes to see. Jin pointed at the Moby DK, and said with a serious face. Wait until Linley and Whitebeard decide the winner. I'm afraid a fierce battle will be inevitable. When the time comes, please everyone. Jin was not polite. He looked at Katakuri seriously. Of course, that's what we're here for. They are offensive and defensive alliances, so naturally they have to fight side by side. They have no reason to come to see the show. Therefore, Katakuri answered very resolutely. What's more, even if the 2 sides are not in an alliance. Just to say that Linley has difficulties. No matter what, even if it is not far away, he will come to help. Hearing the determination in Katakuri's tone, he understood that the friendship between Linley and him was deeper than he imagined. Jin felt relieved, and the crusade against the alliance on the Moby DK. See Jin and Katakuri's successful meeting. In addition to worry and horror in his eyes, his face was almost so gloomy that water dripped out. Thus, the situation is undoubtedly more unfavorable to them. And on Ghost Island, Zila, Kacha, in the Sea of Thunder, a vacuum appeared. I saw a huge transparent sphere. All the thunder that is full of annihilation and judgment. Through the force of continuous vibration, it is forcibly blocked outside the sphere. The Whitebeards were among them. Even if many thunders broke through the transparent sphere, but it is often defended by Whitebeard using armed colors. Therefore, he has not been eroded by the blue-purple thunder for the time being. This transparent sphere, undoubtedly one of his fruit awakening abilities. Both offensive and defensive. By giving the air the power to vibrate, a vibrating cover is formed. Attacking, the power of vibration can be completely exploded and swept away. Guard, you can also defend against all attacks through the power of vibration like this moment. In his current state, maintain this continuous vibration force for a long time. Obviously not an easy task. So at this moment, Heat CD broke out in a cold sweat uncontrollably. Even the body began to tremble slightly. Fruit awakening. The outside world cannot see the situation in the Thunder Sea. It doesn't mean Linley can't see it. Seeing the Sea of Thunder, it will be impossible to break through the awakening ability of the Whitebeard fruit for a while. Can't help frowning slightly. To know, due to the new skill judgment control, the power of Candlongpo has not only increased a lot. Even the speed of casting has been greatly improved. But this way, the consumption of demon power is undoubtedly huge. And cast this trick, the demon power is almost at its bottom. If it weren't for the fruit's awakening degree, it would have increased by another 6%. In his state, he may not be able to perform judgment control and Candlong break at the same time. But, his consumption must be greater than mine. Be aware of this. Linley frowned. On the contrary, I am not in a hurry. Continue to control the Sea of Thunder, like a wave, continuously washing away the huge transparent sphere wave after wave. As time goes by, Whitebeard only felt that it was getting more and more difficult to resist. He didn't expect that he accidentally and wrongly judged the timing of this move, causing to fall into the Sea of Thunder. In such an embarrassing situation. And this Sea of Thunder seems to be the same as the real vast ocean. It is so dense and continuous. almost breathless. It can't go on like this. It is better to break the rope than to be boiled in warm water. Deb, it takes a lot of energy. But it's better than boiling a frog in warm water and having to forcefully destroy it in the end. Thinking of this, he immediately supported the entire giant transparent sphere with both hands. Forcibly swept away in all directions. Kacha kacha, boom 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 boom, the sound of air walls shattering, constantly exploding, intertwined with the roar of thunder in the sea of thunder. In an instant, the entire transparent sphere rapidly expanded. Everywhere, that exaggeratedly high-frequency vibration will shatter everything around it. For a while, the earth crumbled, the earth dragon roared, the air rips. As the transparent sphere gets bigger and bigger, it gradually swelled to the point that it was comparable to the sea of thunder. If you have to describe it, the scene inside the transparent sphere is a vacuum, as if it has been baptized by the super god Luotian sign. Not a trace of lightning could be seen. At this time, roar, I saw that blue-purple sky dragon. I don't know when, it will kill all the thunder around the transparent sphere. All inhaled into the mouth. The aura of annihilation and judgment on his body almost turned into substance. Immediately afterwards, without hesitation, it rammed straight towards the transparent sphere. Exclamation mark 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 exclamation mark. This moment, the huge fluctuations caused by the collision between the two sides, sweeping the whole world in an instant. Endless white light. Ghost Island is recreated again. The sight of everyone who was present at the scene and just saw the giant sphere will be deprived in an instant. Then there was no sight to be seen again. But Linley could clearly see it. The blue-purple sky dragon forcefully broke through the transparent sphere. Boom straight for Whitebeard. How come? Ulaj. Whitebeard certainly had a look of disbelief on his face. He didn't expect that even the fruit awakening ability was forcibly broken through. Even the blue-purple sky dragon has shrunk countless circles. But he still didn't dare to be careless. Towards the incoming Kandlong, he punched heavily. Kacha kacha. Another small transparent sphere wrapped his fist. Immediately afterwards, the fist and the blue dragon collided again inside the giant transparent sphere. Boom. Another burst of earth-shattering energy explosion. Due to the sight of everyone present, everything was deprived. Therefore, only the roar of a huge explosion can be heard. And feel as if you were in the stormy sea under your feet, constantly swaying in drifting boats. Take down the blue-purple Kandlong Empress. Whitebeard at the moment, it seemed that the consumption was great, and some of them could not stand still, half kneeling on the ground. Panting heavily. Hoo-hoo. The whole person seemed to be going to collapse, sweating profusely. C. Adhering to the principle of killing you while you are sick. Linley raised the second-generation Kitteru without hesitation. When the transparent sphere was about to dissipate, it instantly appeared in front of Whitebeard. Cut it off. When? Boom. Although Whitebeard noticed it immediately, he raised Kong Yunch in time to block. Still a beat behind Linley. Due to the violent impact, the whole person sank tens of centimeters into the ground. This is not the end. Linley obviously didn't intend to just throw this one blow. The second-generation Onitaru who was haunted by armor color and the demon god Conquerors. Keep chopping at Whitebeard. Boom 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 boom. In a short period of time, the two collided several times. BD. Being hit by Linley at the right time, Whitebeard felt extremely aggrieved. Angrily, the two-color hockey in his body exploded suddenly. Finally, Linley was pushed back. Yext. Just as he stood up, just stabilized his figure, Linley's figure appeared again in front of him, cut off with one knife. Immediately afterwards, just as the transparent sphere and the sea of thunder were completely exhausted due to energy exhaustion, they completely disappeared. The three forces present saw the scene where Whitebeard was blown away. Newgate. Daddy. Did Dad lose? Seeing this, Jabba stared wide-eyed, jumped off the Moby DK without hesitation, and rushed towards Whitebeard frantically. Marco and others also made the same action immediately. This moment, the only thought in their minds is to protect Whitebeard, and Linley must not let Linley continue to pursue him. Whitebeard's body hit the ground heavily. Linley's figure also appeared after him. When, again, Whitebeard barely set up Kong Yunchich to block the slash of second-generation Kache. At this time, a bullet came quietly. Linley turned his head and saw the person who shot the bullet. His eyes could not help being cold. To hide. As soon as the words were finished, his body flickered, bypassing the bullets, and appeared in front of Yizang in an instant. Seeing this, Yizang felt that his mind was torn apart, and he desperately wanted to back away. JJ. Too late. I saw the second-generation Goosh entangled with the demon god Conquerors. Straight to hide Yizang, the captain of the 16th Division, head of a sword. In an instant, the blood flowed profusely, soaring to the sky. To hide. When Marco and others saw this, their eyes were all tearing apart. The eyeballs are about to pop out. But it was also because of the delay for a moment. Let Jabba's figure arrive in front of Whitebeard in time. Very quick response. Seeing this, Linley couldn't help but put a serious face on his face. Now if you fight Jabba recklessly, probably not a wise move. Just as he was thinking about how to bypass Jabba and continue chasing Whitebeard, Marco and the others obviously didn't care about being hidden by the owl. They all gathered around, form a circle inside and outside the Whitebeard. Marco leaned down and asked anxiously, "Father, how are you doing?" Cough cough. Whitebeard spat blood from his mouth uncontrollably. The tone is extremely weak. Nothing serious, he said so. But from his tone, how could Marco and the others not understand that Dad really has reached his limit? So, without hesitation, Marco cast the flame of regeneration to heal Whitebeard. Look across the crowd surrounding Whitebeard to see this. Linley frowned again. ... If you want to completely solve Whitebeard, you need to surround yourself with people first. Take a long breath. Linley didn't act immediately. After all, Whitebeard was already weak. How much better can he be? And saw that Katakuri and others had arrived. Immediately nodded to several people. Katakuri and the others and Jin saw Jabba, Marco and other enemies running towards Whitebeard like crazy. Not idle, followed closely behind Linley. Too late to communicate. For a while, both sides are headed by Linley and Jabba respectively. Confronted up, each other, tit for tat, ready to go. It seems that next, there will be a fierce battle. However, at this time, when the two sides are in confrontation, a figure flew down from the sky. Quote? To be watched by so many eyes at the same time. The person who looked like a bird couldn't help but tremble all over. Perhaps it was his good professionalism that made him endure his fear and said tremblingly. At the request of President Morgans, I have a piece of news for you. Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku, with Vice Admiral Akinu, Crane, and Rear Admiral Gion, is heading towards Wano-kuni. Currently, there is still about 3 hours flight from Wano-kuni. Quote? Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Immediately his face changed greatly. Even Linley's face at the moment is extremely ugly. 105 Severe situation. One-shot date. Marine is coming. Only a 3-hour flight. This heavy news was like a thunderbolt. Exploded in the hearts of everyone. Let both sides face drastic changes. 3 hours. This moment, Linley's face was undoubtedly extremely difficult to see. After a lot of hard work, finally defeated Whitebeard. Although not in a coma, he completely declared defeat. But he has reached the limit. I am afraid he can no longer play any role. At least, wanting to destroy Ghost Island is wishful thinking. Look at the Beast's pirates side, coupled with the support of the BIGMOM pirates. The comparison of the combat power of the two sides. If Linley and Jabba are not mentioned, even if there is still a gap, but it's not as disparate as it was in the beginning. Crusade against the Alliance has gone through a big battle, physically and mentally exhausted, at least to some extent. But Katakuri and the others, even though they came from afar, are ready to go and are in an unharmed state. Once the two sides start the final battle, the winner will end up with the Beast's pirates. After this battle, casualties must be inevitable. After winning, you will also be exhausted. Thus, regardless of whether these people can be resolved within 3 hours, even if you can. Next, exhausted, how should they deal with Marine who is waiting for work? Think here. Linley's complexion was undoubtedly even uglier. It's really not the right time. In his current state, Whitebeard's stamina and haki were exhausted just now. Except for Conquerors, armed colors and demon powers have almost bottomed out. Consume Jabba in 3 hours. I'm afraid it's not realistic. No wonder. Even if the armed color is lost, the body is intact and full of energy. The combat power is still at a relatively strong level. During this period of time, the Beast's pirates were all attracted by the Crusade Alliance. He just relaxed his vigilance towards Marine. Otherwise, why is it that people from the World Economic News Agency are required to come forward to report? In this way, he was completely caught off guard. And this time Marine, even if the scale is not as good as the Crusade against the Alliance. But in the current state of the Beast's pirates, Kaido is unconscious, and he is no longer at his peak. Just add reinforcements. Probably not too optimistic. Sengoku, another strongman at the same level as Whitebeard. As we all know, One Piece Roger and Marine hero Garp are old enemies. But in fact, the resourceful General Sengoku and Whitebeard are also rivals. Perhaps in terms of combat power, Sengoku is slightly inferior to Whitebeard. But there is no doubt about it, if Sengoku appears on Onijima at this time. If you bring Akinu, I'm afraid it's just a random killing. Linley, Jin shouted solemnly. The Beast's pirates, who are doing Seastone Arms deals with the world government, know best about the world government's coveting of Wano-kuni. Right now, both sides are losing. I am afraid that Marine will never miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, he deliberately discouraged. But the thought of so many people dying. His mouth opened, but he didn't say anything after all. But Linley, how could he not understand what he meant? Did not speak. His eyes were full of killing intent on Whitebeard. It is completely conceivable how unwilling Linley felt. At this time, Jabba spoke with a gloomy face. Let's stop fighting. If you keep fighting, it will only make it cheaper for Marine. I really want to settle the grievances between each other, and wait until Marine is driven away. How? Even if Marine doesn't show up. When Whitebeard is out of combat, even Jabba is already thinking about quitting. Go on. For them, it can only increase casualties in vain. Even, it is possible to be wiped out. Such a result, no matter how angry he was that Rayleigh was killed, it was definitely not what he hoped to see. As soon as the words came out, all eyes focused on Linley. Right now it's war and peace. Is to continue to fight to the death, Sheep Marine. It's better to stop fighting for the time being, and then resolve each other's grievances. It's all in Linley's mind. Linley still didn't speak, staring into Whitebeard's eyelids, frosted. His eyes narrowed slightly. You should know. Jabba saw that Linley didn't answer. Seemingly seeing the killing intent in his eyes, he continued. It is impossible for all of us to sit back and watch Nugate be killed. I will fight to the death to protect it. Good. I will never let you attack Dad. This moment, even Marco and others, who had long thought of retreating in their hearts. It's all shouting loudly and resolutely. For them, Whitebeard is the core, the spiritual pillar. Even if you fight to the death, you will be able to protect him completely. It is absolutely impossible to let the old man fall in front of him. Ah, listen to the crowd shouting. Linley just found it ridiculous. If I knew this earlier, why bother? For a mere piece of gilded iron. Let each other suffer a lot. This action against the Alliance is undoubtedly extremely stupid. I didn't expect that the strongest man in the world would have to rely on the protection of others to survive. Whitebeard, you are not worthy of the title of the strongest man in the world. Ahem. Whitebeard, who was collapsed on the ground, heard this. Although his face was pale and weak, he still sat up with force. Daddy. Marco wanted to stop his move, but he couldn't help it, so he had to support him. Looking at Linley, Whitebeard let out a long sigh. Old man. Defeated. This name, since then, has fallen into your head. As for the old man's head, if you want it, take it. Dad. Marco and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. Dad, you actually intend to keep the promise you just made? Defeated. Let Lin Fu take off his head. Oh, even Linley was stunned when he heard this. Then, he couldn't help but sneered. Father is right. You and Odin, Roger, are one. It's all so innocent. In that case, seemingly hearing what Linley meant, Whitebeard stood up with Marco's support. Of course you can accept the old man's head. But, they must be let go. Obviously, he also realized that once Linley made up his mind, regardless of Marine's threats, he had to deal with them first anyway. I'm afraid the consequences, unimaginable. Exto, he simply proposed to exchange his own life for other people's district. Thus, it can be regarded as an explanation for this failed action. The head of the strongest man in the world is completely worthy of the loss of the beast's pirates. Asking for flowers. Dad. Hearing this, everyone including Jabba's eyes were tearing apart, their faces were full of grief and indignation, and they gritted their teeth. Rely on Whitebeard's head to survive. This is undoubtedly a huge humiliation for them. Even if you die, you must not let this happen. I have made up my mind, there is no need to say more. This, Marco and the others gritted their teeth suddenly, and the color of grief and indignation almost overflowed from their faces. But in the face of the resolute father, there is nothing he can do. Unexpectedly, Jabba said, Sorry Nugate, you are not my captain, we people don't need to listen to you. That's right, our captain is Roger, so I don't want to listen to you. Hearing what the members of Roger's remnant group said in their hearts, Marco and the others couldn't help feeling relieved and grateful. Jabba. Whitebeard opened his mouth and was about to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Jabba. Nugate, put away your poor pride. Don't you know what your life means to this sea and to the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard fell silent. How could he not know? Otherwise, how can the rest of the people evacuate safely? Just when the situation reached a stalemate. Bolu Bolu. Just then, the voice of the phone bug rang. Quote question mark quote. Hear this unique sound. Everyone is full of doubts. Now, where did the phone bug come from? Just as someone was about to ask, the reporter who looked like a bird and flinched embarrassedly took out the phone bug from his backpack. Crooked. Oh. As he spoke, he trotted all the way to Linley. Mr. Linley, our president wants to talk to you. Morgans. Linley was taken aback. He didn't remember that he knew the president of the World Economic News Agency. Although, a large part of the reason why his reputation is so loud is because of the hardworking reports of the World Economic News Agency. Doubts are doubts, Linley finally took over the phone bug. I have long admired your name. I'm Morgans. Don't gossip, you know the news of Marine's attack, right? Then what? Give me a face, deal with Marine first. I don't want to see Marine take advantage of. Don't rush to refuse, as a reward. 2 hours later. What? Hear the words that Morgans uttered immediately after. A light flashed in Linley's eyes for an instant. In my heart, I made a decision almost instantly. But he didn't say yes right away. Instead, he turned his head towards Whitebeard and said lightly, How about this? One shot. He raised the one-handed rifle in his hand, there is no doubt. As long as you Whitebeard, take a shot from me, whether you die or not. I will let you go. $7. Whitebeard didn't wait for others to dissuade him, and immediately agreed without hesitation. Seeing what other people wanted to say, his face darkened, and he said angrily. Don't tell me the old man doesn't even have the right to make decisions. One shot. Seeing this, Jabba stared at Linley's face firmly, as if he could see that this was his bottom line. After all, he still didn't speak to stop him. Then, with the support of Marco and others, Whitebeard walked forward slowly. Linley then took a bullet from Jin's hand, reloaded it, and shot. 6, without hesitation. 106. The magical effect of the death mark. Yanmo, the supreme sword. On the shore of Ghost Island, Linley, Jin, and Katakuri stood side by side, looking at the Moby DK going away together. Jin's face was rather complicated. After a long while, he said quietly, Perhaps, such an outcome, is beneficial to both parties. Good. Katakuri nodded in agreement. If Marine doesn't come, even if he pays a heavy price, he supports keeping the Crusade Alliance here. Afterwards, let's carve up Whitebeard's territory together. In this way, the Alliance group will completely take over the New World. Gee, but Marine is here. If you do that again, the risk is too great, and you might be in danger of being wiped out. Besides, he saw it. Linley isn't doing well right now. It's almost the same as when I beat my mother. If you don't recover, wait until the Marine arrives. All rest. Whether it's him or Jin, it is impossible to stop the only admiral in Marine, the Sengoku. Even Sakazuki, who is called a monster. The ability of lava fruit is enough for them to drink a pot. Not to mention the equally powerful vice admiral. All in all, Marine will always be the biggest threat to the 270 pirates. This, without a doubt. One more. Just now, Whitebeard's body that reached its limit was shot by Linley. Before being carried away, he was seriously injured, and it seemed that his life was not long. As for whether he will die in the end, it depends on him. Obviously, the attitudes of Jin and Katakuri all agree that they should use all their strength to deal with Marine's attack right now. Linley remained expressionless and said nothing. Lost in thought, whether Whitebeard died or not, this was the end of the matter, he didn't care anymore. He died, although he died a bit of a wimp, but it was an honor to die under his gun. If he survived by luck, the death mark on his body would allow Linley to keep track of his movements at any time. Not only can death marks trigger an explosion, but they can also be superimposed to trigger an explosion. It is also possible to control the movement of the attached object anytime, anywhere. If not dead, the big deal is that after Linley returns to his peak form, he will come to the door again. By then, I'm afraid it won't be as difficult as this time. Linley, the most urgent thing now is to recover as much as possible before Marine enters the Wano-kuni offshore waters. Thinking of the upcoming Marine, the seriousness on Jin's face is uncontrollable. Linley nodded. He thought so too, going back to the fort to rest. But looking at Jin's face, although it is slightly inferior to him, it is definitely considered a good-looking face, and smiled lightly. I said, Brother Jin, don't wear a mask from now on. It's a pity that she looks so good. Katakuri was stunned, and looked at Jin carefully, only then did he realize that Jin was actually the legendary Lunaria tribe. I see, now he finally understood why Jin always wore a mask before. Hee. Jin smiled awkwardly. Maybe it was because I was afraid of revealing my racial identity when I first met Brother Kaido, so I put on the mask. After so many years, I've gotten used to it. As long as someone finds out that he is a Lunaria tribe. Disclose his information to the world government in time. You can directly get 100 million Baileys. This number, I'm afraid it will attract a lot of people. After all, you don't have to be like a bounty hunter, you can only exchange the bounty after you catch the prey yourself. In this way, Beast's Pirates was just starting. It is easy to invite a steady stream of trouble. Don't wear it, Linley said seriously. Now that you've awakened the Conqueror's vision, look up. No matter how timid you are, worrying about your identity being exposed, it will only become a shackle in your heart. The gains outweigh the losses. Look at the original Zhong 10 years later. It's just Jin whose mask was shattered. It's like being caught in a weakness. It was actually solved by Zoro at that time. Logically speaking, with his racial talent, his achievements shouldn't be like this. What's more, Conqueror's has been awakened now, and both talent and potential have been increased. Achievements should not stop at the cadre level. At least he is the real Emperor's deputy. All right, Jin thought about it, and finally nodded. The three of them discussed the countermeasures again. Together they returned to the fortress of Onijima. While walking back, Linley opened the system interface. Host. Linley. Age. 13. Fruit. Inugu Fruit Phantom Beast Sesshomaru Form 72.1% Awakening Degree. Skills. Audio Confusion, Judgment Control. Haki. Observation Haki, Foreseeing the Future Passive, Armament Haki, Advanced Emission, Conqueror's Haki, Demon God Entangling. Physical Arts. Swordsmanship Advanced, Physical Arts Beginner, Firearms, Dacheng Death Mark. Contract Targets. Hancock. Jin, Gold, Quinn, Purple, 10/11. Before returning to Ghost Island, both Yamato and Jack have awakened the color of knowledge one after another, and each received dozens of times the return. It's a pity that Linley's observation Haki is already at a relatively high level. Just returning the most basic level of knowledge and knowledge cannot improve his level of knowledge and knowledge. Return to the banquet hall in the fort. Under Jin's arrangement, food was quickly arranged for everyone in the alliance group. Among them, the one in front of Linley is undoubtedly the richest. Want to regain strength? Eating as much meat as possible is undoubtedly a better way. Jin and Katakuri are still in good condition. It didn't take long to stop. Only Linley was left to eat and drink. While eating, he discussed with Jin and Katakuri about the specific countermeasures. Cracker and Daifuku also added a few sentences from time to time to check for omissions and fill in vacancies. We ate and chatted here, and 2 hours passed quickly. Just as Linley had almost finished eating, he was still discussing tactics. Outside the banquet hall, a figure suddenly walked in and respectfully said to the three of Linley. Master, there is a person from the World Economic News Agency outside, and I want to see you. Let him in. Soon, a figure wearing a green vest, led by the beast staff, walked in. Mr. Linley, your delivery has arrived. Because it has long been known from the mouth of Morgans. Plus after the armistice, Beckman and Smoothie got in touch. Learned what happened. So Linley knew it all at the moment. It's just that in my heart, I'm actually somewhat excited. Quickly took a box from the green vest. Open it and take a look. What is it if it is not Yanmo? Only, the current Yanmo has successfully been promoted to a drama of the highest level. Yanmo. Seeing this scene, Jin couldn't help being stunned. I don't understand which one is Linley and the World Economic News Agency. On the contrary, Katakuri, Cracker and others smiled and said. Congratulations Linley, it seems Yanmo has been repaired. And it seems to be more sharp than before. Good. The current Yanmo has been successfully promoted to the Supreme Sword through the hands of Master Kozaburo. I see. Jin suddenly realized. Linley played with it fondly for a while. Quite curiously, he asked the green vest. It stands to reason that the distance from Shimotsuki village to Wanokuni. Even if it is possible to fly, it will take at least a while to arrive. Yanmo clearly repaired it not long ago. How did you do it? To know, Linley just didn't think it would be possible to wait until Yanmo's restoration was completed. Then hurried to Wanokuni, without any exaggeration, even if there is no Jin's return in this battle. As long as Yanmo, who has been promoted to the Supreme Sword, is in hand. The results obtained will definitely be better than now. Hey, the green vest smiled proudly. The fruit I ate next is in the form of the bird fruit sonic bird. Although I am not good at fighting, and the strengthening of constitution is also very limited. But, the flying speed can reach 800 km per hour at the extreme limit. So it's 2.1. If it is this speed. No wonder then. Dry Express, indeed very promising. Yanmo in his hand. Between Linley's brows, the solemnity has disappeared. Because in this way, to deal with the upcoming marine, you will be sure. After Linley got Yanmo, his expression relaxed. Jin, Katakuri and the others were a little puzzled. Even if it is the supreme sharp knife, will it be of great help to defend against the marine's attack in the future? Most of the time, although the supreme 12 skills of the Great Kue Dao is much stronger than the 21 skills of the Great Kue Dao. But because of the existence of Haki, often for the top powerhouses, the symbolic meaning is greater than the actual meaning. But how do they know? Before Linley mastered the fusion of demon power and two-color Haki. How much does Yanmo mean to him? So, next, 1 hour before Marine's arrival, we need to recover as much stamina and Haki as possible. 107 Marine. Never allow another rocks to appear in the world. Wanokuni offshore, several warships of Marine have stopped in front of the turbulent current. Sengoku, Akinu, Suru, and Gion. Standing on the bow of the main ship. Behind the first three, there are several members of the Marine Intelligence Department, reporting the latest information collected to Sengoku. So that he can make the best decision. The great war between the Beast's pirates and their reinforcements and the Raid Alliance is over. According to information from CP0, this war ended with a truce between the two sides. But judging by the results, it's not hard to see the real winner. Rayleigh dies. Nearly half of the elites of the Crusade Alliance have been lost. Whitebeard is alive or dead. More than an hour ago, the Crusade Alliance has withdrawn from Wanokuni. Their fleet seems to have withdrawn from another direction deliberately in order to avoid us. Paused. Another intelligence officer answered. As for the Beast's pirates and their reinforcements, the Beasts had over 1,000 casualties and the reinforcements were unscathed. Kaido fell into a coma, and has never reappeared in CPO's field of vision, most likely because he never woke up. And Linley was seriously injured. Although he hadn't fallen into a coma before he left their sight, it is speculated that he might not be far away. After all, after killing Pluton Rayleigh, he was already seriously injured, not to mention defeating Day afterward. The last intelligence officer added. In addition, CP0 highlighted a word, Conqueror's Haki. It is said that Whitebeard exclaimed after seeing Linley's Conquerors. 23 and above, listen to the detailed information. The four people at the bow all looked at each other in blank dismay, terrified. Full of unbelievable and unbelievable. In addition to Ziyuan, the faces of the other three were all gloomy. Even Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world. They all lost, still alive or dead, when the gold content of the world's #1 swordsman is higher than that of the world's strongest man. This is the end result. Undoubtedly exceeded their expectations, according to the original idea. In the end, it should be a loss for both sides, and it should end in a disastrous victory for the Crusade Alliance. Sengoku at this time, silent. The face full of solemnity was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Undoubtedly, these intelligences set off a turbulent sea in my heart. Linley this guy, first, in the process of fighting Rayleigh and Jabba with 1 against 2 at the same time, he killed Rayleigh. After being seriously injured, he won a battle against Whitebeard who was also no longer at his peak. That kid Linley is only 13 years old now. He has such combat power at this age. Is it a bit too monstrous? It's been a long time. Sengoku quietly broke the silence. It's really incredible. I'm afraid the results of the first battle between the two sides will be published by the World Economic News Agency in a few days. When the time comes, how much shock will it cause in the world? It seems that other than the title of the world's #1 swordsman and the world's strongest man, it will fall to that kid soon. One person. There are two, strongest, titles. Think of the previous measures against Linley. Sengoku suddenly felt a little out of his wits. He actually tried to interfere with Linley's reputation and make it surpass Kaido. to arouse mutual suspicion. If it is an ordinary person, it may still work. But for this monster, it is now clear. Kaido was defeated by Whitebeard. And Whitebeard was defeated by Linley. It goes without saying who is stronger and who is weaker for adoptive father and son. What? After Whitebeard defeated Kaido, it doesn't count if the strength is greatly reduced. So what about Linley killing Rayleigh? In the Beast's Pirates, where might is all that matters. I'm afraid it is inevitable that Linley calls the shots. The key is Ghost Conqueror's Hawkeye. As soon as I heard the word ghosts and gods, he inevitably thought of the Battle of the Valley of Gods that year. Even if he didn't experience it himself. But as support, they rushed to the Valley of the Gods immediately. When he arrives, that kind of scene is like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He still remembers it to this day. The presence of someone from the world government was even more alarming. The God's punishment was directly sent down, and the entire Valley of Gods was completely wiped out from the world. Ito, the one who owns the Ghost Conquerors, appear again, and it's only been half a year since it appeared. Such an amazing achievement. Defeat the ant who was the leader of one of the three major factions today. Defeat the two monsters of the new generation of Marine, even when others are holding them back. Kill former Roger Pirates Vice Captain, Pluden Rayleigh. Defeat world's strongest man Whitebeard. Such a brilliant and incredible record. Back then, even the rocks couldn't do it. Thinking of this, Sengoku's heart trembled involuntarily. Eyes quickly become firm. Never let another rocks appear in this world. And Linley, no doubt scarier than rocks. Otherwise, this sea will never be peaceful. This matter, in addition to reporting to the marshal, you have to report to the 5 elders as soon as possible. Good. After all, Crane and Sengoku are comrades in arms of the same age. Instantly understood. Thinking of the defeated Whitebeard, I couldn't help feeling. Thanks to Whitebeard and Rayleigh for such an unwise move. Otherwise, once we give him more time to grow, let us discover the existence of the Ghost Conquerors. At that time, the threat to us will far exceed rocks. Now is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss this time, I'm afraid you won't find such a good opportunity again in the future. So, Akinu on the side also quickly calmed down. Eyes are getting hotter, for him who implements the concept of radical justice. In any case, never miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sengoku Admiral, should we go directly to Wano-kuni now, or split up to catch up? With the current force, if the troops are divided, I'm afraid it won't have the desired effect. In his opinion, whether it is the Beast's Pirates or the Whitebeard Pirates. They are all evil pirate forces who are eager to destroy them. And the former is undoubtedly the primary goal. Asking questions, his intentions are naturally self-evident. One more, thinking that Kuzan, who is as famous as himself, and Pelusolino were all defeated by Linley. He is the only Marine monster who has not yet formally fought Linley. Desperate to find a place for Marine, of course. Something they can't do. It doesn't mean you can't do it. He who always thought he was above the other two. Definitely have confidence in yourself. Garp and Aokiji have been notified to lead the team, and it's up to them to hunt down the Whitebeard Pirates. Sengoku had clearly prepared in advance, and even made up his mind. Since the Whitebeard Pirates have only evacuated for more than an hour. Then race against time, before it's too late. Never give them time to breathe. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but feel extremely fortunate. Fortunately, after learning the news that the Crusade Alliance was going to Wano-kuni. Reported to Marshal Kong without hesitation. Bring the team here for the first time. Otherwise, if it is a few days later. 450. Give Linley and the Beast's Pirates a break. I'm afraid there will be huge variables. Now, it's just right. It's just that the support of the BIGMOM Pirates has arrived, we must not be careless. Though Charlotte Linley hasn't been seen for a while. If she also appears in Wano-kuni, I am afraid that the difficulty of achieving the goal will be greatly increased, even. If she really appears, under Akinu's stern face, there is a firm belief. So he said without hesitation. Then leave it to me. Gion, who has been silent on the side. See, Wano-kuni is near. He clearly knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is an act of justice. But in my heart, I felt a little contradictory for no reason. Completely wipe out the pirate forces on the sea. It is undoubtedly the unanimous dream of most Marines. She is no exception. Whether it is the Beast's Pirates or the Whitebeard Pirates, it is undoubtedly a great honor to be able to personally participate in the destruction. But because of that young figure, she actually came up with a wrong idea. Marine this time, more or less taking advantage of others, even if you know it's wrong to think so. When Marine faces pirates, as long as he can wipe them out, no matter what means he uses, he can't be called despicable. She naturally knows and recognizes this. But the conflict in my heart, no matter what, is uncontrollable. At this point, she can't change anything. I can only think in my heart. At least, I can personally send him off for the last time. Just when she was conflicted in her heart, her eyes were complicated. At some point in the distance, two figures flew towards the warship. 108 invite Linley and Kaido to visit Impel Down. The screen returns to Ghost Island. After eating and drinking, Linley gathered everyone in the meeting hall after taking a break. Various arrangements are arranged in an orderly manner. Above Dengtian Waterfall, the fleet is waiting in full battle, setting up an ambush. Marine must not be allowed to log into Wano-kuni or Ghost Island. This battle will focus on naval battles. In terms of ship weapons, we are far behind Marine, so we must act first. Of course, we also have advantages, seastone shells and bullets, don't be stingy, as long as you see a warship, give me a blast. Yes, master. Hearing everyone's responses, Linley nodded in satisfaction. He is very clear, Marine is not the same as Raid Alliance. Presumably at the beginning, Kaido considered that Whitebeard and Rayleigh had concerns and would never destroy Oden's home. Will definitely choose to log into Onigashima. That's why they set up various ambushes on Ghost Island in advance. However, Marine has no such concerns. Whether it's Wano-kuni, or Ghost Island, we must find ways to prevent Marine from landing. The reason is simple, just say Akinu, he who has the lava fruit ability. In order to achieve the goal, it is inevitable to use the fruit awakening ability without hesitation. Permanently change geography. This is not like Sabayati Archipelago, it is the site of celestial dragons. There is simply no such concern as Aokiji and Kizaru. By then, even drive Marine away, the damage to the environment is irreversible. Therefore, the best way to resist. Naval battles of course. On the other hand, the crusade against the Alliance is different. Naval battle has the ability of Whitebeard's shock fruit. Naval battle is purely a gift. Ask for trouble. With shock fruit's abilities, it's easy to ride the stormy waves. It's easy to destroy the fleet. Obviously, Marine cannot do this. Following Linley's orders, the people among the beasts followed the order and went to various places to take their positions. The spies are also constantly reporting on Marine's movements. Since the crusade against the Alliance left, almost all the spies immediately went to the offshore Wano-kuni to investigate Marine's movements. Master, the information is sent back from the front, and the Marine has entered the Wano-kuni coastal waters. About entering the Uzumaki Sea. The Uzumaki Sea area, that is, the turbulent current. Good. Linley nodded, immediately got up from his seat, and said in a low voice to everyone. Everyone, as long as we survive this battle, New World will be the world of our alliance. Come and don't reciprocate. After driving away Marine, whether it is the Whitebeard pirates or Marine, we will surely usher in our revenge. Let's wait and see. The bitter fruit this time, my father and I will never just swallow it like this. Revenge, revenge. Linley's words undoubtedly excited everyone in the two-regiment alliance, although the threat of Marine is now coming. But at this moment, confidence in Linley, obviously beyond the fear of Marine, Linley's record in the battle against the Alliance, suffice it to say it all, it is more than enough to make everyone's confidence rapidly swell. Let's go, Ember. Linley turned his head and sneered. The so-called visitor is a guest, as the host, how can you not greet him personally? Katakuri, I will entrust you with the command of the specific sea battle counterattack. Don't worry, I know what to do. Katakuri nodded quickly and agreed. Because in the double-team alliance, only Linley and Jin can fly. Naturally, it became the first line of defense to prevent Marine from entering. In fact, in Linley's mind, it is actually the last line of defense. My family has suffered heavy losses. Said it was a naval battle. It's just the last blog that can't be stopped. If you can't stop Marine, you will be forced to land, whether it is landing on Wano-kuni or Ghost Island. In fact, it's already lost. Katakuri and other reinforcements are extremely important to the BIGMOM pirates. The original alliance with it was to dispel the coveted thoughts of other forces. But now the beast's pirates can't take care of themselves for a short time. If the support army loses too much, I am afraid that after this, he will be unable to control the huge sphere of influence. This was something Linley didn't want to see. Fly in the air, Linley exhorted. Later you stay farther. Once a fight breaks out, just sit by and watch and don't interfere. If you run out of energy, take me back. As Linley imagined. In any case, we must try our best to destroy the warship. Thus, don't talk about landing on the island. Whether Marine can go back alive is a question. It's a pity that what Linley thought of, Sengoku on the warship, couldn't be unexpected. Facing the restless Sengoku, in fact, Linley didn't have much confidence. After all, time is running out after all. Just over 2 hours of rest. Although the injury has recovered to 78-88. However, the depleted armed color and demon power obviously cannot be fully recovered so quickly. Especially Yaoi, because it is necessary to continue to use the monster power to regenerate and restore the injury. Even if the recovery is more than the consumption, it is only less than 40% of the recovery. Oh, I see. Jin understood and nodded quickly. During the conversation between the two, several warships suddenly appeared in the sight of the two of them. Walk. As soon as the words were finished, Linley took the lead, a green light appeared all over his body, and he came to the sky above the warship first. Jin was not much slower than him. Arrives almost at the speed of the front and rear feet. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. At this time on the warship, Sengoku, Akinu and others also found their traces in the distance. Did not wait for them to react. Next second, Linley's figure flickered, unknown when it appeared on Marine's main ship. He sat down comfortably on the armrest not far from Sengoku and others. He ignored Sengoku at all. Instead, he took the lead in saying hello to the complicated Gion. Haven't seen you for a long time. Sword skills, have you improved compared to last time? Ah, Gion was taken aback, listening to that familiar voice. Looking at the still explosive looks. Scenes on the island where the Don Quixote family is headquartered quickly come to mind. The heart, I don't know when to speed up the beating speed. Even his cheeks were involuntarily stained with a blush. Sengoku and Akinu turned to look at her, cast a strange look, immediately reacted, stammered, "Still, okay, yeah." Linley still smiled and encouraged. "I said that before long, you will be among the top 5 swordsmen in the world. I'm at the top of the sword hero, waiting for your arrival." Gion didn't have time to reply. Linley is so defiant. Already the anger in Akinu's heart chuckled, and it rose up. "Boy, don't be too arrogant. At his age of 35 years old, if you don't look at the strength, there is nothing wrong with calling Linley a brat. At any rate, he is more than 20 years older than Linley." It seems that Linley was very dissatisfied at being interrupted from communicating with Gion. Frowning slightly, he just glanced at Akinu casually. In an instant, boom, a well-targeted momentum precisely avoided everyone on the warship and quickly swept every corner of Akinu's body. Conquerors pressed down like a mountain. A little cold sweat broke out involuntarily on Akinu's forehead. Sengoku at the side naturally wouldn't tolerate Linley's presumptuousness. The Conqueror's haki erupted from his body immediately and rushed towards Linley like a huge wave. Boom! In a blink of an eye, the two strands of Conqueror's haki, like two turbulent waves with opposite trajectories, collided together. Kacha. When the two sides collide, the entire main ship seemed to be under tremendous pressure, and tiny cracks began to appear quickly. And if so, seeing that the conquerors of the two sides are at a stalemate, it seems that no one can do anything to the other. Another invisible wave like no other quietly joined in. The original evenly matched scene. Changes happened in an instant. I saw one of the huge waves, and a huge wave of the same size rushed from behind. Add 2 by 2, they blend perfectly with each other. Thus, the balance is broken in an instant. There is a completely one-sided trend. The double huge wave that had been perfectly integrated broke through the originally evenly matched opponent, and rushed towards Sengoku in a blink of an eye. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Next second, it just feels like Sengoku being crushed by a mountain. Also like Akinu, a little cold sweat broke out involuntarily on his forehead. At this time, Linley glanced at Sengoku, and said with a blank face. "Buddha's Sengoku, I have long admired my name." Sengoku, who suffered a loss when they met for the first time, adjusted his glasses with a serious face and forced a few laughs. Then he raised his voice not to be outdone. "How? The number 1 swordsman in the world. Don't take good care of your wounds, but come here to welcome the arrival of our marine." Quote. "A guest from afar, if you don't come out to greet him, it's not justified. Can you tell me, you guys, what do you want to do?" Talking. Kang. Linley slowly pulled out Yanmo. As if playing with some fun toy, he curled his fingers and flicked the blade lightly. A posture that didn't pay attention to everyone at all. Seeing this scene, Akinu, who was sweating coldly, frowned almost into a kaichan. While the anger in his heart grew stronger, his complexion also became ugly. He wanted to make a desperate move. But now, at the top of the table is Sengoku. Out of respect, I still forcibly endured it. Even Crane, his expression is also not good looking at the moment. "What do you say? Take a breath." Sengoku took off his glasses, wiped them and put them back on. "I heard that the Beast's pirates, just Nuo Jiaohao, just passed by the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger remnants. Battle. It just so happened that we were on a mission nearby, so we stopped by and wanted to invite you, the world's number 1 swordsman, and the famous pirate Kaido, to visit Impel Down. How? Will you take the initiative to come with us, or do you want us to be polite first?" "A guest." Linley smiled dumbly and shook his head lightly. "Not urgent. The visitor is a guest, how can you not give me a greeting gift?" Hearing this, Akinu was obviously a little impatient, too lazy to listen to these nonsense. He snorted coldly. "Sengoku Admiral, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Since you have come to seek death, let him be fulfilled." As he spoke, he stared at Linley solemnly. "Let you pirates spend too much time in New World. It's been so long, that the world has forgotten that the master of this sea is marine. From now on, Wano Kuni will welcome the asylum of the world government, and no longer need to be harassed by you bastards." Ha. Jin, who was flying in the air, couldn't help laughing loudly. "It really fits your marine style. Even taking advantage of people's danger, you can say it so righteously and awe-inspiring." Joke. Akinu was noncommittal, with a cold and murderous expression on his face, and said. "What are you talking about taking advantage of others with you pirates? As long as they are pirates, they should all be damned. Without exception. 109 Do you really think that this era is called Sakazuki? As long as you are a pirate, you should die." When Linley heard this sentence, he laughed directly. Finally, he was willing to move his eyes to Akinu. Eyes full of sarcasm and disdain. "The slogan is so loud. Speaking as if you marines are so righteous. Did you forget who you are? Is not it?" Akinu asked without answering. "If marine is not considered justice, is it possible that you pirates can still represent justice?" Linley shook his head slightly, not interested in pestering him, but looked at Sengoku. "It seems that you marines have fabricated a set of lies to cover up the truth, and now you even believe it. How pathetic." "Nonsense." Sengoku looked solemn, and said coldly. "This sea has become so chaotic precisely because of your existence. Catching and even eradicating crimes is the responsibility of marine itself. Where are the lies?" "Yeah, not necessarily," Linley said in a light tone. "It's okay to say that we pirates are evil. Could it be that, the occupants of the escaped ship in the Ohara incident are also the crimes in your mouth. As soon as the words came out, Sengoku's expression changed immediately. It's like a JC, but the prisoner pointed out his unbearable nature. More importantly, how did Linley know what happened in Ohara? The Ohara incident is a top secret. There is no way it will leak out of Marine. B. Could it be that the son of the devil is in the hands of the beast's pirates? Thinking of this possibility, Sengoku's face instantly became cloudy. The Ohara incident. Akinu, on the other hand, obviously didn't care, although he didn't know where Linley learned about it. But it doesn't hinder his attitude at all. Since we have decided to destroy the evil place of Ohara, we must eradicate it. If there are historians who try to spread evil ideas and get on that ship, all the efforts of Marine will be in vain. To deal with evil, there can be no room for compromise. This is what Akinu said 2 years ago to his subordinates who questioned his actions. 2. His attitude is still so firm. Cranes and Gion on the side, although not visible on the face. But when I heard this, I felt somewhat ashamed. Such behavior, obviously not in line with their ideas. Akinu on the matter, passed. If it were them, it would never rain on the shipwreck that has been released. In fact, it is precisely because of this that Aokiji questioned the justice he insisted on. Only then did what happened later. Burning justice, transformed into lazy justice. In the original book, even the fight for Marshall and leaving Marine are strictly related to this. Papa, Linley clapped his hands lightly. Pretty, so sad for that group of people. Just because of the word, in case I was sent a sexual cold. Then, he asked the same question again. It's still the same question, have you forgotten your identities? No matter how beautiful the makeup is, in the final analysis, they are just celestial dragons group of miscellaneous watchdogs. What kind of justice? Ridiculous. See what 5 elders said about Marine. Marine is just the outer face of the world government. If you really want to represent justice, it is also the justice of celestial dragons. The starting point is to maintain the world government and the rule of nobles everywhere. The core essence, to put it nicely, is a violent institution affiliated to the world government. To put it bluntly, he's just a loyal dog of the celestial dragons. That's it. Where can I put such a righteous face on my face? Taking advantage of both the Beast's pirates and the Raid Alliance. If you want a wave of double kills, just say it. Is it possible that Linley will still accuse Marine of not taking advantage of others? What are you doing with so many high-sounding reasons? His eyes swept over Sengoku, Akinu, Suru and Gion respectively. Linley seems to have thought of an interesting question. I'm really curious about one thing. Since you claim to be righteous, then when Celestial Dragons is doing evil, if the object he bullies is a hard-working civilian. Or, it's your family. And what are you going to do? Hearing this, the faces of several people changed immediately. No answer. It is impossible to answer. When Gion heard this, his eyes were extremely flustered, and he didn't dare to look Linley directly. Because of this problem, she has been deliberately avoiding it all the time. Understood. The expressions of several people are enough to explain everything. Linley couldn't help chuckling. Quote. That laughter was heard in Ziyuan. Points in harsh, although it's just 2 simple words. CDAH. But in her heart, it was like a strong storm was set off. Totally restless. It was as if the unbearable essence was seen through by the idol at a glance. She was a little ashamed. This problem, not to mention personal experience, even thinking about it is enough to make her deliberately avoid it. Well, that's all about justice. Akinu, since you said that anyone who is a pirate deserves to die, then what are you going to do? Shouted such arrogant slogans. There must be enough strength to support it. Otherwise, it's just a joke. Really thought, this era is called Sakazuki, formerly known as King Marine. To be honest, Linley himself doesn't have much ill feeling towards Akinu. Just this sentence, but it's really ridiculous. How to do it? Then just wait and see. Seemingly hearing Linley's disdain, Yin couldn't help sneering. Linley in his heyday, he may not be sure. Linley, who fought Whitebeard for both losses, haven't got it yet, taking advantage of others or something. He doesn't think so. He insists on the concept of radical justice. From the day first became a Marine, I made up my mind to eradicate all evils. In other words, one day, all the pirates in the sea will be wiped out. He's not like Kuzan, Pelusalino, or even Sengoku. No one has a more resolute and thorough attitude towards pirates than him. As long as evil can be eradicated, even at all costs and by any means, it is justice for him. It seems that you are very confident. Aokiji, Kizaru, have all been taught. The 3 marine monsters of the new era, only you have never committed crimes. As he spoke, Linley stood up slowly, looked at Sengoku with regret and said, it seems that the meeting ceremony can only be delivered. The words just fell off. There seemed to be 2 rose petals, which dyed his eyes red. Unprecedented powerful momentum. In an instant, it swept like a violent storm. This moment, before his demon god conquerors, the entire warship seemed to be sailing in a stormy sea, crumbling. It seems that at any time and anywhere there is a risk of shipwreck and loss of life. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. Really, facing this unusually strong momentum, cold sweat kept breaking out on Sengoku's forehead. My heart was even more awe-inspiring. This momentum, sure enough, it is different from ordinary conquerors' haki. Only the legendary ghost god conquerors has such a vicious and killing aura. Realized that what CP0 said was true. While Sengoku confirmed what he thought in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, the Beast's pirates and the crusade against the Alliance were captured, and it was a time of life and death. Come, this time, if everything goes well, the two huge threats can be eliminated. Just when he was feeling rejoicing, that strong aura seemed to be condensed towards Yanmo in Linley's hand. In an instant, Linley seemed to be a different person. Become invisible, as if as an ordinary person. The space around Yanmo in his hand. At some point, signs of contraction began to appear. It seems that the surrounding space is moving closer and compressing to Yanmo. Endless black and green lightning, uncharacteristically, gathered on Yanmo's blade from the outside to the inside. Into black particles. Every particle seems to be able to swallow the line of sight. The light shines on the area around Yanmo's body. They all disappeared. 110. The long-lost 3-in-1. Akinu becomes Reservoir Dog, looking down at everything that happened on the warship. Jin had completely removed the mask from his face. Full of doubts. What kind of move is this? First, the incomparably fierce and domineering shocking momentum. In the blink of an eye, it suddenly disappeared. It seems that everything is condensed in the whole body of Yanmo, who can swallow even his sight. Even he, a bystander, felt a sense of trepidation in his heart. The same is true for the bystanders in the air, not to mention the 4 people on the main ship at the moment. Quote? Obviously, compared to the scene of turbulent waves and overflowing waves. At this moment, Linley seemed so insignificant and unremarkable. But the more so, the sense of crisis that rushed into my heart like a tide became thicker and stronger. Observation Hockey's warning. The magnitude of the intensity has reached the level of appalling. Even, for them, it is completely unprecedented. Among them, the feeling of Akinu is the strongest. What's going on? At this moment, under the erosion of this sense of crisis, his face distorted uncontrollably. The hairs on his hands stood up one by one. Puzzle and horror flickered in his eyes for no reason. It seems to have a premonition of the strong crisis that will be faced next. Hateful, realizing that he lost his composure, Akinu only felt extremely annoyed in his heart. Gritting his teeth, a sentence popped out. Let me see what the world's #1 swordsman is capable of. The words just fell off. Hot magma began to pop out of his body. See, Linley is still gaining momentum. Without hesitation, he blasted out a huge lava fist. Next second, eyes have locked on Akinu's Linley. Chuckle, the figure moved. Then, a scene frozen in time. Finally, the long-lost reappears from Linley again. This moment, objects that are still in motion. It seems that except for Linley and Yanmo, nothing else. He just swung the knife. An unremarkable knife. Shua. Sound. It's like letting the entire sea. Night falls in an instant, and the sky is dark. The sea in the dark. There is still a starry sky embellishment. But at this moment, everyone seems to be unable to feel a ray of light. Vicious, murderous, desperate. All kinds of emotions are not enough to fill the atrium. The candle in my heart went out quietly. Before they knew it, everyone seemed to have sunk into the endless darkness. Akinu just felt a little dazed. In a trance. It seems to recall the despair he felt from pirates when he was young. In a trance. Kong has Ling Yun's ambition to destroy all pirates, but feels powerless and deeply helpless at the birth of the era of great pirates. Not good. When he woke up suddenly, he realized that his will had become so depressed just now. Can't help but be horrified. Realizing that it can't go on like this any longer, he looked up to the sky unwillingly and screamed. How can you hope for the current you? Seeing Yanmo in Linley's hands approaching, Lava Fruit's abilities exploded crazily. All of them condensed towards the giant lava fist in front of them. In an instant, under the full force of Akinu, it swelled several times, with the firm will that he would never give in to a pirate, and even take this opportunity to wipe him out. Akinu took the initiative to meet him without fear. Oops. Sengoku also came back to his senses at this time. It immediately turned into a giant Buddha with golden light. Aware of this move that could affect his will. Never wait, hastily exclaimed. Akinu, open, don't hit hard. As he spoke, he blasted a violent shock wave at Linley without hesitation. Try to attack it to save it. Now he obviously doesn't care about the siege or not. King's Landing has been in the sea for so many years. He had never seen such a restrained move before. There is no need to even imagine how terrifying it will be once this restraint turns into an explosion. Akinu. Crane was obviously aware of this, and hastily reminded him from the sidelines. Whether it's Sengoku, or Crane, it's too late to react. In an instant, all objects that touch Yanmo, for example, the huge giant lava fist, it's like being wiped from this world all of a sudden. In a blink of an eye, in a trance, it disappeared completely. Silently, not even a trace of warmth. If you look carefully at Yanmo, you can find those dense black spots. There was a flash of red light. Quote? Such an eerie sight. The caster of the giant lava fist couldn't help but freeze in place. Bewildered, he roared, what on earth is it? Before Akinu could figure it out, hearing the voices of Sengoku and Crane, he also realized that he couldn't fight head to head, so he made a quick decision and quickly retreated. He blasted back the wind blade very fast. However, Yanmo is faster. The moment when Linley swept over with Yanmo, boom, there was a loud bang. The wild waves swept across the world, and the clutter swept the tower officials. Endless energy. The moment Yanmo touched Akinu, all of a brain burst out. A critical moment of life and death. Akinu finally realized the horror of this move, thinking that he didn't dodge immediately, but instead took the initiative to attack. Regret is obviously too late. Immediately without hesitation, he turned on the elementalization of his whole body, trying to avoid this terrifying blow by changing the shape. At the same time, the main ship was suddenly invaded by this energy. There was a violent explosion. Boom. It's like a warship full of explosives that exploded at the same time in an instant. In a blink of an eye, the entire warship was blown to pieces by the killing wave. The broken eaves and broken walls fell into the sea together with everyone on the warship like rain of debris. Poof. Whether it is Sengoku, or Crane, Ziyuan, or other marines on the warship, without exception, and Akinu, because it is in the center of the energy explosion. It is on the edge of the warship. Almost at the moment when the warship exploded, it had already fallen into the sea. Poof. Even if he bursts out the ability of lava fruit with all his strength. Even the surroundings after he fell into the water turned into a sea of magma. But it's just the aftermath of endless energy, as if the entire sea was suddenly poured into the magma sea. Zila. At that moment, Akinu only felt his elemental body, as if he was about to be vaporized. The body quickly turned black, as if about to solidify into shiny obsidian. The severe pain caused him to let out a flaccid cold snort uncontrollably. Hiss. Akinu. The few people who fell into the water jumped onto another warship not far away in time, even though they stepped on the broken wood wall floating in the sea at the first time. But Akinu's screams were so penetrating. Accompanied by these screams, he completely fell into the sea. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The few people who returned to the boat could no longer see him at all. Can't help showing worry, but at this moment, the energy is still exploding. If you go to the rescue so hastily, you will be torn apart by the explosive energy. For a moment, he could only stare at the location of the energy explosion with concern. All is calm. Go down and find him. Asking for flowers. He's a demon fruit power. He might die if he falls into the sea. Anxious Sengoku saw this, and immediately gave instructions to the marines around him impatiently. If it weren't for him, he is also a fruit ability user. I'm afraid I will return to the sea to save people immediately. So under Sengoku's order, many marines who hadn't eaten the devil fruit jumped into the sea one after another, searching for Akinu's courtyard. Akinu Vice Admiral, where are you? Ahem. At this moment, not far away, there was a sudden coughing sound. I saw Akinu clutching a piece of driftwood, his face was pale, and he was lying on it weakly, panting heavily. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. After falling into the sea, if it wasn't for grabbing a plank in time, I'm afraid it won't float up at all. Oh, Linley, who had just sheathed his knife, couldn't help smiling softly when he saw the embarrassed figure. Looks like good luck. Have to say, Akinu can also be regarded as the son of destiny of the marine camp. Facing him without hesitation, he came up with a blow from the sacred calendar of Kadian. If it hadn't fallen into the sea, timely escaped from the center of the energy explosion. But on the earth, I'm afraid I have to lose half of my life if I don't die. You really look like a lagging dog. Forbear some tired body. Linley obviously didn't intend to just let Akinu go. A figure flashed, appeared in the sky above Akinu in an instant. Draw the knife out of its sheath. Getting ready to slash. Boom. At this moment, an extremely strong shock wave hit Linley in an instant. Turning his head to look, he saw Sengoku, who had transformed into a golden Buddha, staring at Linley. But if he continues to attack, he will mercilessly send out a shock wave posture. Never mind. Linley knows her own situation, not wanting to tangle with Sengoku. Then, the figure flickered and disappeared again. Appeared on the warship where Sengoku and others were. Just like talent. Sit down as if in no man's land. Sneered at Sengoku, the three marine monsters. But that's all. Now, it is undoubtedly alive. One counts as one, and all of them were defeated by him. With disdain on his lips, Linley couldn't hide the look of pity in his eyes. Because neither Haki nor demon power has been restored. In addition, Yanmo is in hand. Therefore, he didn't intend to fight desperately like he was on Ghost Island. So coming up is the strongest blow. However, it uses a move that combines demon power and two-color Haki. Undoubtedly, the consumption is extremely huge. To know, after using that trick on the ant at the beginning, the whole person is about to collapse. Now although the demon power has doubled again, Conquerors, advanced to the demon god Conquerors. The intermediate armed color is also advanced to emission. No doubt about the strength. Compared to when I fought against Big Mom, I cheated a lot. But in his state, it is expected to be cast only twice at most. It has to be consumed. That's why he carried Jin. Just wait for yourself to be exhausted, and let the wife take herself back. Now, one of the two chances to make moves was used up. But it didn't kill Akinu. Although it seems that it has basically lost its fighting power. But how can he not feel sorry? Although he also knew that it might not be an easy task to kill a Logia-capable user. Linley's underestimating words instantly set Sengoku on fire. Even the crane's face is extremely unattractive. But even then annoyed, Akinu is in such a weak state at this moment. Still far beyond their expectations. And the state of Linley. I felt a deep unbelievable knife. 111 aggrieved Sengoku. The initiative is out of place. Although Linley's disdain for the three marine monsters in Linley's words made Sengoku and Crane very angry. But the three big monsters were all defeated by him. And Akinu, it's almost a second move. Kizaru and Aokiji, anyway, have been fighting for a long time. Facts speak louder than words. This made the two of them have no face to even refute. Miscalculated. The two looked at each other. They both saw the inconceivable in each other's eyes, and the horror. What kind of monster is this? They never imagined. Linley fought with Pluton Rayleigh and Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. How could he still maintain such a terrifying combat power? Who can believe this? At this moment, Sengoku felt a little bit broken in his heart, and he almost scolded directly in his heart. Suddenly, he seems to be able to relate to the old enemy Whitebeard. Not long ago Whitebeard was defeated. Also very unhappy, right? The most powerful man in the world, even in the face of the One Piece Roger, is not inferior. But lost in the hands of a young man. Say, 843-2. Others will only think it's nonsense. If he has never experienced it himself, it is just hearsay. The rumor mongers will inevitably be pulled out to shoot. It's outrageous. It's just off the charts. This world, in the past 800 years, apart from the legendary Joey Boy, where else has such a monster appeared? Looking at Lin Zhong with a relaxed face, he still didn't pay attention to Sengoku or even everyone on the warship. Sengoku was horrified and confused. He didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. It's hard to come across such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I was full of confidence. Even he, who is almost 60, is full of enthusiasm. I intend to firmly seize this opportunity and take away Wano-kuni in one fell swoop. Completely bring Wano-kuni under the banner of world government. Thus, in the future, there is no need to ask others for strategic materials such as seastone. How can there be any need to make deals with pirates? On the other hand, Garp went to hunt down the Crusade Alliance. Once both sides can achieve their due achievements, New World, it will no longer be a threat to marine or even the world government. And he, Sengoku, will also establish a feat that the previous generations of marine admirals could not do. But now, just one Linley completely shattered his fantasy. This feeling of going to the top but falling to the bottom undoubtedly made him extremely uncomfortable. The most important is, he has no way of judging now, how many times Linley can perform the attack just now. And, how many whole cards are there? He couldn't help asking himself. Rukai's move just now, if it is up to him to deal with it, how will it end? In fact, I already have the answer in my heart. If you don't dodge in time, I'm afraid it won't be much better than Akinu. Crane obviously saw the meaning of his eyes. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Linley is targeting Akinu. Otherwise, just as Sengoku and Suru made eye contact, Linley inadvertently glanced at Jiwon out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, this little fan girl is completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Akinu lying on the plank. Can't believe what I saw. With a chuckle, Linley spoke lightly. I saw that he first gave a command to Jin in the air. Take care of him. Whoever dares to go down to save him, kill him. Good. Jin pulled out his giant samurai sword expressionlessly. The figure dropped suddenly. Seeing this, Sengoku was about to stop it. But the piercing gaze made his body stiff and he forcibly stopped his movements. Right now Linley is on the warship. If he made a move on Jin, I'm afraid Linley will never stand idly by. The main ship has been destroyed. If there is one, there are two. In case all warships are destroyed, the whole group of them is afraid that they will be wiped out here. What's more, in Linley's order just now, there was no order to kill Akinu. Although he doesn't think that, except for Linley, other people can pose a threat to Akinu's life. Even Akinu who has lost his fighting power. Thinking of this, he did not act rashly. Seeing how tactful he was, Linley nodded slightly. It's still the same problem. Now is your chance to reorganize the language. Can you tell me, you guys, what do you want to do in Wano-kuni? The words just fell off. The corners of Linley's mouth turned up slightly. At this point the question is asked again. The mentality of the two sides is completely different. The moment Akinu loses his combat power, Linley's confidence also came up. Before that, his only concern, that is to say, the landing of Marine cannot be stopped. The Fruit Awakening ability was cast by Akinu. But now, this threat is no more. So, even at this moment, he can only use one trick. After use up, even if you don't collapse, I'm afraid it will be impossible to have fighting power again in a short time. But, once cast, definitely for Sengoku, thus, even if it cannot produce the same effect as Akinu, the threat brought by Marine is basically lifted. Thinking of this, he felt extremely fortunate in his heart. Thanks to Beckman's brain, I thought of entrusting Morgans to use the color of the World Economic News. Let him catch Yanmo before Marine arrives. Otherwise, diaphragm, I'm afraid it's a dream. Even this time, as long as Akinu had prepared ahead of time, I'm afraid he wouldn't be caught in a second. Hearing this, Sengoku's face froze immediately. I just feel extremely aggrieved. Just now, what was his answer? Invite Linley and Kaido to visit Impel Down. To put it bluntly, the two were caught and thrown into Impel Down. Now, how dare he say that? I'm afraid I dare, but if you ask him to say soft words, it is impossible. Otherwise, what is the face of Admiral? The matter has come to this. What do you think? The old man has never been afraid of any pirates. So, you mean, Marine's next actions will remain the same? That's fine. With that said, Linley waved to Jin. Tell them that the fleet can be launched to meet the enemy. One less marine monster, just one admiral. That's much easier to deal with. Said, couldn't help shaking his head with a smile. Wait a minute, looking at Linley, it seemed that he really wanted to fight to the end. Crane finally spoke. The two sides just met. Marine has lost a major force, second only to Sengoku's main force. But they couldn't tell what condition Linley was in. Go on another adventure. Just unwise. Naturally, she could see what Sengoku meant. Also willing to be such a bad face. I'm afraid we have misunderstood each other. Why don't we just stop fighting? Beast's pirates, fighting against the Whitebeard pirates and Roger's remnants soon, and continuing to fight against Marine, I'm afraid it's not a good choice. How? Linley frowned. You Marines can come and go when they want. Maybe it's knowing that Linley won't just let it go. After all, Marine's act of taking advantage of the fire and looting was based on the wrongdoing. And Akinu was seconded, and his momentum and combat power were lost again. Just imagine, if there is no Linley, even if it was replaced by Roger. I'm afraid Marine can do it. After all, one Whitebeard is enough to give Roger a headache. Therefore, there seemed to be no surprise on Crane's face, and he asked. As the price of Truce 3.7, Marine will naturally show you sincerity. Oh, sincerity. Seeing that there are unexpected gains, Linley couldn't help asking with great interest. What sincerity? Like warships. If you nod, Marine will leave a warship and hand it over to you beasts. Presumably, whether it is any pirate, even you beasts, they are very interested in Marine's warships, right? As soon as the words came out, Jin, not far away, was obviously moved. Well known, Marine's warships are undoubtedly the best quality among mass-produced ships. If it can break through the technology of warships, forming a large fleet is simply a piece of cake. And for Sengoku, Crane and others, trade a warship for a truce. It's also a good deal. Otherwise, in case Linley can throw that move a few more times, they are afraid that they will be wiped out here. So next, since both sides can't figure out each other's background and thoughts, therefore, things seem to be going in interesting directions. 112 Linley's amazing request. Marine actively being a hostage. A warship, a perfect warship. For the pirate forces, it is undoubtedly quite attractive. In the original book, Kurozumi Orochi 20 years later had a similar request. After Doflamingo was defeated, the deal between Beast's pirates and world government was broken. When negotiating the continuation of the transaction, CPO was asked to provide warships as an exchange for the Seastone transaction. It is conceivable that, even 20 years later, warships are attractive to Beast's pirates. Unfortunately, if it was before the crusade to avenge Kazuki Oden, Linley might be very interested. It is estimated that he agreed casually. This time, a mere warship obviously couldn't satisfy his appetite. Just like what I said to everyone in the meeting hall. Whether it's crusade against the Alliance or Marine. $6. Wait for him and Kaido to recover to their peak. We'll never let it go. There will be revenge. Retaliation will inevitably produce a series of problems. For example, the issue of land. Once the territory has been laid, of course it must be occupied. Occupation requires more hands. If you need people, you have to recruit them. Etc., etc. These are all things to fix. Otherwise, after the revenge is over, just leave. Wouldn't it be cheaper for others? If you say before, he didn't really care much about that. The goal is simply to stand on top of the world. Well, now we are getting closer and closer to this goal. It also gradually continued. We all know, even on the bright side, Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world, that is, the world's sleepiest person. But in fact, even so, it is still impossible to threaten the status of world government. On the contrary, don't look at the Whitebeard pirates calling the wind and rain in New World. Once Marine really has the determination to destroy at all costs. Whitebeard pirates, unstoppable. In the same way, Beast's pirates is not much better. Therefore, this possibility exists. Now that Linley has stood at a certain height, naturally, we have to start thinking about how to prepare. And these 800 years, world government can maintain its rule. Of course not just rely on Marine and CP0, the owner of that huge void throne. It is the root of everything. I can't imagine what power it has. 20 years after the original book, the kingdom of Lulusia can be destroyed easily. To say it is just destroying a country, maybe Whitebeard, via shock fruit, can do the same. But it is absolutely impossible to be so easy. It's not the same thing to do it casually and work hard. So, the moment when Linley beat Whitebeard, the character, Dian, standing on the top of the world has risen from representing the ceiling of this world to a height beyond the Lord of the Void Throne. For a traveler, it makes sense. I don't know. Got it, and still own the system. Who can tolerate an existence that can easily destroy the country, lurking in the dark, and becoming a threat that cannot be ignored? Is he not afraid? Kaido probably isn't afraid either. What about the rest? Therefore, Linley shook his head lightly, and said lightly, warships are good, but the thing I am most interested in. Oh, he heard Linley's implication. Apparently, there is already a specific goal. Without hesitation, the Crane asked loudly. It seems that a warship is not enough to show Marine's sincerity. Mr. Linley, why don't you just speak up? That's fine too. Linley doesn't talk nonsense either. Pointing to Akinu who was still lying in the water, his face was pale and his whole body was weak, he said. Since this reservoir dog said, we pirates have been reckless in New World for too long. Since Sengoku Admiral is here today, I might as well speak bluntly. From today, to a period of time in the future, New World will gradually become the territory of the two-regiment alliance. How can you allow others to snore on the side of the couch? In other words, New World does not allow Marine to appear. As long as you promise me one request. What happened today, just pretend it didn't happen. In the future, if you Marines want to come back to compete with my two-group alliance, you will naturally accompany me to the end. Really? Sengoku heard Linley's words, heart-pounding. Festi, once the person with the ghost conquerors reappears, it will definitely bring huge turmoil to this world. New World, mainly divided into 3 days and 5 days. Today, the two forces have formed an alliance. Another force, that is, the Whitebeard pirates. Maybe not for long. It will usher in the revenge of the Double Regiment alliance. A tout. New World fell into the hands of the Double Alliance. I'm afraid it's inevitable, to avoid this from happening. B. Marine has the guts to fight one at all costs. But Sengoku knows all too well. What the world government wants is stability. New World was occupied by 3 major forces, and eventually became a 2-group alliance. In fact, there is not much difference in essence. What really deserves attention is the next step of the 2-group alliance. Settle for New World, or have bigger ambitions. Any request, although I was shocked by Linley's arrogant words at the moment. But Crane still suppressed some uneasiness and asked. Revocation of the Marine New World G1 branch. I said that from now on, Marines are not allowed to appear in New World. Start now. If you agree, I will let you go. Otherwise, stay here for me. As soon as the words came out, undoubtedly there was a thunderclap on the ground. Sengoku and others were undoubtedly stunned by his words. Do you know what you're talking about? Cancellation of G1 branch. Linley is probably crazy. How dare you be so arrogant? That's a line of defense against New World pirates. He believes it is absolutely impossible for Marshal Kong to agree. It seems, you can't meet this request. Forget it. After so much gossip, it seems that it is still inevitable to fight to the death in the end. As he spoke, Linley couldn't help shaking his head slightly. Their eyes fell on Marine's warship one after another. I'm thinking about it. If you still have to make a move in the end, how to maximize the effect of this attack, or leave a death mark. Crane obviously saw his actions. With a tight heart, he pulled Sengoku's arm and said in a deep voice. Even if we promised, would you believe it? Of course not. Linley rightly said. So, in order to prevent you from just dealing with things casually, let's leave a person with enough weight. For example, your great staff officer, or that underdog. As long as what I promised is done, I will release him unconditionally. Presumably, the reputation of the world's #1 swordsman is still worthy of trust. I see. Sengoku and Crane looked at each other, and finally, understood Linley's purpose. Said to request the disbandment of the G1 branch. There is this possibility. Want to keep a hostage. I'm afraid that's the key. And look at Linley without Akinu's gaze. I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. I'm afraid even the Crane just makes up the numbers. Probably wanting to keep Akinu in Wano-kuni as a hostage. What a strong killing intent. Sengoku, who thinks he sees through Linley, feels a chill in his heart. In his opinion, Linley just wanted to make an excuse. Leave Akinu alone. In fact, if Linley knew 510 he would think so. I guess I'll laugh my off. His real purpose, indeed, is to get Marine to withdraw from the G1 branch. In the near future, of course he can go to destroy. But Marine withdrew himself, for the next expansion of the power of the 2-group alliance. It will undoubtedly play a huge role. Just imagine, even Marine in New World, facing the 2-regiment alliance, did not dare to set up a branch and voluntarily withdrew. How much prestige will this add to the 2-regiment alliance? How many people can it attract to join? The reputation of the world's #1 swordsman is of course worthy of trust. He walked forward slowly for a few steps, and said calmly. Why don't you just stay in Wano-kuni and experience the local customs? She gave Sengoku a look. It means don't think about whether Marshal Kong agrees or not. Test first and then talk. Unexpectedly, Linley didn't follow their rhythm at all, and nodded without hesitation. Of course you are welcome. As soon as I receive news of the withdrawal of the G1 branch, I will personally accompany you to Naval Headquarters. Crane was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Linley really agreed. For a while, he was obviously a little dumbfounded. A few big question marks can't help popping up in my heart. Is it possible, Linley's target, isn't Akinu really? Quote question mark quote. Even Sengoku looked bewildered. Now I also understand. I seem to really think too much. At this time, a pleasant but anxious voice came from behind them. No, can't keep Crane Vice Admiral in Wano-kuni. I'm staying. Mr. Linley, do you think I can? Looking at that figure, Linley was obviously a little confused by her volunteering. Being a hostage is so active. 113 Even if the G1 branch is revoked, no one will be released. The person who speaks, who else can be besides Ziyuan? Seeing the Crane, she responded with one gulp. He didn't bother to think about why Sengoku and Crane agreed to such excessive conditions. In a hurry, he immediately offered to replace the elder sisters by himself. Crane is almost 60, how could she have the heart to let him stay in Wano-kuni as a hostage? Ah, if someone else. Linley probably was too lazy to bother. But Guion, what, can't you? Seeing that Linley was hesitant, Guion's rosy cheeks could not help but add a bit of eagerness. The rosy skin is like a freshly peeled egg. Seeing that Linley had a strange emotion in his heart. With a strange face, he said, not really. Anyway, it is also the fourth monster, although it is not as good as the first three. But there is still a certain amount of. Besides, even if the G1 branch did not withdraw in the end. Isn't that also possible? After thinking about it, Linley felt that if it was Guion, Sengoku would be more acceptable. Another one, in terms of appearance, at least it looks more pleasing to the eye than Crane and Akinu. He nodded in agreement. Anyway, his initial goal was just to repel Marine. Who would have thought that Akinu would be so stubborn that he would actually want to resist? Otherwise, things would not develop in his favor, let alone become so weird. He almost laughed out loud. Linley nodded, and it was Sengoku and Crane's turn to be dumbfounded. They looked at each other for a while, not knowing what to do. When did they encounter such an embarrassing situation? All along, Sengoku, who has always been calm, never fights an uncertain battle. This time it is definitely a shipwreck in the gutter. Now it is undoubtedly a dilemma. J. Not sure at all. Yes, even less sure. Crane is also having a headache at the moment. I wanted to test it out, but in the end I guessed wrongly. It's just embarrassing. How about, change the conditions? Since everyone has the intention of negotiating. Obviously, they don't want to fight to the end. And Sengoku and Crane can basically be sure that Marshal Sora will not compromise with a pirate group. We can only change the conditions and continue talking. It seems that you are not sincere. However, Linley couldn't help but sneered when he saw that the good things had changed, and lost his patience in an instant. In this case, let's see the real chapter under my hand. Talking, Linley who was too lazy to talk nonsense. Immediately, Yanmo was drawn out. It's not a pose. After all, in Marine, except Guion, he doesn't really like anyone else. That being the case, then why talk so much nonsense? After the fight is over, leave a mark of death. It's time to fully recover and then calculate the general ledger. This, Sengoku and Suru froze. Seeing that Linley didn't have any room for negotiation, he was very angry and annoyed. Just about to say something. Jiwan, who couldn't see Sengoku and Suru's true intentions, felt anxious, thinking that Suru was worried about her safety, so he had to say. Sister I'll be fine, don't worry. I don't know where the confidence comes from. Perhaps it was the previous contact with Linley that gave her a better impression. Let her have no reason. He just felt that the #1 swordsman in the world wouldn't do anything to her. Although, as a member of Marine, this time it is undoubtedly taking advantage of the fire. Hearing this, Crane felt his eyelids twitch. Is this a problem for you now? It is the G1 branch that has no possibility of withdrawing at all. Thinking of this, Crane, who had a terrible headache, leaned over to Sengoku and whispered a few words. The latter listened and nodded. Now it's the only way. So he immediately said to Linley in a deep voice. Please wait. With that said, he walked into the cabin alone. In the cabin, because it is made of special materials, it is good news. Sengoku slammed into the phone for a while. Soon, a majestic voice came from it. Sengoku, how's it going? Not so good. It's like this. What? It makes no sense. There was a thunderous sound in the air. It caused Sengoku to blush. This time in front of the marshal. What a shame. It's just that, since this is the case, you are like this. Sora's words made Sengoku stunned. Then he couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh fiercely. Wonderful. Then, with confidence in his heart, he immediately walked out of the cabin and nodded towards the Crane. The latter understood immediately. Then do as you said. In addition, before the G1 branch withdraws, please ensure her safety. That's natural. Seeing that Sengoku just entered the cabin for a while, he became so crisp when he came out. Linley didn't even bother to think about what they were planning. Not wanting to waste any more time, I reached out to Guion and said. Then let's go. Guion subconsciously grabbed Linley's outstretched hand. The whole person was caught by Linley at once. He casually took over the slender waist, and immediately soared into the air. Guion, who was in midair, hurriedly covered his mouth, for fear that he would cry out. I have never experienced the feeling of flying in the air. Seeing it fly higher and higher. It made her nervous and excited. Maybe it's the fear of falling. Involuntarily clinging to Linley's body. Her actions immediately made Linley go stiff. Think about it. Perhaps it was because of her fear of falling. I didn't think too much about it. Simply hug a princess and pick her up. Yeah, Guion was surprised. Before she could react, she was already held in Lin's arms. He looked up at that handsome face. The oracle suddenly turned red. And Linley looked down at her from time to time. Every moment when the two eyes meet, Guion will look away hastily like a bunny bumping around. That shy look, it made Linley feel that even if Marine cancels the G1 branch, he doesn't want to let people go. Jin silently followed behind Linley. The wise did not approach. I remember when I first met that female Marine. I noticed something wrong in her eyes. There is no such hatred that Marine sees pirates. Look at the posture of the two of them now. Jin couldn't help smiling knowingly. This kid has grown up. Looks like Yamato has a rival. Soon, the three of them flew back to Ghost Island. When everyone heard the news that Marine Wang Lizao had retreated. All cheered loudly. Long live the young master. Linley mighty. Perhaps out of joy, some of the beasts saw Linley and brought Anne Marine back. Just trying to make a joke. Just spoke, but greeted with an inexplicable smile, but full of warning eyes. Realized that there must be something odd about it. After all, I didn't dare to open that mouth. Although Guion has been promoted to Rear Admiral. After all, it's only 2 decades. It is inevitable that there will be some discomfort. But Linley doesn't seem to be taking her hostage. There is no restriction on her personal freedom. After specifically explaining to entertain, it went back to retreat. Until 3 days later, Kaido's laughter was still heard. He just came out of the retreat. 114. The world shakes. Kaido's determination. Ooh. As soon as he walked out of the retreat room, Linley heard Kaido's hearty laughter. Step into the banquet hall. At this time, there is still a big feast. It's been 3 days. Never stopped. Although the loss was heavy. But the victory obtained is unprecedented. Therefore, Linley is before the retreat. On Tuojin, a 7-day banquet was held. Have a good time celebrating. Just walked into the banquet hall. At this moment, Kaido is happily raising the wine bowl, pouring it into his mouth. Seeing Linley appearing at the entrance of the banquet hall, he couldn't help saying loudly. The hero of our beasts is here. Wow. Seeing his appearance, everyone couldn't stop cheering loudly. For Linley, the new legend, I offer adoring eyes and the highest respect. These 3 days, under the operation of Morgan Sao, everything that happened on Ghost Island, even Marine's attack, was all reported in one go. Caused a stir, not even inferior to the era of great pirates set off by One Piece Roger. This is really Linley's record, it's amazing. Punches, Pluton, Rayleigh and stomps, world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Caused 1 death and 1 injury. Even if Whitebeard is still alive now, it is still unknown. It's over, let's face Marine's attack. Kill Akinu, one of the 3 marine monsters, with 1 move. Not to mention forcibly breaking the momentum of Marine taking advantage of the fire. By the way, he abducted a Marine Rear Admiral as a prisoner. Of course, this is the result of Linley's transaction with Sengoku and Crane, which is not known to outsiders. But, just like this record, may I ask who else is in 463? It can be said, for so many years, the world has never seen it before. Not to mention with the announcement of Linley's age, only then did the world know that he was only 13 years old. Therefore, how much shock it caused is completely conceivable, and there is no need to mention it. Then, it doesn't even take Morgans to draw conclusions. The title of World's Strongest Man, it naturally fell on Linley's head. Thus, he with 2 strongest titles. It has undoubtedly become the most dazzling star in this era, and it is also the star that others can hardly match. In fact, when Marshal Marine received Sengoku's call from the Bug Queen, immediately reported to 5 elders. And at the command of the 5 elders, almost immediately, the world government made representations with the World Economic News Agency. Asked for the section on Marine. Absolutely not to be reported. However, how could Morgans listen to the world government? Therefore, there is not only no concealment. Instead, the image of Marine is getting darker and darker. Almost all of them were said to be the kind of waste who would only take advantage of the situation and not dare to fight head-on. People in the world tend to have a herd mentality. It's easy to be guided. Therefore, it is completely conceivable how contemptuous I am of Marine's sudden change of opinion. Certainly, Morgans is so shameless, it is bound to cause revenge from the world government. However, people have long been used to it. After reporting, I immediately hid. And when Linley's fame soared at such an astonishing speed, it will also bring CDCB a huge threat to the world government. Exto, what kind of intensive arrangement is naturally indispensable? His name, it even reached the ears of the Lord of the Void Throne. Ballroom. Father, have you recovered? Linley walked to Kaido's side, quite concerned. Even if he knows that his strength has surpassed Kaido. But he is by no means the kind of guy who turns his face and denies anyone with a little ability. Come to this world for so many years. So much cared for by Kaido. Treat him like family, especially when you just crossed over. To date, he is still unforgettable and even more grateful. Therefore, the attitude towards Kaido has not changed at all. Ooh, what can Lousy do? Linley's concern undoubtedly made Kaido very pleased. He smiled and said with great emotion, I really don't understand you kid, how did you grow up? When Mingming just left Ghost Island, although he was considered strong, he was no more than Jin at most. Even if it's strong, I'm afraid it's too strong. It's only been less than a year now. Only Lousy is no match. This growth rate, it is his relative, also feel incredible, said. Kaido was really a little puzzled. Shame, he was strongly defeated by Whitebeard. She was beaten into a coma for 2 or 3 days before she woke up. If there is no adopted son Linley, I'm afraid he's really cold this time. Although from before the war, he knew he was no match for Whitebeard. Even in the battle, he still thought of using his old life to exchange for more chances of victory for Lin Shui. Maybe, this is talent. Linley replied, brazenly. When Linley said the word, talent, Kaido, and the fried and bandaged Quinn all around, all showed strange eyes. Hashi, have you forgotten who was pointed out by Kaido himself? Can't even practice hockey. On teaching ability, Kaido said number 2, who else in this world dares to claim number 1? Yeah, it's not talent. What could be the reason? In other words, Linley is one of his own. Otherwise, the three of Kaido can imagine how terrified their enemies would be at the moment. Perhaps, maybe you came into being as the times require. Kaido sighed and changed the subject. The original 3-year tour has not yet passed halfway. What are your plans for the future? Are you planning? Let's talk about it when the revenge comes back. Avenged this time, whether it's the Whitebeard pirates, or the Roger remnants, Marine. After that, still have to continue to travel this piece of sea. From the level of knowledge. In this world, there are too many novel things that he could not have seen before. If you come to this world and only focus on cultivation, your life will be too thin. And from the level of contract objectives. 2 of the most talented young men of this era. Eagle eyes and red hair. None of them are contracted yet. His current strength, strong is very strong. But there is still a lot of room for improvement. The fruit awakens, armed color, as well as swordsmanship and gymnastics. Even a second fruit ability. Before being able to become the real strongest, that is, stepping on Yimu and ignoring all threats. He still can't stop. And counting the time, Luffy, the son of destiny, has been born. If you have an opportunity, of course you can't let it go. You know, Luffy's talent is even higher than red hair and eagle eyes. If there is a contract, I'm really looking forward to it. If the Nika fruit, the most nonsense in the world, is returned, what will it be returned? Revenge. Kaido raised the wine bowl, took a sip, thought of something, and was a little absent-minded. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, when the time comes, don't make too much noise. Moreover, the top priority now is to replenish the lost personnel. Otherwise, the sphere of influence of the beast's pirates. It will be difficult to maintain stable control. Of course Linley knew this too. When the time comes, we can do it. I'm afraid there is no place on this sea that we can't go to. Good, only. Kaido was silent for a moment, and a dazzling fighting spirit suddenly burst out in his eyes. Whitebeard, leave it to me. Next time, I will defeat him with my own hands and cut off his head. His words were loud and firm. Everyone in the banquet hall heard his determination. Good. Linley nodded with a smile. Kaido wants to solve Whitebeard himself. He naturally has no objection. Only, he seems to have thought of a bad idea. I'm afraid Whitebeard, after Kazuki Oden became his Cinnabar mole, has more Sun Moonlight. Although this one has to be somewhat inappropriate. But Kazuki Oden can become a Cinnabar mole, why can't there be a White Moonlight? In the original book, it is estimated that due to Kurozumi Higarashi's self-assessment, he did not defeat Kazuki Oden uprightly, and Kaido has been talking about it for 20 years. And now, I don't know how long I haven't mentioned it. But after losing to Whitebeard, if you can't fight back, I'm afraid it will repeat the mistakes of the original book. Of course, Linley still has confidence in Kaido. But if he waits for him to grow to the peak, I'm afraid I'll be wasting too much time. Thinking of this, looks like I have to help him. Therefore, the last contract spot, Kaido was contracted without hesitation. In this way, the talent and potential have been increased, and with him as a training partner, I am afraid that it will not be long before he can become the peak. Count us in. Katakuri volunteered from the side. Obviously they came to help, but they didn't help at all. This can't be done. It's rare that Linley has such a capable son. By the way, how is Linley doing now? Kaido thought of his old friend and couldn't help asking. Just as the guests and hosts were enjoying themselves in the banquet hall. Wanokuni offshore, a lonely boat, slowly sailing into the turbulent current. 115, Hawkeye appears. One of the people Linley most wants to contract with. At this time, somewhere in the corner of Ghost Island, Gion is practicing swordsmanship alone. There is no sense of being a hostage at all. Maybe it was Linley's special explanation before the retreat, although the people of beasts on Ghost Island are not respectful to her. No one dared to come here to be presumptuous. Anyway, the daily necessities that should be prepared will be prepared for her. Nor did it limit her freedom. Therefore, as long as she does not leave the Ghost Island, she can move freely on the island. For Gion, they come, the security. Now that things have developed to the point where they are now, she quickly accepted the reality. Anyway, if it's Linley, she believes her safety is still guaranteed. One more, the thought that you can see your ultimate goal at all times, and that you can challenge yourself at any time. The remaining trace of uneasiness disappeared. It's nothing to do, just practice swordsmanship. The sentence when Linley and her met again not long ago. Have your sword skills improved compared to last time? In addition, the future is at least the evaluation of the top 5 swordsmen in the world. It made her feel stressed. Unwilling to live up to the expectations of the idol. Changed more and more hard. A long time, she finally stopped panting slightly. However, once you can't concentrate on cultivation, even when resting, confusion gradually appeared in her eyes. Confused about myself. Be terribly upset. She knows. It's all because of Linley. For Linley's senses, because of the irreconcilable hostility between the two, she is undoubtedly conflicted. Incomparable contradiction. At first, Linley was just a target she admired and tried to catch up with. This is from Zhanao's point of view. Regardless of each other's position. After first contact, in addition to admiration, but also because of his gentleness and consideration, he added a bit of goodwill and some inexplicable feelings. But later, as Lin Fu made a serious move against Marine's position. Take for example the Celestial Dragons event in Sabayati Archipelago. From here on, it made her start to struggle in her heart. In the past 3 days, while practicing, she couldn't help but think about it. What the hell happened to myself? As a Marine, I am struggling with conflicts in my heart, is it right? She couldn't help asking herself. If facing other people, will she still be so contradictory and entangled? Even if this other person once had the title of strongest in the past. She will, because she is afraid of the opponent's strength. And shrink back. I'm afraid not. She is absolutely sure of this. If we talk about the last time, it's because we don't recognize the evil deeds of celestial dragons. So even if Linley offends the celestial dragons, she can't pull out Kimpiro to point at Linley. This time, the mood is even more complicated. Being a Marine, anyone who can excel in Marine, they all have their own justice in their hearts. Such as Sengoku, justice in King's Landing, Akinu, round justice. And her justice is reasonable justice. What is reasonable? It is reasonable from the perspective of ordinary people in this world. The invasion of the Beast's pirates by the Raid Alliance. Let Marine think this is a once-in-a-lifetime, big opportunity. Taking advantage of the new world's 2 major forces, both losers. So choose to take advantage of the fire. Eliminate 2 threats in one fell swoop. Is this reasonable? Reasonable. Is it an act of justice? It should be justice. But precisely because of this, Linley was involved. This made her, involuntarily, worried about the safety of an enemy. Especially after learning that Linley was seriously injured. Anxiety in mind, there is simply nowhere to tell. Even moved, if in the end Linley couldn't escape Marine's capture. The idea of sending him on his last journey with my own hands. Once that scene appears, is she really up to it? There was a faint voice in her heart telling her. Cannot, absolutely not. That's how things are going. Maybe Marine will lose face because of this. BZ, she doesn't have to face that kind of situation that she absolutely doesn't want to face. I felt lucky for no reason in my heart. This kind of thinking is really not what a Marine should think, but like a traitor. There was a self-deprecating expression on Dion's beautiful face. She really couldn't help thinking about it. As if it only involved Linley. She no longer has the ability and decisiveness of the past. Become indecisive. Worry about gains and losses. If first wasn't a Marine, maybe. The moment this thought popped up, she herself was stunned. I can't figure out why such a ridiculous idea suddenly popped up. She couldn't help fantasizing. If so, maybe she doesn't have to be so entangled and contradictory. At least, you can listen to your inner voice and make a choice without regrets. Maybe wanting to achieve justice in the heart of Marine is a wrong thing in itself. Linley's sentence. No matter how beautiful Marine is, in the final analysis, he is just the guard dog of celestial dragons. To ask her what she thinks. Even though I don't want to admit it. But isn't it true? Otherwise, once the celestial dragons are offended, why let Admiral, who is second only to the Marshal, come forward to deal with it? Even if it is obvious that the celestial dragons regard human life as nothing, and the offenders are forced to resist helplessly after being driven to a dead end. Admiral, who insists on justice, must also be executed for offending the celestial dragons. What kind of justice is this? These years, she has seen too much. My heart has long been numb. I never want to actively think about this kind of thing. I feel like an ostrich. As soon as I bury my head, I think I can escape all the problems that exist in reality. But is it really possible to escape? If not, one day, her justice. Either willingly submit to power and become impure. Become a true celestial dragon's watchdog. Or choose to leave Marine for the sake of purity. She didn't know what the possibility would be. Maybe, it's time to think about how to implement the justice in my heart. Listen to your inner voice. To Marine, to belief, and, to Linley. Make a choice with no regrets. When both sensibility and rationality are impacted to varying degrees, following the inner choice may be the best thing to do at the moment. Just when Ziyuan made up his mind, 3 figures came quietly from a distance. Big sister, are you a guest of Big Brother? Big Brother. Ziyuan looked at the cutest of the 3 little ones in front of him, and couldn't help but wonder about the identity of the 3 little ones. Linley Big Brother. Only then did Ziyuan suddenly realize. Asking for flowers. It turns out that this cute little Mule's younger sister. A friendly smile appeared on his face. Shouldn't you count as a guest? After all, she is just a hostage. But, that's what Jin said, that you are a very important guest of Big Brother. Really, Ziyuan couldn't help but feel warm when he heard the words. Knew it. The man was as considerate and gentle as ever. Obviously he is just a hostage. But treat yourself as an important guest. Since he said so, let it be. Hey, sister, what's your name? Can you tell me about the Big Brother? Yamato naturally held Jiwon's delicate little hand, and asked expectantly. Behind her, Black Maria and Jack also showed the same gaze. 3 days ago, after everything was over, the 3 little ones were brought back. It's a pity that when they came back, Linley had already gone to retreat to recover. From the beginning to the end, they also met Linley. It was still when I gave Thunder Fruit to Black Maria. They were pleasantly surprised that Linley came back early, undoubtedly full of curiosity about Linley's sea adventure in the past 6 months. Now meeting his guest, Yin couldn't bear it any longer. Ziyuan was taken aback. I don't understand why Yamato asked this question. But maybe Yamato is too cute and cute. She couldn't bear to say what she didn't know, so she had to tell what she knew. Soon, Yamato became acquainted. If Jin saw this scene, The complexion must be very strange. Yamato, do you know who the woman in front of you is? And in the banquet hall. Yamato apparently didn't know that Linley was out. Otherwise, if people were in the banquet hall, they would be able to see Linley. At this time, Kaido turned to Katakuri and asked about Big Mom's current situation. Learned that she had lost her memory. My heart is filled with emotion. After all, speaking of it, the aunt has a lot of kindness towards him. That's good. If you lose your memory, you can feel carefree. Yes, Mom now is easy to be satisfied. Katakuri said with emotion. It's no longer the unstable factor it used to be. Therefore, the current Wangwo is really different from before. In addition to the lack of top combat power, on the whole, there is no doubt that more and more prosperous. Then, cheers to our alliance. Linley raised his glass with a smile on his face. Cheers to winning the new world soon. Cheers. After everyone listened, they immediately raised their glasses and drank it down. At this moment, everyone believes. In the near future, as the Beast's pirates expand, New World will be completely under the control of the two-group alliance. Because in the banquet hall, people come and go. At this moment, someone walked up to Linley's ear and said in a low voice. Sir, the patrol spotted a small boat entering Wano-kuni. The owner's name is Dracula Mahawk. He said that he came to Ghost Island to see you. Linley was taken aback. Can't help but wonder who this person is. Jit immediately reacted. Dracula Mahawk, isn't that Hawkeye? Now that you have taken the initiative to find the door. Realizing this, a huge surprise burst out uncontrollably in my heart. To know, Hawkeye is one of the two people he most wants to make a contract with. 116 red exclamation point. Linley's flicker. Not only that, they are the two young people with the most potential in this era. Except for the Destiny Child King Luffy of the next era. I'm afraid there will be no one who has more benefits than contracting Hawkeye and red hair. However, after the great surprise, Linley's face froze, because his current 11 contract places, all full, originally before returning to Onijima. His quota is quite generous. After returning, Jin and Quinn, in order to resist Rayleigh and Jabba, each was seriously injured. Without any hesitation, he contracted even 2 quotas on the 2 of them. And the last one, just now, the contract was given to Kaido. To say sorry, that sure is impossible to regret. Whether it is Kaido, or Jin and Quinn, even if there is no return, they are worthy of the choice of the Linley contract. So, what he was thinking at the moment was not regretting that he shouldn't use the quota casually. 2. How to get a new quota. For more than half a year. Finally, they searched for Yinghong and Yinghong all over the world. Leng is not found. Now one of them took the initiative to come to the door. How could he not seize the opportunity firmly? Hawkeye, already 24 years old. It is in a stage of rapid strength improvement. The earlier the contract is signed, the greater the return will be. Seeing that subordinate staring at him blankly, he had no choice but to say. Bring him to see me, be polite. Understood, young master. Wait for the subordinate, 413, to leave. Linley took a sip of his drink helplessly. Dracula Mahawk, Kaido and Katakuri beside him also heard the name. The latter seemed to suddenly remember something, and said casually. I know this guy. Not long after you left 10,000 Kingdoms, he came looking for you. He seemed disappointed to learn that you had left. Later, because Wangguo was too busy with affairs, I forgot to tell you. In his opinion, this guy probably heard that Linley had the title of World's Number 1 Swordsman on his head. This is the plan to come to challenge. This kind of thing is too common in this sea. He didn't take it to heart. But now look at Linley's reaction. Seems to take that guy seriously. Oh, Linley was taken aback when he heard that Hawkeye had taken the initiative to go to Wangguo to find him. Then he shook his head and sighed. If I had left Wangguo later, maybe he has contracted Hawkeye long ago. Why is it so embarrassing now? People are coming. The quota is gone. Is there something unusual about this guy? Kaido asked curiously. Can be valued by the current Linley. It is definitely not easy for him to think of it. Linley said with emotion. This guy, may be one of the most promising young people of this era. If I hadn't appeared, I'm afraid the world's number 1 swordsman would fall on his head. In fact, it is true. Without Linley, it might not be a few years, or within 10 years. Hawkeye will surely become the world's number 1 swordsman. What? Linley's evaluation undoubtedly surprised everyone. Him now. There are 2 strongest titles on his head. The world's number 1 swordsman, the world's strongest man. Standing at such a height, how could he give such a high evaluation to such an unknown guy? This kind of evaluation is Katakuri and Jin present. Never got it. Interesting. Since this is the case, then I have to see what this guy is capable of. Oahoa. Picking up the wine bowl, Kaido laughed out of curiosity. Katakuri and Jin looked at each other. It was from the eyes of the other party that they saw the color of dissatisfaction. Linley's review. Of course they won't argue. It is impossible not to approve. But as a young man, how can you not be competitive? Linley is beyond compare. Linley wasn't even technically a contemporary. But this guy named Dracula Mahawk. They really want to see whether they deserve Linley's evaluation or not. Just when everyone was waiting for Hawkeye's arrival with great interest, Linley's eyes suddenly fell on Quinn. Among the 11 people currently contracted by him, except for Kuina and Hancock, almost everyone else is on Ghost Island, or is about to come to Ghost Island. Yamato gold, Black Maria blue, Jack purple, Katakuri gold, Smoothie purple, Beckman gold, Jin gold, Quinn purple, Kaido red. A total of 9 people. And want to get a new place. I'm afraid it will not be an easy task. Among them, the 3 little ones have only recently awakened the color of knowledge and knowledge. Black Maria just ate Thunder Fruit a few days ago. Whether it's fruit ability development, or 2-color hockey, want to have a greater improvement. I'm afraid it's not realistic. After all, age is here. The oldest, Black Maria, is only 10 years old now. The same is true for Katakuri and Smoothie brothers and sisters. A breakthrough was made only recently. In a short time, it is equally impossible. Not to mention Kaido and Jin. For the former, Linley didn't expect to get a refund in a short time at all. Kaido is already considered a top powerhouse. Another breakthrough improvement was achieved. I am afraid that the strength will have to be raised to the level of the world's strongest creature, 20 years later in the original book. He's all about enhancing Kaido's talent and potential. I didn't expect to get a refund in a short time. And the latter, successively awakening the fruit and awakening conquerors, breaking through again in a short period of time is not realistic. In this way, the only ones who can be counted on are happy to see the end and Quinn. Beckman wants to improve. It's actually really easy, if his wishes are not considered. Eat any devil fruit and get your money back instantly. B. If you really want to eat, with Beckman's talent and potential, it is naturally impossible to eat casually. At least it has to be a Logia, or a phantom beast. No matter how bad it is, it must be the strongest fruit in Paramesha. One more, I'm afraid he wants to get a place now. It has to be returned after the fruit is awakened. Our taijutsu, armament hockey goes one step further, and just eating the return of devil fruit may not be enough to awaken him. B. There is hope for the return of the fruit awakening of the contract target. Just with that in mind, his eyes fell on Quinn. Quote question mark quote. Quinn, who was eating and drinking, suddenly felt a chill down his back. Turning his head hastily, he met Lin Yong's intriguing gaze. For no reason, I just feel panicked. He always felt that Linley's eyes were a bit malicious. Have I offended the young master? I think should not be. What does this look mean? Gurgling, frightened, he swallowed the food in his mouth in one gulp. Quinn asked weakly, young master, what are you? Ahem, Linley said with a straight face. Brother Quinn, I suddenly remembered something. This battle, although we won the final victory, but it also exposed a lot of problems. For example, Brother Quinn, look, after the Battle of Jin, not only the fruit ability has been awakened, but Conqueror's has also been awakened. Look, shouldn't you also work harder? Hearing this, Quinn couldn't help but froze. Work harder, how to add, with the skill of cultivation, he might as well study more transformation techniques. Unexpectedly, when Kaido heard it, he immediately echoed. Yes, Linley is right. Quinn, in these years, you have put too much energy on mechanical transformation, but on the contrary, you have been negligent in cultivation. That's not okay. Whether it is mechanical transformation or living inventions and creations, they are all foreign things after all. One's own strength is the foundation, and we must not let it go. How about this? It doesn't require you to make many achievements in the field of hockey, at least the fruit ability must be developed to awaken it. Good. Linley nodded immediately. He's not asking for much. Fruit awakening is enough. Anyway, no matter what, a new quota must be obtained before Hawkeye leaves. Otherwise, then play an egg. Quinn was sullen and was about to say something, but Linley didn't give him a chance. Okay, deal. Soon, our 2-regiment alliance will sweep the entire new world. How can you be missing from it? Let's put it down. Don't worry about not being firm. Brother Jin and I will supervise you. Quote. Do not know why. Quinn felt like crying a little bit. The cigars that have just been lit feel bad in an instant. Why did you suddenly bring the topic up to yourself? When I think of the expectations of several people, he was under a lot of pressure. Fruit awakening. How could it be so easy to wake up? Didn't you see him being beaten half to death? Didn't he wake up? It was only when Jin was about to be stabbed to death by Rayleigh that he woke up by chance. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's already cold. Facing the unanimous opinion of Kaido and Linley, no matter what he thinks, supervise his practice and develop his fruit ability to awaken. It is destined to be impossible to change. It has become an ironclad fact. Just as Quinn was grimacing, feeling that the days to come would be difficult. Mostly half an hour later, Hawkeye finally came to the banquet hall under the leadership of the Man of Beasts. The moment I saw Hawkeye, Linley saw the red exclamation mark on his head. The color is much darker than Kuina, and extremely stable. It seems to be telling what kind of talent and potential this person under the exclamation point possesses. Hawkeye just walked into the banquet hall, seeing that there are so many great people present. Can't help but be sluggish for a moment. But soon, with Linley's question, he came to his senses. I heard you want to see me. Good. Hawkeye nodded without hesitation. Looking at Linley, his gaze was full of excitement and anticipation. What do you find me for? At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Hawkeye one after another. I wanted to see how he would respond. Among them, the eyes of Jin and Katakuri are the most anticipated. Mr. Linley, in the next visit, 5.0 has only one purpose. I just want to test the distance between myself and the world's #1 swordsman, and the world's strongest man. 11. That's it. Linley picked up his wine glass and pondered for a moment, thinking about how to fool Hawkeye to stay for a while. For a long time, only then said, "Sorry, I'm afraid I can't promise you. I just had a big battle a few days ago, and my injuries haven't recovered yet. If you can't respond in the best condition, it will be disrespectful to you." Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Haven't recovered yet? Why do you still need recovery? See Linley's serious nonsense. Realized that he must have a plan. Therefore, there is no opening to dismantle it. However, Hawkeye really believed it. Then he said solemnly, "I can wait." "Okay." Linley waved his hand, smiled lightly and said, "It just so happens that our Shuangquan alliance held a banquet. If you don't mind, let's go together." Quote. Hawkeye obviously didn't expect Linley's attitude to be so kind. There is absolutely no air of being the strongest. I can't help but feel a lot of emotions. This is completely different from what he envisioned. He was even prepared to be deflated. But he never expected that not only did he not suffer, but he was warmly received. Then, naturally, it was impossible for him not to lose face. I nodded in agreement. 117. The moonlight is so beautiful, and the wind is gentle. When I first took the seat, Hawkeye is a newcomer, somewhat cautious. After all, isn't he the strongest swordsman 20 years later in the original book? There is not enough confidence yet. It's just that Linley got such a high evaluation. It is impossible for everyone to underestimate him. Of course, the temptation between words must be indispensable. Among them, Jin and Katakuri are the most eager. Maybe it was because he was eager to know what kind of abilities Hawkeye had that made Linley value him so much. Talk to him from time to time. Basically, it's all in the name of clinking glasses and fighting for wine. Trying to get some useful information. Because both of them are older than Hawkeye. Katakuri is 29 and Jin is 28. In this period, the fame is bigger than Hawkeye. Even though Hawkeye is in the field of swordsman, he is considered polite. But it is not yet possible to compare with the two. Therefore, the enthusiasm of the two really exceeded Hawkeye's expectations. It made him somewhat flattered. He is a calm personality and a person who does his own way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this kind of act of rushing to find Linley regardless of the consequences. To know, but Linley, or Kaido don't like him. I'm afraid that from now on, there will be no such person as Hawkeye in this world. Even so, he didn't have the nerve to refuse. Drink 3 rounds. A toast staggered, feeling the enthusiasm of everyone, coupled with not knowing how to refuse Jin and Katakuri's wine competition. Hawkeye's vision gradually began to blur. In the end is too young. As soon as the alcohol comes up, he quickly let go of his guard, and gradually let go of his restraint. Although 23 is still taciturn, at least it's not like at the beginning, like a stuffy gourd, unable to fart for a long time. When the gate is opened, naturally, the conversation came about what he did for a living. Marine hunter. Unlike bounty hunters, marine hunters only target marines. Since not so long ago Marine just tried to take advantage of the fire. The resentment towards Marine has not disappeared to this day. Hear about Hawkeye's career. Almost the vast majority have developed a somewhat favorable impression of him. It was only then that Linley remembered that in the original book, before becoming a Shichibukai, Hawkeye used to hunt and kill Marines for a living. This gave him some interesting thoughts. Just now, before everyone was waiting for Hawkeye to arrive, while chatting, I knew that he had retreated for 3 days and didn't know what happened outside. Then someone brought up the nearest newspaper. Because of this, he also learned about the huge shocks that have taken place in the world in the past few days. Among them, the reputation, title, and marine prestige will not be mentioned. His latest bounty has also come out. 4,580,000,000. It is tens of millions less than Kaido 10 years later in the original genre. It is much higher than the current Kaido. This has already doubled his bounty twice. After coming out of Cake Island, his first bounty was 1.28 billion. Then in the Sabayati archipelago, after the Celestial Dragons event, the bounty jumped to 2.48 billion. Now, it's almost doubled again. Only, Linley wasn't like everyone else, feeling smug about the bounty offered to him by the world government. On the contrary, he was quite upset. World government and Marine can issue rewards to pirates, so why can't pirates? 20 years after the original book, Buggy, Hawkeye, and Locke did just that. Posted a bounty on Marine. But that's how Linley sees it. It's a little bit of a small fight. What's the point of disparity between cats and dogs? Even if there is a huge disparity, it is still at the admiral level, and there is no upper limit. I am not thinking about it for now. That is a person who will drop a nuclear bomb if his existence is discovered. There is no certainty of addressing IM's threat. But the various high levels of the world government, even the 5 elders. It's totally possible to offer a reward. Of course, this requires a lot of Bailey, and it has to be considered in the long run. Thinking of this, Linley smiled and said, "The career of the Marine hunter is very promising." How to say, everyone was quite surprised by Linley's words. After all, how many people would dare to offer a reward to Marine now? It's all a joke. Have you seen my bounty too? Of course, I didn't expect the bounty offered by the young master to surpass Kaido's boss. When everyone heard the word, reward, they couldn't help laughing and teasing. Kaido listened, not only did not have any dissatisfaction, but also laughed quite proudly. So, I'm going to do the opposite. Marine and even the world government can offer rewards to us, why can't we offer rewards back? That's right, Katakuri thought about it and came to a conclusion. But that requires a lot of funding. Taking New World, are you afraid that there will be no Pele? Makes sense. The blurred eyes of Hawkeye froze. Only then did he realize that Linley's ambitions were so great. The New World has never fallen into the hands of a certain force. At least 3 points New World. However, in front of his face, there was no intention of concealing his ambition. It's as if he wasn't considered an outsider. This made him feel better about Linley, and even the people in the Double Alliance. Eat and drink enough. After the guests have enjoyed themselves, Hawkeye stayed on Onijima for the time being. Linley big brother, Yamato misses you so much. Yamato and the other 3 little ones soon learned the news of Linley's exit. Immediately, he rushed towards Linley. It was as if he wanted to tell him what he had missed for the past half a year. Yeah, how much do you want? Linley naturally hugged Yamato like a child, listening patiently to her talk. Want it so much. Hee, is that so? Big brother misses you too. Linley pinched Yamato's little face after a long absence. I just feel warm in my heart. Black Maria and Jack, sensible ones, did not compete with Yamato. However, Linley naturally wouldn't neglect them. It seems that you have grown a lot. In the past 6 months, you must have worked hard, right? Of course, in order to become your crew member of Big Brother, we are all working hard. As they spoke, they showed him the latest cultivation results. Hope to get Linley's affirmation. Although Linley has already known the progress of the 3 by returning. But still not stingy with praise. For a while, the 4 people who reunited after parting for more than half a year, let alone how warm they are. Gion watched the scene not far away, looking at the pampering on Linley's face. It seemed to be infected, and a smile appeared on his face. Correct. Yamato, who was being held by Linley, suddenly pointed at Gion Road. Big brother, sister Gion is so beautiful, and Yamato will look as good looking as her in the future. Hee. Glancing at Gion, Linley said with a smile. Yes, Yamato when he grows up may be even more beautiful than Gion. And Black Maria too. Linley didn't mean to coax the children. That's exactly what it is. Whether it is Yamato or Black Maria, the beauty when they grow up is not inferior to Gion at all. #A. Both are at the same level as Hancock. Hey, hearing what Linley said, Black Maria and Yamato couldn't help but smile with joy. Black Maria and Yamato, maybe they haven't been separated from him for such a long time, cling to him until the night. Reluctantly returned to the room. Linley looked at the cleanly made bed. It seemed like it was cleaned every day. My heart warmed up. I wanted to sleep well. After all this period of time. Haven't touched the bed yet. Looking at the bright moon outside the window. He has always liked to appreciate the full moon, but he still didn't take a rest directly after all. However, wait until he comes to the place where he often admired the moon. Located on the highest point of Ghost Island. But saw an unexpected beautiful figure. If not Gion, who else? I don't sleep at night. Is it because I can't sleep? Gion froze for a while when he heard a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Turning around and seeing Linley, he lowered his head a little embarrassedly. No, it's just that the moonlight is so beautiful. I want to come out and have a look. Not only is the moonlight beautiful, the wind is also very gentle. 893 inches. Everything is just right. Okay. Blown by a gust of warm wind, Gion felt a little cramped and seemed to float away with it. Couldn't help but narrowed his eyes comfortably. Linley came to her side, shoulder to shoulder, looking up at the bright moon together. The two fell into silence. Linley was immersed in the bright moon. It seems that the bright moonlight shining on his body can make him feel comfortable. Gion is different. Originally, when a person admired the moon alone, also quite proud, once Linley appeared, he would not feel restrained or uneasy. Bang bang bang. She found that her heart beat suddenly faster. It was so fast that she didn't expect it, and so fast that she was overwhelmed. On such a quiet night, like a moving note, it kept lingering in the ears of the two of them. I can't help but recall in my mind, the beauty in the sky a few days ago, I can't help but blush. Dyed by the bright moonlight, added a bit of holiness. It's really unbelievably beautiful. Maybe it was attracted by the moving notes. Linley's gaze finally retracted from the bright moon. Moved to Gion's face. This moment, his pupils dilated unconsciously. Breathing becomes rapid. The reflection of the beautiful figure deep in the pupil is so clearly visible. AFAB. He seemed to understand his own voice. Without the slightest hesitation, approaching Gion, although slowly, but so resolute. Gion didn't know what he wanted to do. I only know the speed of my heartbeat, faster and faster, faster and faster. It's not just the cheeks that get flushed. Even the auricles were stained with a blush. Seeing Linley getting closer, her mind suddenly went blank. There is no intention of retreating at all. She shyly closed her charming eyes. The moment your lips touch. Time, as if at this moment. At this moment, I just want to sink into the dreamlike illusion of this kiss. 118 Linley. I will get what I want. A relationship begins with a heartbeat, a desire for sex, and the first sight. The sun is very good, the breeze is not dry, and there is joy without words. Linley was indeed moved. I also admit that it is indeed a matter of color. That being the case, then there is nothing to hesitate. If you come to this world, you have already stood at a certain height, and you still cannot follow your heart. What does it mean to be stronger? The moment he chose to post it, I made up my mind. No matter what Gion's identity is, no matter what position the two sides are in, gotta get her, at all costs. Haven't considered this question before. Just because people who care about her by my side. Whether it's Yamato, or Black Maria, all these years, he has always been by his side. It's too young. The next door has a daughter who has not yet grown up. Question mark. QG. Plus. Percent. Gion, but just right. Like a ripe apple, in the prime of tasting. So next, everything is so natural, now that the first step of launching an offensive has been taken. It is impossible to stop here. The most beautiful thing in the world is, I like you, and you happen to like me too. It doesn't get any better than this. The beauty behind. Needless to say, the moment Gion understood what Linley wanted, it was doomed to never turn back. Just want to sink in. Early the next morning, it was still dark. Gion shyly walked out of his room quietly. By the time Linley walked out of the room, the sun had set. Black Maria and Yamato came to the door early and waited. Maybe it's a girl's intuition. The difference in Linley was immediately apparent at first glance. It seems that the original sharp-edged momentum, it has become a little more restrained. Or in other words, it was so strong that it felt like ultimate, but now it is a little softer. What's wrong? Looking at the strange eyes of the two little cats, Linley asked with a light smile. That is, Yamato scratched his head in confusion. I think big brother, you are very different today. But I can't tell what is different. Yeah, Linley rubbed his nose. Did not continue this topic. Some children are somewhat unsuitable, although the two of them have already been determined to be that. But the current Black Maria and Yamato are still too small after all. Don't worry about it if you can't say it, let's have breakfast first. Okay, still a child after all. He just changed the topic casually, and Yamato seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Mizizi took Linley's hand and walked out. Black Maria on the side is not so easy to fool. Staring thoughtfully at Linley's profile, a trace of puzzlement flashed in his eyes. Master, what's the matter? Seems, in a great mood. After breakfast, this is the beginning of a good day. It's a good start for others. But for Quinn, undoubtedly the beginning of a nightmare. Linley naturally wouldn't forget what was decided yesterday. Urge Quinn to practice and awaken the fruit ability as soon as possible. This is arguably the most important thing right now. If you can't get a new contract quota as soon as possible, you can't keep Hawkeye on Ghost Island and not let anyone go, can you? And want Zone to wake up. The easiest and most effective way is of course to fight. Endless, limit-breaking battles. Exactly. At this time, there are quite a few people on Ghost Island, whether they are of equal strength or stronger than Quinn. Want to sparring? There are many. In this way, Quinn's hard days came. At this time, on the training hill on Ghost Island, Linley and the three little ones, Jin, Katakuri, Cracker and others, even Hawkeye also came after hearing the news. Linley looked at Quinn in front of everyone, and said with a smile. Brother Quinn, you should also know that the best way to cultivate is to fight, right? Look at a few of us, pick whatever you want. When Quinn heard this, his face as green as a bitter gourd was about to cry. Bah, quietly lit a cigar, take 2 deep breaths, a cigar that I once felt extremely enjoyable. It was really boring at the moment. Bah, where did the inferior goods come from? As he spoke, he threw away the cigar angrily, and stomped the cigar under his feet. Looking at the people in front of me, I just feel bad for the baby. Pick an opponent. Linley, get out of here. What? When did you develop a hobby of bullying the weak? Question mark. Katakuri, if it was Jin from before, he still had some confidence. Ask yourself that even if you are inferior, you will not be inferior too much. But now, forget it, he didn't want to seek abuse. And Katakuri, the new Lord of Nations. After thinking about it, I felt that I couldn't take risks. As for Hawkeye, don't make trouble. To be valued so much by Linley is not easy to imagine. He is even less likely to take risks. Then, finally, the eyes fell on Cracker. Cracker, please give me more advice. It's easy to say, Cracker responded politely. Naturally, he would not refuse Quinn's challenge. See, Linley and the others looked at each other. When Quinn and Cracker officially started to fight, we chatted. As expected, he picked Cracker, the weakest of us. Jin said with emotion, partnered with Quinn for more than 10 years. As soon as the buttocks are raised, you know what you want to do. How could he not have thought that he would be opportunistic? What's this? Linley said disapprovingly. We just take turns. In order to familiarize him with various fighting styles. You can't be stingy with advice. What's more, let's start with Cracker, who is the weakest among them, but is comparable to him in strength. Undoubtedly the best choice. If you get beaten, you have to gradually increase the level, right? The status of Cracker and Quinn in their respective pirate groups is basically equal. Undoubtedly the most suitable opponent at the beginning. Hawkeye on the side heard this, and a strange expression quickly appeared on his face. This Quinn, it's so miserable. Several people lined up to beat him up. Think here, can't help but feel sad for the miserable days after Quinn. Just as several people were appreciating the battle between Quinn and Cracker. Gion quietly appeared at some unknown time. After all, Ghost Island is only that big. It was hard not to notice the movement of the two fighting. And not long after she appeared, Black Maria and Yamato noticed her almost immediately. Yamato pulled Black Maria and ran to her. What I originally wanted to ask was, did you sleep well last night? However, as soon as he opened his mouth, his eyes were full of confusion and he said, Sister Gion, how do you feel that you are more beautiful than yesterday? Yeah, I think so too. The whole person looks radiant. Like a ripe peach. It's so mouthwatering. When Gion heard this, he subconsciously touched his face. Remember what happened last night. A blush was quickly stained on the cheeks of Ma Zhao. His heart was running around like a deer, and he even stuttered when he spoke. Where is there? Isn't it the same as yesterday? It is true, Yamato said in a rather determined tone. Black Maria also nodded in agreement. She believes that as long as the eyes are not blind, the changes in Gion can be seen basically. Hearing this, Gion pretended to casually glance at Linley in the distance. A trace of embarrassment and annoyance flashed in his eyes. However, at this moment, Linley's eyes drifted over. The moment the two looked at each other, Gion quickly lowered his head like an electric shock. On the face, the blush is more vivid. Sister Gion, what's the matter with you? Why is your face so red? Are you sick? No. Facing Yamato's continuous questioning, Gion was really overwhelmed at the moment. Seeing this scene from a distance, Linley couldn't help but smile, and walked over. Pong 119, the young couple whose feelings are heating up rapidly. Hawkeye who is about to break through with armed colors. What are you talking about? Big brother, look at Gion-san, she's getting more and more beautiful. Hee, hasn't she always been this good looking? But today is very beautiful. Okay, she's embarrassed by your praise. Yamato, you go over there first, I have something to ask you Sister Gion. What's the matter? A secret that can't be told. Hi-yen, okay, waiting for Yamato to pout and pull Black Maria away in an angry voice. Linley talked about something, but he just stared straight at Gion. While seeing the latter's complexion becoming more and more rosy, the heartbeat is getting faster and faster. Why are you looking at me like this? Gion couldn't bear to be seen so flustered that he finally couldn't help but speak. However, just said a few words, listening to what Lin Fua said almost at the same time. She lowered her head shyly again. It sure looks better than yesterday. Bad guy, with her face flushed, she muttered. But the sound is not much louder than the sound of mosquitoes. What? Didn't hear clearly. Linley joked with a smile all over his face. Of course he heard clearly. It's just intentional. No, nothing. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, there is indeed something. As he said that, he could not refuse to turn around and walk away. When Gion heard it was true, without thinking too much, he obediently followed. Go to a no man's land. Linley turned around suddenly, his face straightened, and he said in a surprising way. You quit the marine. Gion froze for a moment. She didn't expect what Linley said. It turned out to be something she didn't want to face yet. Good, she has indeed decided to think about how to realize the justice in her heart. You have also chosen to listen to your inner voice. Otherwise, last night, facing Linley's approach, she won't be in such a panic. Still have the courage to stay where you are. Because, in fact, from the first time she met 550, she already had a good impression of Linley. It already has the blessing of idol, halo, coupled with such an explosive appearance. Even if it's just an insignificant little detail, it was enough to make her heart flutter. Just then, she didn't understand what this emotion was. With the second and third meeting later, this emotion, intertwined with the contradictions of positions and senses, became more and more intense in my heart. Finally last night, she understood what she wanted. Decide to listen to your inner voice and make the most correct choice. But obviously, she wasn't ready to quit Marine just yet. Even she understands that Marine is so corrupt. There is even a faint premonition. Marine probably won't withdraw the G1 branch because of her. But there must be a picture. However, Linley's tone was extremely strong. Obviously already made up his mind. Now that she has become her own woman, how can I get involved with the enemy again? Brainwashing is an undercover agent. Come and cooperate with the outside. He's not interested in doing this. Gion didn't say what he wanted to refuse. Mouth is blocked. The whole body went limp. Lie directly in Linley's arms. A moving hum sounded. For a long time, Linley raised his head contentedly, and said with a smirk. What did you want to say just now? No, nothing. Even with what happened last night, Gion was still too shy to look him in the eyes at this moment. Like a weak and helpless little white rabbit, he kept shaking his head. Well, then I'll take it as your consent. But, there was another pleasant hum. For a long time, hoo-hoo, looking at Gion who was panting slightly, his eyes blurred. Linley said softly, I know what you're worried about. Although I don't know what kind of justice you insist on. But when we take down New World, a new set of rules will be established. Maybe I dare not say how reasonable and fair it is. But at least, it won't be worse than a world government with rotten fish and shrimp like celestial dragons. As for Marine, the contradiction is irreconcilable. I can only promise you that I will never do anything to the crane. Now, give you two choices, either nod, or buy. As he spoke, Linley lowered his head to her ear. When you don't reject me right away, there's no chance. You were mine all your life. Don't even think about escaping from my palm. At this moment, Linley was really domineering. Actually, he could have waited for a while, waited for Gion to get used to life on Onijima, and then asked her to quit Marine. That might be easier to accept. But he didn't. The reason for choosing such a quick showdown. It's completely because I don't want Ziyuan to entangle himself. How could he not see the struggle and contradiction in Gion's eyes the last 2 times they met? Nothing more than the same as Aokiji in the original book. I just got confused about what Marine did. Put yourself in that shoes and think about it. If Linley was a Marine, originally full of passion, he planned to realize the justice in his heart in Marine. Unexpectedly, Marine, who had high hopes in the end, turned out to be the watchdog of the Celestial Dragons. Even the dignified admiral has to wipe his A for the Celestial Dragons. Or the worldview collapses, or abandon the original intention. Maybe someone will say something to bear the humiliation. Crucial Marine's position is inherently wrong. Choosing to endure humiliation in Marine is nothing more than incompetence in the final analysis. If you can't see it, you have already started to make troubles to try to overthrow the world government. For example, Wang Luffy and Laozi. It is said that it was also a Marine. Gion regained his composure and listened to these words. Still doesn't seem to make up his mind. Look hesitant. Doby. Linley almost said the key to her hesitation. The first, naturally, is the notoriety of pirates. Maybe Linley wouldn't do anything cruel. Hard to say beasts pirates others won't. It's not that everyone in pirates is a villain. But almost the vast majority are. If the time comes, she becomes Linley's wife, what should she do if she sees those unbearable evils? As for Marine, what worries her the most is the Crane. Since graduating from Marine College, he has been taken care of by the Crane. The two even became close friends. There is a few rounds of age difference between Ming and Ming, but they are called sisters. Otherwise, things that have been worrying about before. If there is no shelter of the Crane, I'm afraid I have encountered it many times. Where else can she escape until now? It's just that, maybe she will be able to see the darkness of Marine earlier. CDDG, don't talk. Do you regret it? Linley looked at her tenderly. Seriously. Gion was taken aback. Regret choosing to replace Crane as a hostage. Or do you regret that you shouldn't have sunk last night, but you should have escaped in time? The moment you hear this question. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart. He could hear the seriousness in Linley's tone. Also in an extremely firm tone. No, never. Next second, Linley couldn't help lowering his head again. This cannot be blamed for his lack of willpower. Which man can withstand this temptation? Besides, after all, it was the first time to open up wasteland when I came to this world. Next, Linley didn't press any more. When Gion uttered the word never. In fact, he had already told him the answer. He couldn't help thinking, if Marine gets the news that Gion is going to quit, what will be his expression? When I think about it, I find it very interesting. As for the G1 branch, what is it compared to Gion? It doesn't matter now, whether the Marine voluntarily evacuates. Anyway, there will be no such thing as a Marine base in New World in the near future. At this time, Kaido seems to pass by here, looking at two people who were so close. The eyeballs are about to pop out. This kid, was a Marine to take the lead. Oh, my son is too big to stay. The other side, the battle between Quinn and Cracker has also reached a fever pitch. Regardless of the fact that the devil fruit Quinn ate was an ancient species. It seems that if you fight a protracted war, you should have the upper hand. But Cracker's biscuit fruit is not ordinary. Confront his cookie soldiers. With Quinn's attack, it couldn't be easily cleaned up. Therefore, it is him who has the disadvantage. Maybe it was too big. He finally stopped out of breath, and shouted. Let's stop here. Hoo, I'm exhausted, although there is no winner. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that Cracker's fruit ability somewhat restrains Quinn. However, he hadn't waited for 2 breaths. Jin suddenly opened his mouth and said, 10 minutes of rest, then it's my turn. Quinn, prepare yourself mentally. What? Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, Quinn suddenly provoked and cursed angrily. Let no one live. Let me fight again. I will lose weight. Hee. Jin didn't care if he was angry or not, and said lightly. If you have an opinion, tell it to brother Kaido, tell it to Linley. Can you tell me? Besides, don't blame me for not reminding you. The fruit ability has not been awakened for a day. I am afraid that Kaido and Linley will not let you go. Tell them, Quinn is brave enough. God. So, he had no choice but to look up to the sky and shout. Save my big baby. Puff. Hearing this, the onlookers almost burst out laughing. Just don't say it yet. With Quinn's body size, it's really nothing to say that he is a big baby. Sick. So for the next period of time, Quinn is in the hands of Jin, Katakuri, Cracker, even Linley and Hawkeye. He was tortured in every way. Of course, as much as you suffer, you will inevitably get as much reward. It seems that he is getting closer and closer to the moment of fruit awakening. During this period, Hawkeye did not fail to ask whether Linley's injury was repaired. Only, they were all fooled by Linley. In the end, it's not enough to directly point out Hawkeye's strength. Why not take advantage of the fact that there are many strong people in Ghost Island, and compete with each other first, and then talk about fighting him after their strength has improved? Hawkeye thought about it, and felt that he was right. After all, there is no place where so many strong people can gather. And don't look at Linley's calm surface. In fact, I was quite anxious. Because when I saw Hawkeye for the first time, the red exclamation mark reminded him that his recent arm color is about to be promoted to a senior level. That is, a level similar to emission. Don't look at the per capita emission of the Red Sheath 9 heroes. But in fact, it's just that the skills have reached the level of emission. Quality can't be beat, therefore, the system's armed color prompt will be Armament Haki, Advanced Emission. But Hawkeye is different, that's a real high class. This point, even Katakuri did not do it. Besides, during this period of time, the relationship between Linley and Gion undoubtedly warmed up rapidly. Originally, he wanted to disclose the relationship between the two, but under the strong request of Gion, still chose to keep it a secret for the time being. It's just that in this way, the two of them undoubtedly felt a little more exciting at night. It's somewhat of an illusion of cheating. And Beckman and Smoothie finally arrived at Wanokuni by boat. 120 detonate the Shira field in advance. Is this the Ghost Island? It's finally here, just logged in. There are already 100 beasts and people are waiting on the shore. Under their leadership, Smoothie impatiently walked ahead. With a cigarette in his mouth, Beckman followed unhurriedly. Looking at Smoothie's back, I was really relieved. This way, his ears were almost calloused from the nagging. This little girl is talking about Lin Shui. What is Linley going to be alright? If there is a wound on that handsome face, she will be very distressed. What else can't be by his side? I'm really not reconciled. Although he was not blind to this little girl's attitude towards Linley, he naturally saw it. B. Is the frequency of feeding dog food too frequent? You can't catch him alone, can you? To be honest, it's really a bit tight. If it wasn't for the phone bug when they sailed to the Grand Line, they would have known that beasts had escaped the predicament in the first place. And she has no wings. It is estimated that I can't wait to fly directly to Ghost Island. Speaking of, I am somewhat regretful that I was not able to participate in this battle. Now that I have chosen to join Linley's team, I have become a partner. Wouldn't it be a pity not to be able to fight side by side? Doctor, the opponent is still the legendary pirate who was famous in the sea. It's a pity, it's a pity. Things have come to this, I can only make up my mind, I will never miss it next time. And now it has come to Ghost Island. Just in time to meet the equally famous Kaido. Let's see what kind of person he is. At this time in the banquet hall, the banquet was held again. This time, of course, for the arrival of Beckman and Smoothie. On the main table, all of them, including Hawkeye, were arranged here. But few people moved their chopsticks. On the contrary, they chatted with great interest and anticipation. The conversation was undoubtedly centered on Beckman. Kaido asked curiously, as the Beckman your kid was talking about finally coming. IQ is extremely high, is it an admiral talent? Everyone knows that the admiral Kaido is talking about is not the other admiral. Katakuri said, I'm really curious about the ability of the person you invite first. Linley has only been out at sea for more than half a year. But only one person was invited to be a partner. Then the gold content of this person is enough to imagine. After all, his sister Smoothie was not considered Linley's initiative. You will know later. Jin suddenly asked, how is your strength? Forehead. Linley thought about it and concluded, I'm afraid above you. In the original book, Beckman has the strength to shoulder the red hair. In the Sabayati archipelago not so long ago, despite being underwind, he was able to entangle Kizaru. That's still under the condition that the firearms technique has not been mastered. And now, even if Jin Fruit is awakened, I'm afraid it is still impossible to be Beckman's opponent. Unless you master the tyranny. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. After all, the whole beast's pirates, before Linley even grew up. Jin is a well-deserved number 2. Now if you pull out one casually, is it stronger than Jin? Moreover, it is so unknown. Anyway, Hawkeye is famous in the field of swordsman. During this period, Beckman was really not well known. While everyone is chatting, a figure suddenly rushed in from the door of the banquet hall. Look around for a moment. Until Linley was found, immediately brightened, jumping up regardless. Quote question mark quote. Who is it but Smoothie? Obviously present, and her brothers and sisters. Katakuri, Daifuku, Cracker, etc. At the moment, she completely ignored it. Straight into the, oh no, hold Linley in your arms. Unlike Gion's perfectly proportioned figure, Smoothie is undoubtedly much higher. More than 2 meters tall. It's more than a head taller than Linley's height of 1.8 meters in half a year. But in this way, it looked like Smoothie was holding a doll, held tightly to his chest. This inevitably made Linley a little embarrassed. Jin beside him was stunned. Another one. During the time you co-authored Linley, have you been flirting around? Flirting everywhere, can it be so exaggerated? Kaido, who also ran into Linley and Ziyuan, also had a strange look on his face. If we say that including Kaido and others, they all have the mentality of watching the excitement. Ziyuan on the side was stunned. Could it be that Linley and Smoothie? Is it that kind of relationship? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but turn pale. Tears loomed in his eyes. However, before she thought she was a third party, she continued to simmer her emotions. Yamato who was present couldn't bear it immediately. Who are you? Let go of me, Linley big brother. As he said that, he ran to the side of the two angrily, trying all his strength to pull away the two who were about to be joined together. Ahem. Linley followed the trend. Smoothie, let go, I can't breathe. Smoothie reluctantly let go. Then I also realized that I was saluted by so many people. The whole face turned red all of a sudden, looking very embarrassed. He only had eyes on Linley just now, and he didn't pay attention to so many people in the banquet hall at all. It's just that her personality is different from Gion's. First he smiled generously at everyone, then squatted down and smiled at Yamato. Are you Yamato? I'm also your big brother's partner, he always mentions you to us. Ah, really? Yamato, who was originally furious, didn't think too much when he heard this, and seemed to have forgotten the scene just now, and said cheerfully. Asking for flowers, so you are also a partner of Big Brother. As he spoke, envy inevitably appeared in his eyes. If it wasn't for her lack of strength, she actually wanted to be the first partner of the Big Brother. Black Maria, who was following Yamato, saw that Yamato was so easily changed from the topic. Can't help but hold his forehead and smile wryly. #Buck, it's obvious that he has plans for the young master. How easy it is to be fooled. Katakuri and the others looked at each other and sighed at the same time. Although I agree with Smoothie's move. After all, it was an attempt to increase the marriage between the two parties at the beginning, and it was only after Kong Siji boarded Linley's boat. Seems to be making some progress. But should I say hello to my brothers first? After hearing their sighs, Smoothie finally noticed the existence of Katakuri and the others and said quite unexpectedly. Huh, you are here too. Katakuri, who deeply felt that the women's university did not want to stay, said that he did not want to talk. Because everyone knows her identity. Therefore, even though he was surprised by her actions, at any rate, several big brothers were present. It also gave enough face and did not make any jokes. I saw Smoothie holding Yamato and sticking to Linley's side like coaxing a child. The words are full of concern. At the same time, I was chatting with Yamato about some interesting things that happened during the voyage. Linley was really surprised by her actions. Subconsciously looked at Gion. This look, immediately it will be fatal. That look, although it didn't explode on the spot, it was clearly full of resentment, and I felt pity for it. I don't know, I thought I was watching some heartless man. This made Linley's scalp tingle a little. Shira Field, this is it. There will be this day. But because of Smoothie's actions, it exploded ahead of time. Thinking of this, I took a deep look at Gion. Maybe it was during the period when the two of them determined their relationship. A certain tacit understanding has been established, seeing Linley's gaze. He was clearly saying that he would explain to her tonight. Gion feels better. The expression on his face finally returned to normal. Just at this time, Beckman also walked in. Everyone's attention was immediately shifted to him. Linley breathed a sigh of relief now. Originally, it was nothing. The key Gion one is in. The nature has changed. In other words, Black Maria and Yamato haven't grown up yet. Otherwise, I can't imagine that scene. 121 The first step to conquer the new world. Tired cow, I'll go. Looking at so many people in the banquet hall, Beckman felt Linley's attention, really was surprised. Almost most of the high-level executives of the Shuangquan Alliance were present. Obviously waiting for his arrival deliberately. Let me introduce to you. Linley walked to Beckman with a smile, and pulled him to sit down at the main table. He's Beckman, technically my first mate on board. After all, Smoothie is family, right? Originally, Smoothie felt a little uncomfortable when he heard it. After all, this is the public. Obviously he was the first person to board the ship. It is not recognized. How does this make her feel better? But when he heard the second sentence, his face was filled with joy. Kaido, Jin, Katakuri and the others immediately understood Linley's intentions. They enthusiastically echoed, Linley has nothing but praise for you. Please give me more advice in the future. It seems that we have added another blessing to our double regiment alliance. I am over-flattered. Beckman is very humble. Because of Linley's meaning, the 847 map is obvious. It is to let everyone see the importance he attaches to Beckman. To accept his existence as soon as possible. To this, with Linley's strength and status today, no one will not lose face. Even Jin, although I don't really believe that Beckman is stronger than him. But not only without any provocation. On the contrary, he communicated with him very friendly. So next, under the deliberate friendship of everyone. Plus Beckman himself is pretty gregarious. It didn't take long to become one with everyone. Toast and stagger, chatting. It is inevitable to mention the goal of the next two-group alliance. That is to conquer the new world and win the new world. When I heard that Kaido was still worrying about recruiting, Beckman seems to have thought about this issue long ago, and laughed immediately. I have an idea. If it was before, this suggestion might not have been made. But now, ordinary crew, I believe there are as many as you want. But often strength is king. Presumably what the beasts care about is not ordinary people, right? Good. Kaido and Jin nodded immediately. Recruiting minions is one aspect. On the other hand, the most important thing is naturally the elite. This crusade against the Alliance's attack. It also made them aware that the mid-level of Beast's pirates was seriously missing. It seems except Kaido, Linley, Jin and Quinn. The people below will no longer be able to take it out. Unlike the Whitebeard pirates, both the upper, middle and lower tiers are quite sufficient. Even the current double alliance. This situation has not changed much. Because the situation of the BIGMOM pirates is actually similar. And in Wanukuni this acre of 3-point land. In other words, in a short period of time, not many middle-level combat forces can be recruited. In this sea, there is a place where a large number of powerful people have gathered. As long as it can be conquered, the strong. There are plenty. Oh, as soon as Beckman finished speaking, Linley actually had an answer in his mind. Can't help feeling how I ignored it before. Where? Impel down. Beckman replied without hesitation. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. At first, everyone felt that this idea was really insane. Want to rob prison? Is it true that Marine is dead? But later, I thought of, is not it? Now the young master has returned to his peak condition. But is it difficult to rob a prison with impel down? With the strength of Linley and Kaido. Very mobile, can run and fly. Want to go jailbreak in impel down? It's really not impossible, but Linley thought so. Now this time, impel down is imprisoning a lot of powerful people. If you can make these people surrender, the fighting power of the two-regiment alliance has undoubtedly risen to a higher level. What about disobedience? Then there is no need to ask. Impel down. Fun. There is no doubt that this proposal has aroused Kaido's interest. Started to think about the feasibility. This night, Linley waited until Yamato, Black Maria and Smoothie had all left. Then quietly came to Gion's room. Originally, she thought that Linley would explain to her immediately. However, but it didn't. But coming up is eating the marrow to know the taste, and it is as sweet as a sugar. Hoo. Big mouthfuls of fresh air. After Gion calmed down a little, maybe he couldn't bear it anymore, and asked with firm eyes. Who are you? Of course Linley understood what she meant. Of course, it doesn't refer to any crew members, any alliances or other relationships. I just laughed and said, now, you can treat her like a younger sister, right? Although she is still older than me. But in terms of age, he is afraid that he is almost the same as Jin. And for the Smoothie feeling, although very favorable, but at least I haven't been moved. It is different from the default ones like Black Maria and Yamato. Gion is his first crush. As for the future, then let it be. Hearing this answer, Gion was really relieved. His mouth was still strong and he said, if you have someone else you like, just tell me, I will be very conscious. What are you talking about? Do you think you can still leave me? Didn't I tell you, the moment when you didn't say no in the first place, there will be no more chance. Talking. Don't give Gion the chance to object at all. Accompanied by a pleasant sound. After more than an hour, Gion seems to have discovered a fact. I can't seem to handle it myself. Not that kind of. Linley. Gion, whose breathing was still not steady, seeing that Linley was finally willing to bypass her, seems to have thought of something, quite worried. Are you really going to impel down? The detainees there are all extremely vicious people. If you let it out, it won't be a good thing for this sea. In any case, even if she has promised to quit Marine. But I still don't want to see this scene happen. Worry too much. Linley stroked her hair gently. If you want to be free, you must surrender. Since you surrender, you have to do things according to my rules. What our two-regiment alliance wants is not some uncle, but fighting. If you don't obey, he is not a good person. Not surrender, die, surrendered, disobedient, is also dead. Hearing that Linley seems to have plans, Gion finally felt a little relieved. For this, I have been to various places in Wano Kuni to experience the customs during this time. Only to find that the people of Wano Kuni do not seem to be as miserable as imagined. On the contrary, some common people are proud of the work of beasts. This made her unbelievable, but also changed her view of beasts a lot. Didn't bother with this anymore. Instead, she was worried now. Will that land be plowed? After all that cow, it's too fierce. Time flies. From the arrival of Beckman and Smoothie, nearly another month passed, even if the goal of going to impel down is determined. But in a short time, Linley is still not ready to act immediately. Now for him, there are more important things than the awakening of the Quinn fruit. However, even though Quinn was beaten in every way, 1.1 but there is still no sign of awakening. Hawkeye, judging by Linley, in these few days, the armed color has to be trained to an advanced level. This inevitably made him quite anxious. Even did it himself. How tragic Quinn is because of this is completely abstract. But this fat man, rough skin and rough flesh, how to fight is not awakened. This left Linley speechless. Anyway, he didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The advanced armed color will be returned by the contractees with the red exclamation mark level. This is the first time, and Kuina only comprehended the elementary swordsmanship, and let him be promoted to the advanced level in one fell swoop. Can imagine, if you can seize this opportunity, how fruitful the return will be. But things often backfire. Just when Linley felt that he would probably miss this opportunity, while chatting with Jin, a piece of information turned things around. 122 Quinn fruit awakens. Wait, what did you say? I said it's no wonder that fat man hasn't awakened yet. No, the previous sentence. If you're not active in cultivation, you'll be watching geisha weather the storm. One more sentence. Aren't you afraid of crushing that geisha named Xiaolu to death? Little Green. Automatically ignoring the last two words, Linley was attracted by the name. Seems to see his doubts. Jin patiently explained. A geisha is a kind of occupation in the Fengyu place in the capital of flowers, where you perform art without selling your body. The one named Xiaolu seems to be the top card in the near future. I don't know if it's really selling art but not selling body. Anyway, some time ago, Quinn often asked her to serve her by name, but it's a pity that she was always rejected. Oh, hearing this news, Lin Fu's eyes suddenly brightened. In the original book, Quinn has this hobby. At first, quite obsessed with Kazuki Hiyori disguised as Murasaki. Later, After Kazuki Hiyori faked his death, he fell in love with a geisha named Eren. Maybe it's the size. Just fell in love. Often these geisha would ignore him. A powerful, dog-licking, just like nothing. And this period of Wano-kuni geisha, it is quite similar to a star. Just relying on performances, you can get a large number of so-called fans. Of course, if there is any inside story here, then the beholder sees benevolence and the wise see wisdom. Thinking of this, Linley suddenly had an idea. Since physical stimulation is not enough, how about some mental stimulation? Go and bring me that little green. Tell Quinn that as long as the fruit awakens, take Xiaolu down and serve him only in the future. Otherwise, let Hydro issue an order that all romantic places in Wano-kuni from now onwards are not allowed to open to him. This. Jin's expression was extremely strange. The young master wanted to awaken Quinn. It's really a mother who took great pains. He knew Quinn's character. I don't know how to do things, I like to have fun, I am sometimes timid, and all in all, I am not very reliable. As for hobbies, they are also weird, either body modification or biochemical research. Or it's awkward dancing and howling ghosts and howling wolves. The only thing that can be called a man's hobby. Also enjoy the performance of geisha. And also to the point of being quite obsessed. Linley's trick, really wonderful, but, with Quinn's temperament, if you don't stimulate it, it may be really difficult to wake up. After thinking about it, I feel that it is indeed necessary to stimulate it. Anyway, it wasn't him who suffered. Immediately gloated and left. At this time, Quinn, in addition to sleeping, has 2 hours of rest every day. At the dinner table, he was feasting wildly. No matter what food is in front of him, he just keeps stuffing it into his mouth. Weeping while eating, his expression was miserable. Do you know how I've been living the past 2 months? 2 months. Quinn gnashed his teeth as he ate. Those bastards are really not human. Especially Jin. There's no mercy in beating Lousy. Hold a chicken feather as an arrow. Lousy has lost more than 100 caddies. Woo, Begaya wrote. Quinn, who had a snot and a tear, didn't dislike the snot flowing to his mouth. With a ghoul sound, he swallowed the food together. At this moment, a voice froze him who was feasting on the meal. Yo, it seems that Brother Quinn has recorded us in a small notebook. Gurgling, forcibly swallow the food in the mouth. Quinn turned around and said with a sneer, Linley, what's the matter with you? However, when he saw Jin beside Linley, his expression changed immediately, and he cursed angrily. What are you doing here, UBD? Affect Lousy's appetite. Lousy gets angry when he looks at you. As he said, if he couldn't beat him, he probably wanted to do it directly. Not long ago, he and Jin are still in the same echelon. Even if it's a little worse, it won't be too bad. It's a pity that after the first battle with the Crusade Alliance, Jingguo awakened, and also awakened Conquerors. He is no match at all now. Linley and Jin looked at each other with smiles on their faces. His dissatisfaction with Quinn was clear. After all, no one will be dissatisfied if they change it. The former pretended to casually say, it seems that Brother Quinn is very dissatisfied with us. Forget it, let's go, so that he doesn't even have to worry about eating. Not bad. Jin continued. It's a pity, we still thought about how hard this fat man has been working so hard recently, so we invited Xiaolu over here. After finishing speaking, he turned and left without hesitation. Little Green. When Quinn heard it, his eyes lit up. Hastily stood up and trotted, pulled the two of them, and said expectantly. Is that the geisha Xiaolu? If not, Jin said in a bad mood. I wanted to reward you, but since you have this attitude, let's let it go. Do not, Quinn said flatteringly. Little Green, I've never been able to get an appointment. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Nonsense. Jin thought to himself. The person Linley wants to meet, is there anyone in Wano-kuni who will refuse? It is really a waste of ideological education. Quinn was different. After all, the body is too huge, more than 6 meters in length. The average geisha is no more than 1.6 or 7 meters tall. Seeing Quinn like a mountain, I was scared to death. How dare you do his business? Moreover, the current strategy of beasts is to seek stability. People among the beasts are not allowed to run to the capital of flowers to make trouble when they are full. Naturally, Quinn will also restrain himself. Jin snorted coldly, ignored him, and continued walking forward. So Quinn had no choice but to look at Linley with a smirk on his face. Young master, don't, it's been a long time since I asked Xiaolu to come here. Don't miss this opportunity. Oh, Linley smiled and said, it seems that you like Xiaolu very much. Of course, the whole Wano-kuni is the best looking Little Green. When were you blind? Hobbies are so unique. Linley was speechless for a while. Okay, I'll let you take a look. As he spoke, he called Xiaolu in from the door. Originally, when Xiaolu saw Linley and Jin, she had a gentle smile on her face. But when he saw Quinn, his face immediately turned pale, obviously frightened by the image of Quinn. Quinn, however, acted as if he hadn't seen it, and happily said, Little Green, it's so beautiful, can you put on a show for me? Before Xiaolu answered, Linley spoke first. Just give him a random show. Anyway, there will be no chance in the future. For what? Quinn was taken aback. What do you mean no chance in the future? Linley smiled and said, because I decided, as long as you don't wake up for a day, Fengyu Capital will not exploit you. On the contrary, if you wake up, Xiaolu will perform for you alone in the future. What to do? Think about it for yourself. Said, and Jin Yidong walked out the door. Seems to suddenly think of something, Linley's voice came again. By the way, although it's your last time, if Xiaolu doesn't want to, you can't force it. Quote ? Quote. When Quinn heard this, he sat down completely disregarding his image, and said with grief and indignation on his face. I can't live anymore. The big baby doesn't want to live anymore. Isn't it just that you just want to lie flat, do research on technology, and listen to ditties by the way? Is it that difficult? Puff. Originally, Xiaolu was still afraid of Quinn's external image. But his, ugly, behavior immediately made her laugh out loud. Don't you think this big fat man like a mountain is not that scary? In addition, thinking of Linley's explanation, he said with a gentle face. Hey, big fatty, I'm not ashamed to cry at such a grown-up man. What's the matter? Sister will put on a show for you. Obviously Xiaolu was younger than Quinn, but it seems that they really regard Quinn as a big treasure. Really, when Quinn heard it, his eyes were full of disbelief. After all, Xiaolu had always refused to serve him before. But on second thought, I thought this was the last time. I can't help but feel sad. Hey, fat man, why are you crying again? Isn't it just awakening? Can't you just do it? He looked at Xiaolu with a serious expression on his face. Although I don't know what fruit awakening is. But those eyes seem to say, if it were you, you would definitely be able to do it, right? I understand the eyes. Quinn seemed to feel that he had great ambitions in an instant. That's right, the mere fruit awakening, how can it be difficult for Uncle Quinn? Outside, originally, Jin felt that it was necessary to stimulate him. But listening to Quinn's howling ghosts and howling wolves, he was quite worried. Is this really good? This old sea man probably doesn't know what it's like. It's not easy to have a little hobby. But was so ruthlessly deprived. Is it too cruel? Well, Linley sighed slightly. This is also impossible. If Hawkeye is not there, or if Hawkeye doesn't have an exclamation point. That might not be such a rush. But now, it doesn't matter if you don't want to be in a hurry. Besides, since it is contracted, how can the talent and potential of the increase be wasted? Simply take advantage of the situation to stimulate it, killing two birds with one stone. Isn't it beautiful? For the next 3 days, Quinn seemed to be on a tear. Whenever he was beaten, he kept talking about Xiaolu's famous minister. Finally after 3 days, in Linley's ear, he remembered the system's prompt. Contract target Quinn, fruit ability development to awakening, 64 times the fruit awakening degree in the form of killing pills will be returned 28.5%. In an instant, Linley only felt full of strength. In mind, gradually, 2 knives appeared faintly. Take a closer look. What is it if it is not natural teeth and broken teeth? 123 Awakening of Sesshomaru. The burst teeth and natural teeth that are about to be conceived. The other side of Onijima Training Hill. Linley looked at the 4 people who were practicing with great interest. At this time, Smoothie is patiently accompanying the 3 little ones to practice. Maybe you think Yamato is Linley's sister, or firmly believe that the 2 are brothers and sisters. In addition, Yamato at this age is too cute. It's hard not to be liked. So Smoothie is very concerned about Yamato. Since this month, it quickly became a piece, although not to the point where there is nothing to talk about. But in the final analysis, the age difference between the 2 is no more than 6 years. Not too big of a generation gap. The natural friendship is getting deeper and deeper. Logia's strength is not in improving physical fitness, but Thunderfruit is undoubtedly better than ancient species. Looking at the 3 little ones who are developing their fruit abilities, Linley's eyes fell on Jack. There was a trace of regret in his eyes. If Jack eats devil fruit later, he will definitely prepare a phantom beast for Jack. And now, although the mammoth form is said to be an ancient species, it is much inferior to Dako True God form and Thunder Fruit. The latter two, in terms of preciousness, should be considered at the same level. Almost the same, however, for the improvement of the combat power in the early stage. Logia's Thunder Fruit undoubtedly has an absolute advantage. Therefore, among the 3 little ones, Black Maria is the most powerful. In addition, she is also the first to practice the color of arms and the color of knowledge. If it is guided, Admiral's strength may be expected in the future. Certainly, this is the most ideal state. Looking at the 3 little ones, he couldn't help but think of his pre-appointed disciple, Kuina. What phantom beast should I find for her? Although Kuina is extremely talented in swordsmanship, incredibly high, but the physical fitness is too poor. Falling down the stairs can kill you. The way to make up for it is naturally to eat devil fruit. Moreover, since he is his disciple, he must be the best phantom beast. Of course, the best is not necessarily the most suitable. So, which phantom beast species is suitable for the source of the picture? After thinking about it, Linley can only think of the 2 phantom beast species that appeared in the original book for the time being. Nine-Tails Fox form, or vampire form. Try to launch Doflamingo and the underground forces to find it first, and then launch all the forces to find it after the new world is taken down. When it comes to Doflamingo, I have to say that I am quite discerning. The danger of the beasts more than 2 months ago did not make him obey the orders of the beasts. I have been trying my best to play my role as a middleman. Seastone business, so thriving. This made Kaido very satisfied. Thinking of this, Linley was about to go to the other side of the training mountain. Check out Quinn's masochistic progress. However, he had only taken 2 steps. There was a system beep next to my ear. 64 times, 28.5% awakening. Realizing that the degree of awakening has exceeded 100%, Linley couldn't help but shine. Next second, the body quickly begins to undergo dramatic changes. He can clearly feel the vitality, physical strength, and monster power, which are rising in a straight line. Original. Almost every 20% of his awakening degree is enough to double his constitution. 100%, that is 5 times. What is this concept? I'm afraid it's a concept that 5 Gion can't stand. The previous awakening degree was only 72.1%, which is more than 3 times. His constitution has reached an astonishing level. But now, it almost quadrupled again all of a sudden. At this time, in terms of constitution, I am afraid it has already surpassed Kaido. Even the Sesshomaru form is not like the Qinglong form, which is good at defense and vitality. Of course, vitality and defense are not the key points. Even the skyrocketing demon power doesn't count. 2. The phantom of 2 knives suddenly appeared in his mind. Take a closer look. What is it if it is not broken teeth and natural teeth? He was right. Awakening in the form of Sesshomaru, you will definitely get broken teeth and natural teeth. Finally awakened. At this moment, Linley said he was not excited, it was absolutely false. Although the previous form of Killing Pill is already very strong. But without natural teeth and broken teeth, can it still be called Sesshomaru? He suddenly thought of a question. How to transform these 2 knives? Because broken teeth and natural teeth are essentially knives. Not a skill. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the system interface. Host. Linley. Age. 13. Fruit. Inugu Fruit Phantom Beast Sesshomaru form awakened. Skills. Audio confusion, judgment control. Awakening. Natural teeth not pregnant, burst teeth not pregnant. Haki. Observation Haki, foreseeing the future passive, armament Haki, advanced emission, conqueror's Haki, demon god entangling. Physical arts. Swordsmanship advanced, physical arts beginner, firearms, Dacheng death mark. Contract targets. Hancock, Jin, Quinn, Kaido 11/12. Unborn. What does it mean? Looking at the words after the names of the 2 knives, Linley was really puzzled. He tried to condense the shape of the broken teeth through the demon power. Undoubtedly, a failure. Could it be that these 2 knives are going to be bred from the body? He thought of the process when Sesshomaru obtained the burst tooth. When Sesshomaru really let go of his obsession with his father's relics, that is to say, his obsession with Tetsuya and his hatred for Inuyasha. When you become a big monster on your own. Bakushaya, the knife conceived by his demon power and hidden in his body, finally came to life. It is not only a powerful leap of abandoning his father's shackles, but also a full manifestation of Sesshomaru's own powerful strength. And Linley, I am afraid that what is missing is a process of gestation. Thinking of this, I immediately fumbled. After a while, it seems to have some insights. Quote. If you want to breed these 2 knives, you must use demon power to nourish and breed them. After confirming this basic premise, Linley immediately chose to take the lead in breeding Blasttooth without hesitation. 2. He quickly discovered something was wrong. When starting to breed the broken teeth, 40% of his own monster power was immediately taken up. At the same time, recovery efficiency was also taken up by 40%. That is to say, when he was in the process of conceiving burst teeth, can't help but 40% of the total amount of demonic power, as well as recovered demonic power, will be forcibly used to breed Bangshaya. Until the breeding is complete. If natural teeth are conceived at the same time, wouldn't that be 80% of the monster power and the recovered monster power were directly occupied? Thus, in a short period of time, even if his monster power has nearly quadrupled, his strength will undoubtedly decline. If you want to conceive 2 knives at the same time, it's a bit too reluctant. After all, the next step is not only to go to Impel Down, but also to conquer the new world. The strength does not increase but decreases. That's a bit of a disadvantage. It seems, you have to make a choice. Originally thought that after the awakening of the Sesshomaru form, get 2 knives at once and be able to unleash the power of both knives ultimate. Unexpectedly, there is actually a process of breeding. You can only give birth to natural teeth first. Linley undoubtedly pays more attention to natural teeth than broken teeth. Because once you get this knife, it means that all the people he cares about have an extra life. Become a god who can decide the life and death of others. When it is not possible to determine how long the breeding process will take. Natural teeth are undoubtedly the best choice. Although the broken teeth are very strong and burst, destructive power reaches an ultimate. But with his current strength, walking on this sea, even 60% of his monster power is stronger than before. After all, it has almost quadrupled, but it is enough. Let's breed the natural teeth first, just as he made his choice. And when I can't wait to find Hawkeye to make a contract. Suddenly, he felt the demon power in his body, which resonated with the second generation Ghost Toru and Yanmo respectively. What happened? Subconsciously draw out second generation Onoduru and Enma respectively. Linley felt it suddenly. 40% of the monster power in the body was immediately taken up. At the same time, the system beeps again. Broken Tooth Phantom resonates with second generation ghosts, and natural Tooth Phantoms resonate with Yanmo. If second generation ghosts and Yanmo are bred through the medium, it will reduce the degree of demon power occupation and speed up the breeding speed. I see. Hearing this, Linley's eyes lit up. Originally, he also considered a problem. If burst teeth and natural teeth are conceived, I am afraid that no matter if it is second generation Gush or Yanmo, they will be favored. Because even Yanmo, who has the ability to fuse demon power with two-color Haki, cannot be stronger than Bakushaya. But if they can be combined together, these two knives can't help retaining their original characteristics, but also get the power of burst teeth and natural teeth. This way, just perfect. Why is Tianshengya compatible with Yanmo? After all, natural teeth are a knife of mercy. Linley, who couldn't figure it out, talked to Smoothie and San Shaoji who were in training. Immediately jumped up, stood on a high place and searched for the trace of Hawkeye. Over there. Hawkeye, who was practicing swordsmanship, couldn't help being stunned when he saw Linley suddenly falling in front of him. The contract is successful. After the awakening of Sesshomaru's form, the new quota contract obtained by Hawkeye will be placed on Hawkeye's body. Linley was really relieved. In this way, the most wanting contract is also the best contract object. Only redheads left. Wong Luffy should be counted too. Without thinking too much about these nonsense, Linley smiled lightly at Hawkeye. Lend me your knife. Hearing this, although Hawkeye's face was full of puzzlement, but he immediately handed the big sharp knife in his hand to Linley. At present, he has not obtained the supreme sword, Yi. Instead, he used an unknown big sharp knife. Next second, Linley had such an expression on his face. I thought to myself, sure enough, it doesn't fit. Only second generation ghosts fit together explosively. Broken teeth, and only Yanmo fits the natural teeth. Other knives, no response at all. Even if he tried to do the opposite, using Yanmo to incubate the broken teeth, he still couldn't succeed. What is going on? After returning the big sharp knife to Hawkeye, although Linley still had some doubts about the knife, he was in a good mood and said with a smile. Prepare well, 3 days later, I will accept your challenge. What? Hawkeye was stunned for a moment, and then a huge joy burst out of his eyes. He waited for this day for more than 2 months. 3 days later, I finally got my wish. Good. Seeing Hawkeye nodding, Linley jumped up without any hesitation, soaring into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the whole person stayed in the clouds. Continue to explore the breeding process of broken teeth and natural teeth. The sky gradually darkened, stayed in the clouds for a few hours. He finally got something. If it is simply breeding in the body, whether it is broken teeth or natural teeth, they will directly occupy 40% of the demon power. And if the compatible Yanmo and second generation Onitaru are used as the medium, the occupied demon power is directly reduced by half. In other words, after occupying 40% of the demon power, only one of them can be bred. Now I can conceive two at the same time. But there are new problems. The process of gestation can't be interrupted. Once interrupted, you have to start all over again. And if it is Yanmo and second generation Gush, they are in the process of being conceived. It is absolutely unusable, because once used, Get Jiao Hao is attached to armament Haki, it will be affected, thereby interrupting the process of gestation. In this regard, he is not very surprised. It seems that during this period of time, I need to find a knife to make do with it. Thinking of this, Linley actually had a goal in mind. Certainly, apart from these limitations, not without comfort, he found, when Yanmo and second generation Gidoru were in the process of breeding, he was able to have a feeling of spiritual connection with it. It was as if these two knives had become his arms, able to use his fingers like arms. Even if he dropped second generation Onitsu from the clouds, as soon as he thinks about it, the second generation Onitsu will automatically appear in his hands. Presumably, once second generation Gush and Bangshai are completely fused, and Yanmo and Tianshengya are completely fused. Even if you are thousands of miles away from these two knives, they can quickly appear in his hands. Not only that, he had a ridiculous idea. Once the breeding is really completed, maybe these two knives can be directly integrated into his body. After all, at that time, these two knives will be far superior to the Supreme Kuei Knife 12 works, and even in essence, they will become different. That night, since Linley's physical fitness has strengthened again, this made Guion extremely contradictory, and at the same time, a ridiculous idea came into being. Maybe, she needs more people to share with. Time flies by. In a blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day. That is the day when Hawkeye challenged Linley. This news spread 2 days ago. Therefore, early in the morning, everyone gathered at the East Island Training Mountain. Even Kaido has heard the news. 5 BD. 124, Hawkeye who was advancing by leaps and bounds. Demon God armed color. Before the people arrive, the sound has arrived. Kaido, who turned into a green dragon, landed on the training mountain of Onagao Island, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Even brother Kaido, are you interested in their fight? Jin greeted him with a smile. Of course, Kaido showed a look that should be taken for granted. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, the others inevitably smiled knowingly. Without any exaggeration, during these 2 months, maybe Linley wasn't paying attention to Hawkeye. But for others, he was really shocked by the speed of his progress. If we talk about when we first came, except for Linley and Kaido. Whether it's Katakuri, or Jin, or even Beckman, who came a month late. The strength is above Hawkeye. That now, I'm afraid except Linley and Kaido, Beckman, Katakuri, and Jin can no longer win against Hawkeye. Of course, Beckman's odds are a little higher. but it is far inferior to the steady win at the beginning. It is also because of this that everyone truly understands how terrifying Hawkeye's talent and potential are. I'm afraid their battle will only be inferior to that between Kaido and Linley. Jin said with emotion. During this time, life on N Island was simple and passionate. The basic program is to torture Quinn in turn. The exciting program is that Hawkeye takes turns challenging everyone except Linley and Kaido. The most important program, of course, is the battle between the strongest father and son in Onijima. Although the final result often ends in a tie, but everyone knows, Duque. However, even if the water is released, it will not affect the excitement of the battle at all. Being able to often witness the battles of the world's top powerhouses is undoubtedly a fatal attraction for Jin and the others. If you can keep watching like this, I am afraid that even if you don't practice, your strength will be improved a lot under the influence of your ears and eyes. Don't talk about them. Kaido, who fought fiercely with Linley, also made rapid progress in the process towards the peak strength in the original work. Therefore, all the powerhouses present have improved their strength to varying degrees during this period of time. Katakuri, it wasn't easy for you to win the battle a few days ago, right? Beckman asked Katakuri beside him. Since Linley opened his mouth, he agreed to Hawkeye's challenge. For the past 3 days, Hawkeye has been recharging his energy and preparing for the battle wholeheartedly. And the object of his last challenge is Katakuri. Yes, hearing this, Katakuri nodded with lingering fear. Not only is it not easy, I almost lost. As long as he observes Haki, or Fruit Awakening, one of them has not reached the current level. It will be a 100% defeat. With no doubt, the issue is, now, his strength can almost be said to have fallen into a bottleneck. It is basically impossible to improve knowledge color and fruit ability, armed with conquerors, especially the latter, although Linley and Kaido are often seen fighting against each other during this period. There has also been great understanding and progress, but want to master it thoroughly. I'm afraid it will not be an easy task. Most likely Jin is in the same situation. Kaido once commented, Conqueror's winding, it is a skill that only a few top experts can master. This statement is by no means false. On the other hand, Hawkeye, Conqueror's Haki, swordsmanship, basically none of them have reached the limit. Growth is not the same. I have a hunch. Katakuri gave a curious look. He knew that Beckman, who was a master of firearms, had an extremely vicious vision. It is easy to see through the phenomenon and see through the essence. I'm afraid after the battle between Hawkeye and Linley, the strength will definitely grow rapidly. Maybe it won't be long before Hawkeye will catch up with me, or even surpass me. I think so too. Katakuri shook his head and sighed. Talent is such a thing that I really can't even envy it. Obviously, he, Jin, and Beckman are considered the super group in this world. Compared with Hawkeye, it is undoubtedly much dimmer. And Linley, he doesn't even have a fishing net for comparison. Thinking of this, his gaze unconsciously turned to Quinn. Finally, there was some comfort. At this time, Quinn's face swept away the anger of the past. Reverted to that out-of-tune look. XAJ, his miserable life came to an end with the awakening of the fruit. CDFI, it's not that he didn't think about revenge on those who had tortured him. It's just that, even if the fruit has been awakened, why can't it be defeated? Simply give up counting the ball. Anyway, they have no reason to abuse him anymore. Just lie flat. It's okay to listen to ditties, engage in scientific research, and live a happy life. Not far away, Gion watched the two who were about to start fighting. There was a complicated look in his eyes. I'm afraid after this battle, beasts are about to officially start to move. The communication every night makes them understand the goals of the beasts incomparably. Some programs are not accredited. It's not like she didn't say a word to remind her. But in the end, I still choose husband and wife to follow along and believe in Linley. This morning, a note appeared inexplicably in my room. An order above. It made her heart complicated. Although Linley was informed immediately. But that's exactly what it is. Only then had to sigh. I'm afraid that Marine's plan, finally will come to nothing. Hearing the cheerful voices beside him. It was Smoothie and the 3 little ones. Gion's gaze shifted to Smoothie's body. Judging by the expression on her face, she seemed to have something to say to Smoothie alone. After a while, he couldn't make up his mind. At this time, the 2 people who were about to fight on the field were also communicating. Mahawk, how do you feel about living in Ghost Island for more than 2 months? Linley asked with a smile. Hearing this, Hawkeye's eyes were undoubtedly full of gratitude. Can't help but sincerely sigh. These 2 months or so have been the period of my fastest progress. Your Excellency Linley's kindness, I will keep it in my heart. He knows, if Linley doesn't want to pay attention to him, simply reject it, with his temperament, even if he is eager to know the gap between himself and the world's strongest swordsman. But if Linley can't be persuaded to fight with him, it is naturally impossible to stay on the East Island with the cheek. Who would have thought that Linley not only did not refuse? Instead, it seemed like he was one of his own. Let him challenge the strong who was rarely encountered in the past. Not even the plans of the beast's pirates. Not stingy in front of his face, just say so. Of course he couldn't tell the truth. But for everyone in the Shuangquan alliance, they didn't treat him as an outsider at all. My heart is naturally very moved. In fact, who has changed, who can't be moved? They have never met each other before, and although they are well known, they are undoubtedly insignificant in front of top forces and powerful people. In the end, he was treated with such a high standard. Except for the unfamiliar white-eyed wolf-like Blackbeard, no one can remain calm. What kind of kindness is this? Linley shook his head and smiled. I'm a good judge of people. In the future, you will definitely become a top powerhouse who is famous all over the world. Stand on top of the world. Compared to that, what kind of kindness is it to just let you stay on Ghost Island? Perhaps for Lord Linley, this is nothing. But I can't feel at ease. Hawkeye said solemnly. Hee. Linley smiled. His eyes couldn't stop admiring. He knows. Hawkeye isn't a scumbag like Blackbeard. He is also an emotional person. Perhaps in the end, he might not be able to join 100 beasts as he wished. But at least, he will never be an enemy of beasts. Such a result is completely worthy of his current insignificant investment. Of course, it would be even better if he could join 100 beasts. Wrong. From the very beginning, he admired Hawkeye very much. He had plans to recruit Hawkeye. However, it is not too hopeful. Thinking of this, he said lightly. Then let's get started. Let me see your progress over the past 2 months. Good. Hawkeye's expression changed and became serious. Test the distance between yourself and the world's strongest swordsman. This is the ultimate purpose of his coming here. At this moment, he finally got what he wanted, and he must go all out to get the long-awaited answer. Kang. In an instant, their weapons were unsheathed. Because of second-generation Onoduru and Enma, they are in the process of breeding. So Linley just randomly found a good sharp knife instead. For temporary use, it is enough. Dang 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 dang. Soon, the weapons of the two kept colliding with each other. In terms of swordsmanship, Hawkeye is obviously not only at the advanced level at this moment. Therefore, in terms of swordsmanship alone, Linley may not be comparable to Hawkeye. Certainly, because the comprehensive strength is too strong, there is an insurmountable gap between the two sides, even if 40% of the monster power is occupied, but still surpassed before the awakening of the Sesshomaru form. Not only the quantity beyond, the most important thing is the quality beyond. This is the scariest part. One more, the demon power is occupied, but the physical fitness is not affected. This makes Linley's reaction speed reached an unmatched level. Therefore, no matter how good Hawkeye's swordsmanship is, every move was aimed at Linley's weakness. Densely packed, like an impenetrable wall. But still none of them could pass through the defensive net of Linley's long knife and fell in front of him. Hawkeye was obviously not surprised. Can't help but not depressed, but more and more emotional. Moment. In an instant, a dazzling knife light lit up. Hawkeye seemed to blend into it. Carrying an indomitable momentum, he appeared in front of Linley in the blink of an eye. I saw the big sharp knife attached to the armed color. Under the blessing of strong storm-like air waves. The momentum is amazing, and the lethality, of course, is by no means taken lightly. Well done, Linley. On his face, it was undoubtedly extremely relaxed. No doubt, no matter how strong Hawkeye is in this period, not into the Imperial class. Obviously, it is impossible to bring any pressure to Linley. So it's just a good sharp sword with an armed color. Suddenly, as fast as lightning, Hawkeye's powerful blow was instantly blocked. Boom. Powerful air waves and waves erupted where the weapons collided. But it soon subsided again. Come again. From Hawkeye's point of view, it was only natural that he could not make achievements. Therefore, I couldn't help being discouraged, but full of fighting spirit. In a blink of an eye, the two sides fought at least a dozen moves. Without exception, Hawkeye focuses on attacking all the way, unleash all the skills to launch a fierce attack, and Linley was just passively blocking from the beginning to the end. What a powerful attack. Watching the two keep fighting, the onlookers, Beckman, Katakuri and even Jin, couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Hawkeye now is undoubtedly stronger than before. It seemed that as time passed, the attack on Linley became stronger and stronger. This is real genius. If Mihawk had this level a few days ago, I'm afraid I would be the loser in that battle. Clearly aware of this, Katakuri undoubtedly has a lot of emotion. At this moment, Jin also walked over. Looks like Beckman is right. After this fight, Mihawk will really be with us, and even surpass us by a lot. Good. With regard to Beckman's prophecy, it seems that several of them have unanimously approved it at this time. As for Linley fighting Hawkeye, they are not interested in commenting at all. Not to mention among their usual discussion objects. Not on the same level anymore. If you go to discuss it again, you will find yourself unhappy. Why bother? Time flies by. An hour passed in a blink of an eye. The two people on the field did not know how many moves they fought against each other. And the light in the eagle's eyes became brighter and brighter. From the beginning like the bright moonlight at night, gradually turned into the morning sun. Finally, the frame is as dazzling as the noon sun. But also at that moment, next to Linley's ear, the system's prompt sound came again. Contract target Hawkeye. Armament Haki is advanced, 59 times the return. Armament Haki, Demon God Ultimate Compression. 125 Hawkeye's heart returns to beasts, conquering the New World Prologue. Another 2 hours passed. Hawkeye finally stopped. It's just that there is not only no frustration of defeat on the face. Instead, it is full of excitement and hope. Because just 2 hours ago, he was in the process of fighting constantly. Successfully promoted Armament Haki to Senior. And for the next 2 hours. In such a high-intensity battle, you can master it quickly. Without any exaggeration, In a short period of time, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. At this time, if it weren't for the physical strength and Hawkeye were almost exhausted. I'm afraid he will never stop there. Don't look at just playing for 3 hours, almost exhausted. I thought Hawkeye's physical strength was no match for Hawkeye's. In fact it is not. No matter in any battle, the attacking side will always consume more energy than the defensive side. There is almost no suspense about this. One more, in order to test the gap between himself and the world's strongest swordsman. Hawkeye almost pulled out all the stops. Various powerful moves and slashes. As if he didn't want money, he slashed at Linley. This undoubtedly made him hardy. No one has ever been able to dispel his astonishingly powerful slash so lightly. I'm afraid, only when I become a black knife and master swordsmanship, can I really be qualified to make Linley serious. He knows. During these 3 hours, Linley wasn't serious at all. It's all about being a top sparring partner in the world. No matter how powerful the attack is. Or it is an understatement to resolve. It is precisely to collide with a force slightly stronger than him. Therefore, he was able to grow rapidly under such pressure. If Linley puts too much pressure on you, it will inevitably lead to his rapid defeat. If it is too small, it will not be stimulating. Only when it is so strong that people feel that there is hope to catch up can it really have an effect. It's like the tortoise in some games. It is impossible to widen the gap with the local tyrants. It will only always be a little bit stronger than the local tyrants. Stimulate local tyrants' consumption. Maybe the reality is different. But Linley's sparring training this time is almost the same reason. If you want to become a black sword, you have to go a step further in arming, but the swordsmanship is great, soon. It won't take a few years. Clarified the gap between himself and Linley. In other words, knowing what level to reach is the real qualification to compete with Linley. Hawkeye was no doubt content. The purpose of this trip to Ghost Island can be regarded as a successful completion. Let's call it a day. Linley put the knife away with a smile. Hawkeye was content, so is he. In Conqueror's Hawkeye, the originally relatively backward armed color has finally caught up after Hawkeye's return. Thus, there are basically no weaknesses. Or there is no weakness. Forehead. It's not entirely true if there is no. Swordsmanship has not yet reached its limit. As for gymnastics, he has only just started. And now that the form of Sesshomaru has been awakened, it means that he can obtain the second fruit ability. And these are closely related to the contract quota. He still needs to contract at least 2 people. Redhead and King Luffy, so quota is essential. Another one, even if the pillow people like Ziyuan don't consider the return, the contract is still necessary. Blah blah. Seeing the 2 people stop, the crowd applauded one after another. Congratulations to the 2 for their wonderful battle. At the same time, they all surrounded them. Mahawk, the purpose of your trip has been achieved. What are your plans for the next step? Katakuri asked curiously. Intend. Hawkeye hesitated when he heard this. His goal in life is naturally to become the #1 swordsman in the world. In fact, basically every swordsman has this goal. There is still a dream, what if it comes true? It's just that, now it seems that the first is probably not possible. But second, it's still achievable. In this way, go to various parts of the world to find different sword masters to fight, and in the process, integrate all the comprehensions and gains, and practice the swordsmanship to a great level. It has become an essential process. But, this was just his previous thought. Now, there are so many strong people in Onijima. Those who use swords are Linley and Jin. And he is also here, and he has made great progress that he has never had before. In a short time, if possible, he doesn't want to leave like this. After all, apart from Kaido, there were no other places where there were so many strong men who were both suitable and strong enough. Seeing Hawkeye's hesitation, Jin seemed to have understood what Linley was thinking, so he simply proposed. Or just stay. Be a part of our 2-regiment alliance. Besides Jin, Beckman could clearly see Linley's intentions and echoed. Good idea. Stay here, we will be partners in the future. Although we have only met each other not long ago, you are very suitable for me. What do you say? Indeed. Katakuri also nodded and smiled. Besides, you didn't join any forces in the first place. Hunting Marines for a living again. It just so happens that Linley has the intention of offering a reward to the top officials of the world government. Just hit it off and hit it off. Even the not-so-reliable Quinn, at this time, is also very troublesome. Don't worry, I've already forgotten about being pressed and rubbed by you before. As soon as this remark came out, everyone laughed. Seeing that everyone sincerely hoped that he would stay, it was impossible for Hawkeye to say that he was not moved and moved. It's just that I never thought about joining any force. This made him hesitate for a while. At this moment, Linley spoke up. Don't rush to answer. Anyway, our beasts, no, the door of the 2-group alliance is always open for you. Next we're going to start conquering the new world. When we are not here, you can continue to travel the world. Wait until you feel that you want to settle down, and then give me an answer, whether you want to join us or not. However, even if you don't join, we are still partners, aren't we? Yes, what Linley means is what I mean. Kaido also nodded solemnly. For him who cherishes talents extremely, how could it be possible not to want Hawkeye to join? Conquer the new world, and I can help. Hawkeye hurriedly said, I ate and drank here for more than 2 months, and received super high standard hospitality. The strength is also advancing by leaps and bounds. If you don't make a little effort to repay, it will be unreasonable in his heart. No, Linley shook his head. It's just New World, there's no need to waste your time. You are different from them. Now you have too much room for growth, let alone stop in one place. In the original book, Hawkeye can become the world's #1 swordsman. Not just relying on talent and potential. His life experience is also essential. Therefore, even if you want to join Hawkeye again, nor hope it is now, at least it will have to wait until the night after he has mastered his swordsmanship and obtained the 12 skills of the Supreme Sword. But, don't get entangled. Linley laughed. I have a hunch that in the next few years, you will let the whole world know your name. Lord Linley. At this moment, Linley's approval really touched Hawkeye's eyes. If it wasn't somewhere in the dark, I feel that there are some places in this world that I have to go. I'm afraid I wanted to agree to join on the spot. Only, therefore, he made up his mind. Wait until you feel you should stop asking for flowers. We'll definitely go back to Ghost Island. Give Guillaume the new contract quota. Lin Xiao began to study the promoted armament Haki. Armament Haki. Demon God, Ultimate Compression. When the demon power is released, the cast armament Haki will transform into the Demon God armament Haki. Ultimate Compression, on the other hand, is a higher level technique that is different from internal damage and space attacks. Well known. In terms of skills, the quality and quantity of armed colors are not mentioned. Hardening is the basic skill of armed color. Winding is intermediate, and the internal destruction is considered advanced. These 4 techniques can be applied independently or mixed with each other. But there is no doubt that these techniques will not change the quality of Haki itself. But ultimate compression is different. By compressing the quantity of the armed color and increasing the quality of the armed color, a more powerful armament Haki can be obtained. That is to say, if the quality of the armor color is 100, the attack can only be 100. Then through ultimate compression, the quality can be raised to 120 or even higher. Use this technique once Linley is in the liberated state. The armed color changes to the Demon God armed color. It is completely conceivable how terrifying the power will be. 0. As expected of a top skill. Knowing what ultimate compression is, Linley is undoubtedly quite satisfied. Night. Before sleep, Linley and Guillaume chatted about the note in the morning. Have you figured it out? Officially announced the withdrawal from Marine. Well, think it over. Although Guillaume's eyes were a little blurred, his tone was firm. During this time, they have been silent, and the G1 branch has not been withdrawn for a long time. And the order in the morning made me blend in with the beasts and become an undercover agent. I'm afraid I have already predicted that you will not do anything to me. Although the guess is accurate, I can't bear to take advantage of your trust. Their plan is doomed to be impossible. Announcing earlier is also a good thing for them. You don't blame me, do you? Guillaume's eyes were filled with apology. In fact, if Linley asks, she can do whatever she wants. Pretending to promise to become a pawn buried in the beasts. In fact, it was reported that they learned about Marine's information, and even deliberately delivered false information and so on. But she couldn't do it after all. How come? You can tell me about this for the first time, and I am very touched. It's fine if you don't get angry. After a few days, everyone began to make final preparations for the Impel Down operation, which is the first step to conquer the New World. Because it is not simply to destroy, but to rob a large number of criminals. Therefore, a relatively large and extremely strong ship is required, and the chassis must be made of sea stone. This allows for free navigation on the calm belt. To participate in this operation, Kaido was almost bound to participate. But Linley thinks Wano-kuni must keep a top player. Kaido can only give up. Stay home on Onijima. In the end, it was decided that Linley would lead the team, with Beckman, Jin, Katakuri, Cracker and others assisting. After reluctantly saying goodbye to Guillaume, Smoothie, and the 3 little ones, the giant ship sails towards the calm belt. Before entering the calm belt, everyone on board bid farewell to Hawkeye. After Linley explained, he took a step ahead and went to Asuka Island on the edge of the Grand Line alone. There is a sword in there. 126 peering to the shoulders of the supreme sharp knife. Demon Sword 7 stars. Originally, during the period when Yanmo and second generation Onitsu bred the natural teeth and the broken teeth. Regarding the alternatives, Linley actually thought of 2 options. The first thing that comes to mind, of course, is the Heidao Chushui stolen by Gecko Moria a few years ago. And it is a national treasure of Wano-kuni. Even if you wait until the gestation is complete, you can also stay at Wano-kuni. It is a return to the original owner. Has a strong symbolic meaning. But who knows where is Gecko Moria now? Anyway, since losing to Kaido a few years ago, the crew was slaughtered by beasts. Gecko Moria has not pouted since then. It is still unknown whether the thriller bark has been obtained. As for the other famous knives in the original book, like what Griffin, Ace, Knight and so on, there is no way to find it. On the contrary, the goal of this trip, the 7-star sword, has the greatest possibility of obtaining it. Moreover, the 7-star sword is a monster sword, which is undoubtedly more suitable for Linley. To be honest, ordinary swords, even the supreme sword, may not be his eyes. Since the order was given to Doflamingo a few days ago, let him go through the underground world and find the location of Asuka Island. This is not too difficult. So after getting feedback, just in time to say goodbye to Hawkeye, the ship sailed into the calm belt. Linley didn't delay, and, 840, rushed to Asuka Island immediately. Perhaps it is because of the quality of the demon power, which has now reached an astonishing level. After casting Light Flight, his speed, compared to before, has at least increased several times. 3 days later, arrived at Asuka Island smoothly. In the original book, the 7-star sword was sealed in the ruins at the center of Asuka Island. Linley, who was in midair, quickly locked the position. Because it is night now. Without any hesitation, let alone the slightest interest in experiencing the local customs. Linley flew straight towards the center of Asuka Island. However, just landed and haven't taken a few steps. More than a dozen people rushed out from the ruins, armed with all kinds of weird weapons, and surrounded Linley. Who are you? What do you want to do when you break into the ruins? Guardian of the ruins. He glanced at everyone with interest. Linley didn't bother to explain to these minions. The voice was instantly full of bewitching. Can you take me to the place where the 7-star sword is sealed? While he was talking, the skill of audio confusion was then deployed. With his current strength, controlling these people is easy. The eyes of the people surrounding him suddenly changed, and then returned to normal. It seems that his words were taken on the spot. He led him respectfully to the depths of the ruins. 10 minutes later, a group of people came to a quaint stone temple. At this moment, it seemed that they heard the movement outside, and a stumbling figure walked out from it. Stand firm at the entrance of the stone palace. The moment he saw Linley, his expression changed drastically, and he asked solemnly. Young man, what are you doing here? Isn't the purpose obvious? Linley obviously had no interest in talking nonsense. He had to rush to impel down after getting the 7-star sword. I've been short of a handy weapon recently, and the 7-star sword is just right. You know what you're talking about. Once the 7-star sword is born, it will definitely bring slaughter and destruction to this world. Put the world in darkness. I will never allow this to happen. As he spoke, he hurriedly took 2 steps forward and shouted. Get him down. And at this moment, Linley saw the figure's face clearly. Eliza, that is, the grandmother of Maya, an important character in the cursed holy sword. Obviously, like Maya, Elias's family has been witches for generations, and she also bears the mission of preventing the resurrection of the 7-star sword. How do you know my name? Yi Liansha froze for a moment, her old face was full of disbelief. Hee. Linley smiled faintly. Bring killing and destruction to this world. There are so many things that can do that. The 7-star sword is just one of them. As for bringing darkness to the world, you really think highly of the 7-star sword. To know, in the original book, the 7-star sword is combined with Ka. It was cut off by Zoro who didn't know Hawkeye yet. This shows that the 7-star sword is not as exaggerated as Yi Liansha said. Certainly, there are many factors here. For example, it was precisely because of the integration into Sokka's body that the regiment was cut off. Does this mean that the 7-star sword is garbage? It can only be said that Sokka is rubbish. You know, when there is no fusion, nothing happens. Another one, the 7-star sword has been sealed for so many years after all. Moreover, the blood and hatred were eliminated by the Miko. The demon power contained in it has long been weak. But unfortunately, demon power, he is plenty. Nonsense. Eliance's gloomy face was almost dripping with water. Just as she was about to say something to refute, but seeing that everyone was motionless, they didn't take her words seriously at all. Can't help but stunned. Take me to the place where the 7-star sword is sealed. At this time, Linley's bewitching voice sounded again. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Yi Liansha's eyes became dull in an instant. Then it went back to normal. He nodded respectfully to Linley and said, yes, so, under the leadership of Yi Liansha. Linley quickly entered the stone hall. In the depths of the stone hall, there is an altar. A long, dull sword protruded from it. Is this the 7-star sword? I didn't think much about it, let alone any vigilance. Linley casually held the hilt of the 7-star sword. He pulled it out of the altar suddenly. Next second, a demonic force full of violence and killing rushed straight into Linley's mind. It seems to want to seize control of this body. However, Linley just smiled lightly without changing his face. With the quality of his demon power today, 7-star sword wants to control him through demon power. I'm afraid it's not that the mayflies shake the tree and are overwhelmed. Therefore, he simply allowed the demon power contained in it to invade his body. That's it. The demon power that invaded his body was swallowed up by his own demon power the moment it entered his arm. It took less than a minute. The monster power overflowing from the seal in the 7-star sword was completely absorbed. It seems that the time of being sealed is too long. The superficial monster power is really running out. If you wait until the red full moon breaks the seal, you might be more optimistic about recovering your demon power. But Linley obviously can't wait for that time. So, he simply poured the monster power in his body into it crazily. He rushed towards the position of the seal. Kacha. There is no doubt about the quality of Linley's demon power. Even compared to the heyday of the 7-star sword, it is only stronger than weaker. Therefore, the seal that has been sealed for hundreds of years can't stop the impact of this level of monster power at all. Jump. Accompanied by a sound, the 7-star sword seemed to have finally been unshackled, constantly emitting a dazzling green light. It's just that the green light is full of weirdness and ominousness. And the unsealed monster power rushed straight into Linley's mind through Linley's arm holding the sword. It seems that they want to turn against customers again. Turn Linley into a slave to the sword. In response, Linley just smiled lightly. Not only did he fully absorb the 7-star demon power pouring into his body. Even after devouring it, it did the opposite. The demon power in the body poured into the 7-star sword again. In just a few minutes, the original monster power in the 7-star sword was all replaced in this process. This moment, the demonic power contained in it has all become Linley's demonic power. This gave him a feeling of being in control. At this moment, although the green light was still there, the light turned into pure green. As the input of demon power continues to increase, the pure green light is getting brighter and brighter. It seemed that after reaching a limit, Linley finally stopped. Waved a few times casually. He flicked his fingers again. The 7-star sword full of monster power is almost as sharp as Yanmo. That is to say, it is comparable to the peerless sword. The 7-star sword can not only control its master, but it can even control other people. Thinking of this, he suddenly moved the 7-star sword in front of Yi Lianxia. The latter's eyes suddenly turned red, already controlled by the 7-star sword. And as the owner of the 7-star sword, Linley can also control Elaine with a thought. Interesting. Only, I'm afraid the 7-star sword can only control the weak. The strong, I am afraid it is impossible to be controlled at all. However, this point is quite similar to a certain sword in the world of Inuyasha. Moreover, that sword and Sesshomaru have a certain relationship. After walking out of the stone hall, Linley did not leave immediately, but began to test the power of the 7-star sword. With a wave of 3.3, the monster power in the sword burst out. Bursts of demon fire shot out from it. In addition to controlling people's souls, does the slash also come with demon fire? From this point of view, Linley's 3 knives each have different characteristics. Second generation Ghost Toru, strengthened by continuously absorbing demon power. It surpasses the rank of the 12 crafts of the supreme sharp knife. Just a matter of time. In terms of growth, second generation Onoduru is undoubtedly the strongest. Yanmo, on the other hand, has the ability to fuse demon power and 2-color haki. Therefore, it is the most practical in battle. Of course, with the future Linley masters this skill himself. When that day really comes, Yanmo's role will be greatly reduced. As for the 7-star sword, it controls the soul and demon fire. The demon fire transformed from his demon power of this quality. How powerful it is, there is no need to describe too much. Looking at the ground not far away, in addition to being cut into a gully, the green demon fire is constantly burning on the edge, and it shows no sign of going out at all. After the test, Linley didn't delay any longer. He jumped up, emitting green light all over his body, and flew in the direction of Impel Down. 127 Impel Down for the first time. It was a few days later. Because Linley left a death mark on the giant ship, even the giant ship sailed in the calm belt. Still successfully merged with Beckman et al. Seeing him come back again, there was another sword around his waist. I can't help but feel how efficient Linley is, especially when it is learned that the 7-star sword is comparable to the supreme Kuaisao. That feeling is even worse. For other people, even if they are also famous and powerful, it is a rare thing to get a supreme sharp knife. Linley found one in just a few days. The efficiency is so fast, I have to admire it. Of course, the 7-star sword is comparable to the supreme Kuaisao, all because Linley supplemented the demon power. Otherwise, unless you wait until the once-in-a-century red full moon comes, only the 7-star sword could fully recover its strength. But even if the red full moon comes, it may not be as good as it is now. After all, the quality of Linley's demon power is really too high. From Wano Kuni want to go to Impel Down. There are 2 paths. One is to go to Mermaid Island. After coating, pass through the 10,000-meter channel under the sea and enter the first half of the Grand Line, which is the Paradise. 23 Marine Headquarters Marineford, Impel Down, Eni's lobby, not far above after crossing the passage. It can be said that this route is the fastest. But considering that this is somewhat fanfare, under Beckman's suggestion, I chose the second way. That is the road that Linley took from North Blue to East Blue. When Linley returned to the giant ship, it happened that the giant ship was about to enter the upside-down mountain. After passing the reverse mountain, we entered the calm belt in the first half of the Grand Line again, heading towards Impel Down. Since it's on the calm belt, generally speaking, no ship would dare to sail in the calm belt at all. Therefore, there are very few ships seen along the way. It can be said that sailing in the calm belt is undoubtedly the most concealed and convenient for a specific ship. Of course, there are countless sea kings encountered. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that they will become the rations of sea kings in minutes. But with the strength of the few people on board, the mere sea kings obviously couldn't pose any threat to everyone. Instead, it became the food for everyone to eat. More than 10 days later, it's getting closer and closer to Impel Down. And the closer they got, the more and more warships they encountered. Boom. Seeing that Linley waved his hand, a warship was bound to be destroyed. Beckman on the side pointed to the front and said, "It is estimated that it is less than half a day's flight away from Impel Down. There will inevitably be a large number of warships patrolling the nearby waters." Well, it will go according to plan then. It is said to be a plan, but in fact there is no plan. After arriving at Impel Down, destroy all warships as soon as possible. Beckman, Katakuri and others responded outside. Enter Impel Down with Linley and Jin and free the prisoners from the prison. Of course, even a huge ship cannot hold all the criminals in Impel Down. Therefore, Linley's goal was placed on the last 3 floors from the very beginning. Soon, the giant ship sailed into the Impel Down water smoothly. At least 20 warships were destroyed along the way, which will definitely arouse Marines' vigilance. Their arrival may be faster than we expected. Beckman reminded from the side. Although sailing all the way in Calm Belt, his whereabouts are extremely hidden. But it's also impossible to be completely silent. Especially the warships encountered will be destroyed by Lin Fu without hesitation. And just now, 10 patrolling warships were destroyed at once. And Impel Down is quite close to Naval Headquarters. With Naval Headquarters Marineford, Ennie's Lobby, in the same triangular current. Marine can quickly go back and forth between the three through specific ocean currents. If Marine reacts immediately, they are likely to be surrounded. Well, don't worry, I know what's going on. Linley nodded. This prison robbery will inevitably cause a huge shock. After all, Impel Down is somehow. It can be regarded as the report card of Marine in recent decades. Now Linley wants to do it all. A fight with Marine is inevitable. He had expected this in his heart. Unless he is alone, just to rescue a specific target, he will immediately dodge after saving the person. Otherwise, such a big movement. If Marine can't react to this, then it's too useless. Seeing that the entrance of Impel Down has come into view, Linley jumped up and took a step ahead without hesitation. Seeing this, Jin followed closely behind. Soon, Linley turned into a green light and landed on the small square at the entrance of Impel Down. Who are you? At the entrance of Impel Down, there are two guards, that is, jailer beasts. I saw Linley and Jin appearing in front of me one after another. Can't help being surprised. While one of them was shocked, he always felt a little familiar. But for a while, I couldn't remember it. At this time, Linley's bewitching voice followed. Tell me the current situation of Impel Down. Facing the minion, Linley didn't think there was a need to talk nonsense, so he simply used the sound confusion skill and directly controlled it. This will undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Jin originally thought that Linley would do it without hesitation. Who would have thought that Guard 173 would inform him of Impel Down? Are these people Linley's undercover agents? Just when he couldn't understand. Seeing the two jailer beasts, their eyes quickly became dull, and then returned to normal in the next second. Then just introduce the current situation to Linley. Impel Down is known as the Iron Wall. It is almost 20 years after the original book. The reason for this move. He is someone who never appeared in the original book. On the other side, more than 20 warships were destroyed. There are 6 floors from top to bottom. Of course because of the Impel Down that Linley knew. As for Hannibal and Shiryu of the Rain, they are now the wardens. They are respectively named Crimson Hell, Wild Beast Hell, Starvation Hell, Burning Hell, Freezing Hell, and the lowest level, where the most ferocious criminals are held, Eternal Hell. Seeing that the two jailer beasts really told the truth, Jin was stunned. The deputy director is Magellan. The current director is named Adolf. Marine Admiral Sengoku soon received news of the disappearance of these warships. Besides, it doesn't take much trouble at all to use the sound confusion skill. There is no shipwreck. Who knows what's different now? Through Jailer Beast's introduction, the two quickly learned about the current situation of Impel Down. 128 Marines' reaction. There are more than 20 warships, all of which have no news. In Admiral's office at Naval Headquarters, Sengoku and Crane couldn't help but change their faces when they heard the sudden news. Occasionally a warship goes missing, that's normal. After all, in some sea areas, the signal of the phone bug will be blocked. It is common to be unable to get in touch with the outside world. But in such a short period of time, more than 20 warships disappeared one after another. This situation is very abnormal. According to analysis, these missing warships all have one thing in common. The intelligence officer said solemnly, "The last time I reported the position was all smashed by Calm Belt." Calm Belt. Sengoku and Suru exchanged glances. Doubtful eyes. Could it be the Sea King's riot? To know, even the Marines don't stay on the Calm Belt for long. Except for the fleet in the Triangle Current. Other warships, at most, just borrowed the road. But now, these warships disappeared in the Calm Belt unexpectedly. Except for the Sea King's riot explanation. It's hard to think of any other possibility. Could it be some pirate force that entered the Calm Belt? Of course, this is not impossible. But judging from the final location of the missing warship, it's not at all that Unity disappears somewhere. Instead, it is spread all over the Calm Belt on one side of the Grand Line. Order the nearby branches and send warships to investigate. Yes, the intelligence officer nodded and was about to carry out the order. Crane suddenly asked, regarding the information on beasts, is there any news from CP0 recently? The reason why she would ask this, it just feels like the movements of the beasts in the past few months are too small. Or nothing at all. According to her and Sengoku's initial analysis, it shouldn't be. Not at all. The intelligence officer shook his head. Has our intelligence agency obtained relevant information? Yes, but it's all trivial things. There is no key information at all. In terms of intelligence collection, Marines' intelligence agencies are often difficult to compare with CPO. Especially in a closed country like Wano-kuni. And Marine, it is impossible to ask CP0 to provide information anytime and anywhere. In principle, both parties belong to the same world government organization and are at the same level. The reason why I fully cooperated last time. Of course, I think I have encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once Marine has gained something, it is of great benefit to the world government. Otherwise, intelligence from both sides would often not. Understood. You go out first. When the intelligence personnel left, Sengoku asked Tsuru. You think it's the work of the beast's pirates? Not impossible. Crane seemed to be thinking about something, his brows raised slightly. Sea King's riot, the probability of such a thing happening is too small. And the track of the disappearance is too scattered. Even if the Sea King's riots, it is impossible for there to be multiple riots and our people happen to run into them. So, it must be man-made. So, in the past few years, who else dares to challenge Marine? Beast's pirates. Sengoku nodded approvingly. Over there in Gion. No. When Sengoku mentioned the word, Gion, Tsuru already understood what he meant. It was nothing more than asking if Gion had sent back any information. Thinking of that little sister, she couldn't help showing a little worry and guilt in her eyes. At the beginning, it promised to use the cancellation of the New World G1 branch as a condition in exchange for a truce. Just a stopgap. G1 branch, impossible to revoke. That's pretty much their consensus. In this way, Gion, who has become a hostage, will inevitably have more bad luck than good luck. But at the time, be it Sengoku or Akinu, or even Crane, it's too important for Marine. Just a rear admiral's Gion. Undoubtedly the best hostage candidate. But in this way, he almost became an abandoned child. Originally, Sengoku and Tsuru would not have agreed to take Gion hostage. But the situation at that time. First, Gion took the initiative and was very firm. Secondly, it was Marshal Kong's strategy of scheming. By the act of abandoning Gion, let Gion pretend to be disappointed with Marine, to quit Marine and join Beast's pirates. Certainly, this requires a process. Marine will try to delay the time as much as possible. During this time, channels of communication with Gion were established through intelligence personnel. Then thoroughly carry out the undercover operation. And because of Gion's sensitive identity, he will not be trusted at first. But it doesn't matter. Life is at least worry-free. In fact, the original North Blue Don Quixote family's actions. Afterwards, Crane just reported Linley's track to Kong. But I don't know why. Even Gion's interaction with Linley and Smoothie was known to Sora. This is the basic condition of the plan. I'm sure Linley won't do anything to Gion. Certainly, Linley is with Gion. It is also beyond the imagination of almost everyone in Marine. Can't say everyone. At least Crane thought of this possibility. That's why her eyes were so worried. While Sengoku and Tsuru were struggling, the intelligence personnel who had just left rushed in again. It's not good. All warships in the impelled down waters are missing. What? Sengoku stood up abruptly, his expression changed greatly. No, someone has the idea of impel down. As he spoke, he turned his head towards the Crane and said. It just so happens that Sakazuki and the three of them are here, go and inform them. Good. Seeing Crane nodded, Sengoku rushed towards the gate without hesitation. And the other side, Linley has entered impel down. And within a short distance, I met the director Adolf, and the deputy director Mo Qianzhao Magellan and others. Are you, the world's #1 swordsman, Linley? Traces have been found. Character. The guards can monitor every move in the prison anytime and anywhere. Looking at the several figures in front of him. What are you doing here? Hannibal reminded. Almost all the main players in Impel Down are here. By the videophone bug, the moment Linley and Jin appeared at the entrance of Impel Down. That is monitoring. He knew that videophone bugs were basically installed everywhere in Impel Down. Adolf, Magellan, Hannibal, Shiryu of the Rain. Obviously, there seemed to be no surprise on Linley's face. Adolf asked with a serious face. Now the title of World's Strongest Man should be added. 129, Director of Impel Down. Strong crush. Adolf is a middle-aged man with a full beard. He has a strong figure. Even standing in front of Magellan, who was nearly 5 meters tall, he is still half a head taller. And not holding any weapons. Obviously, being able to become the director of Impel Down, the strength is not far behind. Most likely a strong man who is good at physical combat. At least armament hockey isn't too bad. This point is quite similar to the older admirals. Examples include Zephyr and Garp, who was repeatedly appointed admiral but was rejected. In a short period of time, Linley focused most of his attention on Adolf. I came to a conclusion. This robbery, he is confident, but never underestimate any strong person. What are you doing here? Linley and Jin looked at each other and smiled. Is not this nonsensical? I'm not here to rob a prison, could it be that I'm here as a guest? However, Linley still smiled lightly. Not long ago, Sengoku Admiral invited me and my father to come to Impel Down as guests. Now that I'm here, where's Sengoku? Hearing this, Adolf and the others all froze. What a god, the strongest swordsman in the world, the strongest man in the world, came to visit a ghost place like Impel Down. Just kidding. However, Adolf's question just now was just a casual question according to the usual practice. I saw him with a gloomy face and said, just kidding, Sengoku Admiral is not here. If you want to find him, you can go to Naval Headquarters. Impel Down, that's not the place for someone of your status to come. In words, it seems to be quite polite, but the determination of the attitude is obvious. He obviously didn't say any strong words, but both Linley and Jin heard a meaning. Get the hell out, don't think about Impel Down. The visitor is a guest. As a host, how can you drive away the guests? With a smile on his face, Jin said unhurriedly. Furthermore, I am familiar with this place, so I am revisiting the old place again. It's you, Bell. Adolf looked at Jin carefully, and finally recognized him. Many years ago, Jin, whose real name is Bell, was imprisoned in Impel Down for a period of time because of his identity as a survivor of the Lunaria tribe. Later escorted to Marine's experimental base. It was there that he met Kaido and was rescued by Kaido. After escaping from the Marine experimental base, he was given the name, Jin, as a break with the tragic past. It seems, you are throwing yourself into a trap. Adolf, who already knew in his heart that Linley and Jin were not kind, could not help but put a sneer on his face. Impel Down is very close to naval headquarters. 1 hour at most, Marine will arrive. If you don't leave now, don't even think about leaving later. Really think Impel Down is a vegetable market, come and go when you want. It doesn't matter. Linley nodded lightly, and his voice began to be full of emotion. Wouldn't it be a pity if we couldn't see the legendary #1 prison in the world? One more thing, to satisfy Jin's wish to revisit his hometown, it's not a bad idea. In that case, why not stay here? The sneer on Adolf's face remained the same. He wished Linley would, rather die than leave. Once such strong men are imprisoned in Impel Down, one can imagine how much sensation it will cause and how much it will hit the pirate forces. However, Adolf, Magellan, and Shiryu Rain didn't seem to notice that Hannibal's eyes suddenly became dull. It was back to normal soon. But Linley's eyes at the moment were rather regretful. Really, failed. Only Hannibal, the most useless of the four, was controlled. But, Linley was not surprised that Yinwo couldn't make more achievements. After all, whether it is Adolf, Magellan, or Shiryu of the Rain, they are all famous strongmen. Naturally, it is not like Jailer Beast, which can fail even Fruit Awakening and is easily controlled. At this moment, Linley noticed the hotness in Shiryu's eyes looking at him. Interesting. Linley also understands this guy. In the original book, I like to slaughter prisoners and colleagues and get pleasure from it. Very indifferent to life and cruel. Finally, in the Impel Down event, he rescued the newly started Blackbeard pirate group and was invited to join it as the captain of the #2 ship. Maybe Linley didn't like his character. But it doesn't hinder Shiryu of the Rain, he will be a good fighter. Thinking of this, he said with great interest. Shiryu of the Rain, I heard about you. Life in Impel Down is boring, isn't it? Would you like to come with me later? Hearing this, Adolf and Magellan all widened their eyes, furious. So arrogant, actually recruiting a warden in front of the 2 directors and deputy directors. Your Excellency Linley, being too arrogant is not a good thing. After that, Adolf, with a gloomy face, turned his head and glanced at Shiryu of the Rain. He never liked this man. Although the caretaker, but extremely bloodthirsty, if it weren't for this period, he didn't make the mistakes every day. He simply won't tolerate such a person holding an important position. After hearing this, Shiryu of the Rain couldn't help being stunned. The reason why he looked at Linley was so hot. There are many reasons. On the one hand, he is also a swordsman. See Jonao's top achiever. Naturally, they will be ready to move, eager to compete. One more, I am also curious about what Linley will do when he comes to Impel Down. If only Linley could be locked up. He will kill it himself. How exciting would that be? When I think of this, I get excited. A signature evil smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Who would have thought that Lin Fu would recruit him immediately? Now but there is no plan to leave Impel Down. Sorry, I'm more looking forward to killing you with my own hands than to go with you. CDBB, really? Hey, Linley smiled lightly, not taking it seriously. The right hand has already fallen into the hilt of the 7-star sword. Kang, with the 7-star sword unsheathed, Linley seemed to lose the interest to continue talking nonsense. Jin, the one who holds the sword will be handed over to you. Okay, this guy's tone is better than yours. I hope that the strength can match the tone. Jin nodded, and then his eyes fell on Shiryu of the Rain. He wanted to see. What is this guy who wants to kill Linley capable of? Is it finally time to start? Adolf and Magellan, who had expected this scene a long time ago, had serious expressions on their faces. The shadow of a famous tree, lost to Linley's famous strongman. For them, without exception, they are extremely difficult enemies. Whether it's Big Mom, or Pluton, Rayleigh, and the former, world's strongest man, Whitebeard. And the 3 marine monsters that have gradually emerged in recent years. They were defeated by Linley one after another. It is said that Akinu was still killed by one move. So, how could Adolf and Magellan not have the police in their hearts? But, the 2 clearly had no intention of beating Linley. Know everything with your butt. With just the 2 of them, it's impossible to do it. But just hold on. Once the marine arrives, surround Impel Down. I believe that even Linley might not be able to fly without wings, and he will end up here. Break into Impel Down, it will be your worst decision. While speaking, Adolf's duality began to wrap around armament hockey, and it became pitch black. And Magellan was not to be outdone. Strong poison emerged from his body, turned into 3 poisonous dragons, and went down towards the forest. Seeing the 3 poisonous dragons attacking first, although Linley is in the form of a killing pill, he is immune to toxins. But I don't want to be stained with something so disgusting. With a wave, the 3 slashes met the 3 poisonous dragons. Puff! In an instant, all of them were blown away by the slash carrying the strange demon fire. And after blasting the poisonous dragon away, it still slashed towards Magellan with unabated momentum. Next second, Linley's figure had already appeared in front of Adolf. He didn't cut it with a knife. Instead, after the demon power is released. Armament Haki is also wrapped around the left hand. Only, what he entangles is the demon god's armed color. I saw black and green streamers start to emerge from his fist. And in the process of winding, at a very fast speed, the ultimate compression of the armed color is completed. Oh, seeing that Linley, as a swordsman, took the initiative to fight him. Adolf couldn't help being stunned. But how could he show weakness? So he punched without hesitation. It collided with Linley's fist fiercely. Boom, kacha kacha. The next moment, Adolf only felt a huge force coming from his fist. And the fist was pitch black, and it was dyed green in an instant. At the same time, the sound of cracking continued to sound. And his body is more than 5 meters tall. It was like a cannonball, wrapped by a huge force and smashed towards the wall not far away. Linley used his oppressive strength to crush the 2 strongest players and impel down. And in the process, it rushed towards me like a tsunami, and my face couldn't help but change. The endless demon fire swung out from the 7-star sword. A short moment of effort. After smashing through several walls in succession, Adolf was finally inlaid. But Linley suddenly appeared in front of him again. The figure flashed and appeared in front of Magellan again. Kacha kacha. On the other side, Hannibal, who hid in the corner, did not mention it yet. Linley didn't mean to wait for the result. Jin and Shiryu of the Rain also had a fierce confrontation. Bang bang bang. At this time, Magellan was still struggling with the 3 slashes. The surrounding cracks are repaired. How can it be? And his eyes were wide open, full of horror. Just a wave. 130 kill the director of Impel down. Shiryu's vote. Dang 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 dang. Shiryu, who holds the famous sword, Thunderstorm, collides with the giant katana sword held by Jin. In less than a minute, the 2 fought for dozens of rounds. From the very beginning, Jin showed a tendency to crush. However, his face was not at all self-satisfied with having the upper hand, instead it was covered with a sneer. I thought that with such a big tone, you must have the strength to match it. That's it. What did you keep saying that you wanted to kill Linley with your own hands? It's just a big joke. This young man is really ignorant. Dare to jump out of anything. Obviously, how can Shiryu of the Rain, who is only 24 years old, be comparable to Jin, who has already awakened to the fruit and even has a lot of understanding of tyranny? Maybe Shiryu in the original book is not much better than Jin, and maybe even wins by a little bit. But not now. After a brief moment of fighting, they were crushed too strongly. Fall into an absolute disadvantage. Hateful. At this time, Shiryu's face no longer had the old trademark evil smile. They were all pressed to the ground and rubbed against each other, and they laughed so hard that there must be a ghost. Jin's disdain was like a knife, stabbing fiercely into his heart. Even the pre-war declaration, generally speaking, it is a mustache. Knowing that he is invincible, but he can't be soft on his mouth. Otherwise, you will admit defeat before you fight, let alone win. I am afraid that even holding back the final goal is an extravagant hope. But now he was being pressed and rubbed on the ground. You can imagine how angry you are. But from Jin's point of view, Shiryu of the Rain just doesn't know how to live or die. How dare a mere warden dare to speak wild words to Lin Xiao? Among the 4 high-level officials present at Impel Down, except for Hannibal, who is like a quail nest in the corner, controlled by the sound-confusing skill. Whether it is Adolf or Magellan, their strength is above Shiryu. Oh, the situation of the 2 of them was even more unbearable than that of Shiryu. Boom. I saw Adolf struggling to break free from the wall, rubbing his broken right hand. His face was so gloomy that water dripped out. He had already expected in his heart that Linley would be strong. But I didn't expect it to be so strong. As a swordsman, but avoiding strengths and making use of weaknesses, he head-to-head with him, a strong man who was good at physical arts. The result is a face-to-face meeting. To break his right arm. Who the hell is good at gymnastics? He glanced over at Magellan. Adolf's face was undoubtedly even uglier, because Magellan's situation was worse than his. Surrounded by strange flames like raging waves. For a time, he could only retreat back in embarrassment. One side continuously releases poisonous gas to block. But when the dark purple poisonous gas came into contact with the strange flame, it made a crackling sound. The poisonous gas exploded in an instant, emitting a large amount of smoke. If it weren't for taking the antidote in advance, just inhaling the smoke is enough to make him lose his fighting power. But Linley in front of him, who was clearly in the very center of the smoke, acted as if nothing had happened. This made the vigilance in his heart undoubtedly raised to a higher level. And obviously, Magellan can't get out to help until the weird green flames are cleared away. Hannibal, what are you doing? Seeing Hannibal hiding in the corner like a quail, Adolf became very angry. How to drop? Is it soft before you hit it? How could Linley be produced by himself without help? Maybe at first, say beat Linley. That's unbelievable, but just to hold back. He's still pretty confident he can do it. Who would have thought that this kind of confidence would be gone with just one move against Linley? Hearing this, Hannibal smiled awkwardly. Rolling his eyes, he pretended to stand in front of Linley and said righteously, I will never let you be presumptuous here. Seeing this scene, Linley had an inexplicable smile on his face. It seems that even if he is controlled, Hannibal will not change his funny nature. Then the figure quietly appeared behind Hannibal. Careful. Seeing this, Adolf immediately sounded a reminder. But don't say that this is a play played by the 2 of them. Even if not, with Hannibal's reaction speed, he couldn't react at all. So Linley just patted him on the neck lightly. In fact, it doesn't work at all. Snap. Hannibal pretended to roll his eyes and passed out. In fact, if Hannibal is not under control, no matter what kind of predicament he is in, he will bravely face strong enemies. Demonstrate the honor and dignity of one's responsibilities. But now it's under control. How could he attack the master? Only. Looking at Hannibal who fell to the ground, Linley glanced at Adolf and Magellan respectively, and suddenly an interesting idea popped up in his heart. Although this time, prepare to put the impel down in 3 layers in one pot. But in case any interesting prisoner comes in later, there can be someone to inform him, right? As soon as Adolf and Magellan are dead, impel down the position of director, it's time for this piece of trash. In the original book, after the impel down incident, Magellan took the blame and was demoted. It was Hannibal who took over as director. Thinking of this, I feel that this idea is promising. A cold light flashed in his eyes. This trash, see Hannibal's lay. Adolf turned green with anger. Why didn't he realize that this product was so vulnerable before? But that's all. It's useless to be annoyed. I had no choice but to cheer up. Marine has been notified as soon as possible. Now 10 minutes have passed. In other words, he needs to hold on for at least another 50 minutes. But how difficult is 50 minutes for him? Fight. Adolf gritted his teeth sharply. For now, we can only wait until Magellan gets rid of those weird flames. Then work with him to pin down Linley. He glanced at Shiryu of the Rain who also had the upper hand. I can only hope that guy will work harder. Swish. While he was thinking, Linley's figure flickered and appeared in front of Adolf in an instant. The demon god Conquerors and the demon god's armed colors are all wrapped around the 7-star sword. Zila Zila. I saw streamers and lightning filled with annihilation aura. Like a flash of light in the dark. It burst into Adolf's eyes. It made his eyelids twitch subconsciously. It's too late to say it. After all, Adolf was the director of Impel Down for many years. Not only good at all kinds of torture methods, also has excellent combat experience. I am familiar with the human body to a certain extent. Realizing that at his own speed, there was no way he could dodge Linley's attack. Just cross your arms. The 2 arms are like polished obsidian. Quickly wrap around armament hockey. The next moment, the 7-star sword slashed heavily on Adolf's crossed arms. Kacha kacha. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. At this moment, he only felt a sharp pain coming from his arm. Asking for flowers. 0. Hand bones. Shattered. The idea just fell. The whole person was like a cannonball again, hitting the wall not far away. Bang 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 bang. This time, at least 5 walls were knocked down before barely stopping. However, he was embedded into the wall again. Holding back the severe pain, he was trying to break free. Next second, he just felt dizzy. Linley's figure came into view again. Too weak. Linley sighed dispiritedly, although Adolf is the director of Paichang. But the strength, let alone compare with the old powerhouses like Jabba. Even the current 3 monsters are far behind. Moreover, he is a body artist who uses hockey as his main method. Take Linley's hockey scale. It was completely one-sided crushing. Can't even make him serious. Think here. Don't want to waste any more time. Linley raised the 7-star sword casually. Swiped towards Adolf's neck casually. Intense fear flickered in Adolf's eyes involuntarily. I was about to say something. Just opened my mouth. Puff. The next moment, the head shot straight up into the sky. A large amount of blood spurted from the gap in the neck. Blood flowed profusely, like a fountain of blood. Director. When Magellan saw this scene, his eyes were as wide as copper bells, and his eyes were already tearing apart. No hurries. Hearing Magellan's exclamation, Linley turned his head and smiled lightly. It's your turn next. The words just fell off. Instantly appeared in front of Magellan. A light whip appeared from his hand. Just toss it. At the same time, out of nowhere, a seastone bullet conjured up. Straight into Magellan's chest. Poof. Because the speed was too fast, Magellan, who was not good at physical skills, couldn't react at all. I just felt a tingling pain in my chest first, and then my whole body went limp. He was bound by the light whip that followed. On the other side, Shiryu of the Rain is under Jin's hand. It is already in jeopardy. You can lose anytime, anywhere. Hearing Magellan's exclamation, he subconsciously glanced in his direction. Seeing this, the pupils instantly dilated. The whole person froze for a moment. He didn't expect. The chief and deputy directors, one died and the other was captured in such a short period of time. And his move, it made his already precarious situation even worse. In that moment of stupefaction, he was caught too firmly. It seems to have seen Linley's intentions. Instead of killing Shiryu, he slashed Shiryu's chest with the back of the knife. But even so, that huge force still made Shiryu fall backwards, spitting out blood. Puff. Quote. At this moment, Shiryu only felt the words just now. Really ridiculous. Just when he lost all hope. A figure appeared in front of him, condescending, looking at him expressionlessly. The question just now, I will ask you again. Think it over before answering. There is only one chance. If the answer is yes, then, Magellan, take it as your nomination. Linley pointed at Magellan and smiled faintly. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Hearing this, Shiryu couldn't help but widen his eyes. The pupils are full of horror. Just 131, the 6th layer of murderous criminals. In the face of absolute strength, nothing but scum. If in the original book, Shiryu of the Rain was imprisoned in the 6th floor of Eternal Hell because of his bloodthirsty killing regardless of enemy or friend. Let him finish Magellan, probably without any hesitation. But now, as soon as he arrived, he was not imprisoned. Secondly, even though he was bloodthirsty, it wasn't to the point where even Magellan couldn't stand it. Therefore, there is still a certain amount of friendship between the two of them. Now, but let him kill Magellan himself, as a vote of honor. For a while, Shiryu obviously hesitated between dying and killing his colleagues. After all, no matter how bloodthirsty a person is, there is always a trace of humanity in his youth. Magellan's face suddenly changed after hearing this. After being captured, it's not that he didn't think about his fate, but he never expected that the enemy would actually want his colleagues to execute him with his own hands. How cruel are these methods? This undoubtedly surprised and angered him. Damn it, but at this moment, what else could he do besides being incompetent and furious? He asked himself, the relationship with Shiryu is not good. At least, it is certain that they don't like each other. Regardless of whether Shiryu will attack or not, he knew he was bound to die. It's nothing more than death at the hands of someone. Thinking of this, Magellan, who has been enlightened since the first day he entered Impel Down, is about to take the initiative to ask Shiryu to kill 450 himself. A gaze quietly fell on him, but it forced him to stop the desire to speak. In other words, I couldn't speak at all. Speaking of which, you are a dedicated person. If I can become a subordinate and entrust the matter to you, there will be no worries at all. It's a pity, the two sides have different positions. As he spoke, Linley couldn't help shaking his head with emotion. If you want to say who he admires the most among the people in Impel Down, without a doubt it was Magellan. This is a person who is not afraid even if the enemy is stronger than himself. Even if it is beyond the scope of ability, if he can't fulfill his duties, he will be ashamed and commit suicide. It doesn't matter if you say he is stupid or loyal. At least it's much more pleasing than a brainless rotten fish like Jinamon. But obviously, there is no way Magellan will betray his position. I'm afraid it's just a verbal agreement. If one is not careful, he will kill himself immediately. It is with this in mind. Linley didn't waste his time trying to recruit. Can only sigh. Such a loyal and responsible person. How did it fall into Marine's hands? He glanced down at Shiryu who was still struggling. Linley's tone was without a trace of emotion. Just give you a minute. Urging words rang in Shiryu's ears. It made his heart tremble. The heart beats rapidly. Since Magellan is impossible to recruit, it can only be the second best. After all, not long after, in the process of conquering the New World, and in the subsequent confrontation with the world government, a lot of thugs are bound to be needed. It's not possible to let a few of them take action every time something happens, right? New World is too big. Countless islands. If you only rely on a few of them, you will not be able to survive at all. Of course, not everything needs high-end powerhouses. But something is better than nothing. Thugs, the more the better. Since Magellan has absolutely no possibility of betraying Marine, it can't be controlled by the sound confusion skill. Just throw it to Shiryu, as a vote. In this way, Magellan's life is in his hands. It is impossible for Shiryu to turn back. Soon, a minute passed. The eyes of Linley and Jin fell on Shiryu one after another. Jin raised his arm even more. Whenever you hear a no from Shiryu's mouth, kill without hesitation. Maybe Shiryu is not a kind person after all. The hesitation on his face gradually became fierce. I'll go with you. As he spoke, he picked up the famous sword Thunderstorm that had fallen to the ground. Step by step towards Magellan. Seeing this, the latter regained his composure on his face. Instead of trying to speak, he slowly closed his eyes. Puff. I saw Thunderstorm in Shiryu's hands, quickly piercing Magellan's heart. Next second, puff. A mouthful of blood spat from Magellan's mouth. Plop. With a shock, Magellan collapsed to the ground. Soon he lost his breath. There was a hint of intrigue in Linley's eyes. Seems to see something, but not broken. Just said with a blank face. His body, keep it well, and take it away later. Shiryu didn't speak, closed his eyes, and slowly inserted Thunderstorm into the scabbard. Hey, it's time to get up. Oh well. Hearing Linley's voice, Hannibal immediately opened his eyes and got up from the ground. Impossible. Watching his reaction, Shiryu froze in place. Could it be that Hannibal is Linley's pawn in Impel Down? For a while, Shiryu undoubtedly set off a stormy sea, but his reaction is destined not to make Linley and Jin react. Let's go. Take me to the 6th floor, Eternal Hell. Okay. Hannibal nodded respectfully, and walked, obediently, at the forefront to lead the way. Soon, a group of people started from the top floor. Go down layer by layer. With Hannibal leading the way, everything went smoothly. Otherwise, even Linley knew some information about Impel Down. But after all, only a few fragments. No one to lead the way. It is estimated that it is easy to catch blind. Along the way, Hannibal even, sensibly, destroyed the hidden videophone bugs one by one. Whenever there are guards or jailer beasts who come, without exception, all were resolved by the controlled Hannibal. Of course, it was only when they were led to a hidden place. Who is that young man? The warden Hannibal is so respectful. Could it be the newly appointed deputy director? Everywhere you go, the crowd will definitely arouse the prisoners' discussions. Among the prisoners who were imprisoned, apparently few had heard of Linley's rumors. Even prisoners who have only recently been imprisoned. I'm afraid I won't recognize it for a while. Therefore, the group arrived at the 6th floor of Eternal Hell very smoothly. Who are you here for? Hannibal asked curiously. Hearing this, even Shiryu pricked up his ears. Let Linley take such a big risk and break into Impel Down. This person must be very important to Linley. Otherwise, why come here? However, Linley's answer made Hannibal and Shiryu look at each other in disbelief. The 6th floor, everyone. Quote question mark quote. Go crazy. When Shiryu heard this answer, it was like a thunderbolt sounded in my heart. The world's strongest swordsman, the world's strongest man. Know what you're talking about. The criminals of Eternal Hell are all notorious murderous prisoners who have been sentenced to life imprisonment. Among them are many famous top powerhouses. Once released, even if you are the strongest in the world, I'm afraid I can't deal with so many ferocious criminals, right? Are you sure? Hannibal doubts his ears. Being controlled, he certainly couldn't resist Linley's will. But I still asked more. Let's go. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the criminals listened to the conversation of the whole group verbatim. They all burst out laughing. Someone can break in here. What a nice guy. Are you here to save us? In return, kill someone for you. My treasure can be handed over to you. Let me out quickly. Got Linley's exact order. Hannibal had no choice but to open the cell doors one by one in fear. Seeing this scene, Shiryu felt his scalp go numb. Certain prisoners in Scene 6. He has been abusive on weekdays. Once released, find him to settle accounts. I'm afraid that a few lives are not enough to die. Creak. As the prison doors were opened one after another, hundreds of people were released from it. The moment it was released, the prisoners ran towards the exit of the 6th floor almost unanimously. At this time, Linley and Jin were standing at the exit of the 6th floor. Hey, brat, get out of the way. You will report your kindness after I get out. Hee hee. That's right, get out of the way quickly. You must hurry up and escape. Otherwise, it will be bad if you are caught back again. Don't worry, we will never forget your kindness. However, see Linley and Jin, and Shiryu motionless. There was no intention of letting go at all. The faces of the prisoners turned grim. Quote. Did you hear me talking to you? Don't think that if you let us out, you can put on airs. Before being released, low-spiritedness without dignity is nothing more than a stopgap measure. Once free, it will become inevitable for them to turn their faces and deny people. Some prisoners didn't take Linley and Jin's threat to them seriously. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Since you don't know how to praise, if you let us out, just break 2 legs. As they spoke, they approached Linley in unison. In several cells deep in Eternal Hell, obviously the door has been opened. The prisoners inside did not come out immediately. Instead, he set his sights on the 4.4 Linley at the exit. An intriguing smile hung on his face. Where is the stunned young man? Are you here? And that guy in the black armor, why does it look familiar? Seeing the prisoners getting closer, Shiryu gritted his teeth and took a few steps forward. Standing in front of Linley and Jin. He's not saying how faithful he is or anything like that. After all, he had just chosen to defect to Impel Down. His only thought at the moment was to help Lin intercept criminals. At this time, Linley, who had been smiling all the time, finally reacted. I'm afraid that once there is a fight, he will be the first to be killed. His tone was full of frost. Just when he stood firm, Linley spoke lightly. Subconsciously took a few steps back. Cruel criminal, huh, especially when I saw some of them, their eyes were full of killing intent when they looked at him. If you don't work hard, everyone is clearly in the same boat. Release you out, not to give you freedom. Now I give you 2 choices. Surrender, or die. Back off. The extremely powerful demon god conquerors, armed with a sword, swept every corner of the 6th floor of Eternal Hell in an instant. It's just a bunch of scum. The words just fell off. Shiryu was taken aback. 132, Mark of Death. Human bomb. Plop plop. The demon god conquerors came with his sword. Almost most of the prisoners were suppressed to half kneel on the ground in an instant. What's more, he rolled his eyes and passed out directly. The originally noisy 6th floor Eternal Hell, after being swept by the demon god conquerors and sword pressure, became quieter, except the sound of kneeling and falling to the ground. Never heard of another. Look at it this way. It doesn't mean that the prisoners held on the 6th floor are the strong ones. But the top powerhouses will inevitably be imprisoned on the 6th floor. There are many prisoners who are locked up on this floor only because their crimes are too bad. These useless scum, naturally not what Linley wanted. This time, it was screened out. Look at the achievements made by the demon god conquerors and the sword pressure. Linley wasn't surprised. Originally, the demon god conquerors was as strong as ultimate. If you want to collide with Linley conquerors, scared of this world, accept the rocks who are dead and possess the ghostly conquerors, or the redhead who will grow to the peak in the future. It is possible to compete with him. But it's only possible, if it is added, the sword pressure that becomes stronger with the improvement of the quality of the demon power. Both ways, unless the rocks and the pinnacle redheads are there at the same time. But this is obviously impossible. This moment, the prisoners who hadn't passed out all showed 23 horrified eyes. Even if it is not affected, the prisoner is still in the cell. His face was already full of dignity. A long time, the demon god conquerors disappears at the same time as the sword pressure. Linley then said lightly, "Scumbags, tell me your answer. Hoo hoo. Feeling the release of the pressure on their bodies, some prisoners gasped heavily with lingering fear. But more, that is, it is still empty and unruly. If Linley is more polite, make some promises. Or say something bewitching or something like that. Probably nodded. But now Linley's attitude is obviously just treating them as scum. Just say, all of you here, are all spicy chicken. Can this be tolerated? When they were in the sea, Linley didn't know where he was. What a strong conquerors. But no matter how strong they are, there are only 4 of them, and what about us? Hundreds of people. Speaking of which, this is the first time someone calls lousy a slag. You young man, you are so courageous. How do you say, do you want to surrender to such a brat? Obviously, Linley's attitude caused great dissatisfaction among these rebellious prisoners. But for him, it's not to find a group of uncles to go back, but a group of obedient dogs. That's all. Your answer. I don't like it. As he spoke, Linley raised his right hand slightly. From the palm, countless small green light spots floated. With a lift of his right hand, these points of light all floated to the heights. Then, like raindrops, a light rain began to fall in the eternal hell. What is this? Due to observation Hawkeye, from these green light spots, there is no threat at all. Therefore, the vast majority of prisoners are just full of doubts. Let the green light spot fall on the body. To their surprise, there was no feeling at all. Even if the raindrops fall on the body, there will be a little touch. But this point of light is not there. What, are you juggling? One prisoner burst out laughing, completely unaware of what kind of bad luck is coming next. Ah, I saw, Linley said with a straight face. Finally, I will give you one more chance, surrender or die. No hurry, son. As he spoke, he pointed to the nearest prisoner. What's your answer? BD. Answer your uncle. Who are you? The words are not finished yet. Next second, I saw a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the prisoner's body. Seems to be an explosion emanating from the heart. A big hole was blasted through the entire chest in an instant. It looks so terrifying. The prisoner's eyes widened, and blood kept spitting out of his mouth. He lowered his head in doubt, wanting to see what was going on. It's a pity that he only lowered his head halfway. The whole person fell to the ground without breath. Became a corpse. Seeing this, the prisoners around him all showed terrified eyes. Subconsciously take a few steps back. What on earth is it? However, it has not waited for these prisoners to react. Linley pointed to the second prisoner. What about you? Answer. Quote. Now, there are lessons learned from others. The prisoner who was questioned didn't dare to speak wild words anymore. I saw his face full of horror. In my heart, I kept convincing myself that I was a scumbag, so as to give an answer that satisfied Linley. No wonder he was so spineless. It's really Linley's unpredictable method. Totally beyond imagination. Ah, with a slight smile, Linley said lightly. 10 seconds, say your answer. During this period of time, for the time being, I will present a wonderful piece of music to everyone. 3-2. Boom 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 boom. I saw the prisoners who had just been stunned by the demon god conquerors and the sword pressure. Without exception, the bodies all began to explode. And the location is surprisingly consistent. It turned out to be an explosion from the heart. The reason for this, it is Linley's latest understanding of the Dacheng gun art, mark of death in the past 2 months. Using demonic power, create light spots to replace bullets. And these spots of light are just the carriers of the imprint of death. Doesn't do any damage by itself. Therefore, if it is not for a strong sense of knowledge, you will not be able to perceive the danger at all. And once it touches the human body, it will quickly integrate into the enemy's body, and immediately move to the enemy's heart, planting a death mark. Certainly, want to defend against this kind of light spot? It's actually very simple. Or, see these green light spots and destroy them immediately. Or, at the moment when the green light spot touches the human body, use the armed color to block the invasion of light spots. Or after being injected into the body. Through the color of knowledge, he noticed that the death mark was about to explode. Block the source of the explosion with armed weapons in time. But the prisoners who have never seen such means. Observation Hawkeye didn't sense the slightest danger. Where does the vigilance come from? As for these fainted prisoners, Linley uses it as a body bomb. There will be no mercy at all. Without him. Damn it. Marine doesn't kill, but he doesn't mind doing harm to the people a little bit. Anyway, he doesn't need these crap 173 either. This trip to impel down. There is only one principle. Any prisoner who makes it out alive, except for a few people he admired. Others can only go out alive as his dog. Seeing 10 seconds approaching, the second prisoner who was asked finally spoke. I surrender. Very interesting. Next, with the first, there will be the second. In just a few minutes, the standing prisoners all chose to submit to Linley. As for those who fell on the ground, all of them had been blown to death. And the death is surprisingly consistent. All of them were killed by a huge hole in their chest. Without exception, at this moment, Shiryu and Hannibal were completely stunned by Linley's unpredictable methods. Unexpectedly, he faced hundreds of murderous prisoners. To force them to surrender in this way, is it because of those green blips? Almost most of the prisoners were stained with that kind of green light. Maybe only Linley has an idea. Can it cause an explosion easily? Thinking of this, Shiryu only felt terrified in his heart. Even Jin, at this moment, is also deeply moved. Linley means, it really is getting more and more elusive. And at this time, Linley's gaze finally landed on several cells. Inside, there are a few prisoners who are still sitting in the cell with their expressions unchanged. Douglas Bullet, Valoric Redfield, Berndi Valdo, Alvaro Pizarro, San Juan Wolf. What about you? 133 One Piece King Roger can't do it. The 5 people whose names were read by Linley are still in the cell watching the play. It is the current Eternal Hell, the 5 strongest prisoners. Redfield, also known as the Red Earl. 3 years ago, first challenged Marshal Marine empty-handedly and won the battle. Exhausted after winning, was picked up by Garp and put in Impel Down. Bullet, needless to say, known as the Devil's Descendant, he is known as the successor of Ghost, and was once a crew member of the Roger Pirates. Possesses a strength comparable to Pluton, Rayleigh, Waldo, a Momo Fruit capable user. It can make the speed, strength, volume, weight, etc. of the objects it comes into contact with multiplied, up to 100 times. Such a heaven-defying fruit, it's a pity that the development level is relatively poor, otherwise it would not only be at the level of 500 million bounties. Alvaro Pizarro and San Juan Wolf, the former is also the Evil King, both were sentenced to life imprisonment, released by Blackbeard in the original book, and joined the Blackbeard Pirates. The latter 3 are not worth mentioning. Bullet and the Red Earl are the biggest goals of Linley's trip. There is no doubt that the 2-regiment alliance needs more strong players. And he also has absolute confidence that he can suppress any strong man. It is said that the evil government king and the hungry wolf are very straightforward. Straight out of the cell, although his gaze was still dignified, he obviously did not have the so-called pride of a strong man, and said without hesitation. I'll go with you, X2. Very well, those who know the current affairs are brilliant. The 2 will nod, just as Linley expected. Even Blackbeards can follow suit. Let alone him. The key lies in the last 3. These 3 didn't pay much attention to Blackbeard at all. Seeing Linley's gaze, he looked at himself. Waldo came out of the cell, walked up to Linley without fear, and asked in a deep voice. Young people, broke into Impel Down with such fanfare, and set everyone free at once. The picture must not be small. So, what is your purpose? Known as World Destroyer, don't look at the loud title. But in fact, the heart is not too bad. His dreams have always been simple. I just want to pursue the freedom of the sea with my big brother who is dependent on each other, see the islands and countries on the sea, and go on an adventure trip around the world. Even being a pirate is a last resort after encountering shipwreck. Later, he was besieged by Marine for attacking the ships of world nobles. Originally evenly matched, but because of the betrayal of the cadres he believed in, he was defeated and imprisoned in Impel Down. Therefore, apart from betrayal, the only thing he hates now is Hai Shing. If it's Linley's plan, it can fight Marine. He might consider nodding. I saw Linley's method and Conquerors just now. I know it's not just waiting. What's more, he was able to come to the 6th floor of Eternal Hell safe and sound. Next to him were 2 wardens. What does that mean? He is not a fool. He can see it naturally, and he is more self-aware. Is it pictured? If other prisoners, naturally, Linley would not tolerate asking such questions. After all, it's just scum. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Honestly, be a dog. That's the only way to survive. But a strong man like Waldo with some strength. Linley still gave the minimum respect. Conquer the New World. Take New World completely under the banner of our 2-regiment alliance. New World. Waldo froze for a moment. Some doubted their ears. In his impression, all famous and powerful big pirates. They are basically entrenched in New World. This young man in front of him actually wants to dominate the New World. Did he hear correctly? And all the pirates who had already chosen to surrender looked at each other when they heard the words. He muttered to himself, this idea is too crazy. The evil king and the hungry wolf looked at each other, and madness flickered in their eyes. Interesting, such crazy ambition, I like it. You heard me right. At this moment, Jin behind Linley took 2 steps forward and said lightly. The young man in front of you is the strongest swordsman in the world today, and even took the title of the strongest man in the world from Whitebeard. Marine 3 monsters, Kizaru, Aokiji, Akinu. Not long ago, they were defeated by him one after another. Soon, we will go to crusade against the Whitebeard pirates, and by the way, unify the New World. What? Waldo was stunned when he heard it. Maybe he still doesn't have much idea about the 3 marine monsters. After all, it has been almost 10 years since he was imprisoned in Impel Down. But Whitebeard's fame, but who hasn't heard of a pirate? That is one of the 3 big pirates who are as famous as Golden Lion and Roger. I see. Okay, I'll go with you. Valdo didn't hesitate too much. Not to mention the truth of what Jin said. Because as long as he leaves, he will soon learn the truth. In fact, when hearing Linley's goal of conquering the New World, he had already made up his mind. The reason is simple, it will definitely conflict with Marine. By the time, this is his chance for revenge. And the evil king and the hungry wolf heard the news that the Whitebeard pirates would be crusade soon. The madness in the eyes is undoubtedly even worse. Welcome. Linley nodded with a smile. After Waldo joined. Now, it's just Bullet and the Red Earl. But, he didn't rush. Looking at the time, 30 minutes had passed by now. That is, in half an hour, Marine will arrive. Then he turned to Jin and said, take them to the 4th and 5th floors. Do the same thing, only one principle, submit to leave alive. Oh, I see. Jin nodded. Without hesitation, He turned around and led a group of people to the 5th floor of freezing hell. Seeing this, Shiryu and Hanyable followed without hesitation. Soon, except for the dead bodies on the ground. Originally there were more than 200 people in the 6th floor eternal hell. Only Linley remained, and Bullet and the Red Earl, still sitting in the cell. Where are you two? I've heard about you. Bullet, known as the heir of the devil, was once a member of the Roger Pirates. Coincidentally, Rayleigh, I died at my hand. And you Ladefield, you stand alone with Roger and Whitebeard, and you take loneliness as your creed. If you were like them and only gave you two choices, surrender or die, it would be too small and not respectful. How about taking a gamble? Oh, creak. Hearing this, Bullet and the Red Earl pushed open the cell door one after another and walked out. The former didn't seem to have any feelings about Rayleigh's death, but instead asked with great interest. Gamble, how to bet? Even the Red Earl was quite interested. In fact, no one would want to be locked up in this damn place if they could. But if it is at the price of surrendering to a mere young man. But not necessarily willing to compromise. Even this young man now seems to be the so-called world's strongest swordsman, and world's most risked man. The same is true, but obviously, it can be known through the means just now. The young man vowed not to give up until he reached his goal. It runs through that sentence fully. Only surrender can leave alive. But after being imprisoned for such a long time, the state has been affected to some extent, that's for sure. Therefore, it might as well listen to what the bet is. One more, I also want to see, if they don't agree, what will happen to Linley. The two of you, with your strength in this ocean, are both first-rate powerhouses. Almost standing on the top of the pirates. Then, now that Marine is coming, fighting you here is just to give Marine a chance. After we leave safely, I will give you a chance. You are allowed to join forces and fight. Win. Congratulations, you will be free. If you lose, then work for me, and reserve the right to challenge me at any time, until you beat me to be free. How? Jointly. Bullet and the Red Earl exchanged glances. It was like hearing some big joke. Let alone Bullet, who was tied with Rayleigh. Just the Red Earl alone defeated Marine Marshal Kong 3 years ago. Win in one-on-one heads up. He alone is enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates. In other words, he is confident that his strength will never be inferior to Roger or Whitebeard. Now Linley is going 1v2. This is too much to despise him. For a strong man like him who has reached the limit, perhaps it is conceivable that someone could be stronger than him. But even if it is stronger, it is limited. He is already standing on the ceiling of this world. Even if he is stronger than him, how strong can he be? As for the name of Bullet, before the Red Earl was imprisoned, he had heard of it a little. After all, he is as strong as Pluton, Rayleigh. Hee. Bullet grinned, madness flickered in his eyes. This kind of thing, even Captain Roger can't do it. But since you, a young man, dare to make this kind of bet, why don't I accept it? Then, he turned his head and asked the Red Earl, how do you say? I agree. Anyway, in the eyes of the Red Earl, this is just a step down from Linley. The world can beat him and someone as strong as Rayleigh. I'm afraid it doesn't exist yet. Hee. Who says I can't do what Roger can't do? Let's wait and see. So next, after reaching a consensus, the three quickly head to the 5th floor, freezing hell. Do the same for the scene in eternal hell. No doubt, prisoners on the 5th floor will not be tougher than those on the 6th floor. In the face of death, most of them chose to surrender. And in this way, the prisoner team is close to 1,000 people. 15 minutes, Jin reminded from the side. Linley thought about it, and said lightly, close to 1,000 people, that's enough. Let's kill less every day. Anyway, that huge ship Wangda's can hold more than 1,000 people. As for the 4th floor, there are probably at least a few hundred people. At that time, some killings will be indispensable. Now that the Marine is approaching, think about it or forget it. The other side, after Sengoku received news of the disappearance of the warship in the Impel Down Sea area. Immediately lead the soldiers to impel down by warship, and the three monsters happened to be in naval headquarters at the same time. Therefore, he followed closely behind and chased after him with other warships. Not long after the four led the team to leave, Garp, feasting on a bag of donuts in hand, seems to have noticed the movement. Unhurriedly walked to the shore. There seems to be something wrong with Impel Down. P.S. I have an idea, and I am still continuing to code words. If I can't finish a chapter at a point, it will be better until tomorrow morning. In addition, thank you for the monthly pass. Let's go, Impel Down. Who is not afraid of death, but dares to break into Impel Down? He yelled at the soldiers on the warship. Crane looked at his back and shook his head speechlessly. Just love to join in the fun. Garp froze. Garp asked curiously, probably some daring fellows. Such an interesting thing, I have to go and see. With that said, he jumped onto a warship without hesitation. Hey, Xiaohei, Sengoku and the others are in such a hurry, are they going? This Garp, I happened to see the Crane walking back. With so many people rushing over, isn't it a bit too much work? After a while, the group laughed and said, Impel Down. 134 Akinu. Thorough justice, no failure allowed a second time. Linley, it really is him. Sengoku, who was about to rush to Impel Down, stood at the bow of the ship with a serious face, raised his binoculars and looked at the situation in the sea ahead. Just nearly an hour ago, he then received a call from Adolf, the director of Impel Down. It is clear that the people who broke into Impel Down this time are Linley, who has recently become famous, and Ying, Jin. In addition, there are pirates such as Katakuri and Beckman, the new masters of all nations, who are outside to support them. You must hold on till we get there, Sengoku muttered to himself with an ugly face. This moment, he had to have high hopes for Adolf and Magellan. He even prayed in his heart. Be there in time, otherwise, this time, it wasn't just like last time, Marine was just ashamed. Once Linley frees the prisoners in Impel Down, how much turmoil will it cause to this sea? How much pressure will it bring to Marine's follow-up arrest work? Sengoku didn't even dare to think about such a thing. Should have thought of it. When Crane mentions Beast's pirates, it should come to mind. In order to avoid Marine's eyes and ears, the calm belt is sailing all the way. Only with Linley's strength can 913 be safe and sound. Recalling the constant news of the Marine's disappearance. All disappear in the calm belt. Moreover, if these warships disappeared, the last positions returned were connected into a line. The whole route is very far away. Judging from the time of disappearance, the closer to the red line, the later the missing warship. But at that time, who would have thought it was Linley? Target or Impel Down? You know, Impel Down itself can be said to have laid a net. In the nearby waters, dozens of warships patrolled continuously. For so many years, there are basically no pirates who dare to take the idea of Impel Down. Not a single escaped prisoner could get out of it unharmed. The only one is the Golden Lion who broke his own legs. But now, the completely unexpected happened just like that. Quick, faster, try to increase the speed. Yes, Sengoku married, and in Sengoku this warship is not far away, followed by a fleet of dozens of warships. On one of the warships in the middle, the three marine monsters stood at the bow at the same time. Looking at Akinu in front of him, he gritted his teeth. There was a cold light in his eyes, full of killing intent. I remembered that not long ago, I was killed by Linley in one move. Still have to rely on CDDA, Sengoku Admiral, to compromise with him. Just saved a life. I felt deeply ashamed. Not only has it become a stepping stone for the other party to become famous. It was a huge blow to Marine's prestige. He couldn't help asking himself, if you don't lose so fast, where does Sengoku Admiral need to compromise with Linley? This time, I won't lose again. Total justice, no second failure allowed. During this period of time, he has been recalling all the details of that battle. It is a thorough research. Ask yourself, if you play against Linley again, the ending will definitely be different. Maybe you may not win, but you will never lose again. He considers himself the head of the three monsters. Never allow yourself to fail a second time. And this time, maybe it's a great opportunity to avenge shame. Kizaru on the side glanced at the bed with a strange expression. While Akinu wasn't paying attention to him, a trace of schadenfreude could not help flashing in his eyes. How miserable. Anyway, he and Aokiji and Linley can hold back for a long time. This guy was hit in seconds. Only, thinking that the opponent even beat Whitebeard. And last time he suffered such a big loss. I was at a loss for a while. How much salary per month? You actually want to confront this product yourself. Knew this would happen. What else is there to do in Marineford? I thought I could touch fish, but it turns out that I can't even find peace in naval headquarters. What the hell? Well, at this moment, Aokiji seemed to have just woken up, and asked with a puzzled face. Isn't it here yet? Quote. Kizaru was not annoyed when his train of thought was interrupted, and smiled strangely. There are still a few minutes, you can still sleep for a while. Ah la 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 la. Good idea. So, Aokiji continued to put on the blindfold, and continued to lie down on the recliner. Originally, Akinu was furious. Hearing the conversation and movement between the two, character appeared on his forehead instantly. Dissatisfied, he glanced at Aokiji who fell asleep again. While being angry in my heart, it was quite unspeakably complicated. Since the Ohara incident happened, Kuzan is like a different person. Never see the blood of the past again. The other side, the 5th and 6th floors add up to a team of nearly 1,000 prisoners. Boarding has begun at the entrance of Impel Down. Under Linley's gaze, everything is so organized. In just a few minutes, it was almost time to board the ship. And in the process, Linley wasn't idle either. You are intact now, you won't be able to fool Marine by then. I'm ready, you come. I saw Hannibal in front of him closing his eyes fearlessly. A look of death. Adolf and Magellan are both dead. And Shiryu defected. Since Hannibal is the one to stay. Naturally, you can't act like a normal person. If you don't die, you will be seriously injured, right? At least it looked like a serious injury. The dying kind is even better. Thus, according to Linley's vision, without Adolf and Magellan, Hannibal would be the director. But this is not enough. Jailers are wardens in Impel Down. As long as it is alive, it's all under control now. And it has been explained. Once Marine asks for details, just make Hannibal's heroic deeds publicize. In this way, it will undoubtedly greatly increase the chances of Hannibal becoming the director. Bang bang bang. With a wave, a light whip appeared in Linley's hand. It kept falling on Hannibal. For a brief moment, Hannibal looked as if he had been in a life or death struggle. His body was full of scars, spit blood, even his face was extremely pale. If it was lying on the ground, it might be mistaken for a corpse. Well, that's okay. Before leaving, Linley used the sound confusion skill again. It can be regarded as strengthening the control. At this time, everyone just boarded the giant ship, and has begun to slowly leave the shore. Wait for Linley to return to the giant ship. Beckman had no time to feel that he really brought out so many people. Walking up to Linley, he hurriedly asked, "The return route must be changed, right? Well, when we reach a certain location, change the route to another calm belt." And the prisoners, seeing that they really escaped. Many people cheered loudly, even Bullet, the Red Earl and the others seemed to be filled with a breath of freedom on their faces at this moment. Tat. The giant ship left the impel down waters and headed towards the upside down mountain. Half an hour later, suddenly there was an exclamation from the stern. "Not good, Marine is catching up." 135 Furious Akinu, Buster Call launched. Time back to half an hour ago. Not long after the huge ship carrying thousands of prisoners left. The guards of Impel Down are finally willing to tip the news to Marine. At that time, the Marine fleet finally arrived, long overdue. Sengoku learns what happened from the guard at Impel Down. Undoubtedly, his complexion changed greatly, pale with shock. On the warship in the back row, Akinu also learned of everything that happened in Impel Down immediately. "The anger in my heart could no longer be held back. Roaring furiously, damn, these damned pirates should all go to hell." Due to the warship Sengoku was on, there was a brief stop at the entrance of Impel Down. Therefore, Akinu and others were able to join Sengoku and board the same warship. On the main ship, even though Sengoku was present, Akinu still couldn't restrain the anger in his heart and urgently urged, "Sengoku Admiral, must chase. They sure can't get far. In this world, there is no ship more advanced than the Marine warship. If they escape unharmed, Marine's face will be gone." At this time, even Kizaru, who loves to touch fish, and Aokiji, who is lazy as if he just woke up, are rarely serious. This time, things are really big. That BD Linley actually took the 5th and 6th floors of Impel Down in one pot. In addition to leaving a place of corpses, all other living beings were taken away. The only surprise is that, perhaps because of time constraints, none of the other 4 floors received Linley's patronage. This is undoubtedly good news. Of course we can't let them just run away. Sengoku undoubtedly agrees with what Akinu said. Linley's move this time, completely disregarding Marine's dignity and blatantly provoking. Dang, Marshal Kong learned the news. Not to mention how furious he was. The order was issued immediately. Demand that these prisoners be intercepted at all costs. Even if you activate the Buster Call, you will not hesitate. To this end, except that Garp, who originally liked to watch the excitement, had already arrived. It also arranged for almost the vast majority of Vice Admiral, who was still in Naval Headquarters, to come to support. Even Marshal Kong has the intention to go himself. With such support, without any hesitation, he immediately ordered to chase at full speed in the direction the giant ship left. Half an hour later, perhaps it was because the huge ship was loaded with thousands of people, and it was too huge and cumbersome. The speed of sailing is not fast. Finally at sea level, into the eyes of the Marine fleet. "Over there, come to me at full speed." Sengoku glanced back at Aokiji. Even without explaining, the latter also understood what Sengoku wanted him to do. Cluck, and Akinu on the side didn't say a word, clenched his fists, and stared at the giant ship ahead with a stern expression. A killing intent as strong as the ultimate flashed in his eyes. Tat. Due to the unequal speed of the two parties, the giant ship and the Marine fleet are rapidly approaching. Finally, when the distance between the two parties has been heard to a certain extent, Sengoku, at some point, pulled out a golden phone bug from his pocket. Then without hesitation, he pressed the button that sent the signal. Buster Call, activated, and on the giant ship, everyone heard exclamations. I hurriedly looked back, exclamation mark. As expected, under the leadership of a main ship, a whole Marine fleet composed of dozens of warships followed behind the huge ship. Ready to fight. In this regard, Linley, Beckman and others did not see surprises on their faces. After all, this operation, it is very different from the Impel Down event in the original book. At that time, Naval Headquarters was in full swing, focusing all their attention on the Whitebeard pirates. It is inevitable to ignore Impel Down. This gave Wong Luffy and Blackbeard an opportunity to take advantage of. But now, there is no restraint. Marine's reaction speed is naturally not the same. When the prisoners saw Marine, they caught up with him so fast. Not to mention any fear, but nervous emotions, that's for sure. And most of the prisoners all thought of a question in unison. They are all assembled on a boat. That would be bad. Instead, there are 5 people including Bullet, the Red Earl, Waldo, the Evil King, and the Evil Wolf. It seems unaware. He just looked at Linley with great interest. It seems to want to see how he will respond. Seeing Fang Yu getting closer. Creak creak. Dozens of warships in the fleet began to line up quickly and methodically. The artillery on the warship was constantly turning, as if adjusting its orientation. Because the giant ship itself is too large, it is easy to become the target of aiming. In just 10 seconds, the artillery of the fleet locked the giant ship firmly. Boom 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 boom, asking for flowers. In the next second, countless shells were released crazily from the lineup fleet. It was like a rain of shells, overwhelming and densely packed. Crazy towards the giant ship. Not good, such a dense shell rain. It looks so frightening. It feels like there's nowhere to hide. Bullet was very familiar with this scene. Isn't this Buster Call? Only when the Buster Call is launched, can the Sea Room launch such an amazing indiscriminate attack. At the beginning, it was precisely because of the influence of Buster Call that he was defeated by Marine. Naturally, Linley and the others cannot sit still and wait for death. Katakuri didn't even need Linley to signal. Immediately jumped up, quickly display the Fruit Awakening ability. 0. In an instant, a huge glutinous rice wall rose. Blocked in front of the giant ship. Under his precise control, it happened to firmly cover the side of the giant ship that was under shelling. Bang 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 bang. I saw shells falling like rain, and most of them successfully hit the glutinous rice wall. But due to the elasticity of glutinous rice, all were bounced back. The shells that crossed the glutinous rice wall fell into the water without exception. Katakuri's fruit power. At this time, it undoubtedly played a vital role. The first round of shelling by the Marine fleet. It was calmly resolved by Katakuri. Marine can't be allowed to act recklessly. Jin, let's go. Linley gave no order to return the shelling. The reason is simple, the shipbuilding technology of Beast's pirates is difficult to compare with warships. The only advantage is that you can use seastone to stack the chassis without any scruples. In addition, whether it is a cannon or a propulsion device, it is at least one grade worse than Marine. This is also the reason why they were not surprised when they were caught up by the Marine warship. 2. Just as Linley was about to leave, I saw that ice was forming rapidly on the sea level. Soon, the ice began to spread rapidly towards the giant ship from the Marine fleet. Just a few seconds of effort. It spread under the giant ship. In an instant, the sea area around the giant ship seemed to be frozen. Even if the base of the giant ship is made of seastone, it can't move. After all, what is frozen is not the giant ship, but the seawater under the giant ship. At the same time, the second wave was more violent, as if the rain of shells carrying the power of destroying the world had already struck. Beg. 136 come and not reciprocate. Momo fruit, 100 times the shells. As the sea frozen over. How is this going? Could it be that Marine, the monster that ate the Logia frozen fruit, made a move? At this time on the giant ship. After all, they are all brutal criminals imprisoned on the 5th and 6th floors of Impel Down. Seeing that the second wave of shells is coming. But not many people showed fear. After all, the first wave. It has been resolved lightly by Katakuri. Which means, if nothing else, Marine's shell rain offensive will not be able to pose a threat to them. At least for a short period of time, before Katakuri exhausted his energy. Believe that the second wave will be no exception. Aokiji, this guy is here too. Linley, who was about to leave, was also taken aback for a second wave of shells was about to hit. There was also no wave on his face. On the contrary, he said with great interest. It's really a fruit ability suitable for naval battles. 390. Casually, a piece of sea can be frozen into ice. Not only can the boat be fixed, they can also create their own home field advantage. It's a pity that this kind of talent fell into the hands of Marine. Obviously, Linley somewhat developed a love for talent. Of course, all of this is based on a premise. That is the possibility of Aokiji quitting Marine. Kind of like Kizaru and Akinu. No matter how heaven-defying the fruit ability is, as long as there is no possibility of quitting Marine. Love of talent, that is not at all. However, in the original book, Aokiji chose to quit Marine after failing to compete with Akinu for the position of Marine Marshal. Even if everything remains the same, it will be 18 years later. Thinking about it, Linley's hands didn't stop, said lightly to Katakuri, back off, don't waste too much energy. Seeing that Linley was about to make a move, Katakuri immediately withdrew his Fruit Awakening ability. Just because he can defend in a short period of time doesn't mean he can defend all the time. Respond to the Marine's barrage of shells. The best way, of course, is to prevent Marine from launching this kind of attack. Otherwise, long-term defense is bound to fail. At that time, I am afraid that I will fall into a passive state. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. The prisoners saw him put away the glutinous rice wall. Can't help but face full of question marks. Then I saw Linley talking. The 7-star sword has been unsheathed. A dazzling stream of light quickly attached to the 7-star sword. In just a moment, the ultimate compression of the demon god's arm color is completed. With a wave of your hand. Boom. A slash like a full moon appeared in the sky above the giant ship in an instant. It's like a giant net covering the sky and covering the sky. Cut towards the second wave of shell rain. Boom 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 boom. Endless explosions sounded. Every cannonball is covered by the giant net. In an instant, it seemed to be cut into pieces by the sword energy in it. A violent explosion followed. All the explosions joined together. For a moment, the entire sky seemed to be blooming dazzling, earth-shattering fireworks. This kind of slash. Bullet and the Red Earl, who already intended to cooperate, looked at each other. Even with their strength, they have to be surprised. I believe anyone who can be called a great swordsman. The slash with a single blow is extremely powerful. But to be able to swing a slash like Linley's level, at least, even the Red Earl has never seen it in his limited pirate career. They are still so, not to mention others. All of them opened their mouths wide, almost ready for the next barrel. After cutting out a blow, Linley didn't stop there. Instead, Beckman took down a cannonball and brought it in front of Waldo. Come, let everyone see the extraordinariness of Momo Fruit. Good. Waldo didn't hesitate, and nodded in a gruff voice. The fruit power quickly poured into the shells in his hand. Almost in the blink of an eye, the shell became 100 times larger. After Linley took the opportunity, he smiled lightly and said, "Come and don't reciprocate. They can't overwhelm people with quantity, so they can only win with quality." I saw Linley raised his right hand with 100 times the cannonball, and threw it at the warship suddenly. Boom! A huge sonic boom exploded instantly. After awakening in the form of his Sesshomaru, the release of demon power was activated. How strong is the body alone? This moment is the best proof. I saw that 100 times cannonball blasted towards the fleet with lightning speed. But in Marine's eyes, it was a black spot, which suddenly became huge in an instant. Came into view. What? This scene directly frightened the Marines in the fleet to tremble. Immediately, goosebumps appeared all over his body. Kizaru, how powerful is Sengoku's knowledge? When Linley threw 100 times the cannonball, he almost sensed it. Under his reminder, Kizaru quickly kicked a beam of light speed toward the 100 times shell. Seeing that 100 times the shells are approaching, Kizaru's light speed kick finally arrived. It collided with the side of the 100 times shell, instantly triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Boom! In an instant, the aftermath and air waves generated by the explosion quickly spread in all directions. Kacha. The sea level that was originally frozen was quickly exploded by the impact of the aftermath and air waves. The tumbling waves surged up. It made the originally calm sea level look like a stormy sea. The marine fleet, under such wind and waves, began to become shaky. The third wave of artillery shells was about to be fired. Under such circumstances, the front sight became erratic, and it was impossible to aim at the target ship where Linley was. However, it's not over yet. If there is one, there are two. In the blink of an eye, Waldo prepared the second 100 times shell. So Linley made persistent efforts. Another 100 times shell was thrown. In the original book, the cannonballs Garp throws with his hands are even more ferocious than those fired by cannons. And at this moment, Linley, in terms of strength, is far superior to the mortal Garp. Even Kaido, who is famous for his constitution, is probably no match for Linley now. Bang 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 bang, in a blink of an eye. With the cooperation of Waldo, Linley threw at least 700 or 800 times shells. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Originally, Kizaru was a little proud of exploding a 100-fold cannonball with one kick. I don't think it's a big deal. Who ever thought? 100 times the shells hit one after another. The situation immediately reversed at 5.7. The magnitude of the warship swing was due to the explosions one after another. Aokiji, Linley. The speed of Linley's throw is too fast. A figure flickered, and landed on the motherboard where Sengoku and the others were located at some unknown time. At this time, but in this way, it must have made him exhausted. Become shaky. In the end, with the assistance of Aokiji, all the hundreds of shells thrown were blocked. Oh, Akinu is like a furious lion, roaring ferociously. The moment he appeared, looking at the four people standing on the deck. Logically speaking, with the speed of shining fruit, it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with it. Sengoku, and the future 3 admirals, are you all here? B. So fast that he couldn't even react. 137 Come to an appointment, bring some impelled down souvenirs, what's wrong? It's the boy in front of me. Before meeting him, his reputation is at the height of his power. The position of admiral is almost at your fingertips, and the next admiral has been appointed by default. Among the 3 monsters, the only existence without defeat, has been guarding the New World G1 branch. Make a name for Marine. The pirate heard his name. Except for a small number of big pirates, who would not be frightened. Who would have thought that after meeting him, in a blink of an eye, everything fell to the bottom? Perhaps it still does not hinder the promotion of the position of admiral in the near future. But on this sea, what does it mean to be killed by one move? The difference in strength is huge. Undoubtedly, I have proved that marine monsters are also the pillars of the next generation with practical actions. In front of the world's top powerhouse like Linley, he is vulnerable. In the next era, marine has been completely suppressed by pirates, at least in terms of momentum. Kizaru and Aokiji can still compete with it for a long time. Even if they lose in the end, they still have the confidence to let Linley compromise. DBZ. It was even more embarrassing and embarrassing. Such a shame. It was a heavy blow to Marine, but also to 23 himself. When seeing Linley again, how could Akinu not be furious? Originally, with his temperament, these days, other people's cold eyes and half-hearted ridicule. It is impossible to care. But the only thing he cares about is the battle off Wano-kuni. It's so unbearable, even he himself can't accept this kind of reality. He knew in his heart that that was not his real strength at all. FFLX. Now, in his mind, there was only one thought. Get up wherever you fall. Take back the lost dignity. Linley, on the other hand, was as usual. Just like the last time the collision happened near the marine at Wano-kuni. It's still that relaxed and comfortable posture. Even at this moment the warship is swaying in the stormy sea. Still as stable as Mount Tai. There is no awareness of, going to a banquet alone is in danger. The moment Linley showed up, everyone on the main ship, because they are not police certificates. Sengoku stared fixedly at Linley, and said with a frosty face. Do you know what you're doing? Do you want to start an all-out war with Marine? 2 powerful questions in succession. Smash. Linley from his mouth. Strong attitude. All this shows that Marine's determination to stop Linley this time is unshakable. All-out war, what, do you want to go to Wano-kuni again? I have to remind you, if a situation like last time happens again, there will be no second Gion to be. Hearing this, Sengoku's face froze. Even if it has a deeper purpose. But that's all in the dark. And use a Marine Rear Admiral as a hostage in exchange for a large army to leave safely. No matter how you hide it. It was so embarrassing and ashamed to say it. Since we're talking about Gion, I'll tell you a piece of news by the way. She has decided to quit Marine. We're sorry for her. A look of shame appeared on Sengoku's face, and he said in a deep voice. She will be disappointed with Marine. It is reasonable. As Admiral, I have no reason to blame her. Let's talk. Sengoku couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Gion has already begun to break into the beasts. Perhaps in the future, it may play a vital role. However, Linley's next sentence turned this slack into a storm in a blink of an eye. She has become my woman. Here, I have to remind you that in the future, regarding the mission of my two-regiment alliance, don't hand it over to the old woman Hina, so as not to make it difficult for Gion. Understand? Female, woman. Sengoku froze for a moment, and felt as if a pot had exploded in his heart. Gion actually wanted to break into the enemy's interior. Such a great sacrifice was made. This news, it completely caught him off guard. Even Aokiji and Kizaru near Sengoku heard, they all looked at each other in dismay. Gion, who rejected the T-Dolphin hundreds of times. That's it, fell into Linley's hands. At this moment, Akinu was extremely angry and ashamed. If I hadn't been, spiked killed, back then, why did Sengoku Admiral make such a compromise, which dealt a heavy blow to Marine's reputation? And Gion, made such a huge sacrifice for it. Become this young man's plaything. When I think of this, my heart hurts like a knife. Finally unable to bear it any longer, he gritted his teeth and said. This time, you can't escape. There is no way Marine will stop until all the prisoners are arrested. He, still so confident. Taking a condescending glance at Akinu, Linley said lightly. It seems that the last time you became a dog in the water, it didn't make you remember. Understand what it means to be a low-key person. But, Linley suddenly turned to look at Sengoku. This time, it's just a small punishment for you Marines playing me. Presumably, you didn't plan to cancel the G1 branch from the beginning, did you? Besides, I'm kind of invited here, Sengoku Admiral, isn't it? You invited me and Dad to come to Impel Down as guests. Now that I'm here, isn't it reasonable to take some Impel Down souvenirs? Prisoners equal souvenirs. Both Aokiji and Kizaru were stunned by the statement. It's just that they weren't there at the time. No matter how empathetic I feel, I can't feel the bone-chilling humiliation personally. Sengoku was about to say something with an ugly face, but Akinu was furious. What the FK are you talking about? As he spoke, Linley punched without hesitation. Dark Hound. His fist, which had turned into magma, stretched out rapidly and blasted towards Linley at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Sengoku suddenly stopped Akinu. The magma fist stopped quickly because of this. The expression on his face has completely recovered his composure. 763 inches Akinu, don't worry. He knew very well that if he fought Linley on a warship, once great damage is done, will be bad for them. That's why he acted in time and stopped the loyal dog. Snort. Akinu snorted coldly. Even if he wanted to do something again, he had to listen to Sengoku's order at this moment. How can the G1 branch be easily withdrawn? Since the words are not speculative, half a sentence is too much. Then let's see the real chapter. As he spoke, he turned his head and shouted at Aokiji. Refreeze the sea levels. Even Buster Call is helpless against you. Let's fight to the death. No matter how much you pay, Marine will never let you escape. As soon as the words fell, he had already acted immediately. Kacha. In an instant, the ice surface that had been shattered by the aftermath and air waves returned to its original state. A piece of land was formed through the ice between the fleet and the giant ship. I think so too. Sengoku wants to fight hand to hand. Naturally, Linley can't wait for that. After all, does anyone know how many shells are in stock on the warship? But Waldo's physical strength is limited. The little game of throwing cannonballs is fun though. But in the end, at the cost of a great deal of physical strength, it's not worth it. Wait for Linley to return to the giant ship. At this time, the soldiers on the fleet, led by Sengoku and the three monsters, rushed towards the giant ship like a rainbow. Seeing this, under Linley's instruction, Jin immediately shouted loudly, "Get off the boat and meet the enemy." 138 Short Combat. Lava Demon God, surrounded by Marines. It was one of the expected scenarios. Not to mention that there are nearly 1,000 prisoners on board at the moment. Even if not, only Linley and Beckman, Jin and Katakuri, Cracker and other main players. Plus some of the beasts. That's enough to deal with. It would be fine if he escaped smoothly. Now that the giant ship has been frozen, it cannot go away. No one is afraid of a battle. Even the prisoners on the giant ship are the same. Speaking of which, who hasn't had a few fights with Marine? Among the prisoners present, there is no Mungshin who has never fought against Marine. And for Linley, by the way, you can also ask Marine to help filter it again. Presumably after this battle, the rest will be the elite. Everyone, it's your turn to prove your worth. Dengjin's orders spread to every corner of the giant ship. Linley's words followed closely behind. Right now, the combat power of the two sides is compared. Their side, at least on the bright side, has an absolute advantage. Just let him face Sengoku. There are not too many Marine 3 monsters that can rival them. Beckman, Jin, Katakuri, Red Earl, Bullet. Just these 5 people, even if they can't win one-on-one, they are enough to deal with it. Of course, either the Red Earl, or the Bullet, haven't joined yet. Even if you will make a move, you will have reservations. Linley is well aware of this. B. Is it important to keep it or not to crush the game? Another one, even if you are willing to go all out. Like the other prisoners, I'm afraid, it is impossible to maintain the best condition. After all, being imprisoned and impelled down is not for vacation. It's not bad if you don't starve to death. But even so, it still cannot change the dominant situation. Kill, 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 kill. Kill these Marines who are in the way. Fight for freedom. I saw the prisoners, all showing their teeth and claws, waving the seastone weapons prepared on the giant ship. Pounce towards the front of Marine. Beasts pirates don't have many things, just seastone weapons. Don't say 1 for 1 person, 2 for 1 person is enough. Little brother, there are 3 monsters on the opposite side, you choose one. Uncomfortably brandishing a seastone weapon. At this moment, the Red Earl really missed his weapon umbrella. He knows, Admiral on the opposite side, Linley will definitely not give up to others. Then the opponents that can be chosen can only be 3-day monsters. If you don't do it, you will. To make a move, it is natural to choose an opponent that matches his identity. And the little brother in his mouth is Bullet. Maybe the two didn't know each other before, but because of Linley's bet, they have a common goal. At least in this environment. Rather, a certain friendship was formed. And Bullet has always only respected the strong. The Red Earl is strong enough to rival Roger and Whitebeard. How can he disrespect? Just that Logia Lava Fruit's Vice Admiral. At the beginning, facing their siege, I suffered a lot. Bullet said viciously. In fact, even if it is for himself to avenge the original, Buster Call. He will also choose to shoot. And there is an advantage to making a move now. At least not outnumbered. Okay, that wretched face should be the guy from Logia Sparkling Fruit, just leave it to me. After choosing an opponent, both sides went towards their opponents. Not far away, Beckman, who wanted to meet Kizaru, saw the Red Earl take a step ahead. I had no choice but to focus on Aokiji. All the powerful opponents have been picked. Jin and Katakuri can only look helplessly at the other Vice Admirals. As for Cracker, Shiryu, Valdo, Evil King and Hungry Wolf, the only opponents that can be chosen are Jin and Katakuri. However, for the latter two, wishing to bully the weak, in a blink of an eye, the two torrents collided together. If viewed from a height, the torrent on Marine's side is undoubtedly several times larger than that on Linley's side. After all, it is a whole fleet. Even if there are only 100 or 200 people on each warship, dozens of warships can gather at least 4,000 to 5,000 people. Maybe in numbers, Marine has a certain advantage, but in terms of quality, being imprisoned on the 5th and 6th floors of Impel Down is at least not too bad. Compared to ordinary sailors, then it is not a level of opponent. The last time I couldn't fight you head on. It's a pity. There are many Marine admirals in today's defeat, which is not bad. The forefront of the two torrents, Linley and Sengoku, also lead the way. Almost at the moment when the two torrents collided, they chose each other as their opponents. Don't be too arrogant, Sengoku snorted coldly, if it weren't for Akinu's defeat at the speed of light last time. With scruples, he must go all out. And now, it's not too late. Even though Linley definitely beat his nemesis Whitebeard, but he also knew that what Linley defeated was Whitebeard, who was exhausted after defeating Kaido. Of course, it is indisputable that Linley was also in poor condition at that time. But no matter what, as a Marine Admiral, how could he be afraid of a pirate? One more, Garp, and even Marshal Kong, will be here soon. This is because he knows that Linley has a lot of combat power. The fundamental reason why we still have to fight to the death. At this time, a huge fist of lava blasted towards Linley. Boom. He drew out the 7-star sword and waved it casually. The same huge slash collided with it. Looking at the spoilers who came, Linley said with great interest. What? Is your defeated opponent planning to fight Sengoku 2-on-1? No. With an unwavering gaze, we are walking forward with indomitable steps. Akinu walked towards Linley step by step. Next, your opponent is me. Sengoku Admiral, leave him to me, you go and deal with the others. This, although it has long been seen that Akinu has the intention of saving respect. But when Akinu did decide to take on Linley again, Sengoku still couldn't feel relieved. Could it be that I forgot? How did he get killed in one hit? At this moment, he had to think secretly. Sengoku Admiral, trust me. Akinu said word by word. This time, unless I die, I will never lose. Looking at Akinu's determined gaze, and the faint pleading in the depths of the gaze, Sengoku sighed softly, unable to say no more words. Ever since graduating from Marine College, for the 3 monsters, let him, Garp and Crane take one each. Among them, Akinu was assigned to his warship. Become his deputy. So far, it has been many years. Maybe, he sometimes feels that Akinu is too extreme, so he has a better impression of Aokiji. But that doesn't stop him from admiring Akinu's thoroughness in marine justice. Presumably, it has been a long-awaited thing for Akinu to fight Linley again and prove himself. Although he was still worried, he just warned. Don't say death easily. The future of Marine needs to be supported by you. As soon as the words fell, he no longer hesitated, and rushed towards the Red Earl not far away. On the enemy side, apart from Linley, the second is the Red Earl. In this regard, he naturally did his part. With this episode of Akinu, the Red Earl and Bullet, who originally selected their opponents, were undoubtedly messed up. But Sengoku charged towards him. How could the Red Earl be afraid? Of course he would love to do that. And Bullet saw Akinu take the initiative to approach Linley. I had no choice but to shout to Beckman. The wretched man will be handed over to you. Leave the guy who plays with ice cubes to joust me. Good. Beckman, who was looking forward to another fight with Kizaru, certainly would not refuse. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Wretched man. Listening to the conversation between the two, Kizaru was stunned. When did you have this title? And Aokiji saw the enemy as if he was picking goods. They even exchanged opponents. Even with his lazy temperament, it is inevitable that he will be a little annoyed. Quote. Akinu wants to single out himself. It was somewhat beyond Linley's expectation. In his opinion, a marine monster that has not yet grown to its peak. No matter what, the two have to go together to compete with him, right? Who gave you the courage? Akinu didn't answer and kept silent. Hot magma surged wildly from his body, and the ice surface under the feet is constantly spreading magma, spreading in all directions. Obviously, as soon as he came up, he used the Fruit Awakening ability. Permanently change the environment, and because the magma is floating on the sea, will it sink for a while? So at this moment, allow Akinu standing in a sea of lava, as the lava continues to flow on the body, really like a lava demon walking out of hell. 139 Sin Buster. Judgment Thunder. In a short period of time, the area of 100 meters around Akinu was completely covered by magma. Fortunately, it may be in order not to accidentally injure friendly troops. Under the precise control of Akinu, the speed is not fast. It was finally enough time for Marine to escape. Of course, the prisoners would naturally not stand still. Also in the first time, out of the range of magma. Continue to kill the enemy in front of you. Kill kill kill. The two torrents of war meet. The fight of life and death continued. Perhaps the inmates have been repressed for too long by the life of impelled down. It was extraordinarily hard to kill. In addition, almost the vast majority, in terms of individuals, are stronger than ordinary sailors. Tailwind. In almost a short period of time, the prisoners at the forefront of the torrent achieved double kills one after another. What's more, triple kill, seemed to ring in my ears. And Linley standing opposite Akinu. He looked at the hot magma sea in front of him with great interest. Eyes full of emotion. Logia is really an exaggerated ability, especially several of the heaven-defying abilities. Examples include lava, freeze, twilight, and thunder. The awakening of Paramesha can only temporarily affect the surrounding things, but Logia's awakening can change the environment forever. Transform the surrounding area of 247 into a battlefield that is beneficial to you. It is entirely conceivable how powerful Akinu will be able to display in the magma sea. Last time, I was careless. This time, there will be no second chance. At this moment, Akinu faced Linley alone. He looked at the floating figure in front of him. Although the waves in my heart are like anger, his face became calm, like a calm water surface. The only ripples are only firmness. Well, now you are worthy of my seriousness. The fact that something exists. Linley wouldn't deny it. That's just deceiving yourself. Last time, with his state at that time, if Akinu chose to roam, he would try to avoid the 3-in-1 attack. In a short period of time, I want to defeat Jian who has no scruples and can use exhibitions and abilities at will. It is indeed a more difficult matter. Even now, it may not be easy to defeat. Unless Akinu's head is iron, choose a dead bar to the end. But obviously, learn from mistakes. It is estimated that the attribute of head iron no longer exists in Akinu's body. After all, it is the future, the man who was called the strongest marshal. Although he despised it, but that doesn't hinder Akinu's potential as the king of marine, at all. Since that's the case, Linley raised his left hand slightly. Zila Zila, he saw the thunder of judgment full of aura of judgment flashing in his hands. This is Black Maria's return after eating thunder fruit. Not only can it be used simultaneously with Kanglongo, you can also control the thunder of judgment alone. It is estimated that the difference from thunder fruit is the elementalization. And judgment thunder, as its name suggests, is full of aura of judgment. What is judgment breath? That is to say, it has direct damage to the soul for sins. This is the result obtained by Linley after passing the test. That time on Ghost Island, he is not only focused on farming. For the research of my own skills, I also have many unique insights than before. Unfortunately, on the pirate side, otherwise, with the thunder of judgment, if it is a marine who insists on some kind of justice, maybe it will become the nightmare of some evil pirates. But with his temperament, he must not tolerate celestial dragons. Not to be a guard dog. Therefore, in the dark, perhaps in terms of positions, everything has long been doomed. Everything you think about is just for a moment. After summoning the thunder of judgment, Linley was not idle. Following the lightning bolt in his hand, he flicked it into the air. In just a few seconds, the sky began to cloud over. Boom boom boom, accompanied by the violent collision of dark clouds. Countless streaks of purple lightning struck down from the clouds. Once these lightning bolts come into view, they first give people a sense of justice, and judgment. Such magnificent lightning surrounded Linley. This completely doesn't match his pirate status. It makes people feel a strong sense of disobedience. With more and more thunder of rulings. Gradually, a sea of thunder was born under Linley's feet. CDDH, but it is full of annihilation breath with Candblanco, symbolizing the thunder of destruction. Very different, since what you insist on is thorough justice. Let's see if there is no trace of sin in your heart. Then try it, although I don't understand why Linley said this. Akinu only knows. The justice in my heart is extremely firm and unshakable. Meteor volcano. As Akinu's fists continued to blast into the air. At the same time, the magma sea under his feet also rapidly began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it skyrocketed to a height of 10 meters. The 10-meter-high lava sea swept towards Linley like a tsunami. It's not over yet. Countless magma fists, like meteor showers, kept falling from the sky. Falling into the magma sea, the momentum became even more powerful. But more of them fell in the area where Linley was located. For a while, there is a magma tsunami in front and a meteor volcano on it. If it's an ordinary person, I'm afraid they can run away in embarrassment. There is no other way. After all, lava fruit is known as the peak of Logia's attack power. How can it be hardwired? Whitebeard, who was superimposed with more than N negative buffs in the original book, was knocked off half of his head with a single punch. B. That's ordinary people, not Linley. He can dodge. B. Today, in his name of being the strongest in the world. How can you retreat from a defeated general? Exto. Kang. It is still the 7-star sword. This demon sword, which has been imbued with a lot of demon power, is highly compatible with him. Then wave. The gigantic slash filled with demon fire quickly split in the air, covering all the magma fists in the air in a blink of an eye. Boom 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 boom. Another burst of dazzling fireworks rain. The magma fist hit by the slash was all fragmented. After being attached to the demon fire, it cooled down quickly. As the demon fire became more and more vigorous, the magma eventually turned into cooled obsidian fragments. Just a slash. Meteor volcano becomes pure gravel rain. And underfoot, the Sea of Judgment thunder is also under his control. It also turned into a tsunami and blasted toward the magma sea. Boom. Magma is a tangible thing. But thunder and lightning are invisible things. The collision between the two is more of an energy collision that comes with itself. Own life. Originally, Akinu didn't care at all. A trace of sin in the mirror. Full of heart, he seemed to be tortured from the soul. Other elements, unless it is phase restraint or superior ability. In his elemental presence, nothing but armament hockey. Otherwise, there is no way to pose a threat to him. Shua, after solving the threat from overhead, when the thunder of judgment was attached to his elemental body at an astonishing speed, ignoring all obstacles. But, boom, that moment, in an instant, the magma tsunami was divided into two horizontally from the middle. An unprecedented sense of solemnity. Linley swung a wave towards the magma tsunami without hesitation, and the sea of ruling thunder quickly began to spread in the sea of magma. 140. The nightmare of Akinu's life. Sin is an evil deed that should be punished. Akinu asked himself, have you ever done something bad yourself? To say no, he can deceive others, but how can you deceive your own heart? He doesn't want to deceive others, let alone deceive his own heart. Exodo. Akinu answered the soul torture thus. Everything I do is for justice. Yes, because of it. Total justice. Therefore, he will not think about why there are more and more pirates in this world. Why kill it no matter what? It is always like weeds that can't be burned out, can't be extinguished, and can be reborn when the spring breeze blows. Don't even question, is the justice recognized by the world government real justice? And the evil that must be eradicated is really evil. His thoroughness has become simply maintaining order with violence. That is, the so-called justice of slaughtering all Marines' enemies. For this reason, Marines' intention to protect the public can be ignored. Just for cutting weeds and roots. Destroy all possible threats. For example, in Ohara, shelling fleeing ships that had been given permission by the world government to flee. Such an answer is destined to be unable to wash away one's own sins. Therefore, when the last word of the answer dissipated in my heart, the thunder of judgment attached to the body, as if through the body, straight to the soul, in an instant, there was nowhere to hide from the severe pain. Exploded in every corner of his body. It seems that even every cell is wailing. Mind and sight. At this moment everything became trance. Realize something is wrong. There seemed to be some shocking change in him. With an indestructible will, he endured the excruciating pain. With a ferocious face and bulging veins, he uttered every word from his mouth. As long as I can eliminate all the sins, I will not hesitate to be contaminated with more sins. Even if, in the end is bleak, and there is no good death. For him, inflicting crimes, from the beginning to the end, is to implement thorough justice. This moment, perhaps it is unwavering faith and will. Let the soul put on a layer of armor. The pain seemed to make him almost unable to move. Always relieved. Is it, lol, no matter how much Akinu endured. But that should have been a calm face. It's like a stormy sea on a calm sea. How can Linley not see? The thunder of judgment took effect on Akinu. Akinu this person. Linley has his own opinions and evaluations. A staunch enforcer of justice. Confused justice itself. Bottom line, helping an unjust world government maintain peace. The very thing that produces evil is the world government. This kind of self can't be put on the heads of pirates no matter what. The messenger of justice became the accomplice of the devil. Pursue justice and hate evil, but don't think about where the evil comes from. It's Akinu. Therefore, since he is an accomplice, there will inevitably be crimes. If the opponent is Gion, or Garp, the thunder of judgment will take effect. It's probably insignificant too, really. Akinu is still Akinu, when he didn't realize the crisis brought about by the thunder of the ruling. Maybe the ending. It is already doomed. It seems, today will repeat the scene of that day. Linley at the moment, it's almost a conclusion. If it is the thunder of judgment, it will not work on Akinu. #Ba, wanted to fix Akinu again quickly. It is simply impossible. Because the effectiveness of the judgment thunder is unknown to outsiders. And more because of the sins of Akinu himself. The impossible becomes possible. Don't think about it. Even if he is still in a trance at this moment, his vision is even more erratic. Even the figure of Linley in front of him. It all started to become unreal. He will never allow that humiliating scene to happen again. I said. Akinu stands in a sea of lava, roaring through gritted teeth. Total justice will not be defeated a second time, even if he knows it well. I am in an extremely bad state at the moment, almost immobile from the start. It's getting better so far, but it is still greatly affected. Unless you die, you can never lose. His growl. In an instant, the sound of fighting spread throughout the noisy battlefield. Into the ears of everyone on both sides of the war. Hearing his roar, Sengoku, Aokiji, and Kizaru all dealt with their opponents. Divide part of the attention on Akinu. Realized it immediately. Akinu at this moment, something is wrong. Not good. Sengoku thought something bad in his heart. Looks like things are not going well for Akinu. Just for a moment, it seems to have reached a desperate situation. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to shout out such words of death as home at this moment. What's the matter? He was puzzled. In fact, he has been observing Akinu's situation intentionally since the beginning. Just wait for Akinu to have a crisis, and rush to support as soon as possible. But now, the two sides seem to simply fight for a moment. Why the sudden fall into despair? Asking for flowers. Sengoku, who couldn't figure it out, was so anxious that the Red Earl of all dynasties once appeared. I saw a huge shock wave blast towards the Red Earl who was close at hand. How powerful is the latter's color of knowledge and knowledge? Born with a strong observation haki awakened, it can easily read people's hearts and memories. Even because of Sengoku's knowledgeable color is not weak. How much resisted his reading? Still at the first moment, he understood Sengoku's intention. But at this moment, he is not in his heyday, so he obviously doesn't want to entangle with it desperately. Therefore, after avoiding the shock wave, did not continue to pester desperately. Just follow behind Sengoku leisurely. At this time, I saw Akinu growling, walking towards Linley step by step. Every step you take is faster than the previous one. Faster and faster towards the end. He shook his head vigorously. The clenched fists may be because they are too tense. Blood began to spread between the fingers. He suddenly laughed. The strongest swordsman in the world. The strongest man in the world. You won't hide, right? Oh, Akinu's inquiry. Immediately, Linley realized that his condition might be even worse than he imagined. That's why the words are exciting. Can't wait for the showdown. Are you going to have a showdown? So as not to hide. And it is said that lava fruit is the ceiling of Pirate World's attack power. One shot, casualties. But Linley undoubtedly has absolute confidence in herself. Each other. Akinu didn't question Linley's answer. Linley, who has 2 titles of the strongest, said that he will definitely do it. Therefore, his appearance is like a lava demon god. Slowly raise your fist. The magma in the magma sea quickly passed through his body and condensed in his fist. This time, I will win. A thunderous roar resounded through the sky. As soon as the words fell, a giant lava fist was several times bigger than the giant ship. Appeared in front of Akinu. It seems that all around has changed the environment. At this moment, everything is condensed into this punch. The next moment, I saw Akinu carrying forward momentum. With a terrifying momentum like shattering the void. Boom to Linley. Linley was like an insignificant little ant in front of this giant lava fist. Akinu at this moment, it really looks like a devil god, who is truly capable of destroying the world. Explosion. Exceeding the limit. Excuse me, from now on, I will be your lifetime nightmare pill. 141 Demon God One Sword Style, the night sinks. Wow, the moment when such a huge giant lava fist appeared on the battlefield. The 2 torrents of the 2 sides fighting each other, all exploded. At this moment, no one's sight can escape from that shocking punch. Akinu's figure that seems to be enough to destroy the world. The image of the devil god is so clear at this moment. As that, the power of God. I'm afraid no matter who it is, they dare not accept this move. It's really terrifying. This is the strength of marine monsters. How strong is Linley who can push this monster to a corner? Not to mention the sailors and prisoners on both sides. Even Aokiji and Kizaru, who are familiar with Akinu and stand alongside him, are equally shocked. This guy, when did he become so strong? At the beginning, wasn't he killed by one move? They are the same 3 marine monsters, and they know each other well. But Akinu at this moment is really far beyond their imagination. This time, maybe the loser will be Linley. If you can't hide, maybe, he is really the strongest. 750, among the three of us. Kizaru and Aokiji both felt sincerely. Maybe once, they didn't think Akinu was stronger than them. But now, the facts speak louder than words. If I were to face this trick, how would I respond? Bullet, who originally wanted to choose Akinu as his opponent, was full of excitement but couldn't help but fell into deep thought. He has always wanted to be the strongest in the world. This also means that it is necessary to continuously defeat one opponent after another, including the two people fighting in front of them, Linley and Akinu. The losses suffered by Akinu back then, and the strength shown at this moment. It makes him full of fighting spirit. But how to deal with this trick? He quickly had an answer. Can't resist, unless there is plenty of suitable material nearby. Only in this way can he transform into a towering titan through the fusion fruit, and fight head-to-head with it. Otherwise, with pure flesh and hockey, once hit by this punch, how miserable the end will be is already predictable. Could it be? Shocked by the punch, the Red Earl quickly noticed Linley's reaction. He doesn't hide, want to fight hard. Seeing Linley's intentions, he was truly astonished. How could that incomparably huge giant lava fist be hardened by manpower? He is also a swordsman. Naturally, as a swordsman, he knows how to deal with this kind of attack. This guy is much stronger than before. Even Jin, who has full confidence in Rayleigh, can hardly restrain himself at this moment. Spontaneous emotion. If only Akinu could show such terrifying strength back then. Why was he killed by Linley, who was out of form? It seems, Linley has no intention of hiding. Even Beckman and Katakuri, who have absolute confidence in Linley. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. Without him, Akinu at this moment is truly terrifying. Everyone was shocked and unbelievable. All just for a moment. Linley, the direct target of the giant lava fist, just lightly raised the 7-star sword. With the other hand, he took off the small piece of abyss cold iron that he took off at the beginning and carried it with him all the time, and pressed it against the blade. In an instant, a strange demon fire emerges from the 7-star sword. Quickly melt that small piece of cold iron from the abyss. The molten iron, under his precise control, fully adhered to the blade of the 7-star sword. Demon God armed color. After quickly completing the ultimate compression, they frantically poured into the 7-star sword. The demon god conquerors followed suit. Maybe advanced to the 2-color hockey with the demon prefix. It is incomparably compatible with the demon power. It used to require a ratio of 5:1 to stabilize the fusion of the three. Now, only 1:1 ratio is needed to achieve a perfect fusion. Since it is a perfect fusion, because of the 2-color hockey, all of them have reached the rank of demon god. Power. Take nature to the next level. And this move is naturally the result of comprehending the demon power and the 2-color hockey in those 2 months. Through the small piece of abyss cold iron, it melted and attached to the blade. It can make all swords except Yanmo merge with demon power and 2-color hockey. Although it is a one-off. But it's clear that Linley has truly mastered this skill from a distance. A solid step has been taken. Seeing that incomparably huge lava giant fist is close at hand, Linley didn't hesitate. He didn't even try to swing the slash, trying to split the giant lava fist into 2. And the whole person took the initiative to face the giant lava fist. Once, his attack after fusing the demon power with the 2-color hockey. Called 3-in-1. Now, this trick has a real name. Demon God One Sword Style Night Sinks. Because of this trick, even light can be devoured. It will make the enemy feel desperate and sink into endless darkness. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The moment Linley left, almost at the same time, everyone on the battlefield felt an ultimate palpitation. It's like the eve of a storm. Calm but depressing. There is even a kind of suffocation that makes people breathless. That trick, Sengoku was coming fast in the distance. Seeing where Linley was, the strange scene was reproduced. Can't help but feel a tight heart. Looking at the gigantic lava fist that Akinu put all his eggs in one basket and exploded beyond the limit. He stopped suddenly. Maybe the current Akinu is strong enough to compete with that kid. Because, if we talk about Linley's moves, it is mental oppression. Well, Akinu at the moment, it is visually incomparable and breathtaking. The incomparable huge lava giant fist, the visual effect is too exaggerated. Changed anyone to stand in front of him. Even his Sengoku. It is inevitable that there will be panic. I will not choose head-to-head. Instead, they will inevitably retreat and counterattack in a roundabout way. Even Aokiji with the frozen fruit ability. I'm afraid he won't be as reckless as Linley. Suddenly, Sengoku, who was still thinking, suddenly felt it. Time seemed to stand still. This scene is so familiar. As always, at this moment, apart from Linley, the only objects that are still moving are the 7-star sword that is swinging a sword. The moment when the 7-star sword carried Linley and slashed into the giant lava fist. Like a stone thrown into a river. So trivial, but in the blink of an eye, it exploded with a shua. It's like letting the whole sea fall at night, and the sky is dark. Following Wanokuni offshore, appearing on calm belt, at this moment, everyone seems to be unable to feel a ray of light. Vicious, murderous, desperate. Various emotions occupy the atrium. The candle in my heart went out quietly. Before they knew it, everyone seemed to have sunk into endless darkness. It's like being in the bottom of the sea, swallowed by the endless sea. The moment Linley left, Akinu was already aware of it. That must be the trick that killed him in the first place. Now he has forgotten all his fears. Only one thought in mind. #BT, victory, 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 I will definitely win, again. Akinu raised his head to the sky and screamed. Stronger heart and faith, like a stone falling into a river. Into black spots, centered on the black dot. The surrounding space seems to be distorted. The incomparably huge lava giant fist was affected by this distorted force. Continuing to gather towards the black dot. It is like a giant Uzumaki on the sea. Everything, once approached, will be involved. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. 0.5 What's going on? Akinu was already in a trance. He suddenly felt that the giant lava fist, which was supposed to be huge, began to shrink rapidly. Until reduced by 1/3. Before he could react why this happened. Boom, bang, at the moment when the black spot completely exploded. The destructive air wave rushed straight into the sky. The sky should have been blue and white. In an instant, it was dyed dark red by this wave of air. Kacha, Fang Yuan hundreds of meters of ice below them. Just in an instant, just being swept by a little aftermath, it melted away in an instant. Sailors and prisoners on both sides standing in this range. In a panic, he ran wildly to a further place. And at the center of the collision between the two sides, already with lava fist, Akinu has almost merged into one. Only felt for a moment. It seems that the whole body is torn apart. A long sword, I don't know when I passed through the giant lava fist. As if piercing through the sky, it appeared in front of him. A sword pierces the chest. 142 once in a lifetime. The highest level of control. Puff. The 7-star sword pierced out from Akinu's chest. A huge amount of blood continuously splashed out from the front and back. Akinu's already dazed eyes, because of the severe pain, she became clear for a short time. Among them, unreconciledness and bottomless despair are constantly emerging. Lost again, lost to Linley. It is different from the last time. This time, he really did his best. He even risked his life. That incomparably huge giant lava fist is already the limit of everything he can do. Still lost. The result was no different from last time. Could it be? His lips quivered. Is this boy really invincible? Think back to the time since Linley came into Marine's sight. Never had a defeat, no matter how prestigious the opponent is. Big Mom with the body of a steel balloon, Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and Pluton Rayleigh, the right arm of One Piece. Even the 3 monsters known as the future of Marine. The final result, without exception, was defeated by him. And myself, Yi 23 is just one of them. At this point, even if Akinu doesn't want to accept it anymore, he could only cough up a mouthful of blood and said with a miserable smile. You win. If you want to kill or cut, it's up to you. He was very puzzled. It is extremely unwilling. Why in this era, the power of evil is getting stronger and stronger? So desperately strong. Is justice really going to be submerged? Thinking of the boy in front of him, he was only 13 or 14 years old. In the next few decades, there is still a lot of room for growth. At that time, how will Marine be suppressed? Think of this future. The despair in Akinu's eyes was even worse. Why wasn't such a man born in Marine? If Linley was born in Marine, as long as the evil forces in the world can be wiped out. Even if you ask him to assist, you must be willing to do so, right? Such a result, is it surprising? Linley said lightly, from the moment you decided to save your dignity and tried to have a one-on-one, the ending was already doomed. Now if faced with siege, I'm afraid it will be considered a very reasonable thing. However, he actually had no delusions at all, and he could easily deal with Akinu. But he didn't want the thunder of the ruling to have a miraculous effect on Akinu. Forcing him, who is in a bad state, he can only fight to the death. In this way, it is not surprising that the result will be like this. At this time, Linley and Akinu are still at the center of the energy explosion. The surrounding area is surrounded by strong energy fluctuations and air waves. There is also a large amount of dense fog and splashing magma on the side. Therefore, from the outside, the situation inside cannot be seen at all. I don't even know. The victory is divided. I really don't want to kill you now. Linley's face was full of emotion. Originally, you played a vital role in my plan. You shouldn't die like this. It's a pity. Such an opportunity is too rare. Too rare to refuse. So, Sakazuki, do you have any last words? Winning New World is just the first step. After that, the threat from I am, the king of the world, will be completely resolved. For this reason, Linley made a plan in his heart that was not known to outsiders. And Akinu should have been a more critical part of the plan. Unfortunately, now Akinu's life is in his own hands. How could such a great opportunity be missed? Do it. Hearing this, Akinu shook his head lightly. Lost to Linley twice, it has been proved that he is really not an opponent. He is not someone who can afford to lose. Lost, defeated, life is in the hands of others. You can only accept such an ironclad fact. Thinking about it again, the ideal of eliminating the evil forces in the sea will never be possible. At least, even if he is lucky enough to survive this time, there will be no possibility of realizing it in his future life. At this moment, Akinu already has the will to die. Since there is no last word, then, rest in peace. Linley was about to draw out the 7-star sword. But suddenly, Akinu's eyes gradually turned red. In a blink of an eye, it was back to normal. This made Linley realize something and realized something. Could it be that the 7-star sword worked? As we all know, the 7-star sword can transform demon power into demon fire. Also has the ability to control others. Originally, this calendar was for Lin Fu. Just tasteless. If you want to control the people you can control, you only need to use the sound confusion skill. Why draw a sword? And people who can't control Yinwo, presumably the same is true for 7-star sword. As for controlling Akinu, Linley never thought about such a thing. Because it is simply impossible. With Akinu's firm will, how could he be controlled? Therefore, since obtaining the 7-star sword, he has never used this ability. But now, seeing Akinu's appearance, he was controlled for a brief moment. So briefly that even Akinu himself didn't notice it. This made Linley change his mind immediately. So, he said lightly, "You are a staunch enforcer of justice. It's a pity that the justice itself is wrong from the very beginning." While speaking, his voice quietly became full of bewitching meaning. What's the point of saying that now? After hearing this, Akinu, who was determined to die, obviously became extremely negative. Not even the thought of arguing. At this moment, he just wanted to die. Because it is so hopeless that evil is about to overwhelm the world of justice. His presence, utter justice. In addition to harvesting failure. I'm afraid it will only fail. See, Linley suddenly understood the reason why the 7-star sword could briefly control Akinu just now. I am afraid it is caused by many reasons. First, Akinu was sanctioned by the Judgment Thunder, and his soul was hit hard. The whole person's mental state is not good. Even the eyes are in a trance. Second, losing again at this moment, I realized that Lin 923 was invincible, and his life was beyond his control. Already have the will to die. Spirit and will also become negative. If Linley faced such a situation by himself, he was defeated by the enemy twice in succession, and the second time, his life was controlled by the enemy. Except to die calmly. I'm afraid I have no choice. Is it possible to beg for mercy regardless of dignity in order to survive? Or before dying, unwillingly curse the enemy? At least Akinu is not such a person. And neither is he, but even so, the 7-star sword only controlled it for a moment. Want total control? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Just before the explosion dissipates completely, complete the control. This moment is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once successful, Akinu will be the highest level controlled subject that Linley can control. Think here, not only fully stimulate the control ability of the 7-star sword. Even the sound confusion is fully exerted. In order to further attack Akinu's will and belief, Linley's tone suddenly became mysterious. The reason why you say that the justice you insist on is wrong. Because, in the world government formed by 20 kings 800 years ago, there is a world king above the 5 elders. It's called, I am. Did you know, the existence of this person? Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. What? Hearing this, Tu Tien immediately widened his eyes. My eyes are full of disbelief. 143 Marine heroes arrive on the battlefield. King of the world, how can it be? In Akinu's conception, world government has always been the guardian of justice, in the name of absolute justice, and has more than 170 member countries. The world's largest organization is formed by relying on strong alliances. It regards itself as a world government. Dominate the whole world, rule the world order. Now, Linley told him that such a world government actually has a world king. That is to say, there is a master. If the existence of celestial dragons, he can tolerate it, for the celestial dragons are descendants of 20 kings. Rely on the contribution of grandparents to this world, even if it has become a moth now. In Akinu's view, these details are irrelevant for the sake of the overall situation. How could such a thing as the king of the world accept it? If accepted, the thorough justice he insisted on has become a complete joke. All his actions are no longer for justice, but like a reason to eradicate dissidents for the master. Looking at Akinu's pupils which were trembling constantly and turned red, and the crimson in the eyes, as time goes by, the color becomes more and more intense. Obviously his heart at the moment has been severely impacted. I began to have strong doubts about myself. Willpower, with the control of the sound confusion skill and the 7-star sword, become weaker and weaker. I want to change that. This world should not have a master. Justice itself should be pure justice, and should not be mixed with the meaning of careerists. What do you think? Every word, every sentence of Linley. If it was before, Akinu doesn't feel anything at all. I can only feel that this is the wild words of a pirate. But at this moment, even if the consciousness is gradually blurred, but every word can hit the soul directly. Let him, involuntarily, have a strong sense of identity. Maybe it's because he thinks he's about to die. So what I said before I died, there is no need to deceive him. It is based on this. Didn't even question what Linley said. Maybe, you're right. Finish this sentence. In his pupils, the only sliver of reason left was completely occupied by daze and crimson. Perhaps the injury was too serious, and the soul was hit hard. After being completely controlled, Akinu finally couldn't hold it anymore. It's dark, lost consciousness. In this case, it should be considered a success. But, not enough insurance. To be on the safe side, Linley condensed 2 demonic powers from his fingers into Akinu's heart and brain respectively. In the demonic power of the former, there is a hidden imprint of death. And the latter stored his voice full of sound confusion skills. In this way, even on weekdays, it can continue to strengthen the control. Complete this action. The aftermath and air waves caused by the giant lava fist and the sinking of the night finally dissipated. Who actually won? Sengoku stopped in his tracks, looking anxiously at the fading clutter and air waves. A long time. Finally, he saw clearly the two figures that appeared. I saw Linley floating in midair with Akinu who had passed out. He looked at everyone below with a calm expression. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Seeing such a result, Sengoku undoubtedly changed his face drastically, even if he had already been mentally prepared in his heart. But it was completely unexpected that Akinu was defeated so thoroughly. Oops, Akinu's life is now in Linley's hands. No matter what, he must find a way to save Akinu's life. Cut off, Sengoku said with a bitter face. Get his order. The sailors near him shouted in relief. Armistice, armistice. Wow, when the prisoners looked at the final winner, it turned out to be Linley. All of them were terrified by this scene. Is this the strength of those who make us submit? That terrifying and exaggerated giant lava fist. They can even go head to head. At this moment, the irreverent thoughts the prisoners had. I absolutely dare not have it again. Listening to Marine seems to mean a truce. Then he took advantage of the trend and retreated to distance himself from Marine. He seems to be stronger now. It wasn't just Sengoku who had a bitter look on his face. Even Kizaru and Aokiji are the same. The attack power shown by Akinu just now, it has surpassed their imagination. But even so, it was still a defeat. Life is in the hands of the enemy. What else can I do besides bitterness at this moment? On the contrary, Beckman and the others let out a long breath, and finally let go of their hanging hearts. No matter how confident he was in Linley just now, but the momentum of the giant lava fist is too huge. Inevitably worried, but at last the dust settled. They are also relieved, and Bullet and the Red Earl who made a bet with Linley. He looked at Linley floating in midair in disbelief. Not a word. However, from their horrified eyes, it is enough to see that the mood at the moment is not calm. Watching Linley gradually floating towards him, the bitterness on Sengoku's face remains undiminished. State your conditions. How can I let Sakazuki go? He knows. Linley probably missed the kill. Otherwise, it would not be stagnant in midair, as if waiting for him to speak. Conditions. Able to take control of Akinu. It can be said that it is already a big harvest. Compared to this, any other conditions are irrelevant. But Linley knew it too. If you just let go of Akinu, I'm afraid it's easy to arouse suspicion. Therefore, he opened his mouth lightly and said, leave 20 warships, then you can go. In fact, from the very beginning, Linley had no intention of fighting Marine right now. These people on the giant ship are not from the Beast's pirates after all. Not to mention the other prisoners. They were all marked by him, Wang Laohao, for death. Control life and death at any time. Apparently, Sengoku also saw that he had no intention of fighting to the death. Sengoku, I didn't come, did I? It backfired. This is the second time you have compromised with me. Looking at the source of the sound, who is it but Garp? If that is the case. At this moment, a loud voice came from a distance. I really want to fight Marine to the death. As long as you can keep Akinu's life safe. Who knows if these people will take the opportunity to escape. As he spoke, he was about to let everyone board the ship. Evil King, Dire Wolf, Waldo, Bullet, Red Earl. Garden, looking forward to the third time. P.S. I tend to think that Akinu doesn't know the existence of I am, otherwise the role of Akinu will be overshadowed. I can agree to your terms. Nodding without hesitation. 144 Can you blame Akinu for being weak? Isn't Linley too strong? Our hero is here. Very good. The moment I saw Garp's figure, the sailors all cheered loudly. It seems that the savior has arrived. Originally, before Sengoku gave the order to cease fighting, naval soldiers often need 2, or even 3 against 1. It is possible to compete with the prisoners. In this process, in a short period of time, dozens of people have died. In contrast to the prisoners, there were no more than 10 people who fell. Such a disparity in casualty ratio. It is enough to show that the combat power of the two sides is not at the same level at all. The sailors were barely able to contend. After all, it has the advantage of numbers. But facing such powerful players as Katakuri, Jin, Shiryu, and Cracker. How does Vice Admiral stack up? Not all Vice Admirals are 3 monsters. From beginning to end, it was almost a one-sided massacre. Sengoku and Aokiji, Kizaru, that is seen in the eyes, anxious in the heart. Sengoku still has to deal with the Red Earl. In a short period of time, there is no possibility of winning or losing. And Aokiji faces Bullet, nor can it gain the upper hand. Even Kizaru was a little more comfortable facing Beckman. But there is no spare energy to support others. Beckman, who is a master of firearms, is not so easy to deal with. The moment when Akinu was defeated and his life fell into Linley's hands. Led Marine, who is already at a disadvantage in terms of combat power. Undoubtedly worse, the situation collapsed like an avalanche. This is also after Sengoku issued a truce order. There is no reason to object. Now Garp is finally here, even if the war has ceased. But who knows if anything will change. 647 inches Garp, watching the Marine hero jump from the warship onto the ice and walk towards Sengoku quickly. Linley looked at it with great interest. At this time, Garp's hair was still black. Most of the strength is still at its peak. It is said that Garp, who has not shown conquerors, may not have such luck. On the contrary, it is the armed color, which has been cultivated to ultimate. With only armed color, he can compete with Roger who has perfected both armed color and conquerors. Unless the timing is wrong. I really want to try his armed color, how strong it is. So what if it is compared to the armed color of the demon god? Sengoku, Sakazuki, again. Garp walked up to Sengoku and looked at Akinu that Linley was holding in his hand. His face froze. Defeated again. This is the second time. Didn't wait for him to arrive. To know, he just set off 10 minutes later than Sengoku and the others. Well, Sengoku sighed softly, I just feel mixed feelings in my heart. I don't know what to say. Twice in a row, Akinu became the breakthrough. Let's not talk about the good situation. At least if it can get Garp and martial air to get there. The balance of victory will definitely tilt in their favor. But now Akinu is in the opponent's hands. Whether it is life or death, it is all in the other party's thought. How could he just sit back and watch Akinu be killed? It's not CD that Akinu cannot sacrifice for the public. But this kind of Admiral Seedling, the strength that just showed, even he was horrified. He even had the idea that he might be able to defeat Linley. At that moment, he really believed that Akinu had the chance to win, and he was not small. Now defeated again, can Akinu be blamed for being too weak? Isn't Linley too strong? I'm afraid it's either Kizaru or Aokiji that's been swapped, except for him and Garp. There will be no difference in the result, will it? Once this good seedling dies, how much loss will it be to Marine? This kind of loss, it can be said that these Marine executives, when they think about it, will feel so painful that they can't breathe. As Garp arrives, Aokiji and Kizaru gather towards the two of them. And Beckman, Katakuri and others also came to Linley's rear without hesitation. As for Bullet, the Red Earl and others, they just stayed put and waited for the next development of the situation. The two sides have a faint intention of confrontation. How? Linley smiled faintly. Because of the appearance of the majestic marine hero, are you about to change your compromise just now? What happened? Hearing this, Garp immediately asked his old friend. Just now, Sengoku did not hide anything, and truthfully told the truth about the decision just now. When Garp heard it, he also scratched his head with a headache. I don't know what to say for a while. After a while, he sighed slowly. Then let them go, otherwise, what else can he say? Akinu you kill if you want. After killing, we fight to the death. He can't say such words. It can only be it's just these prisoners. Well, Sengoku sighed softly. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Linley took away 2 layers of prisoners. And it's the last 2 floors. Among them, there are not a few prisoners who have committed unforgivable crimes and are extremely vicious. Return these prisoners to the sea. For Marine, it was a nightmare. Yeah, what if I don't let go? Compared to future nightmares. For now at least for Marine, Akinu is undoubtedly more important. Hey, it seems that this guy is very important to Marine. After all, he is the man who wants to become the King of Marine. Although he is not afraid to continue the battle right now. But now is obviously not the best time. Therefore, without much emotion, Linley didn't want to waste time with Marine here, and turned to Beckman and the others. Take them to board the ship first, and arrange for someone to take over the 20 warships of Marine. Okay, got it. Received orders from Linley. Beckman et al. Performed immediately without hesitation. Seeing the prisoners gradually start to board the ship, on the faces of most of the sailors, Vice Admiral, there was a sigh of relief. No one likes to play an underdog. Especially in the disadvantaged situation where they watched their comrades fall, but could do nothing. The arrival of Garp obviously cannot change anything. It's just to bring the situation back to the beginning, so that the world's strongest swordsman will not be freed. But what about them? Unless naval headquarters arrives with more troops. Otherwise, it will only increase the casualties in vain. So next, no matter how unwilling, even if Garp is already present, he had no choice but to accept Linley's conditions. Soon, under Sengoku's order, 20 warships were handed over. Go ahead. Okay. Got it. See, Linley has the intention of leaving behind. Beckman and others have no objection. After all, Linley can fly. If he wants to leave, I'm afraid no one in this world can stop him. That's all, except that Linley still carried Akinu on the ice. The rest of the people all boarded the giant ship, break through the ice and sail towards the distance. And the 20 warships, each driven by a man of beasts, followed behind the huge ship. During this process, Marine can only witness everything unwillingly. Wait for the giant ship and 20 warships to disappear on the sea level. Linley just threw Akinu in front of Sengoku. Fatal injury, I've been stabilized. In this way, the agreement can be regarded as fulfilled. It's just that if you can't get timely treatment, your life may be in danger. After ordering Akinu to be carried back to the warship with a blank face, Sengoku suddenly asked. What exactly do you want to do? Among these people, there are countless ambitious generations. It's not a wise move to attract a group of people. Next, in order to prevent you from continuing to pursue, you say, where should I go? Linley laughed directly when he heard it. Escape. Conquer the new world, Garp said with a complicated face. Didn't you say it last time? In this case, you mean, my current behavior is to go. That's all. All the Marines in the room changed their expressions because it wasn't. Maybe, you are more dangerous than Rocks. Next time, I won't let you escape again. Heard the words, really think he is Rocks. It's just a sound test. As for ambition, that won't stop you from worrying. He certainly didn't care about Linley or the Beast's pirates. Marineford and Mariajoy, pick one. 145. It's time to activate the Celestial Dragon's puppet. BRT. Almost all of Marine's main combat forces are gathered here. Marshal Kong is also on his way. That is, Naval Headquarters Marineford, almost in a state of emptiness. What, you say Crane, and Zephyr, or the tens of thousands of sailors left behind? The current Zephyr has retired from Admiral's position for 10 to more years. Focus on developing young Marines. I haven't fought against a strong enemy for many years. In this state, if Linley really wants to sabotage and destroy Marineford, can Zephyr really stop it? At least Sengoku isn't optimistic. Not to mention Cranes and tens of thousands of sea soldiers. Even though this sea area is only an hour and a half away from Naval Headquarters. It seems very short. Linley can fly. Those who can fly are always faster than those who swim in water. Wait for them to rush back with all their strength. I'm afraid the daylilies are getting cold. Think here. Sengoku gave Garp a hard look. That look seemed to be doing it. You are so mean. Didn't mess with blind chicken BB. Look, it's PG people off again. Not sure enough to take it down, and angered the young and energetic world's strongest. Isn't this self-inflicted? As if he understood the eyes of his old friend, Garp froze. I feel really helpless. Isn't this all a conventional scene? Back then, I chased Roger all over the world in the sea. Which time was escaped by Roger? Don't you have to throw out too harsh words to save your respect? Who would have thought that Linley would take it seriously? Your Excellency Linley, stop joking. Sengoku said with an ugly face. Once this kind of thing happens, the scalp is numb just thinking about it. Originally to save Akinu's life. This time Marine will definitely lose face. If even the headquarters is destroyed, then it would be really embarrassing to throw it at Grandma's house. Joke. Linley chuckled lightly. Do you think I'm joking? In fact, it doesn't matter if Garp is mean or not. This is all just an excuse. Originally, he planned to go to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Long before leaving Ghost Island. Mastered the one-time usage of Abyss Cold Iron. Before Yanmo fully conceived natural teeth. It is necessary to prepare some Abyss Cold Iron for backup. So it's time to activate the Celestial Dragon's Golem. Also almost immediately, let that puppet, that is, Saint Chelves, prepare some Abyss Cold Iron for him. A trip to the Holy Land of Mariajoy is actually for goods. One more, also wanted to save a slave by the way, Gilder Tezzolo, that is to say, the future Golden Emperor. At this time this guy is still working as a slave in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. A few years later, after Fisher Tiger made the Emancipation Incident, he escaped with him. This is the world's leading business wizard. In the original book, he even once controlled 20% of Bailey in the world. Linley had absolutely no reason to let it go. Instead of adding icing on the cake, it is better to send charcoal in the snow when he is at his worst. After all, in addition to combat power, economy is also very important to Beast's pirates. Maybe, this will be one of the sources of bounty rewards for future Marines and even world government executives. Thinking of this, Linley's figure began to slowly rise into the sky. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Seeing this, Sengoku couldn't help but think of the scene when the Golden Lion came to Naval Headquarters Marineford a few years ago. Even if he and Garp shot at the same time. In the end, half of Marineford was destroyed as a price. Only then did Golden Lion be arrested and brought to justice. Now, Linley is obviously more difficult than Golden Lion. Wait a minute, Garp shouted with an ugly face. The strongest swordsman in the world, the strongest man in the world, is this the amount of courage? Why bother with me, an old man? He who said this obviously had the intention of bowing his head. Ah, Linley still has that breezy appearance. What you said also makes sense. In that case, Naval Headquarters Marineford, let it go. Hearing this, Sengoku and Garp, and even Aokiji and Kizaru, were relieved. They finally realized it now. In front of someone like Linley who not only has super combat power, but also possesses ultimate speed and can fly. At least for now, there is really nothing to do with him. People can fight when they want, and they can leave when they want. This time, if the prisoners on the second floor hadn't been abducted. Want to stop him? I'm afraid it's not a dream. It's not like an all-out attack on Wanokuni, is it? This kind of thing, no matter how you think about it, feels unreliable. But, upon hearing these two words, the hearts of the people who had already breathed a sigh of relief hung again. Asking for flowers. Garp's face became angry, and he was about to scold Linley for playing him. Then Linley said with a faint smile, given that Marine has already had an example of breach of trust. I'm still going, as long as you don't make any pursuit within an hour. Whether it's the Holy Land Mariajoy, or the Naval Headquarters Marineford, it's safe and sound. After finishing speaking, Linley stopped delaying and flew in the direction of Impel Down. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Seeing this, Sengoku and the others felt anxious, and Garp hurriedly said. What do you say, Sengoku, should we pursue now or return to Naval Headquarters? Chasing a fart. Sengoku glanced at Garp angrily, the pain in his heart is hard to describe. 0. How could such a monster appear in this era? Let him be Marine Admiral, really uncomfortable. Certainly, he also knew Garp couldn't really be blamed this time, but it didn't affect him at all. After receiving Sengoku's order, the Marines boarded the warship one after another. Turn the bow of the ship and drive back with full horsepower. And Linley started the flight of light and rushed to the holy place Mariajoy at full speed. By the way, take this opportunity, if you can enter the vacant throne, maybe you can test I am. Such a serious worry, if you can't try it. I really have no idea. That guy, should you prepare Abyss Cold Iron and Gilder Tezzolo for me? As the celestial dragons of Saint Chal's, it is too simple to get these two things in your hands. This has to be mentioned again, after being controlled at the beginning. Due to a series of abnormal behavior, reported to the 5 elders by CP0. Originally, Linley thought that such an imbecile as Chal's Saint might not be able to escape the scrutiny. Whoever wants to, finally re-establish contact, got the news that he was safe and sound in the end. Of course, Chal's did have a period of confinement. It's been released now, as long as it can achieve the goal this time. It doesn't matter even if this chess piece is pulled out. Anyway, this time, as long as you see the celestial dragons, you can just throw a confuse. While Linley was thinking, more than 10 minutes passed quickly, and the holy land of Mariajoy has come into view. 146 Add 1 to the imbecile puppet. Holy Land Mariajoy, located at the top of the red line. Not only is it the residence of the world's noble celestial dragons, it is also the headquarters of the world government. Since it can be called a sacred place, there's no need to mention the degree of luxury. At this time in a spacious and rich street, there are countless celestial dragons coming and going. 2 of the celestial dragons are riding on the backs of 2 slaves with dull eyes who seem to have lost their souls, holding the reins, and communicating with each other eagerly. Charvez, what do you want me to do? Roswald, I want to ask you something. Oh, hearing this, Roswald couldn't help showing a rather interested look. Only celestial dragons and celestial dragons can communicate as equals. Therefore, at this moment, Roswald does not have the slightest supercilious look on his face in Sabayati Archipelago. You know, me and that guy, Meyer Ross, we've got a lot of tension. Some time ago, one of that guy's slaves, who seemed to be called Gilder Tezzolo, was spotted by me as 970 and wanted to come over to play. But when that BD saw me open my mouth, he refused to exchange it with me and even made things difficult for me. Thinking about it, I heard that you have a good relationship with him, so you should help me with this favor. In return, I have a slave under my command, which is fun. Is that so? After hearing Chal's explanation, Roswald didn't think too much about it, and the relationship with each other was not bad, so he nodded and agreed immediately. However, at the end of the day, he suddenly asked curiously. Some time ago, it was said that you were investigated by the Knights of God. Don't mention it, it makes me very annoyed when I mention it. Saint Chalv said with an ugly face. Isn't it just playing with a few dogs? Is there any need for such fanfare? Roswald, you come to judge. Sabayati Archipelago, were you there last time? Presumably you are also very dissatisfied with Marine's reaction and actions. At that time, I just wanted to see if these dogs took us seriously, and they put on a show. As a result, those dogs turned around and ran to 5 elders to sue me. It's unreasonable. Reverse it. Roswald Street heard from Charvez Street that he brought up the Sabayati Archipelago incident. Then get angry, filled with sympathetic righteous indignation. Marine and CP are trash, useless at all. The inferior man who offended me is still at large in New World. Talking about this topic, the two clearly empathize with each other. The more we chat, the better we get. By the way, those guys didn't make you suffer, did they? How come? Chalv shook his head and said, although those guys are all cold-blooded creatures, otherwise they wouldn't have been selected into the Knights of God. But we're all celestial dragons, so we shouldn't hold on to such a small matter, right? It's just that within 3 years, I was ordered not to leave here. Alas, looking at the way Chalv shook his head and sighed. Saint Roswald couldn't help flickering with sympathy in his eyes. It's miserable. Can't leave Mariajoy. What's the difference between that and going to jail? While the two were talking, they came to a castle. This castle is the residence of Saint Meyer Ross. Roswald, I won't go in, and leave this matter to you. Don't worry, wrap it on me. Roswald patted his chest with an all-encompassing attitude. Watch the back of Saint Roswald as he enters the castle. Chalvs, who was still riding on the back of the slave, had a strange expression on his face. He didn't say a word, as if he was expecting good news from Saint Roswald, but he thought to himself, this guy is really fooling around. As soon as Roswald is out, I guess that guy, Meyer Ross, should give him face. In this way, the mission of the Master can be completed. As for things like Abyss Cold Iron, although there are not many in the Holy Land Mariajoy, but if he wants to get it, it's not too difficult. It was Gilder Tezzolo, the slave of others. If you want to get it, you have to trade with it. However, Meyer Ross had a bad relationship with himself in the past. Otherwise, he would have been ready long ago. This moment, judging by the reaction of Chalv Street, a person who was controlled by the sound, still able to maintain himself. However, subconsciously, Linley was regarded as the master. And before you take control, you will be extremely loyal. A long time. Roswald finally came out of the castle. It's just that he looked rather embarrassed on his face, facing the eager eyes of Saint Chalves, he said in an embarrassing manner. That guy, Meyer Ross, I don't know what kind of gunpowder he took today, and he won't let go. Charvez, don't worry, let's figure this out. I don't believe he won't let go. Apparently, he boasted a lot just now, but now he got nothing, which made Street Roswald feel a little uncomfortable. Isn't it just a slave? Even if you go out, you won't let go. Street Chalves fanned the flames. It's okay to treat me like this, but he also treats you like this. I think he just doesn't take you seriously. Snort. Street Roswald snorted coldly, as if he felt that Street Chalves said something in his heart, and said with an ugly face. Go, find him lousy, said, pulled the rein. The slave under him immediately turned to another she with interest. At this moment, Street Chalves seemed to have sensed something, his eyes froze, and then he said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll take you to meet someone first. Saint Roswald didn't think too much, and subconsciously pulled the rein and followed. Soon, the two, one behind the other, were getting closer and closer to the edge of the holy land of Mariajoy. The closer to the edge, there are fewer and fewer people to see. Finally, the two walked into a dark corner one after another. What did you bring me here for? Just as Saint Roswald was wondering, from the shadows, a figure dressed as CP0 came out. CP0, where is the man you want me to see, Chalves? He thought that the CP0 in front of him was brought here by the assignment of Saint Chalves. Saint Roswald couldn't help but become more and more curious. Saint Chalves didn't answer, but quickly jumped off the slave's back, and ran to stop in front of the figure respectfully. Are you here? The figure responded, but looked at Saint Roswald, and a voice with great interest followed. Isn't this an old acquaintance? Old acquaintance. Street Roswald was taken aback for a moment, only to feel that the voice was extremely familiar. But for some reason, I felt that the sound became more and more pleasant. His eyes quickly became blank. Then it went back to normal. Wearing CP0, who else is it not Linley? He obviously had no interest in wasting time, and asked lightly. As what I want ready. Hearing this, Saint Chalves said in trepidation. As such that 0.8 respectful gesture. I didn't know, but I thought that the figure dressed as CP0 was the Celestial Dragons. After listening to the ins and outs, Linley, who was wearing a mask, spoke very calmly. In that case, take me to that moron named Meyer Ross. Yes, Saint Chalves nodded respectfully. So under the leadership of the two Celestial Dragons, Linley seemed to have become a temporary bodyguard, and followed them, returning to the castle where Meyer Ross was. With the Celestial Dragons behind, following a build like CP0, Mariajoy is no surprise. Therefore, the group of three did not arouse the suspicion of others. It's just that the mask on Linley's face attracted a few attentions from CPO. It seems that the owner of this mask is an old acquaintance. Halfway through, 12 figures riding on Pegasus suddenly flew across the sky. Street Chalves immediately lowered his head, leaned into Linley's ear and said. Those people are the Knights of God. 147 Mysterious Knights of God. The Knights of God. Hearing this, Linley couldn't help looking up with great interest. If we say CP0, it is known as the strongest shield of Celestial Dragons. Then the Knights of God, which are little known to outsiders. It is the strongest spear of Celestial Dragons. Of course, this is just Linley's guesswork. After all, even he who knows the plot of the original work knows little about this mysterious force. All I know is that this is a mysterious force belonging to the Five Elders, or even I am. Possesses the privilege that even Celestial Dragons can ignore the judgment of identity. Generally not easily dispatched, they are only seen when something big happens and the Celestial Dragons are involved. Therefore, the outside world has never even heard of the existence of this mysterious force. Linley, who was looking at the 12 figures in the air, suddenly froze. The leading Pegasus Knight seemed to notice Linley's gaze, and suddenly lowered his head. The eyes of the two were instantly connected. Interesting. Just when Linley was interested, he wanted to see if this member of the Knights of God had discovered his disguise. But I never thought about it, I just looked at each other. On the day of the lead, the horse rider looked away, as if he had some important task on him, and he didn't mean to stay at all. At this time in the air, beside the leading Pegasus Knight, another Pegasus Knight seemed to notice his abnormality, and asked strangely. Captain Charlemagne, what are you? Nothing. The leading knight known as Commander Charlemagne shook his head, forcibly suppressing the weirdness in his heart. Just now, it must have been an illusion, right? He actually felt an inexplicable threat from a CP0. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth and said, after the report, check to see if CP0 has added any monsters recently. In addition, the impact of what happened in Impel Down is too bad, let CP0 intensify the penetration of Wanokuni. Receive. Looking at the figures of the 12 Pegasus Knights in the sky gradually going away, Linley asked the two morons lightly. What is the origin of these people? He came here this time with the intention of knowing the details of the world government and I am. Maybe Street Chalves and Roswald didn't know much either. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Something is better than nothing. Hearing this, Street Chalves first opened the mouth and said, the Knights of the Gods. Even in front of a Celestial Dragons, it is a mysterious future. If I hadn't been taken away for investigation last time, I'm afraid I wouldn't know much. Even we don't know how many people there are in the Knights of God. It's just that the 12 paladins are all celestial dragons. 12 paladins. Are they all celestial dragons? It seems that there are also masters in celestial dragons. Via the mighty observation Hawkeye. From the 12 figures, Linley faintly felt a threat. It's like standing in front of Sengoku and Garp. Come to think of it, the fighting power of these 12 paladins should not be underestimated. But Linley wasn't surprised. If there is no hidden power, how can the world government control the world for 800 years? Just Marine and CP0. In Linley's view, if you put aside any disunity and fragmented factors, let's not talk about it. At least on the bright side, Marine and CP together may not be comparable to the pirate forces. If it is like this, why has the world government been as stable as Mount Tai in the past 800 years? You know, even in Marine, there are many unreliable high-level executives. Like Garp and Aokiji. Freaks like Akinu are definitely in the minority. What are they compared to you? Hee, you really can talk. By the way, have you heard of Between Flowers? Between the Flowers, Street. Chalves and Roswald were stunned at the same time. You mean, where is the Void Throne? Good, it's gloomy there, and there are special guards. We usually don't go there on weekdays. That's it. While the three of them were talking, they returned to the castle of St. Meyer Ross again. The guards outside the castle saw the two celestial dragons going back and forth, and this time there was a CP behind them. They didn't dare to stop them. Let the three break in. As soon as I entered the castle, I heard a burst of domineering laughter from inside. Wow, inferior people, you have been here for 3 years, haven't you learned to lower your head? I don't like the look in your eyes very much. If you can't please me today, can you imagine what happens next? Quote exclamation mark quote. A slave trampled underfoot by St. Meyer Ross. Green hair. His eyes were full of humiliation. Perhaps in order to avoid being tortured, he didn't speak out to refute, but just gritted his teeth and said nothing. Seeing that the slave under his feet didn't say a word, Meyer Ross showed an uneasy face, and was about to ask the guard to hand him the cane whip. But he saw St. Roswald go and come back, and he was accompanied by a guy he hated. His face immediately collapsed. Let me tell you, Roswald, so you are looking for someone for Chalves. It's still the same sentence, it's impossible. I can't give this guy up to you. Such an interesting slave, if I give it to you, where can I have fun? Hee. Chalves Street and Roswald Street sneered. He waved his hand towards the guards around him, and said without a doubt. You go out first, we have something to discuss with him. Yes. 910 is Meyer Ross Street's escort though, but dare not disobey the orders of other celestial dragons. Obviously, Meyer Ross Street is also used to it, and did not block it. After all, the celestial dragons are at odds. Only they can solve it by themselves. Neither the guard nor the CPO dared to help one of them. That's no different from courting death. Tell me, what else is there? If it's related to this slave, then don't hold your breath. It's not up to you. Street. Chalves and Roswald took a respectful step back. Linley, disguised as CPO, stepped forward quietly. I thought you'd give me this face, right? The moment he opened his mouth, the sound and confusion skills were fully displayed. Quote quote. Meyer Ross was stunned for a moment, and his eyes quickly became blank. In the next second, in front of the slave, he lowered his noble head in front of Linley. You were right. Quote exclamation mark quote. Hearing the words, the slave who was trampled under his feet instantly became unbelievable. Hastily looked up. What came into view was a figure dressed as CP0. Just when he wondered why celestial dragons would listen to a CP0. But Linley, who was wearing a mask, looked at him and said lightly. Tell me your name. 148 looking through space. The 5 elders are in the loop. Girl Tezzolo. Although I was shocked by the reaction of celestial dragons, I didn't understand the identity of this person in front of me. Even the celestial dragons have to be respectful. In front of his slave, they all lowered their noble heads. This kind of thing has never been seen in Tezzolo's life. But he still answered Linley's question quickly. From your eyes, people can see unwillingness. Tezzolo, I know you, Linley said lightly. Facing the death of the one I love deeply, I am overwhelmed and helpless. Dignity is trampled underfoot and trampled on by others. This kind of life, you are not reconciled. You, Tezzolo stared wide-eyed, not understanding why the person in front of him knew this. Don't ask more than you shouldn't. Now, you will have a chance to change your life. Work for me. There is only one task. Use your talents to earn all the Baileys you can earn in the world. How? Tell me, your choice. To this day, recruit a weak chicken slave, even if he can grow to the Golden Emperor in the future. For Linley, that's about it. And the scene and atmosphere of the encounter are not right. Naturally, it is impossible to follow the normal rhythm of solicitation. What's more, it is also impossible for Tezzolo to compare with Hawkeye, who has the potential of a top powerhouse and can also get superstar returns. Therefore, Linley's solicitation was very simple and rude. I do. Tezzolo nodded without hesitation. He is not a fool. It's been 3 years since Mariajoy was caught. Just keep working hard for one goal. Escape from Mariajoy while taking away her beloved Stella. It's a pity that Stella died under the torment of celestial dragons a year ago. This made him depressed for a while. Lost the idea of running away. And now, he suddenly realized that he had encountered a golden opportunity. Not just a chance to be free. Still the only chance to avenge Stella. The identity dimension of the person in front of him is not as simple as CP0. Otherwise, how could celestial dragons pay such respect to it? One more, everything about him seems to be known by the other party. His keen insight allowed him to capture many key information. So he answered without hesitation. Very smart. So, Linley looked to Meyer Ross Street. This guy, will I leave it to you? Help me take him to the Don Quixote family in North Blue. Which specific island is it? You should be able to know. Then, he turned to Tezzolo and said, go to Don Quixote family, there will be everything for you. As long as you can earn a certain number of Baileys. Handing your enemy into your hands, is also something that can be considered. Meyer Ross, are you right? Yes, as long as you can complete the task, your enemy, I will personally bring it to you. Quote question mark quote. Hearing this, Tezzolo was not only not excited. On the contrary, his eyes were full of horror. Who was his enemy? Another celestial dragons, instead of Meyer Ross Street. Because shortly after Stella was brought back to Mariajoy, she was given to another celestial dragons by Saint Meyer Ross. Now, the celestial dragons who abused him, actually said such absurd words. This scene is so magical. DJ, this incredible picture in front of me. But he couldn't help but not believe it. So, Tezuolo's face was full of inconceivable, dreamlike expression. Linley, Street, Chels, and Saint Roswald had left the castle at some unknown time. When Tezzolo came back to his senses, only Meyer Ross Street was left. Moreover, the latter's attitude towards him at this moment seems to have undergone an earth-shaking change. This guy is really not simple. Linley, who was not far from the castle, became thoughtful. No wonder Tezzolo can grow to that extent in the future. Just now he used the sound confusion skill conveniently, but it failed in front of Tezzolo. Obviously, this person's willpower is extremely strong. Unlike morons like the celestial dragons who can be controlled with a simple move. After the sound confusion skill failed, he didn't continue to try. Instead, he casually slapped the demon power in Tezzolo's body. It contains a death mark. In this way, the main purpose of this trip was basically accomplished. Before you leave, meet some more celestial dragons. Celestial dragons puppets, the more the better. Maybe it will be of great use in the future. Of course, he also knew not to do it too frequently. I'm afraid that when I walk on the street blatantly, my every move has been seen. Maybe he can't see through his disguise. But if it's too frequent, it's really too arrogant. In the end, his identity this time is just a spy. It's not here to declare war in a high-profile manner. Meanwhile, in the depths of Mariajoy, between the flowers, a figure is sitting on the void throne, and the 5 elders, who symbolize the highest power in the world. Then they all knelt in front of that figure in fear. At this time, the topic of 5 elders happened to be related to Linley. A young man who has only made his mark in the past year, has become more and more presumptuous recently. After Impel was down, the 2 layers of prisoners were taken away except those who had died. Marine is currently doing its best to arrest. The result has not yet come. In addition, according to the information sent back by CP0 in Wanokuni, that boy may have a certain relationship with the rocks that have been extinct from history. Have you decided, this time, to turn off this light in history? If you have already decided, please issue an order. After the 5 elders reported, they fell respectfully on the ground. And the figure of the void throne has not spoken. He just stared at the Zhongdao reward order in his hand with his indifferent pupils. The man above, it was Linley. A long time, she just raised her head suddenly. His eyes were looking somewhere. At that moment, the line of sight seemed to be able to pass through the obstacles of space, and landed not far from the flowers. And Linley was led by Chalv Street and Roswald Street, and successively controlled 3 celestial dragons. So far, there are as many as 6 celestial dragons controlled by him. Just as he let the 2 imbecile children leave on their own, he was about to go to Waji Monojiao to find out. Obviously there is still a distance between the flowers. A strong sense of crisis suddenly hit my heart. Oh, faced with this sense of crisis, Linley's face did not change color, but he looked in the direction of Wahian with anticipation. Obviously, this hope does not matter. What happened? This world seems to be getting more interesting. Seeing this scene, the 5 elders were completely blindfolded. A trace of doubt and uncertainty flickered. X+. Read the meaning of it. The corners of Linley's mouth raised slightly, and his eyes greeted him without hesitation. In the eyes, a long time ago. Thus, the 5 elders saw the Supreme Lord I Am. Seems to be saying, there seemed to be a gaze that passed through layers of barriers and landed on him. The corner of the mouth even hung a slight arc. The owner of that gaze seemed to understand what he meant. Ah, quite a kind of, looking for. 149, 7 Warlords of the Sea System Reform. Goodbye Hancock. The other side, Sengoku and others drove back at full speed. On the way back, they met Kong who was rushing to the war zone. After a quick confluence, Sengoku immediately reported to Kong what happened in the war zone. Kong listened and remained silent for a long time without saying a word. After a while, he sighed lightly and asked, "How's the situation with Sakazuki?" He was seriously injured, but his vital signs are still good, and there are no signs of further deterioration. That's good. This is also a blessing in misfortune. At this moment, even as Marshal of Marine, he can only comfort himself in this way. He didn't accuse Sengoku, or the so-called 3 monsters, of incompetence. Because many years ago, when he was admiral, he had experienced a similar scene. That was 20 years ago. At that time, facing the rocks who swept the New World, tried to get their hands on the Grand Line in the whole world, and became the king of the world, and the Rocks pirate group with many powerful people. At that time, he also felt deeply powerless. If it weren't for Garp and Roger turning out, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods took place, and divided the Rocks pirates, which was not united, completely shattered Rocks' ambitions. Perhaps the pattern of the world is not what it is now. Due to different positions, on the surface, he could only hate Roger deeply, and he didn't even dare to disclose Roger's real name to the public. But in my heart, I still admire Roger very much. 730. Now, Roger is dead, and Pooh is in his 50s. Maybe still at the top. But in this era, is it possible to reproduce the miracle of 20 years? And in the new era, who can stand up? 3 monsters, or which pirate? Linley, who is only 13 years old and has become Marine's confidant, is undoubtedly more difficult than Rocks. Marshal, after this blow, the threshold for 7 warlords of the sea has been relaxed, and there is no longer any delay. Sengoku analyzed with a gloomy face. Linley, or what's next for the Beast's pirates, is on the cards. Conquer the New World. This will inevitably lead to an irreconcilable conflict with the great pirates of New World. Whether it's Akoku, or Silver Axe, or John, they are the ones who are not to be outdone. Surrender is impossible. Besides, there's a Whitebeard in New World. Taking this opportunity, you must let go of your prejudices and give the enemies of the Beast's pirates a legal identity, even secretly helping them. Do whatever it takes to hit the Beast's pirates hard. The scene of 20 years ago must never be repeated. You're right, the 7 warlords of the sea plan actually appeared a long time ago. Lockdoll was one of them a few years ago. However, the conditions for selection are extremely harsh. Those who can be selected are very few. After all, to some extent, this plan is a compromise for the pirates. So within Marine, the wave of opposition was long. Therefore, giving new candidates has always been inactive. But now, it is time for this plan to be reformed. As long as it can bring corresponding value to Marine, it should be invited, without suspicion. Correct. The bloodline of the Celestial Dragon's Figolon family, how is it now? Kong seemed to remember something and asked suddenly. Still in East Blue, it was Garp who answered Kong. Perhaps, he, who has high hopes, will be the next Roger. Good. Sengoku nodded and said, it is said that the 5 elders have always paid special attention to this wandering celestial dragons. Not surprising, Kong said calmly. Even the 5 elders from the Don Quixote family haven't let up, let alone the blood of the Figolon family who have wandered outside. Only, although he is also a celestial dragons, in fact, he is now a pirate through and through. And I'm waiting for Marine, but now I put part of my hope on a pirate. It's ridiculous to say that. What's the matter? Garp picked his nose indifferently. If it wasn't for a coincidence, I cooperated with Roger, that guy Rocks might have succeeded. At least the whole sea will not be in the current pattern. Good. Sengoku agrees, although it is always believed that it is impractical to eliminate all evils. Pirates will never disappear, they will just keep coming, and we all understand why. But it is necessary to maintain the balance of this sea. So be it. Kong waved his hand and said decisively. After returning to naval headquarters, pirates who were not eligible for 7 warlords of the sea can try to contact them. This matter has been filed with 5 elders earlier, and it can be implemented directly. As for the list, be sure to screen carefully. Although we have decided to compromise, we must choose the right partner. Yes, Sengoku nodded quickly. Garp, on the other hand, held his nose in boredom, staring CDEI at the sea area he was going to. His heart is actually not as peaceful as it looks. Back at Naval Headquarters Marineford, Sengoku immediately asked intelligence personnel to inquire. Didn't anything happen here while we were away? Everything is normal. Holy Land Mariajoy, is there any movement? Everything is normal. Well, I see. Wait for the intelligence officer to leave the office. Sengoku couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that things are not too bad. At least that kid is very trustworthy. This is much better than the Rocks. So, the list, how should I choose? From the drawer of the desk, he took out a list. It is covered with a series of names and corresponding notes. On the other side, through the induction of the death mark. Linley quickly returned to the giant ship. See him come back safe and sound. The prisoners on the giant ship all look different. Some people are fortunate to choose to surrender. Some people are actually not willing to be driven. Of course, there are also some people who try their best to restrain themselves, but the color in their eyes is obviously restless. Bullet and the Red Earl were not in the above columns, but looked at each other. Both of them saw the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Just beat Akinu. You can't deal half a blow to their confidence. Abyss Cold Iron. Baker Street saw that Linley took back a piece of cold iron no smaller than last time, and his face was extremely weird. Although wondering why Linley returned later than expected. But right now, he is obviously more interested in Hontai. Among the people present, apart from him, I am afraid that no one else knows how much effort the 3 of them put in to find the Abyss Cold Iron. After Linley and Beckman whispered a few words, they didn't intend to explain to others at all. Since we are in Calm Belt, let's go to Daughter Island. After giving the order, he went to Bullet and the Red Earl again. Daughter's Island, may be a good place to fight. I hope that when the time comes, you can keep your promise and don't make the scene too ugly. Bullet grinned. He believed that during the time to go to Daughter Island, he and the Red Earl, enough to get back to normal. By the time, it would be bad if Linley went back on his word. Oh, it's easy to say. After nodding with a strange face, Linley didn't say anything more. After leaving the two of them, his eyes began to look thoughtful. Obviously, it seems that something is not clear. After meeting that sudden gaze, in the end, he did not choose to be among the flowers. He is very clear. If you enter at that time, you will definitely be able to see Im's true face. The reason is simple. Everyone has to stay on the giant ship honestly, due to contacting Hancock in advance via phone bug, so as not to frighten the local residents of Daughter Island. Only a few prisoners are allowed on the island, such as Bullet, Red Earl and others. Thanks to Linley for the order. Linley had just jumped off the boat in a few days, but since he was noticed, he finally chose to give up. Did you rob naval headquarters before? I saw Hancock running up to him alive and kicking, with a bright smile on his red face. Are you here? See, except for a giant ship, there were 20 warships behind, if not for the marine flag, and Linley was standing on the bow of the huge ship. Hancock thought it was a marine attack. Now, not yet. Therefore, before landing on the island, the three Hancock sisters waited on the shore early. It's just that strong sense of crisis really makes people's blood boil. 150 sentimental apples always ripen. Robbing marine, in a sense, it's okay. Wow. Hearing this, Hancock couldn't help crossing his arms, his eyes sparkling. The look of admiration on his face was almost undisguised. It's different from Guillaume's original worship of the strongest swordsman. Hancock, who was only 12 or 13 years old, obviously admired him the most. Looking at her youthful face, perhaps flushed from excitement, just seeing each other for a while, there is almost a world of difference from before. The beauty of the world's #1 beauty in the future, already faintly visible on her body. This made Linley feel emotional. No matter how young an apple is, there will always be a time when it will mature in the future. So, they are. Hancock pointed to the people behind Linley, all who disembarked with him, except Beckman. Jin, Katakuri and others volunteered to stay on the giant ship, bearing the heavy responsibility of keeping an eye on the prisoners. After all, Daughter's Island is a country of women, and the attire is too cool to let these prisoners who have been held for a long time disembark. Mistakes are bound to happen. That would backfire. As for their thoughts, is it possible that normal people care about what their dogs think? Therefore, only people like Bullet and the Red Earl who are qualified to be partners or subordinates can follow. As for Waldo, the evil king and the evil wolf, they were originally allowed to disembark. I don't know the reason, but finally rejected Linley's special treatment. A future partner. Hearing this, Bullet and the Red Earl looked somewhat disconcerted. It doesn't seem to think that if the two join forces, there will be a possibility of defeat. In this way, it is impossible to become the so-called partner of Linley. Oh, hearing this, Hancock warmly greeted several people, and warmly said to Beckman, Mr. Beckman, we meet again. Hee, long time no see. Said it was a long time. In fact, if you calculate it, it will be less than half a year. After saying hello, Hancock looked expectantly at Linley and said, Are you going to stay here for a while this time? As soon as the words fell, the green-haired Sandersonia continued. My sister is looking forward to your coming to Daughter Island every day. Mr. Linley, please be sure to stay for a while this time, let us and my sister be the landlord. Marigold with orange hair also said sincerely, Forehead, I just stopped by to see you, and took up an open space by the way, so I might not stay for too long. Ah, is that so? When Hancock heard it, the expression on his face was instantly covered with rain. In addition to showing the loss, the eye sockets gradually became misty. Seeing this, Linley was somewhat dumbfounded. Is this trick of tears attack a natural skill of girls? Just when he wanted to say something to comfort him, a group of female soldiers of the Nine Snakes came densely from a distance. Led by a middle-aged woman who was clearly dressed easily by others, she came before the crowd. 27. Linley suddenly remembered that the current Hancock has not yet become the emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. He came here on such a whim, maybe it would cause trouble for Hancock. Hancock, this is what you said. The middle-aged woman was about to say something, when she saw the figure of the Red Earl inadvertently, she couldn't help being stunned. Lonely Red, Baloric Redfield. Even because Daughter Island is in the calm belt. Therefore, there are very few ships landing on the island, coupled with the absolute norm of men's ban. It is often rare to get in touch with the outside world and learn information in a timely manner. But the Red Earl's name is like a beacon among pirates. As the current emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom and also a pirate, the middle-aged woman can't help but know. Oh, the Red Earl was also taken aback. I didn't expect someone here to recognize this old man. Your name, I believe that as long as you were a pirate, it is impossible not to know. It's just that I received news some time ago that you were imprisoned in Impel Down, weren't you? Why is it here? It's a long story. Hearing this, the Red Earl couldn't help but froze. Although before being locked up in Impel Down, an excellent record was achieved. In a one-on-one duel, successfully defeat Marine Marshal Kong. But in the end, he was imprisoned in Impel Down, which is an indisputable fact. Seeing that the Red Earl didn't want to mention more, the middle-aged woman suddenly realized the purpose of her coming here, and hurriedly said to Linley. Aren't you the savior Hancock spoke of? Asking for flowers. Thank you very much for saving the 3 Hancock sisters from the celestial dragons. The attitude of the middle-aged woman is very sincere. Perhaps Linley's status as the strongest swordsman is nothing to her. But save Hancock, that's for Amazon Lily Kingdom. But a great kindness. After all, Hancock was groomed from a young age to be the next emperor. What Linley did was to save the crown prince of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. It's a trivial matter, it's not worth mentioning. For Linley, it's really just a matter of lifting a finger. Compared with what you have paid, what you gain is simply not much more. Therefore, facing the grateful eyes of a group of 9 snake women in front of me, I feel somewhat ashamed. Don't be modest. I have already prepared a banquet for you, please move your crew to the South Hall. The middle-aged woman politely pointed to the prisoners on the huge ship. No need, just feed these people. They are all rebellious prisoners, so don't enter the land of Daughters Island. The middle-aged woman was taken aback, not understanding what Linley meant. But seeing that he persisted, he had no choice but to obey. So Linley and his party followed the large force of the 9 snakes to the depths of Daughters Island. Looking at the beautiful flowers in front of me, Beckman is undoubtedly delusional. Can't help the voice that only you can hear, whispered. No matter how soft Beckman's voice is. Along the way, otherwise, if you act a little recklessly, you can feel at ease. This is Hancock's hometown, and Linley seems to take her seriously. In such a comparison, Fallen Heaven is much more innocent than Beckman. Enthusiastically introduce the customs of Daughter Island to Linley, too, and when it's okay, if you have nothing to do, go to the capital of flowers, and play more exciting than Quinn's flowers. Oh, what a pity. Then he remembered Beckman's playboy character. During the time on Ghost Island, apart from making suggestions, eating and drinking, and practicing. Stable, Hancock seemed to be glued to Linley's side. That's called living among thousands of flowers without a single leaf sticking to your body. Just one word. Looking at it this way, it still smells like Wanokuni. When something happens, in Linley's ears, it's actually no different from normal speech. 151 is the crown prince, he is so obsessed with a man. In Daughters Island, the banquet hall was full of seats, bustling with people. The exquisite and characteristic crystal lamp of Girl Island casts a faint light. The soft Maiden Island tune surrounds every corner of the banquet hall. The middle-aged woman obviously arranged the highest standard of entertainment. Under her enthusiastic arrangement, Linley took the most honored seat. Hancock was by his side throughout. His eyes are always filled with the reflection of Linley. Adding vegetables and pouring wine are just routine operations. She doesn't seem to care about other people's eyes. In other words, the little juju in my heart has been clearly revealed. He even said in a low voice from time to time, "Big brother, come on, open your mouth." The sound of "Big brother" made one's soul tremble and his whole body crisp. Linley didn't refuse either. Just eat it naturally. I didn't realize that the two of them almost shared a pair of chopsticks. See, Linley did not refuse. 757. The smile on Hancock's face was so bright and dazzling. The whole person seems to be glowing. The middle-aged woman saw this scene. Although I sigh in my heart. As a prince, to be so infatuated with a man. But he didn't disappoint and made accusations. They were also warmly talking with Linley and others, toasting and laughing. While chatting, it is inevitable to talk about the origin of the 20 marine warships. It's not marine, as a pirate, he can own so many warships. This kind of thing is simply unprecedented. After all, with this amount, it is time to form a marine fleet. In fact, when the female warriors of the 9 snakes saw these warships, their first thought was surprisingly consistent. They all thought it was a marine attack. It doesn't matter if you don't ask. Now that the question was asked, and seeing that Linley had no intention of refusing, Beckman recounted the trip to Impel Down not long ago. Everyone who participated in the banquet was shocked when they heard this. The middle-aged woman finally understood that the crew on the huge ship was not allowed to go to the island because of Linley. And also called prisoners. Can't help but sigh sincerely. Your Excellency Linley, your actions are too crazy. Also, if there are so many prisoners, if they are not properly restrained, they may become time bombs. As the Emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, he naturally has a unique set of views on managing his subordinates. In her opinion, maybe these prisoners are a huge fighting force. But what follows is a problem that is difficult to control. The sharper the weapon, the more likely it is to backfire on itself. Your Majesty is too worried. Beckman doesn't think so, shaking his head and laughing. If these people return to the sea, they will definitely become the source of disaster. But if you hold it in your hand, it can become an invincible sword. After all, Linley didn't release these people to harm the sea. After all, the Shuangquan League is not a charity. From Jin's mouth, he has already learned that Linley has the ability to decide the life and death of these prisoners with a single thought. Everything is under control. Of course, there is nothing to worry about. These prisoners will become the vanguard of other forces in New World. They were prisoners anyway. Even if they all die in battle, they won't feel distressed. I hope so. I still have confidence in Lord Linley. See how confident Beckman is in Linley. The middle-aged woman didn't say any more disappointing words. After eating and drinking, the weather is only noon. Bullet and the Red Earl exchanged glances. He nodded understandingly. These days, both have returned to their best form. Now, the time is undoubtedly ripe. Now is a great time to fulfill your commitments and then embrace your freedom. Bullet was the first to speak. Linley, Since it's still early, how about finding an open place to fight on this island? It's been a few years since I lost my freedom. It's also time to return to the sea as soon as possible. The old man also has this intention. The Red Earl nodded in agreement. Together with the middle-aged woman and Hancock, the 9 snake warriors were all stunned. From the beginning to the end, they all thought that Bullet and the Red Earl were Linley's partners. But at this moment, what the two said doesn't seem to be the case. As such that, Beckman stood aside, tell the truth about the bet between the masters. What, Your Excellency Linley, 1 against 2. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman couldn't help but turn pale with shock. I just feel that this kind of battle is too unfair. Who is the Red Earl? A strong man of the older generation who crosses the sea, only imprisoned and impelled down after defeating the Marine a few years ago. As for Bullet, although the news in Daughter Island is not good, she has also heard a little bit. Also a top powerhouse, at least in Daughter Island, I am afraid that Bullet alone is enough to sweep. Now, Lin Fu actually wants to fight these two people. It's so incredible to say the least. In addition, from Beckman's mouth, I learned that Linley took the initiative. That feeling is even more incredible. Also, Linley nodded with a smile and did not refuse. Will not refuse. Anyway, I came to Daughter Island nearby, isn't it just to solve this matter on land? He didn't plan to wait until he returned to Ghost Island to settle the matter. There is only one hope. Willing to bet, otherwise, you can only kill the killer. He had said, release these prisoners, whoever can get out of impel down. Only surrender. As for Bullet and Red Earl, the specifications can be regarded as some. But at least join the Beast's pirates. Big brother, come on. Hancock obviously had no concept of the strength of the Red Earl and Bullet. Or in other words, she has absolute confidence in Linley. Therefore, at this moment, apart from blind worship, there is irrational trust in the eyes. Linley nodded with a smile. Wow, the people in the banquet hall. After all, the 9 snakes on Daughter Island are a fighting nation. After recovering from the brief shock, seeing the after-dinner program, they all cheered loudly. Soon, under the arrangement of the middle-aged woman, the group moved to an empty jungle on Daughter's Island. Linley, Bullet, and the Red Earl, break away from the crowd, came to the center of the empty jungle. Speaking of which, the old man has been used to being alone all these years, and he has never teamed up with others to fight against the enemy. The Red Earl slowly drew out the seastone long knife, and sighed. But for the sake of freedom, I can only let go of this old face. In his opinion, joining forces with others is somewhat untrue and unfair. But for the sake of freedom, it has to be like this. Why am I not? Bullet grinned. Although I am very grateful to you, Linley, for releasing me from impel down, but next, I will not show mercy. Maybe he was alone, facing Ray. Not much confidence. After all, asking himself, it changed the punchy face to Akinu. It can't be head-to-head even if you are strong. But he has faith in the Red Earl. Furthermore, he himself is not weak. Linley is very strong indeed. It is said that he also defeated world's strongest man, Whitebeard. But the Red Earl is a powerhouse at the same level as Whitebeard. The only person in the world who can beat both him and Whitebeard combined. I'm afraid it hasn't been born yet. Go all out. Linley spoke lightly, as if pointing out. I hope that the result of this battle, no matter who wins or loses, will be convinced. 152 with 1 against 2, the winner in life. Of course, Bullet nodded without hesitation. As long as you can beat me and others, how about working for you? Once Linley can really do it, follow this kind of strong man who is much stronger than Roger. It's not considered a loss of reputation, wronged myself. In order to surpass Roger, didn't you also choose to join the Roger Pirates as a challenger? This old man also means that. The Red Earl also nodded. I have been used to seeing the ugly hearts of people around since I was a child, so I have a great rejection of others except myself. Developed a withdrawn character. This is the reason why he has not found any partners since he went to sea. But since the bet should be made, although it is said that they are confident that they will not lose when they team up with Bullet. If there is an accident, with his pride as a strong man, there is no reason to break the contract. Very good. That being the case, Linley felt relieved. Of course, no matter what the two of them said, he was relieved. Without him, powerful strength gives me enough confidence. Kang, slowly gather the 7-star sword, and the Red Earl 23 in front also raised the seastone long sword in his hand. As for Bullet, he doesn't like to use weapons, and always thinks that with a pair of iron fists, he is enough to deal with any sharp edge. There was a Shua. The figure of Linley, who was the first to catch everyone's attention, appeared in front of Bullet in an instant. In an instant, the state of demon power liberation has been activated, wrapping around the 7-star sword of the 2-colored Hawkeye of the demon god. There was a burst of explosion, slashed heavily towards Bullet. From the beginning, Linley chose to go all out. The reason is simple, the enemy he is facing at this moment is stronger than Rayleigh and Jabba who fought against two at the beginning. The bullets alone were enough to tie Rayleigh. As for the Red Earl, there is no doubt that he has the same strength as Roger and naturally far surpasses Jabba. If the current Linley is in the state of just rushing back to Ghost Island. Even with a flash, I'm afraid in front of the astonishing knowledge of the Red Earl. Most of them can't take much advantage. As for winning, that is absolutely impossible. After all, the Red Earl was born with a very strong observation Hawkeye, which can easily read people's hearts and memories. Towards a completely different path from foreseeing the future. This level of knowledge, it is no exaggeration to say that it is at the same level as Big Mom's steel balloon constitution in their respective categories. And Bullet, the show has not mastered the two skills of internal destruction and entanglement. But the quality of his armed color is so high that it is exaggerated. Even a towering titan hundreds of meters high can easily cover armament hockey. This is enough to imagine how full the quantity of his armed colors is. Therefore, it should not be underestimated either. B. Compared with the current Linley, there is almost a qualitative gap. On the form of killing pills. At that time, the awakening rate was only 43%. Now, I have fully awakened. The two-color hockey are all advanced to Lin Shui's unique grade of demon god. Therefore, without a specific reference, Linley doesn't even know how strong he is now. Zila, seeing the bursting streamer and the black and green lightning strike, it is so breathtaking. Bullet dare not be careless. It's the same as when Linley started to release the demon power for the first time. He also turned on the devil form. This is a form that fuses its own hockey with the physical body. In this state, speed and strength can be greatly improved, and the appearance is like the devil from hell. This is one of the reasons why he is called the heir of the devil. Boom! I saw the 7-star sword and the giant black fist full of armed colors collision together in the air. An incomparably powerful aftermath continued to rage around. Dash! The earth shattered and gravel flew across. Since they are joining forces, the Red Earl will naturally not let Bullet deal with it alone. The figure moved forward rapidly, so fast that it even left a short afterimage on the spot. Well done. Facing the Red Earl's pincer attack, Linley not only did not avoid the edge temporarily, but went forward with difficulty. The 7-star sword reversed its direction, forcibly overcoming the Red Earl's slash. And the other hand blasted towards the unarmed Bullet. Strong blow. Boom. When the two fists collide together in the air. Next second, quote exclamation mark quote. Bullet just felt a huge force coming. With the power of his devil form, even he can't match it. The figure was instantly knocked back a few steps by this huge force. And the 7-star sword, almost at the same time, collided with the seastone long sword wielded by the Red Earl. Zila, boom boom. In a blink of an eye, Linley was wrestling with the two of them. One sword and one punch. Facing the pincer attack of the two. All are head to head, and there is no one move to choose to avoid. The skill of silent displacement seemed to disappear from his body. Except at the very beginning, it was cast once when attacking Bullet. Afterwards, there was no flash anymore. Maybe, this time, he intends to completely subdue the two of them. That's why he chose this completely different fighting style from the past. The 9 snakes watching the battle from a distance, including the current Emperor and Hancock. When have you ever seen a strong player of this level fight? As this, the strength of the strongest swordsman in the world. Looking at the field, Linley, who clearly had 1 against 2, not only did 933 not fall into the disadvantage, but instead vaguely gained the upper hand. The middle-aged woman was horrified by this scene, and a little cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Perhaps it was years of high office. Slowed down for a moment, finally slowed down. This is simply a winner in life. Thinking of something, he turned his head and looked at Hancock beside him. Come on, not to mention this era, even if it is counted 1,000 years ago, I am afraid that there will be no such existence. After living for more than 30 years, he has never seen a young man with better looks and stronger strength than Linley. He's handsome, and his strength is exaggerated. It seems that the 2-regiment alliance is about to join 2 top powerhouses. Beckman thought enviously. At this time, she clenched her fists tightly, and her eyes were full of the figure that had the upper hand. The big brother has become stronger than before. With his IQ, he can naturally see the intention. It seems that apart from that figure, there is nothing else. And Hancock's 2 younger sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, seem to be cheerleaders, crazily cheering for the idol. I will definitely win, maybe. And Linley's way of fighting, Hancock said with pride. 153 see through people's hearts. An extremely shocking scene deep in Linley's heart. How can it be so strong? Stronger than Roger. This is Bullet's first impression of facing Linley after joining forces with the Red Earl. I don't know if I don't fight. Even if you have an estimate in your heart, but when you really fight, you will know how big the gap is between the estimate and the reality. Every punch he throws, or in other words, the attack he is best at, no matter how fast and how fierce, even consume a huge amount of hockey. Without exception, Linley blocked all of them with his fists. Even if both fists are thrown together and alternately, they still cannot break through the defense of the Bullet. It is even more impossible to beat Linley back even one step. On the contrary, he is the one who is often beaten back. No wonder, so determined, dared to make such a bet. In his eyes, Linley's counterattack is the strongest swordsman Linley, who can still suppress him with a not good at fighting style. So how terrified I was. One can imagine, as this young man the strongest fighting force in the contemporary world. Not to mention Bullet, even the Red Earl was equally shocked. Vaguely, there is an illusion of, is it really old? Only, depression lasted only for a moment. He who has always been used to being alone, how could he be willing to be inferior to others? Now that he agreed to the bet, he didn't want to break his promise. Then the only way to achieve what you want and regain your freedom is to defeat Linley. Tactics must be changed. Thinking of this, his attack speed suddenly slowed down. A powerful, counter boom, similar to the bullet from the very beginning. Gradually tend to be full of skills. He is a swordsman after all. Perhaps at first, he had planned to go on the offensive with bullet. With a lightning-fast attack, he used more to fight less, and cut through the mess quickly. Linley was in a hurry and lost in the end. But now, it is obviously impossible to achieve the goal. Exto. Linley felt the Red Earl's reaction immediately. Change. Foreseeing the future has become a kind of passivity in him. He quickly judged the attack trajectory of the Red Earl's seastone longsword next. It was stabbing at his ribs at a tricky angle, so the first response was made. Ito. The trajectory of the seastone longsword in the Red Earl's hand suddenly changed. From straight stabs to downward splits. He reacted immediately, also changed the slash trajectory of the counter. Huh. Suddenly, he froze again. Because it was soon discovered that the trajectory of the Red Earl's attack was still not as foreseen in the foreseeable future. I see. He suddenly understood. This is observation Hawkeye after being promoted to another advanced direction, reading people's hearts. Because of his knowledge, he was also promoted to the top level. Therefore, maybe the Red Earl may not be able to fully read his heart. But barely read the idea of his move. It's still possible, because even if he met the future, how to deal with it is not the future. Grab the momentary thought of his move. Perhaps it was the reason why the Red Earl kept changing his attack trajectory. Then, a battle between two top observation Hawkeyes. Then there was a strange scene. I saw the 7-star sword and the seastone longsword were constantly changing trajectories, but they just didn't collide with each other. On the contrary, it was the other fist that was still colliding with bullet in the air. Thus, on the one hand, he has to be distracted from dealing with bullet, and on the other hand, he has to play with the Red Earl. This is undoubtedly a huge test for Linley's will and spirit. But obviously, Linley still has no intention of switching back to the original combat method. If it was before, his figure kept flickering. Even with one enemy, if the opponent is strong, it is impossible to perform a large-scale AoE instant kill. Relying on that weird speed, the onslaught was aimed at only one person at any time. For example, when they played against Rayleigh and Jabba. Repel Rayleigh first, then dodge in front of Jabba immediately, and so on. Even in the eyes of outsiders, because of the ultimate and weird speed, he was dealing with these two at the same time. But only he himself knows. At the same moment, he actually only needs to face one enemy. Even if you have to face another enemy in the next moment. Since we're playing with knowledge, then, he just wants to defeat the Red Earl where he is the strongest. That's what makes it so satisfying. He felt that if he mastered observation Hawkeye and seeing people's hearts, at the same time, he might also get a new contract quota. The current contract quota is full, and there are at least 2 people he still wants to contract with. Such a strange scene continued continuously. After a long time, it was the Red Earl who got impatient first. Don't think that you are born with knowledge, and you don't need to consume energy to read people's hearts. For the Red Earl in his 50s, frequent use was normal. But it's uncomfortable to use it all the time. This guy's knowledgeable, not even much less than I am, and he's gone a different way. Continuing like this, no way. Realizing that if this continues, I am afraid that it will be me who will suffer. The Red Earl's eyes met Linley's at some point. Just at that moment, his sight seems to be able to directly hit the soul. In the deepest part of Linley's heart, there is no perfect person in the world. In everyone's heart, there is a pain that is not known to outsiders. Sometimes, a joke from others can directly break the defense. This is to poke at the soft underbelly hidden deep in the heart, or the weakness. As long as it is an individual, there will be no exceptions. He believed the same was true of Linley. Let this old man see, what is the weakness deep in your heart, what is it? The next moment, his gaze seemed to pass through layers of obstacles, entered a whole new world. He saw a scene that was beyond shock. In the center of the picture, there is a figure in the sky and on earth who is the only one who respects me, paying back to him with an indifferent gaze. Blue and purple double-colored lightning, containing the aura of annihilation and judgment, respectively, surrounded the side. A dog monster that was bigger than a 1,000-meter mountain peak stood behind the domineering figure. Underfoot, with 4 knives, the auras of destruction, evil, and guardian were shining respectively. 2 of them are between illusion and reality, but the other 2 are just phantoms, and they can't see their true faces clearly. What kind of existence are you? Recovered from the horrifying picture. Unknowingly, Li Zhao's there was a drastic change in Red Earl's expression. It doesn't even matter that the Red Earl is prying into his heart. Just at that moment, for the sake of fairness, I will give you time to calm down. But he didn't care. In the already horrified eyes, there is an incredible, with cold sweat constantly oozing from his forehead, Yuan screamed out in despair. Instead, he said with a faint smile. Hearing this, the Red Earl couldn't help but widen his eyes. It seems, you are a little restless. It's the first time I've met you. Linley only felt a gaze appear deep in his heart, as if an ordinary person saw a scene that was frightening enough. What the hell happened? Quote. Beating you like this is not what I want. Originally, Bullet, who was constantly attacking by Linley, saw that the Red Earl lost his composure. This kind of gaffe appeared on someone as strong as the Red Earl. The Red Earl's outrageous scream also attracted all the 9 snakes who were watching the battle to look at each other, not knowing why. 154 convinced. Bullet and Red Earl only for Linley. No, I lost. The Red Earl sighed for a long time, and said solemnly. This moment, that shocking picture still flashed in his mind from time to time. My only figure. 4 swords each with a different atmosphere, especially the one between illusion and reality, which made him feel horrified. It seems that once it is cut, it will, die. And that dog monster is bigger than the 1,000-meter peak. It even reminded him of the elephant owner he met in the sea. Undoubtedly, very different from the seemingly docile elephant master. That dog demon exuded monstrous ferocity all over his body. Standing in front of such a behemoth, he is like an insignificant ant. Anyone who sees this scene, under the combination of the 3, it is difficult to give birth to a heart of resistance. What's more, I still see this scene in the depths of a person's heart. Even if Linley gave him time to calm his mind, I'm afraid it will be difficult to restore calm for a while. Another one, he has realized that, whether it's two-color hockey, or power and speed, I am not as good as Linley, and for so many years across the sea, his knowledge have never been disadvantageous, and he has not been able to establish an advantage for him. On the contrary, when reading the heart, the mind suffered a huge shock. After thinking about all kinds of things, this fight really can't go on. Serve for this existence, then do it. That scene not only horrified him, but also gave him a lingering curiosity. He eagerly wanted to know what kind of person he was, and there was such a picture deep in his heart. As for Bullets, sorry though, but he really wanted to say, little brother, give up. I really can't beat it. 000. Bullet was dumbfounded when he heard this. If it is said that he is confident that he can win the bet and regain his freedom. It's one thing to have a certain amount of confidence in yourself. But more, there is no doubt that it is the confidence in the senior Red Earl. Now the main force of the joint team actually said that they would not fight. You say he is ignorant. It seems, what amazing picture did you see in the depths of my heart? The Red Earl's reaction inevitably made Linley a little curious. A person's subconscious, or innermost being, often you are unaware of it, only a certain encounter, or a certain sentence, will be stimulated and perceived. At least Linley himself didn't know what the Red Earl saw. That's right, that scene is probably the one that the old lady will never forget in her life. The Red Earl said with emotion from the bottom of his heart. When he said this, Linley undoubtedly became more curious. Glancing at Bullet, after thinking about it, I feel that now is not the time to ask. Then he said lightly to Bullet, in this way, if you are the only one, the bet will not stand. Why don't you change your style of play? If someone else said this, Bullet will definitely think without hesitation that this is his underestimation and disdain. But Linley said it. Instead, he accepted it with peace of mind. This scene, it's like a famous book from Linley's previous life. The battle between Sanying and LDBU was obviously based on the less bullying the more, but both sides seemed to think it was reasonable. There is nothing unfair about it. At the moment, Bullet's senses are undoubtedly the same as Sanying. See Bullet's face of no love in life. Linley continued. How about letting you use one hand and only use fists instead of swords? Good. Bullet nodded solemnly. While he was confused, he was actually curious about what the Red Earl saw. To make such a strong person choose to admit defeat without hesitation. But his character does not support himself to admit defeat. Therefore, we know that we are invincible. I have to fight too. Only in that way can I explain my surrender. Seeing Bullet nodding, Linley slowly sheathed his sword. The right hand holding the sword stands on the back. Just use the left hand that has been confronting Bullet just now. Even if you lose, you have to lose beautifully. Bullet made up his mind and took the lead in attacking Linley. So next, the two started a hand-to-hand fight again. Boom 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 boom, looking at the aftermath and airwaves caused by the constant bombardment. Accompanied by the sound of explosion. The onlookers, one counts as one, are all stunned. How to fight and fight. The situation seems to be turning around a little bit, at least when the two weapons kept wandering. The upper hand that Linley had originally had disappeared. Why in the blink of an eye, the Red Earl, who was stronger than Bullet, surrendered first. Not to mention the 9 snakes. Even Beckman was full of doubts. According to his vision, the development of the first battle between the two sides, either until Bullet and the Red Earl lost their strength, they had to admit defeat. Or the move that used that move to defeat Akinu. Defeat one of them strongly first, and then pack up the other. The present results are undoubtedly greatly unexpected. 1. Under the bewildered eyes of everyone, the two confronted each other for an entire hour. During this period, Linley did not use any skills except for the powerful beating and the twin-color hockey that entangled the demon god. But at the moment, Bullet's trembling fists, and the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Undoubtedly, it shows that the body has suffered a lot of trauma. More serious than that, it is a huge drain on stamina and armament hockey. Originally according to his constitution, and armament hockey filled like the sea. Don't talk about an hour, it's probably not a problem to fight for 10 days and 10 nights. But in the face of Linley's entanglement with the two-color hockey of the demon god, and Shanya who performed a powerful beating. No matter what move he uses, armament hockey must consume a lot of energy to barely block it. No matter how armed his body is, it is as full as the sea. Under such a high power consumption, it has been reduced by more than half. And physical strength, let alone He seemed to finally understand what Linley was up to. In his strongest field, no matter how strong he is, defeat him. And what is his strongest point? The ability to combine fruits. No, that's just bullying the kids. What's more, there are not so many materials for him to fit. The real strongest place, very similar to Marine Marshal Kong and Garp the Fist. All rely on the superstar's armed color to perform physical skills after turning on the devil form. 2. In his strongest field, he was actually crushed by the world's strongest swordsman who was famous for his swordsmanship. And look at Linley's state at the moment. Not red in the face and out of breath. As if nothing happened. In addition, there is no killing intent in the eyes. If he doesn't know what's going on. I understand that the reason why I fought for an hour is that I only suffered some minor injuries. All because Linley didn't want to kill him. That would be a real waste of time. Thinking of this, he took a few steps back and said in a deep voice word by word. I lost. From now on, I will only serve you alone. Haha okay. Linley nodded approvingly. Maybe it was because he was in a happy mood. After thinking about it, Reface seriously said. Through the previous battle, I have discovered several flaws in you. First, I haven't mastered the technique of armed internal destruction. Second, Conqueror's winding. Don't you aspire to be the strongest in the world? I once said that you are allowed to challenge me continuously, and then give me freedom after I win the battle. If there is no improvement, then this kind of challenge is probably meaningless. And these 2 skills, I will teach you. Is this also considered as a part of the reward for working for me in advance? Hearing this, Bullet couldn't help but be moved. At this moment, even if it was only this moment, he couldn't help but be convinced by Linley's courage. Then, with Bullet and Red Earl surrendering one after another, it is a foregone conclusion that the 2 will join the Double Group Alliance. Certainly, they all stated in advance that they only worked for Lin Fu alone. Rather than a double alliance. For Linley, it makes no difference. The matter is over. Logically speaking, it is time to return to Ghost Island. But maybe it's because I can't see Hancock's tearful eyes. In the end, Lin Shui stayed. It's time to spend some time and teach Hancock how to practice. Received his order. Beckman, Jin, Katakuri and others on board. After discussing with each other, a changing of the guard system was adopted. Instead stay on the giant ship. As for the prisoners, they are still not allowed to disembark. It's not that no one has resentment, but seeing that both Bullet and the Red Earl chose to join. Unless it is intentional death. Otherwise, how dare you talk nonsense? And Linley finally learned from the mouth of the Red Earl what he saw. 4 knives. Hearing this, Lin Seping realized something. 155 2 choices faced by the Whitebeard pirates. Listen to the description of the Red Earl. Linley couldn't help thinking. As we all know, in the Inuyasha world, the 4 strongest knives are the 3 knives representing heaven, earth and man and the burst tooth. Tien, on behalf of natural teeth. The ground represents Kong Yunya. People, on behalf of iron broken teeth. If the Red Earl saw 4 knives in the depths of his heart, then these 4 were probably the only ones. After all, according to the 4 breaths he described, destroy, heal, evil, guardian, respectively, it can correspond to burst tooth and 3 swords of heaven, earth and man. The 2 knives between the illusion and the reality are probably the broken teeth and the natural teeth in the process of breeding. Does this mean, even Kong Yunya and Tai Suya may be eligible for breeding? Although Tai Suya and Kong Yunya have nothing to do with Sesshomaru. Iron broken teeth are worth mentioning. Linley wasn't particularly interested, but Kong Yunya is undoubtedly too greedy. Among the 3 swords of heaven, earth and man, Kong Yunya is undoubtedly the strongest. It must be defeated by combining the power of broken teeth and natural teeth. Not to mention the Jail Dragon Po, which can only be defeated by the fusion of Blast Lu Po and Kang Long Po. Open the underworld channel and summon the dead. This ability alone is too exaggerated. If there is an opportunity, of course we can't let it go. But, everything has to go with the flow. Just a picture, like a rootless duckweed, not enough to see how exactly the 2 knives were obtained. On this day, after giving pointers on Bullet, armed internal destruction and the skills of bullying, Linley didn't have anything to do, so he devoted himself to guiding Hancock's practice. Because the 9 snakes are a fighting nation, every clansman is born to be nurtured as a warrior, who believes in the belief that toughness equals beauty. It is also a minority of all people who practice hockey. Therefore, as the Prince, Hancock naturally mastered the 2-color hockey very early. Of course, the 2-color hockey mastered by the 9 snakes is undoubtedly relatively simple. Most of them have also mastered the 2 techniques of hardening and winding. As for external release and internal destruction, only a middle-aged woman who is an emperor can master it. Hancock clearly wasn't there yet. Therefore, Linley's main guidance direction, in addition to the development of fruit ability, is the guidance of the intermediate and advanced level of the 2-color hockey. With Linley's current strength and realm, coupled with familiarity with future Hancock's combat methods, it is undoubtedly a piece of cake to give pointers to her in this period. And with Hancock's outstanding talent, how it is progressing, needless to say, it can be called rapid progress. Maybe it's Linley on the side. Hancock practiced very positively, practicing almost from morning to dusk. Wow, look at Big Brother. After a day of practice, Hancock looked at the trajectory of the setting sun through the gap in the jungle, gradually diminishing its brilliance, and ruthlessly dropped the clouds. As night fell, the crimson sky turned pink, infinitely beautiful. At this moment, she only felt that she was extremely happy. Such a beautiful sunset is accompanied by my sweetheart. Undoubtedly a dream come true. Linley's gaze moved to Hancock's cheek. That beautiful face that was gradually opening up. Under the light of this pink brilliance, it looks extremely eye-catching. Such a beauty. He didn't say anything, just watched with a quiet smile. It's still a little immature. Maybe it's from Gion. Awakened a certain attribute, things that hadn't been considered before. Now I can't help but think about it. For example, what kind of relationship should be with Hancock? Or in other words, how to treat a girl who has a crush on her. First of all, let nature take its course as the first principle. But I will not pretend to be a gesture, knowing the other party's intentions, but choose to give up. Again, what he wants should be his, and he will definitely get it. As the night gradually falls, Hancock mixed his hands, happily walking up. On the way back, Linley thought of a problem. Daughter Island, before Hancock became 7 warlords of the sea. The reason is safe and sound. Being in the calm belt, of course, is a very important factor. But more important, is undoubtedly the guardianship of Pluton, Rayleigh. Now Rayleigh is dead, then there is a certain security risk in Daughter's Island. This is a question he has to think about. At the same time, New World, on the Moby DK somewhere in Whitebeard. Whitebeard, who had recovered, flipped through the newspaper in his hand, listening to the summary of recent intelligence by Marco and others. His face became extremely serious. Did Linley successfully take away the vicious insider of the Emperor from the last 2 floors of Impel Down? Among them, there are even ambitious people like Bullet, Red Earl, and Waldo. I'm afraid it's obvious what he's planning, and it's clear at a glance. Asking for flowers, it must be coming for us. Marco's face was not good looking either. Since being chased by Garp, he has safely withdrawn to the territory. During the period when Dad was in a coma, these captains are on guard with all their strength, in case of vengeance from the Beast's pirates. Thankfully, none of the Beast's pirates were seen moving until Papa woke up. Who would have thought that recently, through Shijingbao, the first edition of the newspaper of the World Economic News Agency, combined with the information of the Whitebeard pirates, the conclusion of Linley's recent activities in Impel Down was drawn. Rescue so many prisoners. What exactly do you want to do? I'm afraid you should be able to figure it out without guessing. Thinking of this, he said eagerly. Do you want to start full preparations? Once the Beast's pirates and BIGMOM pirates are ready, I'm afraid they will be the first to attack us. They're the Whitebeard pirates, not only one of the 3 major forces in the New World. And it also occupies the most territory. Coupled with the grievances between the 2 sides, I am afraid there will be no suspense as to what the Shuangtuan alliance will do. We now have 2 options. Just then, Jabba came over. After retreating from Wanokuni, he and the rest of Roger's remnant group did not choose to leave. First, unite with other forces in the New World, form an alliance, and jointly fight against the 2-regiment alliance. Instead, stay in the Whitebeard pirates, whose strength has been greatly weakened. Newgate, what to do, you decide for yourself, I'm just suggesting that's all. 9. Right now, the second Rocks, even Linley who is stronger than Rocks, it is no exaggeration to say that at least in our generation, it is difficult for anyone to compete. But if it is combined, it must not be ignored, so as not to be taken advantage of by other forces. This stay is just a few months. And the prophecy I learned at Raftel. In the future, there will be a person who will change the world. That's a lot. Perhaps, it might not be a good choice to reserve strength and wait for that person to appear. There are not only 3 major forces in New World. A force that is 1 level smaller than these 3 forces. Whitebeard pirates, Beast's pirates, and BIGMOM pirates are just 3 of the biggest forces in New World. Like some of Whitebeard's crew at the Rocks, although the power of these big pirates cannot be compared with the 3 major forces. Silver Axe, Akoku, Captain John and other respective pirate groups. That person is definitely not Linley. Second, stay out of the way. 156 The Boiling Sea. Enemy all over the world. In other words, the 2 options mentioned by Jabba, that is, facing the counterattack of the 2-team alliance, the next step is to choose to be tough to the end, or to retreat without a fight. Logically speaking, the Whitebeard pirates were once the strongest pirates in the world. If it was before, it is absolutely impossible to consider the second option. Just kidding. The pirate group of World's Strongest Man. Are you afraid of other forces? Since the first battle against the Beast's pirates, if you don't mention Roger's remnants, the Whitebeard pirates are now essentially a loss. Almost half of the backbone combat power was lost, and these people are the best of the best. Even the captain died several times. This is undoubtedly the worst loss for the Whitebeard pirates since its creation. Certainly, if you count the Roger remnants including Jabba, then not only did it not lose, but because of Jabba's top combat power, it became stronger. 877. The issue is, including Rayleigh at the beginning, such a powerful Crusade alliance was almost wiped out on Onijima after the BIGMOM pirates arrived. If it weren't for Marine's sideways intervention, I'm afraid there is really a crisis of destruction. Yet, after the Beast's pirates let them go, they even forcefully repelled Marine who was planning to take advantage of the fire. Not only did they force Marine back, but they also severely damaged one of the 3 monsters and took a rear admiral as a hostage. With this kind of fighting power displayed, now also bring out the last 2 layers of prisoners from Impel Down. Among them are Bullet and the Red Earl. Once the 2 choose to surrender, How powerful will the strength of the two-regiment alliance expand to? In this way, it will inevitably surpass the former Rocks pirates. Once you choose to take them first, I'm afraid that a fierce battle where life and death can be predicted will be inevitable. Moreover, I believe that the double-regiment alliance will definitely attack them. As for why it can't be to wipe out other forces first, and then deal with the Whitebeard pirates last. The reason is simple. After taking down the Whitebeard pirates and gnawing the most difficult bone, everything that follows will be overwhelmingly sweeping. On the contrary, it is possible to force other forces to move closer to the Whitebeard pirates. Make it harder for yourself. At this moment, none of the captains on the Moby DK gave any advice, thus influencing Papa Whitebeard's final decision. Instead, they focused their eyes on him. Whenever Dad has a choice, no matter if he is tough to the end, even if he already has a psychological shadow on Linley, he will never be afraid of it. If you choose to retreat without fighting, temporarily avoid the edge, take it slowly, preserve your strength, and wait for the opportunity of revenge. They also have no opinion. For a while, the whole ship suddenly fell silent. A long time, Whitebeard, who had been frowning all this time, suddenly stood up from his seat, and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, just take one step at a time. It's just that, before the alliance between the two regiments has started, we can shrink part of our territory first and give up the outer sea area. Good. Jabba nodded in agreement. In this way, some ambitious people can become our outermost line of defense. Of course, we can't count on these people too much. For the current plan, in addition to strengthening ourselves, we also need to weaken the enemy as much as possible. That bullet guy, I'll try to lobby. Don't worry, we won't leave until you are out of crisis. In the final analysis, we were the ones who first proposed the crusade against the Beast's pirates. How many times you have been implicated? Jabba obviously got the nod of Roger's remnants who are still on board before saying this decision. She and the Whitebeard pirates share troubles. Therefore, everyone in Roger's remnant group nodded solemnly. In addition, according to Rayleigh's last wish, his ashes must be buried in East Blue with Roger. It's just that you fell into a coma before, so this matter has been delayed. Then go to East Blue. Hearing the word, Rayleigh, Whitebeard couldn't hide the sadness in his eyes. Except for the Whitebeard pirates. This not-so-obvious news from Shijingbao has also attracted the attention of interested people from all over the world. Thankfully for Marine though, perhaps it was because the First World War on the ice was in the calm belt, and the first scene was not photographed, but it was news speculated by some clues. Therefore, Marine compromised again after a lapse of several months. For the time being, it has not been known by the world. But they are very clear that when such a big thing happens in Impel Down, there will always be leaks. At that time, I still have to lose face. In order to make this happen as late as possible, they simply publicize the news that the two-regiment alliance is about to conquer New World. In order to divert the attention of the World Economic News Agency. Even though the Shuangquan alliance had no intention of hiding it. But once the news spread, it caused an uproar. Let the whole sea start to boil. Coupled with Linley's famous swipe screen, not long ago, all the forces in the New World undoubtedly felt a huge threat, and began to actively make their own preparations. Where is New World? If it is said that pirates are also divided into grades, then the worst pirates can only wander around in the four seas. Those who can gain a foothold in the first half of the Grand Line can be regarded as quite fishy pirates. But the first half of the Grand Line, for New World, is just called Paradise. It is conceivable what kind of monsters gather in New World. Therefore, these ferocious pirates who can gain a foothold in New World and occupy territory. Nobody wants to be conquered. In the process of arching the fire, Marine secretly endowed some pirates with the identity of 7 warlords of the sea according to the list set by Admiral Sengoku. Time passed quietly in the boiling of the whole sea. Because Linley is not on vacation at Daughter Island, he doesn't hear what's going on outside the window, and only stays with Hancock. Therefore, some information from various parties reached him through various channels. That way, things get interesting. It seems that Linley has become the public enemy of New World. Not only is Linley not a little bit afraid, but even more excited. Conquering the New World is something that cannot be concealed. If that's the case, why do you have to hide it? You might as well tell the other forces in New World generously that our two-regiment alliance has taken a fancy to this most dangerous sea area in the world. Surrender or get out. There is no third option. One of the most fulfilling things in the world is undoubtedly to tell the enemy 2.8 clearly how he is going to attack. But in the end, no matter how hard the enemy tries, they cannot escape the punishment. After staying for half a month, Linley called Beckman, Jin and Katakuri over on this day. It's almost time. After you have prepared your supplies, you can return to Ghost Island first. Aren't you going to come with us? Beckman smiled and said with a cigarette in his mouth. It seems that your little girlfriend is very annoying. Tisk tisk. Listening to Beckman's joke, Jin and Katakuri also had smiles on their faces. During this short period of time in Daughter's Island, the girl's mind was known to all. How could it be possible to hide from them? However, while Katakuri was smiling, he was sighing in his heart. I don't know what smoothie will be ranked by then. Or, regardless of size. 6BD. 157 Let's make history. Linley nodded and smiled. Even if you take a step first, it is estimated that I will be the one who returns to Ghost Island first. That's true. Beckman et al. Think so. Except for Jin, everyone showed envy on their faces. How convenient it is to have the ability to fly above this sea. And among the beast's pirates, there are 3 with this ability. It's really not a family, don't enter a family. After learning that Bullet and Redfield joined us, all the people on board were very honest, and it is estimated that there will be no twists and turns along the way. Beckman doesn't care if the prisoners riot on the return trip. Anyway, after Bullet and the Red Earl chose to play for Linley, all resistance is already insignificant. On the contrary, we seem to have become the public enemy of New World. Let's talk about it, but the tone is neither salty nor weak, and it seems that there is no meaning of worry at all. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces showed eager smiles. This is a feat that no one has done before. Now, it may be possible to realize it in their hands. It's exciting to think about, and the beginning of this feat was just to take revenge on the Whitebeard pirates and drive Marine out of the New World. But when Linley made this decision, this original intention has completely become a grand goal. All the people of the Double Alliance including Kaido, everyone is working hard and looking forward to it. Once the 2-group alliance swept the entire New World, #BA, the 2-group alliance will become the second largest force in the world besides the world government. It will also become the biggest threat to the world government. What a great achievement this is. In fact, the people present actually included Linley. They are not interested in power. But everyone's dream, or the original intention of becoming a pirate, is different. For Beckman, in fact, at the beginning, he didn't have 2 specific goals except swimming in the sea. Since becoming a partner with Linley, Linley wants to turn New World into the sphere of influence of the 2-group alliance. Create a new order, thus the idea of fighting against the world government. This kind of bold idea made him feel very exciting, and he undoubtedly agrees with it. Coupled with Linley's successive displays of strength, he is undoubtedly full of confidence. Jin is different from Beckman. After being rescued by Kaido, he always believed that Kaido was Joey Boy, and he was the one who could change this deformed world. Now, he also realizes that Kaido is not, let alone create the world of your dreams. To say I'm not disappointed would be a lie, but it doesn't affect his loyalty to Kaido at all. Now, in Linley, he sees the possibility of changing the world. Naturally confident. In other words, it is not confidence anymore. It should be blind trust. It seems to be in this young man who he watched grow up. Nothing is impossible. As for Joey Po, let's play. He is no fool. Like Kazuki Oden, instead of working hard for the present, he makes all kinds of stupid and unnecessary actions for an illusory prophecy, moving himself. As for Katakuri, from the very beginning, he just wanted to protect his family. Conquering the New World does not conflict with his goal. New World is huge. There are also many strong ones. Linley stood up and said with a straight face. But everyone, the moment we win the New World, this sea area will become a pure land. If we say that at the beginning, the original intention was just for revenge. Then when the goal of standing on top of the world has changed. Since it is uncertain, what is the true nature of Im's ability to destroy a country at will? Then taking down New World and driving away all the eyes and ears of Marine and even the world government has become necessity to clear away all threats. He believes that Im's ability is absolutely limited. Otherwise, the pirates of the New World have long since ceased to exist. You only need to find out where the base camp is, and I'm afraid it can be destroyed with one move. Perhaps, her abilities are related to ancient weapon Uranus. But that's just guesswork. The only ones who can fight against Uranus are Pluton and Poseidon. Pluton is in Wano Kuni, Poseidon is in Mermaid Island, all within the scope of New World. These 2 pieces of ancient weapon, Linley must be firmly in his hands. Let's make history. Beckman and others agreed. On your way back, you can take down the islands you encounter along the way. Anyway, idle is idle. I think so too. Beckman nodded knowingly. So, things settled down. After preparing sufficient supplies, Beckman and others set sail, leading 20 warships one step ahead. Linley was left alone, for the next period of time. Perhaps it was Linley's hand in hand that played a role. Hancock's armed color and knowledge color have been promoted to the intermediate level one after another. It can be said that in terms of teaching ability alone, Linley may not have the ability of Kaido's 3 sticks to teach domineering and fruit awakening. But it's better than Rayleigh's fake teacher. From Hancock, he also got 2 kinds of intermediate haki one after another, which are 31 times and 64 times returns. However, due to his armed color and knowledge color, he has reached a higher level. Therefore, this return does not allow him to break through to a higher level. Of course, the quality has improved, that's for sure. As for Hancock's 2 little sisters, they also occasionally get advice from Linley. It's just that her talent is not comparable to hers. Although she has improved, she is not as great as Hancock. It's a big improvement. Therefore, although Hancock was reluctant to give up, he still asked expectantly. Linley didn't speak, but simply closed his eyes. Parting is imminent, but I don't mind fulfilling this little girl's wish. Hancock asked again, can you close your eyes? In the next second, I felt my lips touched something soft and sweet. After conquering New World, it's time to solve the possible safety hazards in Daughter's Island. Linley nodded without hesitation. 10 days have passed since Beckman and others set off, and Linley is also preparing to leave. So, do you want any rewards? Hancock was obviously very excited to get Linley's approval, and said with a smile. Linley was very satisfied with Hancock's progress, so naturally he would not be stingy with verbal praise. A reward. In the future, can you come and see me often? It's all because Big Brother is here. Perhaps it was because they saw that Linley was about to leave, or since Beckman and the others took the first step, they realized that Linley's departure had entered the countdown. Good. 158. The powerhouses of the New World. Finally, under Hancock's reluctant gaze, Linley left Daughter Island, exercising the flight of light, flying towards the Ghost Island at full speed. And on the other side, earlier, a giant ship that has entered the New World for a long time. Under the control of the helmsman, together with 20 redecorated warships, the giant ship formed a fleet, heading towards an island. This time, the return journey of the huge ship did not choose to return by the same route. Instead, it passes through the starting point of New World, and it is also a necessary place, Mermaid Island. Return to New World. In Linley's absence, Beckman and others led the prisoners to take down the islands and countries they encountered along the way. Obviously, Linley wasn't worried at all, whether Beckman, Katakuri, Jin and others could hold back the thousands of prisoners. After all, if the Red Earl, Bullet and others join forces, with only a few of them, I'm afraid they may not be able to hold on. But since Linley let them go first, naturally, this kind of thing will not happen. He has full confidence in such strong men as Bullet and Red Earl. Fully trusted. On the giant ship, Beckman was pointing to a New World map, and said in a deep voice. After departing from Mermaid Island, according to the route back to Wano-Kuni, you can pass through. Judging from the islands marked on the map, the first pass is Punk Hazard. Of course, it is said that it has passed, but in fact there is still a long voyage. But since it is decided to settle some islands on the way back, of course it doesn't matter the distance. To speak of settlement means to conquer, not only in the New World, but in any sea area. When an island is declared to be the territory of a certain pirate group, there are often two situations. One is to conquer the residents or resistance forces on the island, and hang the pirate flag of the pirate group. When other pirate groups see this pirate flag, they know that this place has been occupied. If you don't want to start a war, you will avoid it yourself. Conversely, if one wants to seize the island, one must fight the original pirate group. Correspondingly, the residents on the island must provide corresponding protection fees. The protection fee can be Bailey or other materials. It's like Mermaid Island in the original book. It was successively protected by the Whitebeard pirates and the Bigmom pirates, and successively became territories. The price paid is quite different. The second is to completely occupy a certain island and turn it into its own base camp. This is similar to the current Wano-Kuni, completely overrun by the Beast's pirates. But for Beckman et al., there is no need to choose the second option this time. You only need to drive away the pirate group that was previously occupied, and hang up the pirate flag of the two-group alliance. Compared with the second, this is undoubtedly much simpler. After Punk Hazard, then it will pass through the islands of Derice Rosa, Greenbit, Zo and so on. Only then will it enter the Sea of All Nations. And sailing to the depths of the New World in the Seas of All Nations, they will finally reach Wano-Kuni. Like the more famous Bali Island, Egghead Island, Honeycomb Island, Waterstar Island and so on in the original book, are not on the return route. Regardless of New World, it only occupies half of the Grand Line. Compared with the whole world, it is really nothing. But the sea area of New World is the most dangerous and unpredictable in the whole world. It's as if this sea area has been cast a shadow. There are many islands that have not yet been discovered, and some have been discovered, but very few people can reach them. Take Shueishan Qingdao, for example, as the terminus of the bright side of New World. So far only the Roger pirates have arrived. So, to conquer the New World, at the level of force, it is simple and simple. It is nothing more than defeating or driving away the Whitebeard pirates, and the three major forces have completely become the top 10 forces. Then, let all known islands hang the pirate flag of the Double Alliance. Even if this matter is over, but want to completely conquer, have a strong control like the world government, then it's not that simple. At least not something that can be done in a short time. How to put it, you have to figure out how many islands there are in New World, right? Speaking of islands, I have to mention the more famous big pirates besides the three great powers. For example, the big pirate Akoku who currently occupies Beehive Island, which was once the base camp of the Rocks Pirates. And Captain John who took away a lot of treasure from the Rocks Pirates after the battle in the Valley of the Gods. And Akoku, also a former member of the Rocks Pirates. These three big pirates are undoubtedly the most famous pirates besides Whitebeard, Kaido and Big Mom. And again, there are countless. Because of the ambition of the two alliances to conquer the New World. It has been spread all over the world. If it is these big pirates, choose to unite and fight against the two-group alliance together. I'm afraid there will be some pressure on the two-regiment alliance. Certainly, on the giant ship at this time, even if you exclude Linley, the fighting power is already very strong. Wherever you go, you will not be afraid of all enemies. The top combat power includes the Red Earl and Bullet. Beckman is inferior, but he can also get the record of the top battle record. As for Katakuri and Jin, in comparison, they are inferior. But it is also stronger than Waldo, Evil King, Hungry Wolf, Shiryu and others. Cracker is also in this class. After that, it was the other prisoners. Katakuri, if you are interested, you might as well go home and have a look. When it comes to the Seas of All Nations, several months have passed. Shinwangwo has been thriving and developing. Also, That doesn't suit Katakori's style, and Katakori has since left Wangwo for good and went to Wano Kuni for reinforcements. Anyway, this return trip will definitely pass through the seas of 10,000 nations. By the way, do your best to be a landlord or something. Never returned. It is also because of this that Katakori can fight outside with peace of mind. But when you meet a house, you don't enter. Katakori nodded. P.S. Sorry guys who are still chasing updates. It's been 2 days since I've been stuck, and it's 11 again, so I'm so busy. Helpless. Beckman couldn't help laughing. Now that you have this opportunity, go back and have a look. Suddenly, a Beast's Pirates intelligence agent walks by. Although it is said that because Ross Perot is in charge, nothing major has happened. Lord Beckman, the latest information has been received. Whitebeard's main ship, the Moby DK, has recently left New World and seems to have entered East Blue. 159, sweeping. A little farewell is better than a newlywed. Into East Blue at a time like this. When everyone heard it, they were all stunned. Right now, the intention of the two-regiment alliance to win the New World is known to all the world. On the way back, it's just a small fight. Once back at Wano Kuni, join the main force of the Double Alliance. It will surely sweep the New World like a tide. Bear the brunt, of course, is the Whitebeard Pirates. No, the Whitebeard Pirates actually entered East Blue. Is there any recent information about the Whitebeard Pirates? Beckman asked in a deep voice. To win the New World, you don't just start with one mouth, one brain, and no preparations. It must be carefully planned. Like going to Impel Down to take the prisoners, acting as a combat force is only one step. The main force of the Double Team Alliance, such as Kaido who stayed behind on Ghost Island, is not just waiting. During the time Linley et al. Went to Impel Down, whether it is the Beast's Pirates or the intelligence department of the BIGMOM Pirates, they are constantly collecting information on the powerful people from all walks of life in the New World. Among them, the focus is naturally on the Whitebeard Pirates. Hearing this, the intelligence officer quickly replied. In terms of intelligence, we found some unusual signs. Near Moby DK, intelligence agents put the recent discovery of the 990's unusualness on the fast track. It turns out that within the sphere of influence of Whitebeard, there are already many outer islands, and the pirate flag of the Whitebeard Pirates has been withdrawn. Officially a no man's land. Many pirate groups who couldn't see the situation clearly went to fight for it. Shrinking the sphere of influence. Beckman saw Whitebeard's intentions at a glance. As mentioned earlier, there are 2 ways for pirates to establish their sphere of influence. Fly the pirate flag and occupy the base camp. Whitebeard's sphere of influence is to adopt the method of flying the pirate flag. There is no fixed place as a base camp at all. If you have to say one, maybe the Moby DK is the base camp of the Whitebeard Pirates. Today, the outermost islands of Whitebeard's sphere of influence are abandoned. After being occupied by other pirate groups, it also formed a defense line composed of other pirate groups. And the Moby DK sailed away from New World. It also means that the current main force of the Whitebeard Pirates is not within its sphere of influence at all. Thus, once the two-group alliance officially begins to act, beginning to encroach on Whitebeard's sphere of influence, it is also necessary to fight with these pirate groups that have occupied the outer islands. That's not the point. Beckman's only concern was one. Since the Whitebeard Pirates do not have a fixed base camp, even if it completely erodes his sphere of influence, the Moby DK could not be found, the serious worry is still there. The reason why I don't worry is that the whole world knows the intention of the two-regiment alliance. It is to tell the powerful people of New World. If you don't want to fight with the Shuangquan Alliance, then obediently get out of New World. Secondly, to some extent, it declares war on the Whitebeard Pirates, the former #1 pirate group in the world. Make it clear. I will FK you soon. Almost everyone in the two-group alliance is sure that with the character of Whitebeard and his pirate group, it is absolutely impossible to evacuate. He will definitely choose to guard the territory and fight to the death with the alliance of the two regiments. Who ever thought? And now it's in East Blue. The message. Linley probably got it too. It depends on what he means. Beckman shook his head. The move of the Whitebeard Pirates to shrink the sphere of influence is still in his expectation. But entering East Blue, I really didn't expect it. Only. Jin shook his head and said, if it is finally determined that the Whitebeard Pirates choose to avoid the edge. Although first to win the New World, at least it will reduce a lot of resistance and benefit a lot. But it is estimated that Linley and Kaido will be very dissatisfied. I think so. Katakori also nodded. At the beginning, Kaido made up his mind. Next time, be sure to take care of Whitebeard yourself. Bolu, CDAC. Maybe it's a tacit understanding. Linley's phone call came just at this moment. Whitebeard has entered the East Blue news, you already know. Linley's voice came from the phone bug. Well, we all know, what do you think? Jin asked. Since that's the case, Linley in the phone bug said calmly. Then change the plan. You don't have to go back to Wano Kuni either. Go directly to the seas of 10,000 nations, take down the islands along the way, make some repairs in the seas of 10,000 nations, and head directly to Beehive Island. I will go back to Ghost Island first and bring out the main force. Meet at Beehive Island. Good. Originally, the main reason why Beckman and others were sent back to Ghost Island was to gather the main force of the two-regiment alliance. Then attack the Whitebeard Pirates directly. Quickly tackle New World's biggest threat. But now that he has noticed the actions of the Whitebeard pirates, there is no need for this. Simply clean up other forces first. Finally, the Whitebeard pirates. If in the end, Moby DK stays in East Blue and doesn't come back, you don't have to be polite about the two-group alliance. As for why not take advantage of the absence of the Moby DK, that is, the absence of the main force, and directly take down all the spheres of influence of the Whitebeard pirates. Number 1. The so-called sphere of influence. All rely on the main force of the pirate group. Once this pirate group is destroyed, the so-called sphere of influence will disappear in an instant. On the contrary, if you can't eliminate the pirates, instead take down their sphere of influence first. What's the use? As soon as you leave on the back foot, others can take it back on the front foot. Such a tug of war is meaningless. Of course, only the Whitebeard pirates are eligible to play this kind of tug of war. Other pirates. It was completely ignored by the Double Regiment Alliance. One more. Anyway, Linley had planted the death mark in Whitebeard. You can control his movements at any time. Naturally, I won't worry about not being able to find Whitebeard all the time. After all, you can't go to East Blue and get someone out, can you? Linley, who was in the air, hung up the phone and said with a faint smile. Fair enough. The later Dad fights Whitebeard, the better the chance. Since he promised Kaido, let him defeat Whitebeard with his own hands, then naturally he will no longer be guilty of Whitebeard. And the later the two meet, the better it will be for Kaido. Therefore, Linley is not in a hurry at all. A few days later, he, who used the Flight of Light in the audience, quickly returned to Ghost Island. Although it took more than a month to leave this time. But Yamato and the other 3 cubs were very happy when they heard the news of his return. Also happy is Gion. The so-called farewell is better than a newlywed. That night, it was rare to take the initiative. 160 Beehive Island. The reunion of the old Rocks pirates. Ghost Island, night. Your matter, I told Sengoku by the way this time. From now on, stay on Ghost Island with peace of mind. Linley shared everything that happened during the Impel Down trip with Ziyuan, except for the Daughter's Island. Yeah, Gion in Linley's arms listened, but Chow nodded with blurred eyes. Now that she has decided to quit Marine, officially announce this to Marine. Naturally it is necessary. It is also to dispel some thoughts that Marine should not have. Of course, whether Marine will give up or not is up for debate. At least, Linley can tell it for her, so she doesn't have to face it in person. The two exchanged a few more words. After a while, Gion suddenly asked. Bullet and Redfield opted in. Plus these vicious prisoners. I'm afraid New World will no longer be able to stop the power of the two-regiment alliance. Not even the Whitebeard pirates. So, once New World becomes the territory of the two-regiment alliance, what will you do next? As he said that, Gion's eyes inevitably showed worry. After all, she was once a Marine too. These prisoners, although it has been recovered by Linley, but no one can guarantee that they will never cause damage to this sea and commit crimes. When she was a Marine, she insisted on reasonable justice. On the one hand, she hated the Celestial Dragons, and even more disgusted with some of Marine's actions that violated justice. But in the final analysis, I hate those vicious pirates even more. Marine does things, with a few exceptions, paying more or less attention to influence. Most pirates, however, are not like that. If there is no production, it will only be vicious and blindly seized. Committed heinous crimes. As for Linley, it was pure accident in her mind. And the only surprise, although now the Beasts pirates and BIGMOM pirates have changed. More, no doubt just, Lovehouse and Crow. After leaving Marine, the justice in her heart has not faded. It's just that I sometimes worry about whether Lin Fu will really be the next Rocks. Speaking of, she actually doesn't know much about Rocks. I just learned from the mouth of the crane that this is the most vicious and violent pirate in history. And ambition is like a stormy sea. He actually wanted to sweep the whole world and become the king of the world. How? Linley stroked Gion's hair lightly, and said with a soft smile. Just wait and see. On that day, it will be the time when New World will be born with order. And Wano-kuni will be the best portrayal. Since the death of Kazuki Oden, how is Wano-kuni different from a year ago? Due to the establishment of order, the establishment of supply and demand relationship, coupled with advanced management experience, Wano-kuni can be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. At least the lives of the people are no longer hopeless. As long as you work hard, you can have enough food and clothing. These all rely on the management plan he bestowed on Higuro. Relying on the Kurozumi Orochi, the expectations of the public have been pulled to the lowest. And the New World, since there are the most vicious pirates in the world, then on the occupied islands, the lives of ordinary people on them will not be much better than those in Wano-kuni a year ago. In other words, inside, there is some soil that is sufficient for order to be established. After all, what their two-group alliance brought, only a better life, order. Think of what you have seen and heard in various areas of Wano-kuni. The worry on Gion's face gradually faded. New World, we really need order. For the next period of time, Linley didn't stop there much. After summing up with Kaido, leave Quinn on Ghost Island to guard the house. And he and Kaido personally lead the team, leading a large force of the Double Regiment Alliance, and officially marched towards the Hive Island. The reason for choosing to meet here, the main reason is that it is close to Whitebeard's sphere of influence. One more, this island used to be the base camp of the Rocks pirates. Now, it is occupied by the great pirate Akoku. It is said that, even Captain John and Silver Axe are invited to the Hive Isle, discussing how to resist the alliance between the two regiments. And on the other side of the Hive Island, this island has an alias, that is, the paradise of pirates. It is a very dangerous island. The people gathered on the island are all vicious people, even ordinary pirates would choose to stay away from them. Don't dare to intersect with this island. Even in the original book, after obtaining Shock Fruit, Blackbeard with Double Fruit ability, with a group of vicious subordinates, it also failed to win the island in the first place. In the end, we have to rely on the strength of Marine, with the help of the second Marine hero, Kirby. Only then did he defeat Akinu and take the island. From this, it can be seen that the unusualness of this island. After all, this was once the base camp of the Rocks pirates. At this time the center of the Hive Island, in that skull-shaped building, 3 big pirates are gathering here. John, Silver Axe, I didn't expect to be able to reunite in the old place today after not seeing each other for many years. Akinu, with a full beard, looked at the 2 former partners, seemed to recall the years of more than 10 years ago, and laughed heartily. Looking at the long-haired John, he seemed to think of something. In these years, Captain John's treasure map has been widely spread in the sea. You must take good care of the treasure you took away at the beginning. Asking for flowers, that won't stop you from worrying. Captain John snorted coldly with an unhappy face. Silver Axe, who was dressed in silver armor, seemed not interested in the communication between the two when he heard the words, and said coldly, "If it wasn't for Kaido's ambition, Lousy wouldn't want to come back to this place." He glanced disapprovingly at Akinu and Captain John. Of the 2 in front of me, one inherited the territory of the Rocks pirates and the other inherited the treasure. And the benefits he got at the beginning were far worse than them. So many years have passed, and every time I think about it, I still feel very uncomfortable. And the rest of the Rocks pirates, who doesn't do better than him? It's not up to you. Captain John on the side seemed to be aware of his danger, and said with a sneer. Who would have thought that Kaido, who was just an intern back then, would grow to this level today? And, he even adopted a monster-like son. What the hell, how could there be such a monster in this world? When Akinu heard this, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. It is said that it is that kid's intention to make New World the site of the so-called 2-regiment alliance. It's just not giving you a way to survive. New World originally belonged to the world of pirates. Except for the G1 branch Marine, which is not far from the Red Line, the influence of Marine is not enough to enter New World. Now, that brat is actually trying to dominate this world that belongs exclusively to pirates. Could it be that he and Kaido really think that they alone are enough to deal with Marine and world government? The influence of Marine and world government prevents them from entering New World. Because of all the pirate powers of New World, Marine alone is not enough to deal with all the pirates in New World. This is the system of 7 warlords of the sea. In other words, Marine plus 7 warlords of the sea, in order to achieve a balance with the New World pirates. Not at all. Isn't this an opportunity for Marine to take advantage of? In Akuku's opinion, Akinu spoke a name from his mouth. Their intentions have been widely spread, and the whole world knows. Isn't she BU? Silver Axe didn't seem to want to talk about these things, so he just said directly. On the contrary, it is said that 2 guys, Ladefield and Bullet, have also joined the 2-team alliance. What? Any news from Whitebeard? I'm afraid even Whitebeard is not enough to deal with the threat of the 2-regiment alliance. It's useless to say these things now. It is eating away at their living place. That Newgate guy, there's no response. Linley and Kaido actually want to break the balance between Marines and pirates. We still have to discuss it now, how to deal with it. Akinu, who was the liaison, shook his head and said, 161 the only female powerhouse, how could she easily withdraw from the stage of history? Hee. Looking at the shocked Silver Axe and John, Akinu smiled inscrutably. Actually, Lousy was shocked when he learned that she hadn't disappeared as rumored. But, the only female powerhouse in this sea, how could it be so easy to withdraw from the stage of history? Quote. When Silver Axe and John heard the words, they all said with emotion. Kaido and that kid, somewhat underestimated her. In this way, the 2-regiment alliance. Oh, ridiculous. The news that Akinu said undoubtedly made Silver Axe and John, who were already extremely nervous, relaxed a lot. The former paused, as if giving them time to digest, and then continued. Since you can't get a response from Newgate, forget it. Anyway, the main target of the Schwanquan alliance is him. 980. It's just that we all understand the reason why the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Newgate has no ambition to dominate the New World, so, even for ourselves, we must not sit back and watch the Whitebeard pirates be wiped out. Well, that's exactly what I mean. Apparently, both Silver Axe and John thought so too. Otherwise, the 2 of them would not return to this homeland today. So, what to do now? John asked solemnly. He believed that since Akinu called him and Silver Axe over, he must have a plan. Hearing this, Silver Axe looked at Akinu at the same time. It's very simple. Akinu took out a map and placed it in front of the 2 of them. In the New World, Newgate is the largest territory, occupying almost 3/4 of the known islands. And at present, the pirate flag has been removed from the outermost islands. There must be quite a few people already occupying it. These cannon fodder really don't know what to do. Having said that, Akinu smiled and shook his head. For this move of the Whitebeard pirates, it is impossible for any big pirate with a little brain not to see the intention. But not everyone has good brains. Therefore, during this period of time, many, cannon fodder, who did not know how to live or die, fought for these territories. Now it has been successively occupied by some small forces. The Moby DK has entered New World right now, that is to say, once the two-regiment alliance attacks these sites. The resistance encountered will be minimized. So I think their first step, attacking Newgate's territory, will be the greatest possibility. And we can take this opportunity to join her. By the way, help her. Being controlled by one's relatives, this feeling must be uncomfortable. Go to that sea area. Silver Axe and John thought for a moment. I don't think this is the best way to deal with it at the moment. So they nodded at the same time. Then, without further ado, we're leaving now. Once she regains control of the situation, she will definitely catch them off guard. Ha 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 ha. In the Skull Building, the crazy laughter of the three people came out. Meanwhile, Linley and Kaido's fleet then slowly drove away from Wano Kuni and headed towards the direction that the group pre-booked. As for Beckman et al., on the other side, after entering New World, enter Punk Hazard first, because it is not too far from the G1 branch. Therefore, after Beckman and others logged in, they discovered that this island belongs to the world government. It is also the research base of marine scientists. Take some world government prisoners. In addition, there are no normal residents living here, since it is an island of the world government. So what else is there to say? Just do it. With the troops stationed on Punk Hazard, there is no resistance at all. Was swept away by the prisoners. The prisoners held on the island were naturally released. The new prisoners who have regained their freedom will inevitably have to do multiple choice questions. Or die. The result was almost no surprise. Between life and death, there were obviously more prisoners who would choose life. Jin, on the other hand, saw a familiar figure on this island. Scientist Caesar Current. Back then, when Jin was imprisoned in the laboratory, Caesar Current was still a little guy and served as an assistant to the scientists in the marine laboratory at that time. So many years have passed. In his 20s, Caesar Current is already in his own right. Became a member of the scientific research team MADS in the World Government Science class. Just below Vegapunk. How could Beckman and others let go of this kind of talent? Immediately pack and take away Caesar Current and his research equipment. Maybe it's because they don't like the combat power of the prisoners on the island. So Beckman chose these prisoners to stay. At the same time, a small number of Beast's pirates and impelled down prisoners remained responsible for guarding the island, after leaving certain supplies and hoisting the pirate flag of the Double Regiment Alliance. The giant ships and warships left without hesitation. After, the giant ship came to Doris Rosa. This country is known as the country of love and affection and toys. Perhaps considering that hundreds of years ago, the family that ruled the kingdom of Doris Rosa was none other than the Don Quixote family. And Doflamingo has always meant to regain the ancestral land. Therefore, not long after Beckman entered New World, he was under Linley's instruction. Notified Doflamingo, let it come here as soon as possible with Don Quixote family. Therefore, the two sides smoothly met in the sea area not far from Doris Rosa. Doflamingo's ships were only just approaching. He couldn't wait to board the giant ship. I saw the top executives of the Double Regiment Alliance on board. Respectfully, saluting everyone. You are Mr. Beckman. I've seen you for a long time. Master Jin, Master Katakuri. This, sure enough, the bullet known as the Devil's Descendant, and the Lonely Red, Valoric Redfield. I've really admired my name for a long time. He looked at the big figures in front of him. Even 2.7 Xiaoming, who is far away in North Blue, knows how much Linley attaches importance to Beckman. As for Jin and Katakuri in the Double Alliance, it has been almost a year since they were recruited by the Beast's pirates. Of course there is no reason not to know. Not to mention Bullet and the Red Earl. I know that no matter whether it is strength or status, I can't compare with others. Therefore, Xiaoming's attitude is unusually respectful. Linley has already explained everything about you. Beckman attitude and kindness. With us here, you can throw away all your worries and boldly implement your plan. Then I'm relieved, Mr. Baker. Hearing this, Doflamingo couldn't help showing an evil smile. Doris Rosa, he has been planning for a long time. If the timing wasn't ripe, it would have been done long ago. 2. With the support of the Shuangquan Alliance, it will definitely go smoother than expected. 162. Double Line Sweep. The shocking changes of all nations. In the original book, Doflamingo did not take Doris Rosa forcibly. But through tricks, threatening the current king, King Liku, finally achieved his goal. Specifically, it is required to collect a huge sum of 10 billion Baileys within one day. Otherwise, they will lead their troops to capture Doris Rosa. King Liku is a benevolent monarch, who only implements benevolent government to maintain his rule. During the chaotic period of the Great Pirates, there was basically nothing to protect the country. If it weren't for the country of Doris Rosa, it would have extremely strong military strength. I'm afraid it has long been occupied by pirates. King Liku has always been kind and generous. He often assists many countries caught in war, and has won the trust of the people of Doris Rosa. Therefore, it was threatened by Doflamingo and took into account the safety of the people. I had no choice but to beg the national of Doris Rosa to pay him all the cash around him. But it fell into the arms of Doflamingo. He used the ability of Devil Fruit to control actions and make a series of stupid moves. It makes the people of the whole country feel contemptuous of its senseless deeds. In the end, Doflamingo took advantage of the situation to overthrow the regime and became the new king. If it develops according to the plot in the original book, at least 23 years later, Flamingo will not play Derice Rosa's idea. But now that there is the support of the Xuanquan alliance, these strategies can also be simple and crude. More importantly, whatever Doflamingo has in mind, all must be based on Linley's will. Then, after the Don Quixote family merged with the giant ship, immediately entered the territory of Derice Rosa, and on the same day, he broke into the palace like a bamboo shoot. Thanks to Linley for the order. It is required that ordinary people should not be targeted as much as possible. Therefore, the bloodshed did not occur on a large scale. With the strength of the prisoners on the giant ship, it is not too easy to beat Derice Rosa. It doesn't even take Bullet, Red Earl, et al. In the palace, all the ministers and King Riku were gathered together. Also present were Beckman and Jin. Standing in front of the throne, Doflamingo said solemnly, Derice Rosa, 800 years ago, was originally the territory of the Don Quixote family. The Liku family is only in power temporarily. Now, it's time to return the property to its original owner. As he said that, Doflamingo looked at King Liku with serious eyes. Liku doled 3, this is also the will of the strongest man in the world. He who knows current affairs is a hero. You should know how to cooperate with me, right? Hearing this, King Liku lowered his head bitterly. Since the enemy in front of him broke into the territory of Derice Rosa, there is a one-sided trend. When he learned that the huge ship was a ship of the Double Alliance, in order to reduce casualties, immediately ordered the adoption of a non-resistance policy. This allowed Doflamingo and others to come to the palace at an extremely fast speed. The one who is considered by the whole world to be the true leader of the Double Alliance. He is also the world's strongest swordsman and the world's strongest man. When it vainly tried to sweep the news of the new world, in the whole world, rumors are raging. As the king of a country, he has no reason not to know. In fact, when he got the news, he was ready once the two-team alliance reached Derice Rosa. The original idea was that as long as the people's current lives could be maintained, he would choose to surrender. So what if the pirate flag of the Double Alliance was hoisted in Derice Rosa? But never expected, Linley actually wanted the Liku family to return power to the Don Quixote family. But, facing the two-regiment alliance, facing a completely irresistible force, what qualifications does he have to say no? Thinking of this, I had no choice but to say bitterly, I see, as long as you don't kill innocent people indiscriminately, I will cooperate with you. Very sensible. Doflamingo saw King Liku bowed his head, grinned and said, according to Lord Linley, in name, you are still the king of this country, and can still retain part of the power of government affairs. But military power must be handed over to the Don Quixote family. This scene is eerily similar to everything Wano-kuni experienced. Hearing this, King Liku couldn't help being stunned. Seeing that things were going smoothly, Beckman took a step forward and said calmly, Derice Rosa is not far from the beginning of the new world. As a transit point for seastone business, it is perfect. Besides, the specific tax issues, Doflamingo, will be resolved by you and Wang Quan later. Tax issues, that is, the protection fee, that will be handed over to the Xuanquan alliance in the future. Basically, it has the same meaning as the heavenly gold given to celestial dragons. However, according to Linley's meaning, it will generally be a reasonable amount. Relax, Mr. Beckman, this subordinate knows what to do. Doflamingo nodded respectfully. Even if he only controls military power, he is already very satisfied. After all, Beckman et al. Won't be here for long. At that time, in the final analysis, he still has the final say. At this moment, Jin also spoke lightly. I hope there will be no accidents. If I come here again for the second time, I won't be too merciful. These words were obviously addressed to King Liku. The implication is that if you dare to resist after they leave, then it won't be so easy to talk about. So far, Derice Rosa's business is over. Beckman and others continued to move towards the next island at 040. In a word, all the islands encountered along the way must be landed on the island, so that the local people, voluntarily, hang the pirate flag of the two-group alliance. All of this is very simple and rude, and it goes smoothly. Tat, the expressions and demeanor on the faces of the residents I saw along the way seemed to have returned to their original appearance. It is no longer the thriving and hopeful expression when he was in power. Katakuri muttered to himself with an ugly face. The pirates who resisted had no power to fight back, just as Linley and Kaido's boats were still heading towards Hive Island. Katakuri, who had just logged into Cake Island and enthusiastically introduced the customs of Cake Island to Beckman and others, discovered something was wrong. Beckman and others have finally entered the Sea of Nations. What happened? On the other side, Linley and Kaido did the same thing. More than a month passed again. It's just facing the two-team alliance, whether it's Beckman's side or Linley's side. Of course, it is not without encountering forces that resist to the end. Didn't Big Brother say that everything is normal? On the way to the castle, as expected, the sweeping waste is completely presented. As a result, in New World, the number of islands flying the flag of the Xuanquan alliance has increased day by day. However, 163 restoring memory, confident ant. Think back to this time. Every time I talk to Rossborough, it comes from the other end of the phone bug. Both are reassuring enough to, all is well. If not, How could Katakuri accompany Linley to impel down with peace of mind during this time? 2. Just after returning to Cake Island, Katakuri noticed something was wrong. If we talk about the expressions and demeanor of the people, that's fine. The key is to look into his eyes. Before leaving, almost everyone is reluctant to part with him, the new lord of all nations. Full of worship and respect. After all, what he brings is a new and hopeful life. But now, maybe the look in his eyes still hasn't changed. Worship and respect remain, but it seemed to cast a shadow. Impatiently stopping someone, Katakuri asked with a solemn face, "What happened to Cake Island while I was away?" Hearing this, the face of the stopped person changed. Not only did he not answer. Instead, he hurried away. It seems that there is something unspeakable. He didn't dare to speak out. What's wrong? In this situation, even Beckman and Jin saw something was wrong. Asked with eyes full of surprise. It's not clear yet. I hope. I'm overthinking. Katakuri shook his head lightly. The tone became more and more dignified. An idea popped up in his mind involuntarily. B. Forced that thought down. He knew that instead of restless thoughts, when he saw Perot, everything would be revealed. He hoped it wasn't what he thought it would be. Otherwise, we are now in a critical period of opening a double regiment alliance. Once this is the case, things will be troublesome. Beckman and Jin looked at each other. Both saw the incomprehension in each other's eyes. But he didn't say much. Tat. A group of people all the way unimpeded. As you go deeper into the Cake Island, even Bullet, the Red Earl, and Shiryu who disembarked together saw something unusual. Katakuri, could it be? Cracker asked with an ugly face. At this moment, even he thought of the possibility that he least wanted to see. Katakuri said nothing. It's just that his face became more and more serious. A group of people quickly entered the castle on Cake Island. Creak, as the door slowly opened. The first to catch the eye. It is located in the center of the hall, representing the throne of the purpose of all nations. I saw a figure sitting on it at this moment. Take a closer look. Who is it if it's not Auntie? At this time, the aunt's face was quite calm. Just quietly watching the break-in of a group of people. And Rospero and other personnel who stayed at Cake Island stood aside with guilt and anxiety. He lowered his head, not even daring to meet Katakuri's eyes. Nizi, is he finally willing to go home? Big Mom's condescending voice came from the throne. His tone seemed calm. It is completely different from the previous state of eating cravings or amnesia. The aunt at this time is her true normal state. Mother, maybe it's the irresistible image my mother has established in the hearts of Katakuri and Cracker over the years. Obviously such an understatement, but it made the two of them have a creepy illusion. His whole body trembled involuntarily. Oops, realize something is wrong. Katakuri's face became extremely ugly. Nobody knows Mom better than him and Perot. After Linley beats Mom, under the suggestion of the former, he replaced him and became the new lord of all nations. Even more because my mother lost her memory. Made everything go so smoothly. To be on the safe side, he, Rospero and others put seastone handcuffs and anklets on his mother. And regular injections of drugs. But even with such caution, are there still accidents? Now my mother has regained her memory. And broke free. It is bound to know everything that happened after she lost her memory. First, faced with the enemy who defeated them, the sons not only did not take revenge, but formed an alliance with them. That's all right. Actually took advantage of the time when she lost her memory. Put her under house arrest. Choose, seeking to usurp the throne. Such a move. Katakuri is enough to guess the anger in Mom's heart at this moment. Mom, have you recovered your memory? Even though he already knew the answer, Katakuri still asked cautiously. Otherwise, you don't really think that you can replace me, do you? Mama, with laughter resounding throughout the castle. Big Mom's smile gradually became distorted. How dare you try to take Mother's place? Katakuri, how do you think Mother will punish you? Saying that, the huge body slowly stood up from the throne, and walked towards Katakuri step by step. Completely ignoring Beckman, Jin, Bullet, and the Red Earl behind Katakuri. Even if she already recognized it, still chose to ignore. Obviously, during this period of time, Katakuri followed Linley and met many powerful people. Logically speaking, it has long been possible to deal with it indifferently. After all, I can almost say that I can't count on one hand the people who were at the same level as my mother. But facing the mother in front of me, I still felt tremendous pressure. It seems to come from the suppression of the blood. Sorry, although he felt incomprehensible to the changes that happened to the nations, Beckman still spoke lightly. Katakuri is our partner. Even if you were his mother, you can't let you do whatever you want. Quote, what do you say? Beckman looked back at Jin, Bullet, Red Earl and others. Just an old lady. At the same level, there is a Red Earl. And he and Bullet, if inferior, at least have the power to fight. How can he be afraid of a mere Linley's defeated opponent? RB. Expressing an attitude is one aspect. For the current situation, even Beckman feels a little headache. Who would have thought? The two-regiment alliance was the first to face it. Not the Whitebeard pirates, not even Marine, but the former captain of the BIGMOM pirates who was an alliance, Big Mom. The BIGMOM pirates are originally a pirate group established with family blood as a link. And being the mother of all, Big Mom undoubtedly possesses the strength enough to affect the will of all children. After all, for so many years, the fear she brought has been carved into the souls of these children. The most important is, right now they don't know what happened to Fa Didi Zhao. How did Big Mom get out of control? As well as, Katakuri's brothers and sisters who stayed here. If the lives of Katakuri's brothers and sisters are a threat, Takuri, don't compromise with them. Yiyuan must find a way to rescue Biyule and the others. Hearing this, Katakuri's face immediately changed. How is the situation now? Once she is irritated, it is very common to wantonly take the life of her children. What, Katakuri, do you want outsiders to intervene in our family affairs? Even if Beckman's attitude is very clear, there is no fear at all. The ant seems to be full of confidence. Jin also thought of this possibility. He knew very well that Katakuri cherished his loved ones very much. I'm afraid the consequences will be disastrous. Even made enemies of the beast's pirates. On the contrary, Ant is different. Before Katakuri could answer, Pei-Ra suddenly exclaimed. Obviously, the face is also ugly. Request to withdraw from the double group alliance. 164 Ant with triple personality. Katakuri's multiple choice question. When Pei-Ra's Puro eagerly said this sentence, it completely confirmed Beckman's conjecture. Katakuri, Cracker and others, the last scene they wanted to see finally appeared. Ant, sure enough, it was exactly the same character as Katakuri usually described. Once provoked, even the lives of their children, they don't care at all. Bullet and the Red Earl, who were about to nod in agreement, saw this scene. They looked at each other. They all looked at each other in blank dismay. When Beckman spoke, although he didn't say anything, the two were obviously ready to make a move. Now that I have decided to play for Linley for the time being. As long as there is a need, it is natural to make a move. But now it looks like something seems wrong. After all, in a sense, this is an internal affair of the Xuanquan Alliance. Mom, what did you do to Bree and the others? At this moment, Katakuri's expression has become extremely ugly. He finally understood. No wonder the responses received during this period were all positive. I'm afraid my mother has already recovered her memory. Since this time, it must have used thunder means to torture the brothers and sisters who supported him in every possible way. Block the entire Cake Island. Otherwise, why can't any news come out? Pei-Ra's Puro, who allowed you to talk too much? Ant 213 cast her gaze at her eldest son with a ferocious face. The latter, who met the ant's gaze, trembled violently all over in an instant. Only, thinking of the new changes that have taken place in the nation since Katakuri came to power. Between brothers and sisters and the people, it is like a new life. It seemed that he had made up his mind and no longer cared about his own life. He gritted his teeth and continued. My mother colluded with outsiders and caught us off guard. Katakuri, all of us, don't want to go back to the old days of fear. Now, everything depends on you. Hurry up and tell Linley, he will definitely help you. Pei-Ra's Puro, seeing the eldest son so reckless. Grandma screamed angrily. Originally approaching Katakuri's figure, he turned to Ross Puro, his eyes full of murderous intent. In the past, whenever any child made her unhappy, it would easily take a certain number of years of life. Now Puro's behavior has made her decide. Completely take his life away. No mercy. Outsider. Katakuri frowned. Looking at my mother's actions, I don't care who the so-called outsider is. C-Dag. Without hesitation, he rushed to Pei-Ra's Puro. Mom, what do you want to do? Do what? As a punishment for talking too much, then give up all your life. Mama. There was a strange smile on the ant's ferocious face. Even if Katakuri stood in front of him, the footsteps still haven't stopped for half a minute. Knowing a child is like a mother. Big Mom who understands Katakuri's personality. Just wanted to see if the second son would dare to resist her under such circumstances. Don't think about it. Suppressing the fear emerging from the depths of his heart, Katakuri said firmly. You will never be allowed to be the same again. We are just your children, not tools to provide life. Oh, Ant stopped suddenly. Are you trying to stop Mom? Katakuri, when did you dare to say no in front of your mother? Because of them. Big Mom pointed to Beckman, Jin, Bullet, and the Red Earl. The first three are worth mentioning. But the Earl of Red is clearly as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. At this moment, she didn't pay attention to it. Is it really okay for you to be in front of us like this? Pat, Beckman lit a cigarette slowly and dangled. As a partner, even if you were his mother, we won't stand idly by. Yeah, the weird smile on Auntie's face became even stronger. Mother Katakuri now orders you to tell these invaders who have broken into the world. If you really want to protect Bree and the others. Mama, now what will you do? As he spoke, a smug smile appeared on his face. Driven by Katakuri, allied with the beast's pirates, a matter of twin alliances. Even Linley, who defeated her, tried to seize the whole new world. She already knew it all. That being the case, how could Linley, the enemy, wish to do so? Double alliance. Without her, there is no alliance. It's interesting. Beckman laughed. Multiple choice. Another multiple choice question. Katakuri, is this under threat? However, he clearly remembered. Linley was the only one who gave others multiple choice questions. Once he was given multiple choice questions, the consequences will only be disastrous. Without exception, even if it is a multiple choice question facing Katakuri now, I'm afraid the ending won't be any different. Outsider. With Ant's temper, how could she collude with outsiders? At this time, Beckman is more concerned about this point. So he didn't speak again, but turned his head and swept towards the Red Earl. The latter immediately understood, turned around directly and left the castle. The ant didn't seem to see his movements, or she was indifferent when she saw them. Her now, not only in terms of identity, it has an absolute advantage. Matt, speaking up, I have to thank Linley who defeated her in the first place. During the period of her amnesia, on the surface. In fact, it is a crazy confrontation of triple personalities deep in the heart. Since she was born, I have always had two personalities, normal personality, and demented personality after the onset of eating disorder. The memory of the two is not common. On my 6th birthday, because of the attack of eating disorder, after overeating and regaining consciousness, it was discovered that Carmelites and others mysteriously disappeared, and she also obtained the ability of the soul fruit. Originally, the owner of this fruit ability was the nun Carmelite who adopted her. But since Carmelite and others mysteriously disappeared, she has become a new soul fruit ability user. What's going on here? As you can imagine, maybe it's because of the soul fruit's miraculous effect and unusualness at the soul level. A new personality that will dominate in the future was born in her heart, the evil personality. Although this evil personality is still dominated by her will, but a lot of behavior, like a nun Carmelite. Evil personalities also do not share memories with normal personalities. That's all. Under the leadership of her evil personality, she gradually grew into the only female big pirate in New World. She is also the strongest female pirate so far. After being defeated by Linley, the normal personality briefly takes over the dominance of the body. But soon, perhaps it was due to the deranged personality that was in the attack of eating disorder when he was defeated. After being defeated, he was severely injured. The original balance maintained by the triple personality was finally broken. 165 Beyond. Katakuri's decision. The so-called balance refers to the situation where the evil personality and the mad personality suppressed the normal personality for a long time. Was broken. Since my aunt was 6 years old, most of the time, only evil and crazy personalities appeared on her body. The former occupies most of the time. The latter only appears when cravings occur. Both can share memory, only the normal personality does not share memories with both. This is why when the normal personality dominates, you will forget everything that happened when the evil personality took over. Looks like amnesia. At the same time, the glutinous rice cakes she made also do not know her. In the original book, when Napoleon or Prometheus, when the ant lost memory, will not say a word. Don't remind her at all that Yinba and these people are enemies. Until the sentence after the ant returned to normal. Great. Otherwise I don't know what to do. The implication. They only know Big Mom's evil and crazy personality. Since these two share memories, they will inevitably know each other's existence. Of course, in the eyes of the crazy personality, there is only appetite to be satisfied. Once satisfied, it will automatically switch back to the evil personality. And the latter, of course, also knows the existence of crazy personality. The evil personality has always longed for one thing. That's 3 in 1. Become the only personality of the body. After all, even for a normal person, having multiple personalities is not a big deal. The first thing to bear the brunt is the division and loss of mental power. For aunts, even when a certain personality dominates, the other two personalities will fall into a sleep. It also means that the other two parts will also fall into a sleep when their spiritual power is divided. Thus, her spiritual power is only partially available, and the mind remains irreparably flawed. In general, the three are in a relatively balanced state. Perhaps this coexistence of multiple personalities will continue forever. But now, because of the dominance of the mad personality, the body has suffered unprecedented damage. This can be said to be the first time in her life. It also led to the crazy personality falling into a state of extreme weakness. If divided by proportion, normal personality has always accounted for 40% of the proportion. Evil personalities also accounted for 40%. Crazy personality only accounts for 20%. Only when the evil personality is in common with the mad personality can the normal personality be suppressed. Now the insane personality falls into weakness. Take this opportunity. When the normal personality predominates, the evil personality completely devours the mad personality. With an absolute ratio of 60%, it firmly regained the dominance of the body. Moreover, the hidden danger of crazy personality is completely eliminated. After all, doesn't Ant know that after the onset of eating disorder? Although he seems violent, but in an almost unreasonable state. Such a state is in combat. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is undoubtedly a decline. Just like at the beginning. The 3-in-1 move that chose to resist Linley, which was later named Demon God One Sword Flow Knight sinks. If you have reason, how could it not be avoided? If dodged, I'm afraid that the final winner of that battle will be her. So many years, if it weren't for the steel balloon constitution, I'm afraid it has long been taken advantage of by the enemy. 2. With an evil personality accounting for 60% of her, it can be said that this hidden danger has been completely eliminated. At the same time, mental power has also been increased by 20%. That means, the ability of her soul fruit has become stronger than before. Once wait until swallow normal personalities too, her strength will definitely reach an unprecedented level. At that time, even Whitebeard, even the Captain Rocks, she has the confidence to match. After all, her talent Even if he doesn't practice, he is evaluated as saying that if he joins the world government, he will definitely become the strongest in the CPU. Or an admiral, or even a field marshal. All of this can be said. If it weren't for Linley's one-knife trick of the demon god, the knight fell. I'm afraid she may not be a blessing in disguise. Listening to his mother's order, Katakuri was undoubtedly extremely embarrassed. There is no need to mention his character and dreams. Only to protect my family. In other words, if you want to protect Bree and the others, you must be obedient. But during this time, I have formed a deep friendship with Beckman and others. I am even more grateful to Linley behind Beckman and others. Each other has established a common and lofty goal, to capture the new world. Now, how can he attack these partners? Katakuri, his embarrassment, as brothers Kuro and Cracker, how can they not see it? Faced with such a situation and choices, what advice can they give? 1111. Asking for flowers. Jin watched this scene without saying a word, not waiting for Katakuri's choice. Instead, wait for his signal. Anyway, as long as Katakuri opens his mouth, he will definitely attack Big Mom without hesitation. A long time, Katakuri finally spoke. Puro, where are Bree and the others being held? Hearing this, Puro lowered his head in shame. I don't know either. It happened so suddenly that we couldn't react in time. The few of us were already under control. All I know, among the people who attacked us was my mother's former partner. Quote, Akoku, Silver Axe, John. Oh, when Beckman on the side heard this, his eyes undoubtedly brightened. Not only was there no seriousness on his face, but he secretly thought. Now, I'm afraid Linley is going to make a trip for nothing. 0. These three guys actually came to Wangwo. What? Katakuri froze. He didn't expect that the outsiders that his mother colluded with were these three big pirates in the new world whose reputation was second only to Whitebeard and Kaido. Katakuri, tell Mom your answer. Maybe the ant couldn't bear it anymore. Started to urge. It's just the expression on his face, still so proud. After all, who can understand her son better than her? Quote. Katakuri was clearly still torn. At this moment, the faces of Bule and other brothers and sisters are constantly revolving in my mind. And all kinds of pictures of brothers and sisters. I also thought about the late meeting with Jin, Beckman and others during this period of time, and talked about everything. And Linley's kindness and trust. Suddenly, after Linley defeated his mother, the promise, he said clearly emerged in his mind. One day, I will surpass my mother. The moment this sentence appeared, it was like a thunderbolt exploded in my mind. It made him completely determined. He first turned to Beckman and the others and said resolutely. Next, all of you don't interfere. Then, without fear, I met my mother's gaze. The fear that appeared when we looked at each other has completely disappeared. Only fighting spirit. Mother, do you dare to accept the poke from your own son? You won, let me do what you want. If you lose, let Bree and the others go. 166 5 Hatsumi, Ares, Apollo, Hera, Ialos, Gaia, quote exclamation mark. Quote. Katakuri said this. Everyone present was stunned, including Big Mom, also includes Beckman et al. What is Katakuri's strength? I am afraid that the people present are basically aware of it. While on Ghost Island, leave Linley and Kaido aside. If you count Hawkeye, he has absolute confidence to beat. Only Quinn, Cracker et al., Beckman, Jin, and Hawkeye. Facing Beckman, his winning percentage is low, but he is not completely powerless. Basically 30-7, he 3, Beckman 7. In the duel with Jin, the two are basically split 50-50, and neither can do anything to the other. He couldn't break through Jin's defense, and it was difficult for Jin to hit him successfully. As for Hawkeye, he might be able to win steadily at the beginning, but as Hawkeye's swordsmanship becomes more and more exquisite, after comprehending the color of advanced weapons, his winning percentage is not high anymore. Through these three people, how strong is Katakuri's 880 power? It's pretty clear, but now, he actually tried to challenge the Big Mom who was at the same level as Kaido. Are you crazy, Katakuri? What are you thinking? Puro's face was full of disbelief, and he felt that his breathing became short of breath. At this time, to be brave, tell people like Beckman to stay out of it. Once Katakuri is defeated, I am afraid that at least 20 years of life will be taken away. The key is, all nations will return to the previous years. The threat brought by the mother will always exist. If you have never experienced that life of freedom and hope, maybe he'll just keep getting used to it. But now, if possible, he really wants to make Wangwo a new look and continue it. Mama. The ant was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that she burst into laughter. The expression on his face became extremely strange. At my disposal, Katakuri, are you so impatient to die? She is stronger now than before. Beckman and Jin looked at each other. His eyes were full of puzzlement. Even with Beckman's IQ, he couldn't understand Katakuri's approach. Obviously, he has signaled to Observation Haki to go beyond Katakuri's Red Earl to find out the hidden thread on Cake Island. By the way, write a letter to Linley. Just give the Red Earl a moment. I believe that with the strength of the Red Earl, it will probably bring good news. Katakuri's move, but it is really unwise. According to his idea, Katakuri could pretend to agree, and they've ostensibly withdrawn from Cake Island temporarily. Plan before moving. Beckman, who couldn't figure it out, asked in bewilderment. Have you really decided? Katakuri ignored Big Mom, but nodded to Beckman and Kuro. I told Linley once, one day, I will surpass my mother. Don't let him wait too long on top of the world. Now, he's on top of the world, for a long, long time. If I am now as afraid as I was before, such a thing, I will never be able to do it. Understood. Beckman nodded seriously. Next, we will not intervene in your battle. Jin also nodded, since it involves an agreement with Linley. As a partner, there is nothing to say. Only support. Pei Rospuro listened, his face full of complexities. He also finally remembered Linley's expectations for Katakuri and the latter's promise after Linley defeated his mother. At this moment, what else could he say to dissuade him? Knowing Katakuri, he knows that as long as the former makes up his mind, he will never change. Thank you. Katakuri nodded solemnly towards everyone, and finally returned to Big Mom. As the saying goes, blue comes out of blue and is better than blue. Children always surpass their parents, don't they? Seemingly seeing Katakuri's determination, Big Mom put away her smile for a rare occasion. Among so many children, you are the only one who dares to resist mother's will. In that case, so what if Mom gave you this chance? I hope you don't regret it. Just let the horse come here. Saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the outside of the castle. It's not suitable for fighting here, Mom, I'll wait for you in that grassland. Looking at his unshakable firm back, Grandma laughed again. Mama, also, after all, I'm not suffering from food cravings, and I don't want to destroy this place either. As he spoke, his tone turned cold. Come out, Nu Hosmi, Ares, Apollo, Hera, Ialos. The words just fell off. I saw 5 objects with different shapes flying from a distance. Mom, here we come. The first to fly was a hat. It landed firmly on the head of the ant. This is the new replacement since Napoleon was destroyed. Possesses the same abilities as Napoleon. Named Ares. Followed by, it is a small sun like Prometheus. Also has the same ability as Prometheus. Named Apollo. As for Hera, there is no need to introduce too much. Also appeared in the original. After Zeus was limped by Nami, the ant noticed that something was wrong with Zeus, at the suggestion of Prometheus. Abandoned Zeus and recreated a new thundercloud. It was Hera. As for the last one, Ialos, it was a small hurricane visible to the naked eye. Since the evil personality regained its dominance, while planning to get out of house arrest, she learned from the pain and began to reflect on the reasons why she lost to Linley. At the beginning, it was dominated by the crazy personality, which was only one aspect. On the other hand, there are naturally other factors. In the end, her evil personality has been in the sea for many years, and even strong people like rocks have confessed, and they have a lot of friendship. It also created the foundation of the world and became one of the 3 major forces in the new world. Let's say she has no combat experience at all. That is impossible. Then, she quickly came to a conclusion. Linley is difficult because of the unpredictable speed, coupled with the amazingly destructive moves. For people like her who are not good at speed 3.1. Simply tick. In the past, to cross the sea, only the constitution of steel balloons was enough to deal with it. Realize it now, in addition to weapons, thunder, and fire. 2. Everyone came to the grassland on the other side of Cake Island. Her method has added wind and earth. No need to guess, you know it is the attribute of the earth. One touch and go, that is her trump card. The ones who fought against each other turned out to be 2 mothers and sons, Big Mom and Katakuri. Back then, Linley and Big Mom fought against each other here. Immediately something changed. The 2 stand on opposite sides. Ialos. As for Gaia, that's how it was born, ready to face Linley again in the future. Just looking at the image of the little hurricane, it is enough to see that this is the wind attribute Hosmi. TRR. Thus, 167 Mobile Fort. The all-powerful ant. He looked at the huge figure in front of him solemnly. Katakuri's face was full of dignity. How could he not know his mother's strength? So many years. The strength of the mother is the basis for no one in the world to dare to offend. Corresponding to that strength is that violent character and means. In the hearts of all brothers and sisters, there is a deep ink color. This color has only one meaning, fear. Is he really confident that he can beat Mom? No, not at all, but if you still can't get out of the fear that is deeply rooted in your bones, he will never be able to reach a higher level with a new mental outlook. Without any hesitation, seeing my mother's expression as calm, the appearance of winning, he chose to strike first. Dripping rain sticky rice. In an instant, on the ground in front of him, there were countless thick rice cake sticks, like arms. Quickly wrap on armament hockey. Quickly blast towards the ant. Mama, watching the attack of countless fists. Not only did the ant not avoid it, but she shook her head and chuckled lightly. Maybe face Linley. Now 23, she will never completely pin her hopes on the defense of the steel balloon. If the opponent is Katakuri. Just such an attack, not even Conqueror's winding, why should she avoid it? Bang 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 bang, I saw countless fists falling on the ant's body like a violent storm. In an instant, there were bursts of thick fog. However, the duel between the 2 can obviously follow the principle of smoke without injury. Even Katakuri doesn't stop for a moment. But there are always times of exhaustion. Wait for Katakuri to retreat. And the smoke that filled the ant's body also dissipated. Everyone saw that ant's whole body was only stained with a little dust. Facing Katakori's attack just now, he didn't suffer even a little damage at all. Well, Jin, who also had amazing defenses, could only sigh silently when he saw this scene. Follow Kaido for so many years. He also knew a little about Big Mom. In terms of defense, even with the racial talent of his Lunaria race, they are inferior to the Steel Balloon Constitution. Moreover, his super defense is at the expense of faster speed. The Steel Balloon Light Constitution does not have this restriction at all. No conversion required. Of course, the racial talent of the Lunaria tribe also has its own characteristics. Can flexibly switch between defense and speed states. While the others looked at this scene, they were obviously not surprised. They also believe, with Katakori's fighting wisdom, he must have expected this scene. As expected, Katakori's face didn't fluctuate when he stopped. It seems that he didn't feel the slightest surprise that his attack could not cause any harm. My only advantage is only in observation haki. He is very clear. Due to the strength of constitution and defense, Big Mom has always rarely used observation haki, and there is no need to use observation haki. Therefore, the realm of knowledge and knowledge is not high, at least compared to his foreseeing the future level, much inferior. And since he never thought of defeating Big Mom, that is the only thing that can support him to persevere. Hope to be in the ultimate oppression that Big Mom brings. The only way to get a breakthrough. The only way to avoid Big Mom's attack is by foreseeing the future. How have you exhausted yourself so quickly? The ant sneered and said softly. Apollo. Yes, Mom. Apollo, who looked like a little son, responded quickly. The body expands rapidly. Soon, a huge fireball formed above Big Mom's head. Attack at will. Okay, Mom, hee. Apollo gave a strange laugh. Then the whole body continuously reflected fireballs. Like raindrops, blast towards Katakori overwhelmingly. Seeing this, Katakori didn't dare to be careless. Stretch both hands forward at the same time. A huge glutinous rice wall appeared in front of him. Keep all fireballs out. However, the reason why Big Mom only used Apollo instead of other Hatsumi, how could it be done at will? Now she will no longer become a crazy personality with cravings. As expected, under the wild bombardment of countless fireballs, the mining wall melted rapidly. And the melting speed was beyond Katakori's imagination. As a last resort, I realized that such consumption is not good for me. Katakori withdrew decisively and dodged in another direction. Want to hide? Hey, seeing this, Apollo, who occupies the supremacy of the sky, immediately fired hot fireballs towards Katakori who was running fast. This moment, that series of fireballs seemed to be Katakori's tail, constantly hanging behind him. He couldn't stop for a moment. So troublesome. Katakori glanced at Apollo. Although these fireballs are nothing to him, not too much of a threat, but it can consume his physical strength. And during this process, Mom didn't even sleep. Thus, undoubtedly, it made the unsatisfactory situation even more difficult. His gaze finally fell on the ant, thinking about how to get close quickly. Mochi Blade Bomb. He was in a fast-moving state, and he quickly raised his index finger and thumb, posing in a pistol shape, and saw that the index finger quickly condensed into a glutinous rice ball, and the moment it appeared, it wrapped around armament haki. Next second, bang 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 bang, the glutinous rice balls, which were as small as bullets, shot towards Apollo with lightning speed. Ah, not good. Seeing this, Apollo, who was still smiling, immediately changed his face. Seeing this, Big Mom certainly wouldn't let Katakori clean up Apollo, and shouted softly again. Ailos. Well, mother, look at me. Ailos saw that he was finally going to appear on the stage, with a small hurricane-like figure. 980 quickly flew in front of Apollo. Then the wind blew up. Huff. I saw his figure rapidly expand. Become a tornado with amazing wind. The balls of glutinous rice balls entered the range of the tornado. No one is involved in it. In the end, none of them could get close to Apollo's body. Well done, Ailos. Apollo was not stingy with his praise. Because Dama's new 5 Holtz meters are basically manufactured at the same time. This battle can be regarded as the first battle. Although the eyes are quite eager. It seemed very calm, but without saying a word. With Linley's original strength, how did he defeat this guy? Seeing this, the other 3 Hazmi all seemed eager to try. It seemed to be waiting for her to hold the knife. Melee combat, far combat, air combat, everything is available. It is simply a mobile fort with amazing defense. And, it's really all powerful. Hera, who was in the shape of a small cloud, said eagerly. Onlookers, Beckman looked at the 3 Hazmi who had never made a shot, and couldn't help but sigh. The specific ability can be seen only by the appearance. And the most mysterious Gaia is like a meteorite. Plus the constitution of its own, steel balloon. 5 Hazmi with different abilities. Mom, let's go too. It was really hard for him to imagine how Katakori could defeat such a big Mom. And the hat-shaped Aries even took the initiative to change into the shape of a saber, hovering around Big Mom. 168 Royal Sister Fan. Mysterious Hazmi Gaia, Little Hurricane, Ailo's shot. Not just for defense against Katakori's mochi bullets. I saw the bullets of glutinous rice balls spinning continuously in the tornado. Suddenly, in an instant, at an even more astonishing speed, it shot at Katakori who was still running fast. Not only that, followed by countless sharp wind blades. It seems to be able to forcibly divide the things in front of you into 2. Swish 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 swish. This action is completed, Ailos happily said with a strange smile. Hey, I'll return all your things to you. Don't thank me, Mom said to reciprocate, you have to take my gift too. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Seeing this, Katakuri frowned. The footsteps did not dare to stop at all, but accelerated the speed of walking. Boom boom boom, whether it's the bullets of glutinous rice balls, or the densely packed wind blades. Blast to the ground where Katakuri sprinted. Nothing but massive damage. On the grass behind Katakuri, there are dents and huge, bullet marks, and scratches crisscrossing and circling. Like a piece of white paper, it has been constantly poked by the tip of the pen and cut by the razor. Become a mess. This Hazmi. There is no doubt that if it is said that Apollo is still in Katakuri's expectation. After all, it is similar to the original Prometheus. Then Ailos, this Hazmi, really exceeded his expectations. Whether it's flames or wind blades, they all restrain his waxy fruit ability. But the wind blade is undoubtedly more lethal and more threatening. He tried to jump up and attack in close quarters. Try to deal with the threat posed by Apollo and Ailos. I'm so scared. Stay away from me. Ailos said so, but there was no swell on his face. Because, every time Katakuri tried to get close, he would immediately burst into a gust of wind. On the periphery of him and Apollo, a violent hurricane was set off. If you want to get close, you are lucky not to be involved. How about getting closer? We must find a way to get rid of these two Hazmi. Katakuri thought to himself with a solemn face. Otherwise, just relying on these two Hazmi is enough to consume a lot of his physical strength. I'm afraid it's impossible to get past these two Hazmi and get close to my mother. For a while, he couldn't think of a better way. Unlike Jin, he possesses flight and incredible speed. Otherwise, with Jin's speed, these Hazmi might not be able to react. He who does not have air supremacy. Facing Apollo and Ailos, who can float in the air at the same time, they can only attack from a distance on the ground with the fruit ability. Leap up and get close. In fact, it has been proven not to work. There is no other way back. Quote. At this moment, he couldn't care less about consumption. Glutinous rice spikes. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Press your hands to the ground. In an instant, the ground tens of meters around him seemed to be flat. This is the ability to awaken the waxy fruit. Assimilate the surrounding environment and assimilate it into glutinous rice. Afterwards, like silver needles, tiny glutinous rice needles emerged from the ground, shining with the cold on. Go. Katakuri waved his hand. The torrent formed by sticky rice needles hit Apollo and Ailos from different angles. Sorry, this trick is still useless to me. Seeing this, the latter smiled triumphantly, and once again set off a violent hurricane. Soon, a layer of wind with an astonishing wind speed quickly wrapped Apollo and Ailos layer by layer. Then it was like a sticky rice bullet, also caught in the hurricane. This is the time. Katakuri narrowed his eyes slightly. Chop cut rice cake. While Ailos formed a hurricane and blocked the line of sight, he quickly turned his arm into a ball of glutinous rice and swelled up extremely. Soon, the arm turned into a gigantic mace. Comes with armament hockey coverage. The mace went from white to pitch black. There is no delay. Ha ha ha. He unexpectedly rotated the arm that turned into a mace at high speed. As the rotation speed gets faster and faster, surrounding Katakuri, there was also a gust of wind at the same time. At the same time, the wave formed by the glutinous rice needles is still continuing. A tipping point has finally been reached. The moment when the wave formed by the glutinous rice needles finally stopped. His figure suddenly resembled a cannonball, towards the two Hazmi in the air, at a thunder's speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of the hurricane. Without any hesitation, drive straight into the violent hurricane. Perhaps the power formed by the rotation is too amazing. The resulting speed is unbelievably fast. After entering the hurricane layer, the violent hurricane Lien couldn't get him involved. What's more, he couldn't stop him from getting closer to the two Hazmi. Oops, it's too fast to stop him. After all, Ailos is just a new baby, and this is the first battle. When you find that your means have failed. For a while, I panicked. I froze in place, not knowing what to do. And Apollo is obviously no better than him. Seeing that the giant mace transformed into Katakuri's arm is close at hand. The ant not far away frowned slightly, and finally spoke. Gaia. Yes, Mom. A clear and arrogant voice sounded. It seems that compared to Apollo and Ailos, who are like stunned young men, Gaia is like a royal sister. The group remained silent, watching the rather delicate stones quickly float in front of Tianma. Immediately afterwards, Ant held it in her hand, and then threw it hard. Boom. The terrifying sonic boom sounded instantly. Just how big is her physical strength? I am afraid that the top powerhouses who have fought against her have the most say. I saw that the stone was almost several times the speed of sound, just before Katakuri's mace was about to hit Apollo and Ailos. Be there in time, and it turned into a huge stone palm. Boom. The mace collided fiercely with the stone palm transformed by Gaia. Clatter clatter. Where the two collide, numerous gravels fell from it. But Gaia never took half a step back. On the contrary, it was the huge palm that suddenly grasped the mace in the palm of his hand. Then he threw it hard towards the ground. Like Ant throwing stones. Boom. Katakuri was like a cannonball again. Was severely smashed into the ground. Kacha kacha. All of a sudden, gravel flew everywhere, dust overflowed, and thick smoke billowed. The sound of cracking the ground can only be heard from it. After completing this action, Gaia raised her eyes and snorted softly. It seems that he is not happy with the record he has caused. It floated lightly back to the ant's body. If you look at it from the outside, regardless of temperament or behavior, Gaia is very different from the remaining 4 Hosmi. Maybe Gaia was the last one created to deal with Linley. The real ability is not just as simple as just now. Katakuri. The onlookers Baro and Cracker all exclaimed loudly when they saw this. Even Beckman and others had worried expressions on their faces. It is really the difference in combat power between the two sides. Too much disparity. Grandma hasn't done it yet. With just 3 Hotsumi, Katakuri is in such a mess. Is this the power of the soul fruit? Only, why is the ant in front of me different from what Linley and even Kaido described? Katakuri's disadvantage is too great. Jin also frowned. He couldn't help thinking about how he would deal with it if it was him. And soon, there will be an answer. Speed is a must. Perhaps, the flames of the Lunaria family may have a miraculous effect on these Hosmi. A long time, where Katakuri was, the smoke cleared. Gradually reveal its true face. I saw Katakuri crawling out of a humanoid pit in a rather embarrassing manner. Body, because it is the sake of glutinous rice people. Although there was no harm. But the seriousness on his face was undoubtedly a bit thicker. At this time, Ant's emotionless voice followed. Katakuri, if you only have this kind of strength, just give up. Won't mommy didn't take your life and take 20 years of your life as punishment? From now on, as long as you are obedient, you will still be the most trusted child of mother. Obviously, she never intended to take Katakuri's life from the beginning. But the proper punishment is still necessary. After regaining control of the nations, facing the mentality that most of the children tend to Katakuri, she also had to act. Establish a country where all races and things in the world, regardless of high or low, live together. The dream of making all races in the world a family. Even now, it still exists. It's just that, besides this, there are other bigger ambitions. I haven't lost yet. Facing mother's exhortation, Katakuri blurted out the refusal without hesitation. Yeah, after hearing this, the ant's face immediately became gloomy. She never liked people who disobeyed her. Even her baby towel. On the other side, Linley also received a call from the Red Earl. And the first time, rushed towards Wangguo at an astonishing speed. And Kaido got the news that Akoku, Silver Axe, and John actually appeared in Wangguo. He also ordered his subordinates to change direction without hesitation. And he himself turned into a giant dragon, followed Linley, and flew towards the 10,000 kingdoms. 169. The plan of the former Rocks group of 4. And in the depths of Cake Island, the Red Earl has a ghostly figure. Seems to be looking for something. At this moment, his observation haki has almost reached ultimate. In the field of knowledge and color, he not only dominates in depth. Even the breadth has made some achievements. Exodo. Once the color of knowledge is fully deployed, it can cover almost 1/3 of the Cake Island. Soon, he was in a bunker. Perceived abnormality. Those 3 breaths are very familiar. It seems that the person who joined forces with Charlotte Linley is in there. Across the sea for so many years. With just one look from Beckman, he understood what the other party meant. No matter how strong Charlotte Linley is, she is under house arrest, if there is no help from outsiders. It is almost impossible to regain freedom. After all, no one knew her better than her own children. And the person who joined forces with her, the Red Earl could almost guess it. After reaching this judgment, his figure flickered. Quickly walked towards the bunker. The bunker. It's like a huge underground palace prison. There is only one entrance. Entering the entrance, there is a hall. At this time, the 3 voices were chatting comfortably in the hall, bored. Linley, the 507 guy, to let us guard here, isn't he too talented and undervalued? Silver Axe stared at the snacks at the dining table with a displeased expression, and began to feast on them. Although compared to snacks, he is more interested in meat. But now, in extraordinary times, talk is better than nothing. This is also impossible, Akoku said disapprovingly. The only ones she really trusts now are our former partners. Speaking of which, it's really sad. John nodded in agreement. His tone was undoubtedly full of emotion. The word, trust, it can appear anywhere, but it cannot appear in the Rocks pirates. Therefore, this kind of thing does not exist in them at all. But now because of the betrayal of his own children. As a result, Ant could only choose to believe in her ex-partner who came to rescue her. This has to be said, is a kind of irony. Akoku pointed to the new world map in the middle of the dining table and said enthusiastically. Presumably, Linley and Kaido are heading to Whitebeard's place right now. I just didn't expect that people like Bullet and the Red Earl would suddenly enter Wandao. Yes, John nodded and said, let us be a little bit caught off guard. Otherwise, according to the original plan, after Wangguo is ready, our 3 parties plus Linley's fleet can go straight to Wanglong, go to Wanokuni and catch them by surprise. In fact, if Beckman and others did not happen to choose to go back to the Sea of Nations to stay for a while. Instead, it continues to sweep the islands along the way. Maybe they will really succeed. Once the home was stolen, even if you can get it back in the end, the consequences are unimaginable. After all, if the current Big Mom goes to Wanokuni, in the absence of Linley and Kaido, who can stop it? That kind of scene is simply an introduction. If you can control some hostages, for example, Yamato and other 3 little ones, I'm afraid when the time comes, Linley and Kaido will be passive. Certainly, I'm afraid no one would have thought that Yin's mother would get out of trouble. Since something has changed, we can only change the original plan. Akinu continued, now Linley, even I can't guess her real strength. As long as we keep these people safe and don't leak half of the news. She certainly has the chance to win. After all, her identity has a natural advantage. Although it is somewhat ridiculous to threaten other children with your own children, but this time, it happened to disintegrate the two-group alliance from within. As long as Linley still has the final say on Wangguo, the so-called two-regiment alliance will cease to exist. Soon, the so-called double alliance will become a joke on the sea. After all, a good alliance has lofty goals for each other and has been put into practice. CDBG results are just beginning to be practical. One side of the alliance is about to withdraw. How big of a blow would this be to an alliance composed of only two forces? One more, not to mention the bad reputation. After the BIGMOM pirates quit. And what should the Beast's pirates do with themselves? Continue to sweep the new world. So what should the BIGMOM pirates do? Come to attack. The Ant has many hostages in her hands. Can Beast's pirates really hit their former partners? Thus, even the Beast's pirates can still sweep the entire new world. The 10,000 nations sea area will also be the last piece of pure land. Your conspiracy will not succeed. Bu Lei, who was being held in the cell, could barely hear the conversation of the three because the cell was the closest. Said sarcastically without fear, hey, it's not up to you, young man. Akinu still had that unconcerned look. Speaking of which, you children are really unfilial. You actually imprisoned your mother for an outsider. This kind of thing is too much. Hearing this, the shame in Bree's eyes flashed away. When I think of Perot and Smoothie's lives hanging by a thread. And the one who did it was their mother. Thanks to Linley's shot, the fratricide was prevented. Thinking of this, his eyes began to become firm. Actually, after my mother lost her memory, she was really gentle and kind. It would be great if my mother was always in that state. That period of time, I'm afraid it was the happiest time for their children. Such a gentle and kind mother. It really made them feel what maternal love is. Gentle, kind. When Akinu and others heard this, they all looked at each other in blank dismay. Could these two words have something to do with the Linley they knew? Are you kidding me? Your Katakuri big brother has returned. As long as you are in Linley's hands, he can only compromise. However, even if you are released, it doesn't really matter. After all, apart from the sea stone, you are also possessed by the Hosmi created by her. Now it's just for the sake of safety. We might as well wait for Katakuri's compromise. Ha 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 ha, boom. At this time, the gate at the entrance of the bunker was kicked open from the outside. I saw the figure of the Red Earl appearing gracefully and slowly. It really is you, Akinu, Silver Axe, and John. It's really been a long time. The Red Earl, the moment they found him appearing, the expressions of the three of Akinu changed drastically and they jumped up suddenly. 170 Conqueror's element kill. The screen returns to Katakuri. Once again, I rejected my mother's good intentions. He is determined not to admit defeat. Ignored Ant's gloomy face, but the brain is running fast. Trying to figure out what to do about these holes me. Just now, I used the Fruit Awakening ability. Let him finally pose a threat to Apollo and Ailos. But because of Gaia's obstruction, not to mention a lot of physical strength wasted, but in the end it was a failure. He knows these Hosmi well. Except that hat turns into a saber. Everything else is elements. Since it is an element, naturally there is no such thing as physical strength. Then consumption. He undoubtedly does not occupy any advantage. We must find a way to get close to Mother. It was his only thought at the moment. Otherwise, it's just under the consumption of these Hosmi. Even if you can't get close, you will lose. Then his so-called mustering up the courage to face his mother has become a complete joke. What about surpassing? How to realize the agreement with Linley? This is the situation now. Not what he expected to see. While he was thinking, Apollo and Ailos seemed to feel that just now, they need Gaia's rescue to avoid disaster. Feel ashamed. His expression quickly became ferocious. It seems to be somewhat similar to the expression of the ant. Boom 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 boom. Countless fireballs and wind blades continuously attacked Katakuri. For a while, he could only dodge in embarrassment. And the ant is not just watching the show. Unknowingly, his eyes swept over Beckman, Jin, Bullet and others one by one. That Redfield guy is gone. She didn't just find out now, but found out from the beginning. But he didn't care. After all, when the ships of Katakuri and others entered the waters of all nations, she has already received the news in advance and is ready. Therefore, seeing the Red Earl leave, she remained indifferent. It's not that she doesn't know how powerful the Red Earl is. It is possible to find the place where the children who betrayed her are held. But so what? She is just doing her tricks. Just distract this opponent of the same level. Certainly, now she will not be afraid of this opponent who was once quite afraid at all. Since recovering memory, since solving a major hidden danger of the body, she looks back. Only then did I finally realize that there are many places in myself, and there are indeed great deficiencies which I neglected to prevent and did not pay attention to. This caused me to suffer a big loss in the hands of a mere young man. Although it is a blessing in disguise, let her eliminate the hidden dangers of her personality and also firmly control this body. The spiritual will has also become stronger by 2 layers. And as they get older, the evil personality is more affected by the crazy personality. Become more and more focused on desserts. And less brainstorming. The mind also became more and more dizzy. But when she was young, it wasn't like that. When she was in the Rocks Pirates, her mind was undoubtedly extremely sensitive and extremely intelligent. Now she can be said to have returned to that state. Now that the problem is found. After suffering a big loss, how could he not take precautions? Ilos and Gaia are one of her important changes. In other words, there are no volcanoes or glaciers in the Sea of Nations. Otherwise, magma or ice-type Hogsme are also important means for her to enhance her combat power in the future. I didn't need it before, or I didn't think about the more applications of the soul fruit in the Logia field. It's just that I haven't encountered an opponent like Linley. Only with the Steel Balloon, Constitution. Add Napoleon, Zeus, Prometheus. It is enough to deal with all enemies. The problem is now realized. There is bound to be a change. These 3 guys are pretty good. But if you want a quick fix. Big Mom's eyes finally hovered over Beckman, Jin and Bullet. To divert away the purpose of the Red Earl. Naturally, it is to break for points. Could it be that she really thought that she would only threaten Katakuri through her own children, so that these beasts pirates would voluntarily retreat? Stop it, she is not such a person. The real purpose, from beginning to end, is to defeat these beasts pirates by force. Declared to the sea, the world's strongest female pirate is back. Among the 3, just by their aura, it was enough to tell that Bullet was the strongest. The kid on Roger's ship. There has been a lot of commotion over the years. And that black armored brat. Kaido's right-hand man. As for the one with the cigarette in his mouth, I heard that he is very valued by that little BD. Although her face was gloomy, the ant calmly analyzed the strength of the 3 of Beckman in her heart. Asking for flowers. Finally, it is concluded that, as long as Akoku and the others can hold Redfield, these 3 guys, with Ilos and Gaia, shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Ares and was about to speak. Next second, an extremely strong momentum emanated from Katakuri, swept away towards all around. And his whole body also exudes dark red lightning, accurately aimed at Apollo and Ilos. Conqueror's winding. Ant was taken aback, but he quickly reacted and said in doubt. Wrong. This is not Conqueror's winding. At the same time, onlookers such as Beckman watched this scene. I also had the same question as my aunt. Time back to a few minutes ago. When Katakuri fled in embarrassment. He was thinking about how to deal with it. Suddenly, I thought of the scene when I exchanged experience with Linley and others in Kaido. There is a scene in it. Mentioned that Conquerors is above winding. Is there a more exquisite and esoteric technique? Linley at the time came up with 2 ideas. Because of one of them, it is closely related to him. Exodo. Katakuri is like enlightenment, Mingjin. That's why Linley specially reminded him at the beginning that he must be careful once he meets an opponent who masters knowledge killing. He was extremely impressed, thereby greatly reducing the threat of Logia ability users. Is there any way to get rid of these Hotsme quickly? The principle is that you can control your breath. This is the method proposed by Linley to deal with the Conqueror's application of Logia Demon Fruit power. He finally thought of, make it impossible for opponents to use observation haki for foreseeing the future, or other detections. In the final analysis, the killing of knowledge is the use of Conqueror's haki at a higher level, thereby suppressing the ability of observation haki. The first one is to kill by knowledge. The second one is element killing, via the Conqueror's shock and awe ability. That is, Conqueror's element killer. Straight to the soul, thinking of Linley's 2 ideas, that even he himself has never grasped. Forcibly force the Logia ability user to exit the elemental state. Because of his knowledge, he has just reached the level of foreseeing the future. 171 Return. Demon God element kill. Figured out a way. Doesn't mean it can be done. How easy is it to do it? Whether it is knowledge killing or element killing, they all exist only in Linley's imagination. Even Linley himself may not have mastered it. And let alone him, Katakuri. After all, he hasn't even mastered Conqueror's entanglement yet. Just want to skip the tyranny and master 2 more esoteric skills that exist in theory. Of course, strictly speaking, these skills are not necessarily superior or inferior, only the direction is different. For example, the foreseeing the future, and seeing through people's hearts, of the color of knowledge and knowledge. Conqueror's winding, directly utilized in combat. Enhanced attack, and the latter 2 are just auxiliary. In this sea, the reason why it is rare, or seldom heard. I'm afraid this is the root cause. But no matter, elemental killing is the only way for 923, Katakuri to break the situation. So, in avoidance, he started to try, unleash the Conqueror's haki precisely on Apollo and Ilos, trying to pass constant tests, so as to comprehend element killing. Before the Conqueror's winding, Conqueror still has a few stages to go, passive release, and precise control. In these 2 aspects, he obviously has a deeper understanding than Jin, who has just awakened Conquerors. Therefore, the purpose can be easily achieved. Zila, I saw dark red lightning, released from his body. With lightning speed, precision fell on Apollo and Ilos. That moment, Apollo and Ilos stagnated suddenly. It seems to be affected by something. Even the frequency of attacks has been greatly reduced. It's so uncomfortable. What's going on here? Apollo and Ailos, who played for the first time, were obviously inexperienced. I don't understand why suddenly, as if there is a mountain pressing on me. There is quite a feeling of, difficult to move forward. At this time, Big Mom was staring at Beckman and others, analyzing the strength of several people. In addition, Katakori's precise delivery was only aimed at these two Hotsme, so the ant didn't even notice it at the first time. In other words, even if you notice it, it doesn't matter. Knowing Katakori, she thought it was just a dying struggle. Effective. Seeing this, Katakori couldn't help feeling relieved. Just a precise delivery of Conquerors. It had a certain effect on these homies. This undoubtedly gave him hope. Certainly, he won't take it for granted that this is element killing. And once Mom also casts Conqueror's offset, it will lose its effect immediately. When it comes to Conqueror's haki, no matter in quality or quantity, he is far inferior to his mother. This point, he knows it well. During the time on Ghost Island, he mainly practiced in the direction of cultivation. Under Linley's suggestion, the main attack is the internal destruction of the armed color, and the two aspects of Conqueror's winding. Both of them have made great progress through the training of everyone in their own comprehension. Especially the latter, Conqueror's entanglement. I am afraid that the distance is completely mastered, and it is only a step away. Therefore, the so-called Conqueror's precision delivery. In fact, it combines some skills of Conqueror's entanglement, and through a long-range method, it is accurately projected on Apollo and Ailos. Although it works, it's not enough. Think here. He speeded up the frequency of Conqueror's launch, trying to find the key to comprehend element killing from it. Linley once said that the key to mastering elemental killing skills is completely different from knowledge killing. The latter conceals one's own aura, and at the same time shakes the enemy's heart through coercion. In this way, the mind is confused, and the enemy's breath cannot be felt. Observation haki means nothing. This requires super mastery, and the former is more about the application of coercion. Through the coercion that turns into reality, shake the mind, and force the Logia ability user to forcibly exit the state of elementalization. Maybe, he suddenly realized, Linley wasn't out of control. No need at all, relying on your own strength. It doesn't matter how knowledgeable you are, or how heaven-defying the Logia ability user is. Just hit it hard. Why bother with so many bells and whistles? And come up with these two techniques. I'm afraid it's just for these partners to increase their strength. Besides, he was more aware. These homies will become the most special in comparison. It's just that she was given Big Mom's own soul. Basically, it is equivalent to a small Logia ability user. But no matter how strong Big Mom's own soul is, these homies have one fatal flaw. That is, as a combat tool, it does not have Conquerors, or spirit, at all. In this way, in terms of Conqueror's defense, it can be said that there is no resistance. Certainly, if Big Mom intervenes in the battle. So unless Conquerors is stronger than Big Mom, it is impossible to use this method to affect homies. But now, Ant is wandering in the sky. This creates the best groping environment for Katakori. After all, to comprehend element killing, one must not have a practice object. And the object of practice must be a person with Logia ability. Otherwise, what is the element killing? If there is a practice object, it will naturally be easier to comprehend, isn't it? Therefore, in the process of long-distance delivery by constantly using the tyrant technique, Katakori seems to have gradually gained a deeper understanding of the essence of homies and the medium of elements. Thoughts in the head, although complicated, at this moment, everything about element killing is listed together in an orderly manner. It's like scientists are constantly listing scientific research data, can comprehend the foreseeing the future that only a very few strong people can comprehend in this sea. His talent can definitely be called extraordinary. Exodo. In this rapt attention, urgent desire to break the game. Wrong. Next to Linley's ear, there was a system prompt. Between life and death, break through the limit. Not far away, the ant's exclamation came, and her face was full of puzzlement at the same time. Suddenly, and the other side, a strong Conqueror's haki swept out uncontrollably from his body. But this time, contract target Katakori, comprehend Conqueror's haki element kill 32 times return. Conqueror's haki demon god element kill. That is to say, the cute little sun and the little hurricane. Me, how did we change back? The two homies only felt a violent tremor in their hearts. Conqueror's winding, it landed on Apollo and Ailos precisely again. The only thing controlled is the endless dark red lightning, so that I can stand in front of my mother in person and confront her head on. Completely get rid of the fear of mother and the state of not being invincible. Uncontrollably change back to the original form. 172 When the ant fills up the speed attribute. Element kill. Linley, who was rushing to the waters of all nations, couldn't help but be taken aback. Katakori, you can do it. Actually comprehended the Conqueror's technique in the original book that only redheads can comprehend. It's just, who will his opponent be? Prometheus, or Zeus? But these two guys, weren't they killed in the aftermath of the heavy blow to Andy? Where did the elements come from? He realized that something unusual must have happened. It's not at the soul level, is it? He is familiar with the original work, of course he also knows about the multiple personalities of the ant. But not in person. In any case, it is impossible to guess the changes that have taken place in Big Mom. They should be enough for Big Mom. Don't look at him calling Big Mom, shame on the four emperors. In fact, in his opinion, if the fruit ability is not discussed, Big Mom's talent can be said to be the best among the old four emperors. Known as natural destroyers, he is even called the evil god by the Titans. At the age of 5, with no combat experience, he killed the Titan hero Jorl with his bare hands only by instinct. You know, this guy 23 is one of the captains of the original soldier pirates. And the country of Titan has always been recognized as the most powerful country in the world. It is conceivable that the one who can become the captain is by no means a weak person. One more, Titan country Al Buff, but in New World. A pirate who can cross the New World, and is also the captain of the legendary giant pirates. One can imagine how strong a 5-year-old ant has achieved with just her talent. Without any exaggeration, if you give Roger this talent and constitution, why wait for Wong Luffy 20 years later? I'm afraid he just pressed Marine and hammered it on the ground. If you give Whitebeard this kind of constitution, some at war, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a random killing. But the ant is more reliable and more diligent. The strongest in the world, where can I get Whitebeard? The strongest creature, where can I get Kaido? Kaido's ghost clan, although it is also very strong. But compared to the ant, it is undoubtedly much inferior. However, with the Red Earl here, the ant probably won't be able to make waves, right? This time, it's time to completely eliminate the threat posed by Big Mom. The other side, while Ant, and even Beckman and others were puzzled, Apollo and Ailos, who blocked him, returned to normal. No longer in combat state, Katakuri didn't hesitate at all, immediately rushed towards the ant. This moment, there is no better opportunity than now. Otherwise, wait for the ant to react. Maybe he will fall into the situation of being played by a few homies again. And facing the ant directly is exactly the first goal he wanted to achieve this time. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. However, Big Mom is Big Mom after all, the strongest female powerhouse in the world. The brief stupefaction only lasted for a moment. Seeing Katakuri attacking him, on the contrary, there was an emotionless sneer on her face. Mama, don't you really understand? Just using homies to deal with you is not underestimating you. 2. I don't want to kill Katakuri with my own hands. Let him witness the death of his companions with his own eyes. So utter despair, for her, no matter how talented a child is, if he is not obedient. That would be useless. Only obedient is her good child, even if this child has his wings broken. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Katakuri listened to his mother's disdain, and it pierced his heart like a knife. But he didn't speak, still looking firmly at the ant. Chop cut rice cake. In the process of rushing towards Big Mom at extreme speed, his arm quickly turned into a ball of glutinous rice and swelled extremely. Soon, the arm turned into a gigantic mace. Comes with armament hockey coverage. The mace went from white to pitch black. This can be said to be his strongest single body move so far. In the original book, with one blow, Luffy in the form of a snake man in the 4th gear was driven into the abyss and lost consciousness. Now, his strength has been awakened since, foreseeing the future, and the awakening of the fruit one after another. Plus the practice on Ghost Island. It can be said that it is not inferior to the original 20 years later. That means, if he can't achieve a greater breakthrough, this will be the end of his life. Perhaps it is precisely this awareness. He will be unwavering and determined to get out of the shadow that his mother has always brought. Only in this way can we set foot on higher achievements. Completed Linley's peak date. However, facing his menacing blow, the ant just smiled and waved her hand casually. Boom. The moment when the mace collided with the fist, the former had no power to resist, and was quickly repulsed back towards the original path like a cannonball. Really, is this the strength of mother? It's so hopeless. Katakuri, who flew upside down, couldn't help but have a wry smile on his face. Just a casual blow, he easily resolved his strongest move and knocked him into the air. If it weren't for his special fruit ability, he would have become a glutinous rice man. Not afraid of physical attacks to a certain extent, I'm afraid that this casual blow from his mother will cause him a serious injury. This, Big Mom still didn't cast armament hockey, but simply by relying on its own strength. Otherwise, the consequences may be unimaginable. Boom. Again, Katakuri was smashed into the ground again. Smashed a human-shaped pit. There is no need to mention dust and gravel. But seeing Kata 923 Curry, he quickly stood up again and continued to rush towards Dama. I will never just admit defeat like this. That's really audacious. Ant snorted coldly. Maybe after all, he didn't want to waste time on Katakuri. It is even more uncertain how long the three of Akoku can hold the Red Earl. Gaia on the side opened his mouth and said, Gaia, Katakuri, I'll leave it to you. Hera, Apollo, assist Gaia. Changeling, in an instant. After all, he can return to the fighting state again. Although Apollo and Ailos were forced out of the fighting state by Katakuri. Yes, Mom, they never expected it, and Ailos, uncharacteristically, not only did the hurricane not turn into a fighting state, therefore, I saw Ares, unexpectedly turned into a saber, and fell into the hand of the ant. Saying this, he said to Ares and Ailos, but if it can't last, now the speed attribute is, full. Fall on Big Mom's back. Instead, it turned into a pair of wind wings unexpectedly. With the flickering of the wings, Big Mom moved towards Beckman, explosion special at an astonishing speed. According to Linley and Kaido, She is extremely bad at speed and can even be called a bulky ant. So fast. Beckman and the others were obviously taken aback by the ant's actions for a moment. 173 Pentagon Warrior. A behemoth with amazing speed. What will it look like when the Big Mom fills up the speed value? This moment, Beckman, Jin, and Bullet, is the best answer. I saw the ant under the blessing of the wind attack the three of them at an astonishing speed. The saber in his hand was twined with dark red lightning. With a wave, it was a giant shock wave with a huge knife, blasting towards the three of them. Seeing this, the three of them evaded in different directions almost at the same time. Boom. The next moment, I saw that the place where the three of them were originally was blown out of a huge gully. For a time, gravel splashed and dust overflowed. As for Shiliu and others, without saying hello, they fled in embarrassment into the distance. Shiliu and others in this period obviously do not have the qualifications to fight Big Mom. This is too exaggerated. Beckman looked at the huge monster flying in midair, which had such an astonishing speed. I just feel like I've been cheated. Are you kidding me? Also called bulky. This is also called not good at speed. Certainly, he knew very well that Linley's description was basically not false. Well, the only thing that can be explained. Only Big Mom must have had a huge change after she was defeated by Linley. Otherwise, her strength, or the ability she exhibited, would not be so different from what Linley and Kaido described. Is it because of the wind element? What does wind attribute mean in this world? Cut, sharp, no, speed. Among the three, only Jin is the best at speed. So compared to Berkshire and Bullet, Jin's evasion is obviously much easier and more comfortable. But his face was also full of dignity. This guy is planning to attack us directly. Andy's actions undoubtedly exceeded his expectations. I thought that most of the aunts would threaten their children, force Katakuri to compromise, so that they withdraw from the nations. But never thought about it. People don't mean that at all. Instead, they intend to directly use their strength to butcher them. Interesting, interesting. As for Bullet's thoughts at the moment, it was much simpler. Those messy guesses and ideas won't stay in his mind. This moment, there is only excitement in his eyes. Can't beat Linley. Isn't it enough to beat Linley's underlings? Although Big Mom's strength seems, it's beyond his imagination. As soon as the idea came to his mind, Bullet couldn't wait to rush to Big Mom. During this process, the strongest, devil form, state was immediately activated. I saw that Bullet's whole body was quickly covered with a layer of black, like obsidian, full of evil aura. After turning on the strongest form, his speed has undoubtedly been greatly increased. Right now, he's on par with Rayleigh. Naturally, he is the strongest among the three. Then take the position of the main attack, that is, do my part. Imp on Roger's boat, I know you, mama. Seeing Bullet attacking him with excitement on his face, the ant also laughed. Immediately afterwards, it seemed that they did not want to win with weapons. Facing Bullet's fist, he also quickly entangled the armed color and conquerors at the fist. Boom. The fists of the two collided fiercely in the air. Bullet has the blessing of momentum, coupled with preemptive strikes. But the ant temporarily abandoned the knife and used the fist. Logically speaking, she should be the one who was relatively disadvantaged. ZO, competing in hand-to-hand combat, who was Ant afraid of? There were only two fists in a stalemate for only a second. Bullet is like a strong man, being knocked out by a stronger opponent. It is true that he is good at hand-to-hand combat. But Big Mom is better than him. And he has also mastered the armed color internal destruction and Conqueror's entanglement that he has not yet fully grasped, although he has already grasped it. It can be said that in the field of hand-to-hand combat, the difference between Big Mom and Bullet, like the difference between Linley and Hawkeye, most importantly, Dama is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of her life at this time. On the other hand, Bullet still has a lot of room for growth. Boom. Bullet's huge body, it was smashed into the ground heavily, creating a huge pit. Young man, you are too young. The ant just wanted to continue to sneer. Suddenly, a sense of crisis hit. Although slight, it was captured by her keenly. I turned my head and looked. It turned out that at some point, more than a dozen bullets wrapped in the color of the weapon were already close at hand. When she reacts, it's too late to escape. But dodge, she doesn't want to hide at all. Bang 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 bang. Next second, more than 10 bullets hit without exception. And all of them had violent explosions. In front of her, steel balloon, constitution. Obviously, the principle of, smoke does not hurt, can be followed. The damage done to her is nothing but scraping. Really, this guy's defense is really amazing. Beckman thought to himself with egg pain all over his face. For someone like him who is good at firearms, Big Mom's defense is simply heaven's grace. Can't move at all, unless his armed color can go one step further, beyond the internal destruction, and reach a higher realm. Mama. After resisting more than 10 bullets from Beckman, Yinma just laughed. Not a word, however, the expression on his face is enough to explain everything. Are you tickling me? How clever is Beckman? How can he not see what she means? Undoubtedly more depressed in my heart. At this time, the ant suddenly felt a sense of crisis coming from her back. Just when she turned her head, a huge fire dragon, burning with scorching flames, rushed towards her. It turned out that Jin took advantage of Big Mom's unpreparedness and went around her back at an extremely fast speed. However, Wei country, with a wave, another huge shock wave of sword energy. Next second, then forcefully split that huge fire dragon, into two. For a short time, Beckman, Jin, and Bullet launched their own attacks one after another. Without exception, Ant Quan is not a threat. Big Mom now, I am afraid that apart from knowledge, most of them have no defects. Even if it is knowledgeable, although it has not reached the realm of foreseeing the future. But advanced, that's still there. Thus, though not as good as Kaido's future hopeless Hex Warrior, but compared to the current Kaido, only stronger but not weaker. Next, have a better understanding of the strength of the three. Andy launched a stormy attack on the three of them. For a while, the three of them could only keep avoiding their sharp edge. Compared to Jin's good speed, even with the blessing of Ilo's. Maybe Big Mom can match shoulder to shoulder in straight line speed. But the flexibility is much inferior. Only, she didn't bother to pay attention to Jin at all, but did not suffer any harm. The quantity of upper arm colors is astonishing. Rub on the ground, seeing that the ant is like a god descending to earth. Beckman, Jin, and Bullet are among the strongest dragons in the two-team alliance. And Bullet has rough skin and rough flesh. One operation is as fierce as a tiger, and one look at the blood volume. Facing homies led by Gaia, and supported by Apollo and Hera. Stand still, Mom, when did you become so strong? I just feel puzzled on my face. Definitely the hardest. Instead Beckman, this is the situation that Jin faces Big Mom, and not far away is Katakuri. Clearly comprehending element killing, but still occupying a little bit of a disadvantage. Jin's attack was nothing more than scraping to her. This, even if the ant pressed the hammer. 174 Anxious. The means to deal with the sinking of the night. Among the five homies, Gaia is undoubtedly the most special existence. First, his element is earth. Earth is different from intangible things like fire, thunder, and wind. Soil itself has substance. Once in contact with the ground, you can get a steady stream of power of the earth. This is why he is called Gaia. Therefore, even if it is suppressed by element killing, still won't be forced out of combat. I saw Gaia actively drifting towards Katakuri. Instantly transforms into a feminine rock titan. Apollo and Hera didn't even turn into a fighting form, but merged into his arms from left to right. Then, standing in front of Katakuri, it is a female rock titan with flames burning in one hand and lightning flashing in the other. This, Gaia's image like a goddess of war undoubtedly shocked Katakuri. He can still understand the wind element represented by Ilo's. Then Gaia, a completely different homies, really exceeded expectations. Taking advantage of Katakuri's stunned effort. As a tool, Gaia will not have any psychological burden. It is considered immoral to sneak attack, because he is far away from Katakuri. Not too far, so even if her speed is not fast. But it also appeared in front of Katakuri in a very short time. Punch out, accompanied by the blowing of the fist, there's also the hot and violent flame. The combination of 360 and 360 has a sense of sight of magma. But, how could Katakuri be afraid of this mere homies, even if this fist is attached to the flame that restrains his fruit ability? But Armament Haki, obviously can solve this so-called restraint very well. Therefore, Katakuri also returned a fist covered in black. Boom. Between two punches colliding, Katakuri felt a huge force coming towards his fist. It actually gave him a sense of déjà vu in front of his mother's strange power. Although compared with my mother, it is very different, but undoubtedly greater than his strength. After only colliding for a few seconds, they couldn't bear the huge force any longer and were knocked back 2 steps. Don't look at just 2 steps. His opponent is just homies. How come? Looking at Katakuri with an incredulous look on his face. Quote. Gaia smiled coldly, although her tone was arrogant, she seemed quite complacent. But mother spent 1/10 of her soul to be created. It's completely different from them. In addition to the battle form of transforming into a rock titan, she can also resemble Ilo's. Transform into another form, and that kind of form is to deal with Linley's trick. Chop cut rice cake. CDDA. Unbelievable is unbelievable. Katakuri quickly came back to his senses. Unleash your strongest single move again. I saw his arm turned into a giant mace again, quickly covering the armed color. Blast towards Gaia quickly. The next moment, Katakuri was at a speed that Gaia couldn't react at all. It hit him hard. Kacha. Boom. I saw that Gaia's whole body was quickly covered with cracks. It seems that as long as you touch it lightly, it will break into a pile of gravel. However, even after suffering such a heavy blow, he never took half a step back. Instead, it was the ground under his feet, the moment Katakuri hit Gaia. Then it shook. It's useless. Gaia's haughty voice came. I and this land are connected as one. Unless you have the power to destroy this island. Otherwise, I am invincible. When he spoke, the shattered cracks on his body quickly began to repair. Soon it will be as good as ever. Yeah, and if so, thanks to Gaia's reminder, Katakuri immediately used the Fruit Awakening ability. Transform tens of meters of Fang Yuan under your feet into the nature of glutinous rice. At the same time, dozens of glutinous rice sticks rose from the ground. And all wrapped around Armament Haki. The rock titan that Gaia turned into was pulled out directly. And if so, without contact with the earth, can you still be invincible? Hee. Gaia just sneered and kept silent. Judging from that expression, it seems to be saying, I just watched your performance quietly. And Katakuri, after thinking about it, seemed to understand why Gaia was so confident. He can indeed cast the fruit ability transform the ground into glutinous rice SX. But only temporarily, not permanently like Logia. But you must know that using the fruit ability is extremely exhausting. One more, the glutinous rice strips that bind Gaia now cover armament Haki. Once the armed color is removed, Gaia can use the power of Apollo's flame to melt all the glutinous rice immediately. Elemental kill. First of all, it is clear that Gaia can only be suppressed. And Apollo and Hera are not in a fighting state now. Instead, it is integrated into the body of Gaia. In this way, don't look at him temporarily, subduing Gaia now. As time goes by, he will only suffer. Unless, Gaia can be wiped out in an instant. But there's no doubt about it. Now he has not mastered the Conqueror's entanglement, and his attack power is not enough to destroy the strongest homies made by Big Mom with 1/10 of his soul, and even Gaia who was integrated with the indigo of Cake Island. And a little farther away from Katakuri and Gaia, with 1 against 3 aunts, she showed amazing suppression. Although it is impossible to quickly solve the 3 of Beckman, Jin and Bullet. But there is no doubt that the strong has the upper hand. Beckman, because of being defeated by TNK, is suffering beyond words. Can only dodge in embarrassment. Fortunately, Big Mom's speed is not as fast as Kizaru's. Therefore, even though he was embarrassed, he couldn't think of an effective countermeasure for a while. But it didn't hurt much. Jin is similar to Beckman. In the process of dealing with it, the injury is scraping. But at least don't worry about your own safety. Big Mom wanted to hit him, when he wanted to hide. But not so easy to hit. Only Bullet with a strong head, with the most excited expression, beat the most vicious. But who is so talented? After suffering so many beatings, he only suffered some minor injuries. But it's all based on one premise. Big Mom has always relied on him for punching and not using Ares. 2. Seeing that the 3 of them could not be taken down for a long time, the ant was obviously a little impatient, and the anger on her face disappeared in a flash. Seeing that Bullet is like Xiaoqiang from Immune to Death, pounced on her again, holding a saber as a knife. Boom. The huge shock wave directly hit the unsuspecting Bullet. Puff. In the next second, blood flowed out from his mouth. While being blasted out, at this moment, Bullet is obviously a little confused. Face full of question marks. You promised to punch, but you can't play with a knife. Cake Island clashes 3 places. The battle almost unanimously fell into anxiety. Not beyond my mother's expectations. Really. So next, with the defensive Bullet, he was not so hard-headed. But it's not enough to quickly win these 3. Not everyone, it's Linley. Tat. Most of the day passed. But no matter what, it is also the Blackbeard strength that Shengwo is not proficient enough in the original book. On the other side, the Red Earl, Akoku, Silver Axe, and John also fought. Even if the Red Earl is a top powerhouse, although the strength of the 3 of them cannot reach the top ranks. But it still does not damage its own combat effectiveness. There is a figure flying towards Cake Island at an astonishing speed. Resisting this blow hard, although suffered a lot of trauma. Then, and in the air, 175 equipment bar and pet bar. The Knight of all nations. Starry. A green light flashed through the air and fell like a meteor. After half a day of flying at full speed, Linley finally arrived at the Sea of Nations. Because of New World, if it is tiled, it will appear as a long and thin rectangle. Width is not wide, but the length is very long. And Linley and Kaido happened to be almost sailing in the sea area on the other side, which is basically at the same width as the sea area of the world. Therefore, the straight line distance is not too far. Only in this way can they arrive from the sea, which is still some distance away from the island, in just half a day. This time, he had clearly made up his mind. We must completely eliminate the threat posed by Big Mom. Only, how to solve it has become a difficult problem. It kind of gave him a headache. In fact, after he defeated Big Mom back then, although he also lost his combat power. But it's obviously faster than Ant to recover. If you have the determination to kill, you can definitely kill Big Mom before she recovers. The reason for not doing that? The reason is simple. Anyway, Big Mom is also Katakuri's mother. Now that Katakuri and Smoothie are friends, how could they kill their mother with their own hands? One more. Kaido owes Big Mom a big favor. Inugu Fruit, Phantom Beast species, Blue Dragon form. This fruit is definitely a god-level fruit. Even considering Kaido's feelings, it is impossible for him to make a move. After all, at the very beginning, he proposed to go on a sea trip, and Kaido asked him to bring a gift for Auntie. FFLX. At that time, the ant lost her memory and became the kind, a Ling, in the original book. Undoubtedly the best result, but now, Yin's mother has returned to normal. It's time to fix it. Otherwise, there is Big Mom standing between Beast's pirates and BIGMOM pirates. The cooperation between the two parties will definitely be greatly affected. Moreover, Linley would never allow Wangwo to return to its former state. At this time, he still doesn't know that Akoku, Silver Axe and Captain John are in Wangwo. Otherwise, the headache thoughts will be more or less relieved. After all, this way, these 3 former members of the Rocks Pirates can catch them all in one go. Certainly, he wasn't worried at all that Big Mom could pose any threat to Beckman and others. After all, the Red Earl was there. Just the fighting power on the giant ship. Even if it is to shake the Whitebeard pirates hard, it will not necessarily be inferior. Soon, his figure stayed above the Cake Island. Just when they stopped, they saw the plain outside the city-state on Cake Island, where a battle was taking place. Look carefully. Katakuri was scorching with a rock titan. It seems that no one can do anything to each other. What's that? To be able to fight Katakuri so anxiously. Look at the two elements of the arms of the rock titan. The curiosity in Linley's eyes couldn't help but intensify. When his eyes finally fell on the ant. No way. Beckman, Jin, and Bullet were beaten by the ant. This undoubtedly exceeded his expectations. Although he also understands that Beckman is somewhat restrained by a strong man like Big Mom. And Jin has no good means to deal with Big Mom. But Bullet can't be beaten so badly. After all, with Bullet's speed, even though he is the same type of player as Big Mom, his speed has the upper hand, so he can play casually. But Linley soon discovered the root cause of this situation. That is, he saw the pair of wind wings on Big Mom's back. Wind element. So that's it, it's interesting. At this moment, Yunlei couldn't help but see a bright light. He immediately realized that this was the ability of Big Mom's Soul Fruit. The Soul Fruit is on Ant's body, it's really a perfect match. It has an invincible constitution like a steel balloon. The offensive and defensive attributes are directly full. If it's just like this, then Big Mom will only be a meat shield warrior with high attack and high defense. Although also very strong, but speed has become her shortcoming. There is a risk of being kited. However, combined with the Soul Fruit, it will be different immediately. In the previous life, Linley thought that the development of Big Mom's fruit ability was not in place. If it was his, since the three homies were created with his own soul, knife, fire, thunder. Zeus can be called a low-profile version of Thunder Fruit. Prometheus is a low-end version of Mera fruit ability. Why not change the angle and create a few equipment similar to Napoleon? 150. The shoes of the wind element. The armor of the earth element. The wings of the wind and thunder element. Not just equipment. If you want to develop into a mobile fort, since there can be thunderclouds and flames, why can't there be magma? Water blocks, hurricanes, Bama. Is it possible for these homies to eat devil fruit? Some common weapons can eat devil fruit. Asking for flowers, just like Spandam, who ate elephant fruit. Then homies with life, I am afraid that the chance of eating devil fruit will be greater, right? Thus, the Soul Fruit is almost equivalent to a meat shield warrior for the ant, who has high attack and high defense. There are more equipment bars and more pet bars. DJEM. How perfect is this devil fruit? Even if the elements produced, compared with Logia, it can only be regarded as a low-profile version. But equipment can make up for the lack of Ant herself. Wearing armor, defense will not be more amazing. Putting on shoes and wings, will it completely solve the shortcomings of speed? Look at the current Ant again. I'm afraid it's because of this thought that he made this move. It seems that, after being beaten and amnesiac once, he became smarter. It's a pity. If it's the Ant who has lost her memory who masters these, what a perfect choice to keep the family. After all, there is only enough dessert to be served. All her needs can be met. Once an enemy strikes, even if it is to protect your own dessert, you will do it, right? Linley thought to himself with great interest. Unfortunately, the current Ant is not in a state of amnesia. And it really made wings. In this way, the shortcoming of speed is made up. With Big Mom's fighting power at its peak, it is completely reasonable to be able to overwhelm Beckman, Jin, and Bullet. His gaze didn't stay on the Ant's body any longer. Linley looked around for a moment. Only then did I see Shiliu, Waldo, the Evil King and others, who could only watch the show from the outside, and couldn't use it at all. As for the other people on the giant ship, they were waiting on the giant ship in the port. Where's the Red Earl? He didn't find the figure of the Red Earl, and he couldn't help flashing a trace of doubt in his eyes. Even if Big Mom solves the shortcoming of speed. But if the Red Earl is in, Big Mom wants to pick 4 out of 1, and one of them is the Red Earl who is at the same level as her. I'm afraid it's a dream. Shaking his head, Linley didn't wait any longer, and his figure dropped rapidly. At this time, Big Mom read Bullet again with one step ahead of others. Wielding the saber, he was about to stab him to let his blood out. Next second, a palm with a dazzling streamer, but forcibly grabbed Napoleon's blade. Even with Ant's great strength, can't wave Napoleon half a point. He saw clearly the appearance of the figure in front of him. The Ant's face immediately became extremely angry, and she roared ferociously. Linley, chew on. 176 Sorry, my speed of becoming stronger is far faster than yours. Linley, seeing that Linley arrived in such a short time, including the onlookers, Rospero and others, and the 4 people in the battle, all of them breathed a sigh of relief. Here comes the backbone. It's not their turn to worry about the next thing. Anyway, Linley never let them down. Long time no see. Facing the angry Ant, Linley just smiled relaxedly. However, the hand holding the saber transformed by Ares remained motionless. Even if the Ant tried her best, she still couldn't shake half a point. Although it is said that the Ant is born with supernatural power. But coincidentally, after awakening in the form of Sesshomaru, in terms of strength alone, he did not meet any opponents. It's just right, Yuanzi. See how I deal with you this time. Oh, I have to say, your idea is very dangerous. Clean him up, just relying on fruits to develop an imperfect Ant. Unless according to Linley's vision, the equipment bar and pet bar are developed from the soul fruit. And also, 2, 3, 7 are eating the appropriate devil fruit. For example, the wind element, shoes, eat the teleportation fruit. Thus, even Linley, I'm afraid he can't be careless. Careless, even the possibility of overturning. Bro, today's ant can't reach this level. As he said, he turned his head and joked to Beckman and others. Tisk, doesn't it look awkward? Beckman, don't go to romantic places in the future, let's see what you look like now. Quote question mark quote. Hearing this, Beckman couldn't help but have question marks on his face. It was at De Reese Rosa that he had a good time, okay. Why don't you go less? I'm afraid you want him to stop being astringent. Why don't you take care of yourself? On Ghost Island, as far as he knows, there are only 2 of them. I even raised one on Daughter Island. As far as he could tell, even Yamato and Black Mary seem to be a bit of that trend. Just a beast, conspiracy, under adult young girls. Beckman complained in his heart, but in his mouth, he didn't dare to say that, so he could only say helplessly. Don't meddle in your own business, really, do you want to let people live? Ha. Hearing this, Katakuri and the others, who are familiar with his personality and style, all had smiles on their faces. If it was before, you still had a chance to kill her, but now it's a bit difficult. Linley also knew how powerful the ant who made up for the lack of speed would be. It's just a joke. Katakuri, your opponent, doesn't he look tough? Katakuri nodded solemnly not far away. He was made by Mother with 1/10 of her soul. Very different from the usual homies. Although he won't lose, he won't be able to watch the 3 of Beckman being tortured. I see, 1/10 of the soul. This is no small hand. Even Linley couldn't help feeling a little emotional when he heard this. Mama. Hearing Katakuri mentioning Gaia, Big Mom laughed more and more distortedly. This is specially prepared for you, brat. I'd like to see, can you still reproduce the miracle of that day? Miracle? What miracle? You mean beat you? That's not a miracle, although it was said that the battle was indeed very reluctant to win. After Big Mom fell down, his hockey and demon power, even his physical strength, were all exhausted. But at that time Katakuri and the others had evil intentions. I'm afraid the consequences will be disastrous. Maybe it won't necessarily kill him. But fleeing in embarrassment is certain. Now, how much stronger is it than back then? Simply incomparable. While talking, I heard the ant shouting in the distance. Gaia, Apollo, Hera, here we come, Mom. Hearing Big Mom's call, the 3 homies abandoned Katakuri without hesitation and flew towards her. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside her. Under the sign of the ant, Gaia finally casts his second form. A rock armor set, and quickly attached to the whole body of the ant. It is enough to cover all the vital points of the ant's body. Looking at it this way, the ant really looks like a female war god. In addition to being a little fatter, he lacked a heroic aura. There is nothing wrong with it in other respects. And Apollo and Hera started fighting at the same time. Next, as long as you are dealt with, the others will be self-defeating. The moment Linley showed up, she knew that the original plan was impossible to realize. Once he waited until the Red Earl, he broke away from the restraint of his master. And rushed over to join Linley. I'm afraid even the current her is definitely not an opponent. She believes that if Linley is shot now, the latter will never allow others to interfere. This is the pride of being strong. And this is her chance. As for why you have confidence in yourself. #ja, but who can stand at the top of the strong, who does not have confidence in themselves? What's more, what was defeated by Lin Fu back then? It's just her with cravings. Combat power must be greatly reduced. And according to her, though Linley had beaten Whitebeard, but it was Whitebeard who solved the residual blood state after Kaido was defeated. And Marine's so-called vice admiral. Never mind the monster. Could there still be her monster? In her eyes, it is not worth mentioning at all. With the current her, Whitebeard is also confident to solve that situation. Sure enough, it didn't come out as Aunt Ping expected. Just listen to Linley say to Beckman and others. You guys rest, and we'll leave it to me. Hearing this, Beckman and the others nodded one after another, and retreated hundreds of meters away with interest. Really, a sneer appeared on Ant's ferocious face. You will regret your decision. Hee. Linley smiled calmly, slowly drew out the 7-star sword. Kang. In an instant, there was no sense of politeness. The 2-color hockey of the demon god is still entwined on the 7-star sword. There is no need to mention the special effects, how dazzling the wind is. The ant not far in front of him almost responded at the same time. Also a 2-tone hockey, wrapped around the sword. Then, under the blessing of the wind power of the wings of the wind, she flew towards Linley at an astonishing speed. At the same time, Apollo and Hera quickly attached to the saber. Wow, lightsaber. I saw a relatively small and introverted slash, but it was full of ferocity, and its destructive power far surpassed that of Weeguo. Slashed towards Linley quickly. The speed is so fast that it even reached the speed of sound of breaking the air. To this, Linley's response was simple. Also swung a slash, one sword style of the demon god Erosion of the Night. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the 2 slashes bombarded together out of thin air. However, the next second, that pitch black and strange slash forcibly split the slash of the lightning sword into 2. Then, with an unstoppable momentum, he blasted towards the ant. How come? Ant was taken aback. This one is a combination of Ares, Apollo and Hera, and her two-color hockey. 5.9 can be called 5 in 1. How could it be so easily divided? Before she could react, that pitch black and strange slash was within reach. Boom. Next second, he hit the rock armor she was wearing hard. She was blasted away at an astonishing speed. Boom. The huge body was smashed into the ground. It made the whole ground vibrate. However, unexpectedly, the ground was not smashed out of a hole. Like a normal person, she patted the dust off her body and got up again. A.B. Puzzled, still floating on the face. He murmured to himself, how is it possible? Interesting. Linley looked at the rock armor on her body with interest. This is the power of the earth. Seemingly hearing Ant's muttering to herself, she raised her voice lightly. I'm sorry, because my speed of becoming stronger is far faster than yours. 177, you are nothing more than that. How much stronger is he now than when he confronted Big Mom back then? Constitution alone has tripled. This also means that the demon power, both in terms of quality and quantity, has also tripled. Just this kind of constitution, even above Kaido. Two-color hockey, at the same time advanced to his unique rank of demon god. Not to mention the quality. If it's just a simple armed color, then it's nothing. Once the release of the demon power is activated, it becomes the armed color of the demon god. I'm afraid except for Garp, or Hawkeye, who will become a black knife in the future. No one is qualified to compare with him. Of course, that's all. As for the Conquerors, if it has not entered the state of demon power liberation, comparable to him, there are many in this sea. But once they become the demon god Conquerors, I'm afraid there will only be Rocks, Roger, and the redhead who has grown to the peak. You have the right to compete with him. In the skill field, the swordsmanship has been promoted to an advanced level, and the firearms technique has reached a great achievement. It is no exaggeration to say that this kind of great achievement is a realm that almost no one in this world can reach. After all, the effect of the death mark is too heaven-defying. Plus the thunder of confusion and judgment. 23 His comprehensive strength can be called the real ceiling of this world. Most importantly, Sesshomaru has awakened. Once the natural teeth and broken teeth are bred, there will be a big breakthrough in his strength. Certainly, in just over a year, it has grown to this point. Even more heaven-defying than Wong Luffy in the original book. He also inevitably has some problems of this and that. Two-tone hockey is of such high quality and grade. But I haven't comprehended yet, a relatively comprehensive move that matches his fighting style. Demon God One Sword style Night Sinking is very strong. But can't you use this big move anytime and anywhere? And just now, the one move of the Demon God, One Knife style, the Erosion of the Night. It is the fusion of demon power and demon god's armed color, a move that came into being. Since this time, he has been groping for the fusion of Yali and two-color hockey. A more gratifying phenomenon was discovered. That is the fusion of demon power and demon god armed color, or demon god conquerors. It will fit much better than a simple two-color hockey. It seems that there is a deep connection between Yali and the two-color hockey. Thus, even if it doesn't rely on the cold iron of the abyss, if it's just the fusion of demon power and one of the demon god's hockey, it has been easily done. But even so, there are still too few moves. He needs more time to settle himself. What about Anti? At the beginning, due to the onset of eating cravings, the combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Perhaps for low-level opponents, it is still crushing, and it will become more difficult. After all, it's irrational. But for opponents of the same level, it is fatal. Lost the ability to judge things. That would be too flawed. Another one is the constitution of her steel balloon, at that time stable. This is also an unknown. After all, in the original book, Andy saw that the photos of the nuns were destroyed. The ability of steel balloon will disappear, and the body will become weaker than ordinary people. Presumably it was because after seeing the photos of the nuns, the normal personality in the body reacted tremendously, competing with the evil personality for control of the body. But now I just look at the expression on the ant's face. I know it's very stable. Plus that equipment, class homies. It is true that it has become stronger. But after all, there is no way to compare with him. Even, it seems that this homies named Gaia represents the power of the earth. It seems that a connection has been established with this island to share the damage. In this way, it cooperates with the defense of the steel balloon. Simply amazing. Really, hearing this, Beckman and others unanimously expressed deep approval. Indeed, who can compare with Linley in speed? Are you sure it's not just asking for fun? Beckman clearly remembers the first time he met Linley. Linley himself was very clear that he probably wouldn't be Kaido's opponent at that time. What now? How long has it been? The one who takes it more seriously than him is naturally Jin. Anyway, when Beckman met Linley, the latter had grown to a certain point. Jin watched Linley grow up from a rookie step by step at the speed of light. Far above me. Hearing this sentence, the ant seemed to come back to her senses. Her eyes were still fierce. So what? This world has limits. You are no exception. As he spoke, he waved Ares and rushed towards Linley again without hesitation. Apollo, Hera, yes, Mom, Emperor Sword Thunderfire Breaking Blade. This time, she didn't try to slash again. Instead, Apollo and Hera were all integrated into the saber transformed by Ares. In an instant, the black saber in Big Mom's hand was quickly covered with a layer of scorching flames. Accompanied by it, there are blue and dark red two-color lightning. Saw her intentions. Linley certainly wasn't afraid to fight her in close combat. Zila Zila, boom. Only 680 saw the 7-star sword colliding with Ares fiercely. In an instant, thunder and lightning flashed. A powerful air wave soared into the sky, and swept towards all directions at the same time. No doubt, but whoever is entangled with Tyrant, with the strength of both sides, there will inevitably be a scene of splitting the sky. For other people, this is no surprise. The expected picture did not appear. That is to say, the ant was not forced to retreat. This made Linley's eyes sparkle with curiosity. The power seems to have gotten stronger. Just think for a moment. Linley came to a conclusion. Ant herself is a natural supernatural power. Now put on the Gaia armor. Gain the power of the earth. Connect with Cake Island. 12. Not only can the defense be enhanced, but even the strength seems to have increased accordingly. Just as he was thinking for a while. Mama, the ant suddenly laughed wildly. You are nothing more than that. Said, the wind wings on the back. Start to gather the power of wind continuously. Soon, a spiral air wave that was almost visible to the naked eye emerged behind her. Just like the turbine engine of an airplane, it can bring a huge propulsion force. 178 Defeat the opponent in the field where the opponent is good at. The huge thrust brought by the spiral air wave has brought Big Mom's strength to a higher level. Next second, Linley just felt a huge force coming. It made him take a few steps back. Boosted by the power of the wind, combined with the power of the earth, and Big Mom's own natural power. All three combined, it can be said to have reached an ultimate power. It is no exaggeration to say that in terms of strength, the ant at this moment has already surpassed Linley. Good. Linley was not surprised but delighted. He is not afraid that the ant is too strong, but he is afraid that the ant is not good enough. That's the only way to put pressure on him. Really enjoy fighting. Thus, the liberation of demon power broke out without hesitation. Boom. The powerful monster force kept rolling in his body. All along, the reason why he started the release of demon power. Just to make the two-color Hawkeye, transformed into a demon god rank. Thus, for the degree of liberation, it only needs to be maintained at the lowest level. Therefore, in appearance, there is basically no change. And the liberation of demon power actually, with varying degrees of release, pupils, face and body will begin to undergo drastic changes. It's too late to say it. I saw that the demon power in Linley's body was fully released. The white part of the eyelid. In an instant, it seemed to be dyed scarlet by the petals of rose flowers. At the same time, that cheek, which was already so handsome, looked even more bewitching. Forehead, a purple crescent moon gradually emerged. Originally dark hair, instantly turns white, like being covered in a layer of frost and snow. Kacha, accompanied by the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Linley's body began to swell rapidly. He quickly swelled from a height of about 1.9 meters to about 3 meters. In addition to being noble and lonely, his temperament has even added a bit of strangeness and ferocity. This moment, his image is infinitely close to the real Sesshomaru. This is the awakening of only Sesshomaru form. The highest level that can only be entered after the liberation of demon power. Boom. Again. Once again, the 7-star sword and the saber Ares collided fiercely in the air. Between the two collisions, the endless energy is like being compressed in a constantly trembling energy ball. Blue, dark red, and dark green 3 lightning bolts were continuously entangled and exploded. Useless. There was a sneer on Auntie's face. As she said, the power system in this world has limits. And her power, at the moment, is undoubtedly at a limit. Since it is the limit, she asked herself, if power is the only measure of strength, there is probably no one in this world who is her opponent. During the conversation, the wind wings on her back spun again. The scene of countless spiral air waves rolling up like a turbine engine is reproduced. And the feet seemed to be connected with the whole earth. There was a continuous burst of heavy power coming from under his feet. Blessed to her arms. Finally, it has reached the limit that she can bear. Once again, it suddenly exploded forward. Boom. However, the scene where Linley is knocked back. But it didn't show up. I saw him face such extreme strength of ant. His feet were still motionless. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. I like to defeat the opponent in the field that the opponent is good at the most. Otherwise, follow his fighting style. In the short time of fighting against Big Mom, it will inevitably perform silent displacement. It is directly a killer move. Demon God 1 sword style knight sinks. But now, guests also come with him. Although the speed is not as good as it is. But it's probably coming soon. How to solve Big Mom. One has to take Kaido's meaning into account. Again, Kaido gave Ant a favor for the second time. Linley doesn't want him to leave regrets. Thus, compete with Ant in the field of expertise. Definitely a better choice. Competition of strength. I've never been afraid of anyone. Feel the monster power in the body as if boiling. The words just fell off. Linley's other hand grasped the hilt of the sword at the same time. He has always been a one-handed special sword. But the hands are undoubtedly more able to show strength. And Big Mom, from the beginning to the end, they are holding sabers in both hands. Next second, a loud bang. The place where the 7-star sword collided with the saber seemed to have reached its limit. It burst open suddenly. The endless aftermath swept across the entire grassland in an instant. The aftermath continued to soar into the sky, accompanied by aftermath and air waves. The ant's body gradually retreated backwards. The wind wings on the back, as well as the feet, still continuously transmit the power of the earth. But it still couldn't stop her retreating trend. What? At this moment, the ant's face was full of disbelief. In the pupils, there seemed to be severe doubts about the present. If compared to speed, even if she has the wings of the wind, maybe she still can't compare with Linley's teleportation. Now its power. Did she even fall short? Damn it, what exactly is going on? Obviously her strength has reached the limit. How could anyone go beyond this limit? Linley just smiled, but was not complacent. After the demon power is fully liberated, not just physical enhancement, even the two-color Haki, the demon god, will become stronger as the demon power boils. It's too late to say it. When Linley wrapped the two-color Haki of the demon god around the seven-star sword again, replaces the previous two-color Haki. In an instant, the balance of competition between the two sides was completely broken. Mom was about to ask something. I haven't opened my mouth yet. Then he felt a sudden force that was completely irresistible in front of him. And then, full-blown. Oops, not good. Ailos and Gaia screamed one after another. Boom. Next second, it was a moment of shaking. It seems Mo knew that the whole Cake Island had a big earthquake. Accompanied by earthquakes, Gaia only felt that the connection with Cake Island was temporarily interrupted. But Ailos felt it very clearly. The spiral thrust created by the wings of the wind seems to be dispelled by reverse thrust. And Big Mom's huge body flew backwards at an astonishing speed. It's a big movement. Their fight actually caused an earthquake in Cake Island. It's unbelievable. Mom's strength is not as good as Lin Zong's. Perot, who hastily stabilized his figure, and the other children of the Charlotte family, all of them showed horror at this moment. Pure power. Nong. Mom is not the opponent. I'm afraid it's not an illusion, is it? Although they also hope that the winner is Linley. But I never thought that it would be in the field that my mother is good at. At this time, a huge dragon-shaped phantom, I don't know when, it appeared in the sky above the seas of 10,000 nations. 179, the siblings who haven't seen each other for many years. Boom. Ant's huge body, fly backwards in midair with incredible speed. With the fall of the parabola, finally, it smashed into the ground in the distance. This time, even if Gaia was possessed, he lost contact with the earth for a short time. As a result, a large hole was smashed in the ground. Kacha. Dense cracks spread from the ant's whole body. Although with the same ultimate's defense, it was not hurt by it. But the blow to Ant is undoubtedly quite huge. You can't even compare strength. The ant's unbelievable face, her eyes became dull, and she muttered to herself. After her evil personality completely devoured the crazy personality. Due to being imprisoned, he was not only put on sea-stone handcuffs and anklets, but also injected with anesthetics every day. And the dose is at least 100 times that of ordinary people. So even if her evil personality occupies the dominance of her body. But unless Pei Rospero and others make mistakes, did not inject enough dose in time, or loosen the sea-stone handcuffs and anklets. Otherwise, it will be difficult for her to get away. That's why she needs the power of Akoku, Silver Axe and John. But luckily, exactly that time, let her calm down and think about her own gains and losses over the years, and the fundamental reason why she fell to that point. It is inevitable to study the opponent of Linley. Research is indispensable to increase oneself and improve defects. She is very clear, if it is trying to catch up in the field of speed. Unless she eats the teleportation fruit, it is absolutely impossible. But not being able to catch up doesn't mean not being able to make up for the flaws. Teleportation is not everything. You have to hit someone. In addition to plans to recreate Ares, Apollo and Hera, Ailos came into being. Here's her attempt to make up for any speed deficiencies. Among the memories of her shared mad personality, the trick that Linley beat her back then. A short charge is required. And this short time is enough to keep Ailos out of the attack range. When you think of how to hide, you will naturally think of how to defend. The speed is definitely not comparable. Ailos also just makes her less passive. In case it is still hit. Facing Linley's unknown move, that is, falling into the night. Even if she is in a normal state, I'm afraid she doesn't have absolute confidence that she can take it safe and sound. Thus, Gaia also appeared. It is no exaggeration to say that Gaia has high hopes for her. And Gaia, which was really created with a lot of money, did not disappoint her. Not only the defensive power of the transformed armor is amazing, you can even establish a connection with the Cake Island and gain the power of the earth. This allows her defense to further improve at the same time. It can also greatly improve her own strength. In Pirate World, strength is undoubtedly a very important attribute. After all, the collision of two-color Haki often leads to a stalemate. At this time, the side with greater strength will undoubtedly occupy a greater advantage. With the discovery on Gaia, Ailos was also found out by her, the external force of Uzumaki of the Wind. In this way, the combination of 2 and 2 can further enhance the strength. How to hide, how to defend. She has been completely changed. Naturally, he is undoubtedly full of confidence in himself. Ask yourself, if you fight Linley again, at least I will never lose. If he sees the opportunity, with the power of Ultimate, he might be able to seriously injure Linley with one move. Such a thing is not impossible. In fact, if it was Linley back then, hit by the fist of the current Big Mom, twin-colored Haki, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. After all, In terms of defense, even if he is now awakened in the form of Sesshomaru, he may not be able to compete with Big Mom's steel balloon. But who would have thought? Meet again. Linley went against her in what she does best. Her first thought, of course Linley is looking for death. But at this moment, Linley forcibly crushed him in terms of his strongest strength. This made her have strong doubts about the world. Could it be? CDDF, can anyone really ignore the limit? It's really incredible, Katakuri said sincerely. Linley would have the upper hand. This did not surprise him at all. No matter how strong Mother is, can she be stronger than Whitebeard? But it has the upper hand in the field that Mother is best at. On this point, I am afraid that Beckman and others will not feel the way he does. I'm afraid, except for defense, Mom has no place to compete with Linley. Just as the ant was lying on the ground doubting life, while Katakuri and the others were lamenting, ooh, Kaido's unique laughter suddenly resounded over the plains on the outskirts of Cake Island. Linley, do you seem to be in a mess? I saw a huge green dragon quickly falling from the sky and turning into a human form. Who else is it not Kaido? Kaido. When the ant heard Kaido's voice, she couldn't help being stunned, and then quickly got up. Looking at the figure in front of him that he hadn't seen for many years. The feeling of meeting old friends arises spontaneously in my heart. A thought of having a drink with this old friend flashed by. Thinking that Linley is Kaido's adopted son. Not only has he defeated her, but now he is surpassing himself in the field he is best at. I can't hold back on my face, and it becomes difficult to look. Just listen to her questioning in a strong tone. Even you came. Are you here to deal with me? Ooh, Kaido heard this, but shook his head and laughed. I heard that you are very dissatisfied with the alliance with my beast's pirates. Anyway, we were partners back then, so why make the scene so ugly? Haven't seen this old friend for many years. In Kaido's mind, the scenes of the two getting along with each other involuntarily emerged. When I first joined the Rock's pirates. Don't you have a mouth? Hey, can you talk? Mamama, how old are you? 15. How young? That man Rocks is not a good person, don't trust him. If there is anything, just tell me. My name is Linley, and I am the woman who will become the king of the sea. Since then, the two have established a bond called friendship. And Linley is the only person he trusts and cares about in the Rock's pirates. Until the Valley of the Gods battle. Before Linley said goodbye to him. Gave him a fruit, Yuyu fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form. This has laid a solid foundation for him to travel across the sea in the future. Therefore, in fact, Linley's kindness has always been in his heart. Think of these fragments of memory from years ago. Kaido's face softened. Snort. It's not thanks to your good son. Ant snorted coldly, although the mouth is hard. But in my heart, I am really happy to see my little brother again. 180 Make Kaido's unbelievable shocking bet. Brother Kaido. Jin saw that Kaido also rushed over. I just feel that there is no suspense anymore. The shocking change of the world can be solved perfectly now. After all, Big Mom can't even beat Linley. Not to mention adding Kaido. Even pay Rospuro and others who haven't seen Kaido for many years. It's the same idea. It can be completely at ease. Father, it's fast, Linley quipped. It was less than an hour later than him. Is it because you can't wait to see old friends? In Linley's previous life, many people speculated that there was a relationship beyond friendship between Kaido and Big Mom. Although it was just a joke. But the relationship between the two is very good, that's for sure. HMPH, do you really think Lousy is a vegetarian? If you don't come again, Linley will be in trouble. Kaido turned around and said with a dissatisfied face. You kid doesn't know the severity. Now Linley, who is your opponent? Anyway, he is also your old friend of Lousy, so please show mercy no matter what. Last time, Linley beat Big Mom. After all, I didn't see the real person, and I wasn't killed. Also lost memory, Kaido thought at that time, according to the description of Linley and Katakuri. Being a carefree big baby is actually not a bad thing. Thus, perhaps in the future, there will be no hostile relationship. Another one, the news of the crusade against the Alliance was received not long after. Naturally, I can't care less. Who ever thought? Now this old friend has recovered his memory. Now it was his turn to have a headache. This is a direct conflict. And everyone's lofty ideals. Take the new world. Now it has reached the critical point. It is hard to recover. It is impossible to stop. But if he is to ignore the original kindness, he will get rid of this old friend with a ruthless hand. But it's impossible. Therefore, along the way, he suffered from headaches. And I'm afraid that Linley will kill Linley and kill Linley before he arrives. Only then did he rush over desperately. Didn't you show mercy? Linley shook his head and laughed. If it weren't for the sake of Kaido and Katakuri and others, compare the strength of Wool with her. Wouldn't it be nice to just turn it up when it comes up, kill it directly, and completely solve it? Although it is said that Big Mom's defense has been strengthened a lot now. But the problem is, one sword of the demon god the night falls. It is also much stronger than before. What, Kaido, are you here to see my mother joke? Hearing that Kaido blamed Linley for not being merciful, Andy's face undoubtedly became even more ugly. Could it be that she is now reduced to the point where she has to rely on the relationship with her younger brother to be safe and sound? Ooh, Linley, you misunderstood. Don't say it's you, even I am no match for this kid now. It's nothing to be surprised about losing to an unprecedented genius like him. With him here, I'm looking forward to the appearance of Kuiboy after 18 years. Snort. When Kaido explained it this way, the ant's face looked better. If Kaido is not an opponent either, then she won't be wronged. Kaido continued enthusiastically. Linley, after all, I'm also a guest, why don't you hold a banquet to entertain me? After not seeing each other for so many years, he couldn't wait to have a drink with these old friends. If possible, wouldn't it be a beautiful thing for everyone to turn hostility into friendship? Entertain. HMPH, it's a beautiful idea. The ant snorted coldly, and said firmly, unless you beasts pirates, don't meddle in the internal affairs of the BIGMOM pirates. In other words, it does not prevent her from regaining control of the nations. After all, she is the real master of all nations. Katakuri is just a proxy. Actually, in a sense, with Linley's support, Katakuri took advantage of her loss of memory and took control of the nations. And putting her under house arrest can be regarded as seeking to usurp the throne. Even outsiders like Linley think that the world has fallen into the hands of Katakuri. It will have a better future than in the hands of the ant. And people's lives will be better. Can't change the fact, but now is the critical time when the two-regiment alliance is sweeping New World. If the beasts pirates didn't meddle, it is still unknown whether the two-regiment alliance still exists. One more, even for Kaido's sake, he still chooses to form an alliance with beasts. But since it is an alliance, of course, there must be one person who has the final say. The current double alliance, basically everything is up to Linley. Most of Linley's opinions and positions are consistent with Kaido's, so the latter never said anything against it. On the contrary, I fully support it. But according to Ant's temperament, she may not be willing to be inferior to others. This is unavoidable and there are great hidden dangers. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Linley to agree. Kaido also knew that Linley would never nod. That is to say, even if he knew that he owed Ant a huge favor, you can't use this favor to hinder it. It's the lofty goal that almost everyone agrees on. It's his goal too, so he can never do it. Linley, we're all getting old. Wouldn't it be nice to see younger generations who are better than us and create more outstanding achievements than us? Now these young people are trying to do something that the rocks couldn't do. Why don't you join hands with me to witness? Saying it is old is actually just a rhetoric. Asking for flowers. After all, Kaido is only in his 40s now, and Big Mom is only 50. All are in their prime. And Kaido hasn't even reached his prime yet. There is obviously still a short distance from the world's strongest creature. Witness. HMPH, I don't want to be a puppet. If someone else said this, there will only be one Ant's reaction. It's just a big sigh. What are you kidding? Who plays with you? What testimony? It happened to be what Kaido said, and it still has a certain weight in her heart. To say that there is no feeling at all. Not really. Only, her own dream has not yet been fulfilled. Coupled with the treatment suffered before. If you don't exhale fiercely, how can you let it go? Moreover, witness. How to witness? The alliance between the two regiments must be decided by that BD. 0. What about the BIGMOM pirates? Want her to never interfere with her children again. What a joke. Thinking of this, he said coldly. Kaido, take your people to me. From now on, you don't owe me anything. Kaido sighed helplessly. For a while, there was really nothing I could do about her. Linley is going to use the favor of the year. At this time, Linley seemed to see Kaido's embarrassment, took a step forward, looked at Kaido and said lightly. How about this? Since Daddy owes you a favor, why not? Use this favor to be her reinforcement. Saying this, looking at Tianma. Both of you siblings, go all out to fight me. The time is 1 hour. Within 1 hour, I will only guard against your attacks, not dodge them. In other words, never perform silent displacement. Whether it's Big Mom or Kaido's attack, he'll take it all, as long as this time, defeat me. Then, just as you said, we beasts pirates will never set foot in the Sea of Nations again. On the contrary, just acquiesce in the fact that Katakuri is already the new lord of all nations. In fact, you didn't take care of the business much, it was your children who took care of it. So what if you give this name to Katakuri? Now go and realize your dreams with peace of mind. Isn't it great? I believe that the Shuangquan Alliance will spare no effort to support your dream. How about it? As the strongest female pirate in this sea, do you dare to take a gamble with me? Or, are you afraid that my father will release water? Hearing this, Kaido was stunned for a while. Unbelievably said, are you serious? She. 181 Shocking Showdown. Linley versus the strongest sibling. This is to single out him and Linley, two top powerhouses. This kind of thing really exceeded his expectations. To know, once they join forces, even if Whitebeard comes, he will definitely lose. No suspense. Linley is definitely stronger than Whitebeard right now. Kaido believes this too, but dealing with him and Linley at the same time, isn't that a little overkill? On this sea, such a sentence flows. No one can be two admirals at the same time. But no one can deal with two big pirates who can be called emperors at the same time. Even if it's just for an hour. If it is according to Linley's fighting style. Anyway, it can flash. Can't run if you can't beat it. As a result, it has an absolute speed advantage, so the problem is not too big. The biggest problem now is that Linley has voluntarily abandoned his advantage. Just prevent and not hide. The real, 963, decision. As long as Linley nods, I will never show mercy. Kaido said with a serious face. Don't care if it's taken advantage of or not. Not to mention the relationship between the two parties. Just to repay Linley's favor that day, he can't show mercy. Regardless of everything else, this is also a respect for a strong man. Certainly, Linley nodded seriously, although it is said that to defeat these two, unlikely. After all, Kaido and Big Mom are not the same thing as Bullet and the Red Earl. First, the cooperation between the two, even if they haven't seen each other for many years, cannot be underestimated. There is even more fusion skills, the existence of Bahai. To resist this trick, not an easy task. Zoro in the original book, just carried it for a second. The whole person is almost useless. If it weren't for Luo's timely use of Op Fruit's ability. Move him away, might as well be blasted out. But he wants to fight from the beginning to the end. Even if it is him, there is no absolute certainty. And simply compare the strength. Big Mom now is far above Bullet. No doubt, on this point, Beckman, Jin, and Bullet still have the upper hand since Big Mom singled out just now. You can see it, and the Red Earl and Kaido. On the color of knowledge. The former, sees through people's hearts, and the latter, foresees the future. Maybe the Red Earl is slightly stronger. But not much stronger. As for attack power and physical strength, they are much inferior. After all, Kaido, even if he didn't comprehend the heaven-defying move of Fire Dragon Torch. Wine Dragon 8 trigrams, is already powerful enough. And talent and potential are enhanced. There has been a lot of progress during this time. It was much stronger than when it was against Whitebeard. But if it's just for an hour, then he is still confident. As for wanting to fight and win, I'm afraid it will have to wait until the burst teeth and natural teeth have been conceived. I'm afraid Linley is crazy. Beckman, Jin, Katakuri and the others looked at each other. They all looked at each other in blank dismay. I thought Linley would come up with a better solution. Let everyone turn hostility into friendship. Sit down and discuss big things together. Who ever thought? It's still a familiar recipe, and it's still a familiar taste. No matter what kind of strong man he is. Straightforward, simple and rude bets that are extremely beneficial to the other party. Let the other party have no reason to refuse. How familiar is Bullet with this scene? Back then with the Red Earl, they fell into Linley's trap. I think that if we team up with the Red Earl, we will definitely not lose. Who ever thought? But, this time it's Kaido and Big Mom. And only prevent but not hide. No matter how you look at it, there is no chance of winning. This condition, in his opinion, Ant has no reason to refuse at all. Crazy, really crazy. Ross Perot and others simply couldn't understand Linley's brain circuit. This must be too big, right? As for Shiryu, Waldo, Evil King, Evil Wolf and others. They were all stunned. I deeply doubt whether my ears have heard wrong. Mama. Mom burst out laughing. Seems like a joke. Are you kidding? Young man, too complacent. What should I answer? Are you complacent? Just try it and you will know. Faced with Ant's doubts, Linley didn't care. Now that you have spoken, then shoot the bow without turning back the arrow. And as long as the Ant agrees, that's the best solution. It will not only allow Kaido to repay the favor, but also solve the threat posed by Big Mom. As for if he did, and the Ant regretted it, then, don't blame him for killing him. Believe that when the time comes, Kaido will not stop it. How? Are you worried that Dad will release the water? Or say you dare not? Don't dare. A joke. Ant's crazy laugh turned into a sneer. If you don't dare to agree to this kind of bet, won't it be laughed at if it spreads? I know what Kaido is like. I'm also willing to give him this face. As long as you lose your fighting power, what's the point of saving your life? Maybe someone will ask, are you worried about Kaido playing her? But this problem doesn't exist for her at all. It wasn't about killing Linley in front of him anyway. I just want Beast's pirates not to interfere in the internal affairs of BIGMOM pirates from now on. Besides, as the top powerhouse in this ocean, can't she tell if Kaido has put in all his strength and released water? Ooh, seeing Big Mom nodding, Kaido couldn't help laughing. Speaking of which, since you traveled abroad, your strength has continued to grow. Lousy hasn't seen your true strength yet. Linley, I have to thank you for such an opportunity. HMPH, if you want to thank you, then don't show mercy. Ant snorted coldly. However, she was just talking. Of course, Kaido nodded without hesitation. Then, Kaido has only just arrived. Unexpectedly, he became the Ant's assistant. Fight Linley with him. Kaido and Big Mom stood side by side with solemn faces. The former quickly turned into the most powerful dragon form. And Big Mom also started to fuse Ailos and Gaia again. And Apollo and Hera, 0.2 quickly integrated into Ares. Almost for a brief moment, the two of them entered into the best fighting condition. The same is true for Linley, who is opposite the two. The liberation of demon power is fully activated. In terms of image, it is infinitely close to the appearance of Sesshomaru again. How about an hors d'oeuvres first? Kaido, well, got it, Linley. The two just made eye contact, and they understood each other's meaning. Immediately afterwards, at the same time, he waved a saber and a mace wrapped around two-color hockey towards the front. The moment the two touch, boom, an unprecedented shock wave, boomed towards Linley with a devastating force. That moment, Yang except Linley, everyone's face changed instantly, and subconsciously ran desperately towards the distance. 182 Demon God 1 Sword Style Dawn Breaks Dawn. Resist Tyrannical C. Really, The trick of the two attacking together appeared. Overlord. Even though they haven't seen each other for many years, the two seem to have maintained a considerable degree of tacit understanding. Just making eye contact, they used this powerful combination attack. On this sea, I'm afraid not many people can take this trick. Here's the next one. Does not mean avoidance, not to mention transferring through abilities or hockey. Rather head to head, from beginning to end, send this earth-shattering giant shock wave. Forcibly offset. Compared to the former two, the latter is undoubtedly more difficult and more dangerous. But because of the preparation, the 7-star sword in Linley's hand was covered with a layer of melted cold iron from the abyss. The boiling demonic power and the two-color hockey of the demon god are closely integrated in it. Then Linley swung his sword suddenly. The power of the fusion of the three. While swinging the sword again, suddenly, it exploded frantically towards the front. Boom. Demon God 1 sword style breaking dawn. It is different from Night Curtain 23 sinking. The principle of the latter is more compressed to ultimate in the weapon. While attacking the enemy, through the weird black spots that are enough to absorb the light. Absorb all the energy around you, thereby greatly enhancing the compression force. The moment you hit the enemy, explode again, thus producing extremely astonishing destructive power. But, breaking dawn and dawn, erupted directly from the very beginning. This is a 3-in-1 application in different ways. Immediately after, two huge shock waves, it seems to occupy the entire suburban plain. Then they collided violently. Boom. A loud noise resounded through the sky. For a long time, Beckman et al., who have retreated several kilometers, I just felt ringing in my ears. It seems to be just sound waves caused by two shock waves. It caused some damage to the eardrum, and in their horrified eyes, the moment the two shock waves collided, wild waves, sweeping the world, the aftermath sweeps across the sky, the earth dragon roars, the air shakes. Even miles away from the center of the collision, I can still clearly feel that the ground under my feet is constantly trembling. Immediately afterwards, a wave of air hit. Not good. I saw that among the Charlotte family, there are many weak constitutions. It was directly swept away by this wave of air in its aftermath. If Katakuri hadn't discovered it in time, he used the ability of Inugu Fruit to pull it back. I'm afraid I don't know where I will be swept up in the end. It's too foul. As this destructive power trying to destroy Cake Island, Cracker suppressed the horror in his heart, and muttered to himself. Hearing this, Ross Perot and the others not far away from him couldn't help showing expressions of deep approval. Go on like this. Where is Cake Island enough for their three top powerhouses to scourge? Maybe it was just a few minutes. Hours may have passed. All in all, under the sweeping of this air wave and earthquake. People in the Charlotte family, like Ross Perot, just feel that the time is so difficult. As long as everything finally calms down, only then did he sit slumped on the ground with a look of the rest of his life. Very good. Finally gone. I felt like I was going to die just now. And Linley standing opposite Kaido and Big Mom. The face is full of excitement. Since the last time they singled out Pluton, Rayleigh and Jabba. Never have I encountered such an exciting battle. After awakening in the form of Sesshomaru. Even less, the dangerous situation where life and death can only be seen wandering. Proposed this extremely beneficial bet for Ant. Of course it was his simple and rude way of solving things. But more, I also want to put pressure on myself. In other words, looking for excitement. You can say that, in this world, except for Roger and Garp teaming up, I'm afraid. Or Whitebeard and Sengoku teaming up. Or maybe it's Whitebeard and Roger teaming up. No combination can be stronger than Kaido and Big Mom. Not bad. Seeing that Linley was stunned, the combined attack of him and Linlin was blasted away without injury. Kaido couldn't help showing a rather emotional expression. The sneer on Auntie's face disappeared. There is a faint illusion in my heart. Have you been tricked? She didn't wait for her to think about it. Seeing that Linley took the initiative to attack the two of them. Good boy. Who do you look down on? In the face of the joint efforts of the two of them, it is fine if there is no delay. Still want to take the initiative to attack. Linley's actions undoubtedly filled Kaido's fighting spirit instantly. Zzzla, dark red lightning and dazzling streamer. Instantly attached to the mace. Thunder 8 trigrams. Not to be outdone, Kaido swung his mace and blasted towards Linley. One sword of the demon god Silent Thunder. Without the slightest hesitation, among the 7-star swords. The boiling demon power immediately merged with the demon god Conqueror's, accompanied by dark green strange lightning. The 7-star sword and the mace collided fiercely in the air. Boom. There was another earth-shattering roar. The last time was before going out for an excursion. A brief encounter with Kaido. This move combines the magic power of Conqueror's moves. Let Kaido suffer a small loss. And how much stronger is it now than it was then? Just collided for an instant. Kaido was struck by the weird dark green lightning, bypassing the mace and attacking him. That trick, although the color of the lightning is slightly different. But Kaido immediately recalled the original scene. Make a decisive decision and retreat in time. And the ant beside him was not idle either. While Kaido 477 played, Thunder 8 trigrams. Just wave a huge sword energy shock wave. Weegwo. Dark Knight attacks. Seeing this, Linley punched Ant with his free other hand without hesitation. Since the pure demon power is fused with the single haki, there is no need to rely on the cold iron of the abyss anymore. Then naturally there is no need for weapons. I saw two giant shock waves colliding fiercely together. And this time, it is a combination of demon power and armed color. Still no exceptions. It's like replaying the scene where he and the ant fought for the first time just now. Although the power has dropped a lot after the bombardment of Wigwo. However, with Big Mom's current defense, only, then he used the 3 tricks of Dawn Breaks Dawn, Silent Thunder, and Dark Night Erosion. But, in fact, Linley's situation is not optimistic. Erosion of Night with reduced power, facing Linley who teamed up with Kaido and Big Mom. And before Kaido arrived, it was already worn out. From the beginning to the end, it doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage. It's not enough to hurt Big Mom. The shock wave caused by Linley dispersed the giant sword energy shock wave. But still, the whole body of the ant was thrown out. A discerning person can see it at a glance. He himself, maybe not necessarily think so. Still unstoppable blast towards the ant. Such a short time, certainly. 183 Jauntization and Wine Dragon 8 trigrams. Meanwhile, in a bunker somewhere in Cake Island, the 4 who are also fighting. I just felt the vibrations coming from the bunker. Who's fighting? The commotion caused is too great. Although in a short period of time, Akoku, Silver Axe and John cannot be taken down. But the Red Earl is obviously still able to do a job well enough, and he can still be distracted in thinking. Such a big movement. At least it can also show that the battle on the ground is not one-sided. That way, he would have nothing to worry about. After all, as soon as he left the castle, he had already contacted Linley through the phone bug. As long as Linley arrives, everything will be settled. Since the bunker is far away from the plains in the outskirts, it has exceeded 1/3 of the distance. Therefore, he cannot pass the color of knowledge. Find out that Linley and Kaido have arrived. Stop dying. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, the Red Earl sneered and said, as big pirates, you should know how to see the situation clearly, so don't be fooled. With the strength of the 2-regiment alliance, even your rocks pirates back then, can't compare. The sea area of New World will eventually fall into the hands of the 2-regiment alliance. What's more, the rocks pirate group is not as united as the 2-group alliance. At least Linley was there. Including prisoners, even if it is to survive, they will definitely do their best, and they dare not have the slightest heart. Rocks can't do this kind of thing. And for the 3 big pirates in front of them, the only way out is to surrender or leave New World. There is no third way at all. Hateful, Akoku, who holds a long knife, has an ugly face. Team up with Silver Axe and John. Can't even take advantage of it, although it was expected, and their purpose was determined from the moment the Red Earl appeared. No need to beat, just drag the pieces. Although it is true now, but it still feels dull on the face. After all, he was born in the Rocks Pirates, and he still can't win 3-on-1. It must be too embarrassing. What made Akoku even more incomprehensible? Why would someone as strong as Redfield join the Double Alliance? At this point, Akoku is simply puzzled. This is a great pirate who was as famous as Roger and Whitebeard back then. Would you actually be willing to bow your head to a brat? It's just unbelievable. Although the 3 of them teamed up, the Red Earl also couldn't take them down. But now they can only wait for good news from Linley. And they don't know either. The situation on the outskirts of the plains has undergone tremendous changes. The scene returns to Linley, Kaido and Big Mom who are fighting. I saw 3 bolts of lightning, constantly intertwining around the 3 of them. 2 streaks of dark red, and 1 streak of dark green. Accompanied by 3 bolts of lightning. The 3 of them seemed to have turned into 3 beams of light. They collided continuously on the ground and in the air. Countless streamers of different colors exploded continuously in the air. Let this quiet night become no longer lonely. It's like daytime. Boom 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 boom. Every time the 3 weapons collided in the air, it will inevitably cause huge movements. The ground shook from time to time, and the earth dragon roared. And the waves rolling off Cake Island. It all shows that the 3 of them are doing their best. If not consciously in the collision, fly into the air. Most of the energy bursts that make each other are in the air. Cake Island might be shaken apart. Even so, earthquakes continued. It's just not as huge as the movement at the beginning. Hit until the rise. The battlefield of the 3 of them almost completely shifted to the king. All 3 of them undoubtedly have the ability to fly. Even if Kaido does not turn into a green dragon, he can still float and move in the sky by casting flame clouds. Not to mention Ant, not only the thundercloud formed by Hera can carry her to fly freely in the sky. The wind wings transformed by Ailos greatly increased her speed in the air. The fierce battle between the 3. This dozen lasted for half an hour. Food fun. Linley faced fierce attacks from the 2 men. There is a lot of pressure, as you can imagine. Therefore, while panting, he finally couldn't help but let out a long howl. A pair of people who are no match for Linley. Join hands but can take care of each other. Whenever he wants to do his best to solve one of them first, the other will definitely react immediately. It's like being in the Sabayati archipelago. Dealing with both Kizaru and Aokiji is similar. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Facing a powerhouse of this level, even Linley is hard to take advantage of. But the fighting spirit in his heart was almost overflowing from his heart. The Alliance of Crusades has invaded Ghost Island. Half a year has passed. For a while now, no one has been able to get Linley to give it his all. Of course, there is no such thing as enjoying the battle. But now, it's just right. Fun. It was said that the people several kilometers away heard his long roar. Really a little speechless. Played for half an hour. Another half hour, if not enough to beat Linley. Things will be fully understood. Only, looking from a distance, Linley's condition is worse than at the beginning. After all, facing two top powerhouses, how much it consumes is completely conceivable. In fact, since the battlefield of the three has completely shifted to the air, the two tricks of Night Erosion and Dawn Dawn have been used at least 10 times. And normal Demon God Armed Color Compression, and Conqueror's Entanglement, are countless. The high power output is maintained almost all the time. Only in this way can he bear every blow from the two of them. This kid, the more so, the feeling of being fooled in Auntie's heart became more and more intense. She actually had some doubts. Did my old lady believe in this kid's evil? Otherwise, all teamed up with Kaido now. After a while, they still couldn't get it, and most of the appetizers to start with. The move, Bahai, that the two teamed up with was easily accepted. Although as time goes by, their advantages seem to become more and more obvious. But it cannot be said to be a sure thing. On the contrary, it is very likely that Linley will force him to survive for an hour. At that time, even if she loses, spread the word, so what? Thinking of this, the aunt's complexion became ugly, and she shouted at Dada. No more reservations. I don't want to join forces with you. I can't beat this kid in an hour. After the big deal, I will no longer interfere with your alliance. In other words, she has decided to compromise. At least no longer meddling in the alliance. As for the rest, we will talk about it later. Oh, Kaido was taken aback, but he didn't expect Linley to say this at this moment. Li Haojiao quickly replied. You don't need to tell me, Zizhang has this intention. It happened to be on this kid, to test the new move that was just perfected. A new move. Hearing this, the aunt couldn't help but her eyes lit up. Immediately afterwards, Kaido suddenly stopped, took out a wine gourd, and suddenly poured a jug of wine into his mouth. Hi. After hiccuping, Kaido's expression suddenly became disappointed. Really, does Lousy have to join forces with others now to fight this kid? What a disappointment. As he spoke, he quickly appeared in front of Linley with lightning speed. Drunk and lost. Then there was a mighty blow of the hammer, and it directly slammed down. Transport, and the aunt watched this scene behind him. She was stunned. What the hell kind of move is this? Why did I feel depressed after drinking some wine? Didn't think much about it. Seeing that Kaido has already come up with the stunt of pressing the bottom of the box. She wasn't idle either, with a lifespan of 1 year, gigantic. As soon as the words fell, the body quickly expanded. 184 cool. Head to head to enjoy the battle. The aunt at this moment can almost be said to have reached the peak state of abnormality. That's why it's abnormal. Because of this state, the price is too high. Moreover, with the sharp increase of this price, her strength will also increase even more. But now it takes a year of life. That's enough for her. She was already extremely strong, let alone after paying such a huge price. Thus, it is enough to be called the highest peak in life. It is even stronger than before, when the crazy personality spent 3 years of life at the cost of becoming huge. Seeing Kaido and Big Mom, Shang has entered the state of the most explosive combat power. The pressure on Linley, undoubtedly a sudden explosion, drunken thunder, yin naluo. I saw that Kaido's whole body was not only surrounded by dark red lightning. There are countless blue lightnings, condensed on the mace. This is his fruit ability, the thunder element that can be controlled. This trick was performed in the state of, lost after drinking. You can imagine how powerful it is. However, Linley still faced the difficulties without fear. Boom. The 7-star sword, Nigekong and the mace collided together. Not to mention the huge movement caused. At this moment, Kaido, although strong, but the state of Linley's full power demon power release is undoubtedly more fishy. Therefore, Kaido and Big Mom chose to attack in tandem. It is undoubtedly more to his liking. Only 440 passed. And obviously wouldn't just watch the two fall into a stalemate, even if it's just for a short time. I saw under the blessing of the wings of the wind. The body, which had become extremely large, rushed towards Linley crazily. Blade Mother Lightning Flame, a giant sword air shock wave filled with flames and radar. With overwhelming momentum, they quickly attacked Linley. It even spread to Kaido in some areas. Only, how could Kaido care about this? It's just a desperate effort to gain an advantage in the stalemate between the two sides. Night Riot. Had no choice. Linley had no choice but to use his free hand to throw a new punch at the ant. And this time, but it is completely different from the erosion of the night. Because, this trick comes with the effect of Death Mark. I saw that dark green slash, and then broke through that giant sword energy shock wave again. Once again, it hit Big Mom accurately. Although it still did not cause any harm to the ant at the moment. But when hit the moment, Linley said silently in his heart. Burst. Quote question mark quote. Suddenly, the ant felt a sense of crisis. But I don't know where it came from. CDEJ. After all, he was unharmed, so he took Linley's weakened dark green slash. The idea just fell. Next second. Boom 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 boom. I saw Ant's whole body began to explode violently and inexplicably. This kind of explosion even affected the wind wings behind her, and the thundercloud under his feet, forcing Ailos, seriously injured, to withdraw from the state of wind wings. And Hera was no better off, affected by such a huge and continuous explosion, forced to return to its original state. Not good. Thus, Big Mom lost the ability to fly in the air. Falling down quickly, temporarily resolved the threat of Big Mom. Linley went all out to deal with Kaido, with the two-color hockey of Demon Power and Demon God pouring into it continuously. A moment's work, the deadlocked balance will completely tilt towards multi. Boom, accompanied by a loud bang. Kaido's dragon-like body smashed towards the ground like a cannonball. Boom, there was another sudden movement of the ground and the mountains shaking. Where Kaido is, a huge hole has been smashed out. Hoo, but Linley is only at this moment, obviously he can't care about Kaido anymore. The figure floating in the air seemed somewhat tired. He said with deep emotion in his heart, if you're head-to-head, it's a little bit forced. But, the coolness is real. In the past, he could remain invincible with silent displacement, despite taking advantage, but it lost the blood and fun of experiencing the battle. Not good. Obviously at this moment, Linley seems to have the upper hand. But a negative change took place on Beckman's face in the distance. All because he also saw that Linley's current state is not good. Never seen Linley in combat, gasp. It seems that the consumption is really too large. And now more than half an hour has passed. But the next 20 minutes or so will undoubtedly be even more difficult. Not only did he see it, there are not a few people who can see this. What they couldn't tell was that they simply thought that Linley had the upper hand. The big pit where Kaido is located, the dust is gradually dissipating. Drunk and angry, it seems that due to the drunkenness, just now, not only could not achieve better results, but was shot down to the ground. This made the disappointment in Kaido's heart continue to brew, and finally turned into anger. If even joining forces with Linley, you can't take down your boy, where will Laozi's face be put? No matter what, he still wants to save face. Although, from the perspective of an elder, Desire Linley and Yamato are better than Blue. But Linley's growth rate is too fast. He was so fast that he was caught off guard, and he was completely unprepared to be surpassed. See this scene. Linley, who was still panting, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Really speechless. P.E. Are you still in the show? Although it says no water. But Kaido's appearance is somewhat fake and real. However, this somewhat made his already enthusiastic mood become even hotter. Even if I'm a little tired now. But if you can't beat all your opponents, where does the confidence come from to face the world, the king of the world hidden behind the scenes? I am. Really stand on top of the world. The last time was at the Holy Land Mariajoy. The other party has discovered his snooping. In addition to being safe, the timing is also wrong. He didn't go directly between the flowers. The two sides just met each other from a long distance away. Linley chose to face the difficulties without fear. Boom. In fact, both sides are aware of it. If you join hands with Kaido, you can't beat you, so where will I put my mother's face? Seeing that Kaido jumped up from the ground again and attacked him. Just look at each other. Now is not the best time to deal with the opponent. For a moment, the collision of the three in the air became more ferocious than before. Followed by Kaido, quickly passed the ability of the soul fruit to restore Ailos and Hera to normal. He deeply felt the threat brought by IM. With that said, the ant was not to be outdone, after getting up quickly. That is, as for why the opponent didn't choose to keep him. All the thinking, in fact, only in a moment. He can also pose a huge threat to IM. That's right, I am afraid. 185 Kong. Is it possible to reproduce the cooperation of the marine pirates? Time passed by every minute and every second. The crowd of onlookers several kilometers below, facing the movement caused by the three of them. From the initial fear and trembling, slowly, it became normal. This moment, everyone just wants to know the final result. After all, Linley was able to survive the onslaught of Kaido and Big Mom within an hour. Or was it defeated by the combination of the two? And these two different results. It will have a far-reaching and different impact on the future alliance of the two regiments. Master Kaido is really, why do you look fiercer than your mother? Cracker complained angrily. Wasn't it shot down by Linley once? I thought that no matter what, I would inadvertently release water or something. The result is in the eyes of bystanders like them. Now parting is more fierce than mother. Not surprisingly, Kuro and Katakuri looked at each other and said normally. The friendship between Mom and Kaido is far beyond our imagination. Besides, don't underestimate Linley. No matter how unfavorable the conditions are for him, it can often create miracles. At this point, it has happened countless times. While everyone is anxiously waiting for the final result. Naval Headquarters. Perhaps it is due to the difference in geographical location. The sea area where Naval Headquarters is located is not night, but the sun is shining brightly. At this time, Marshal Marine's office. There are 7 people including Kong, Sengoku, Crane, Garp, and 3 monsters who will be promoted to Admiral in the future. At this time, the faces of the 7 people were all solemn. It seems that they are discussing something important. It's been decided above. Looking at the crowd, Kong said in a deep voice. Because recently, the two-regiment alliance has become the #1 threat to our marine and even the world government at an astonishing speed. Therefore, in terms of organizational structure, the latest adjustments have been made to prepare for the actions of the two-regiment alliance in the near future. The appointment is announced below. In a few days, I will be promoted to the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. And the post of Marshal Marine will be succeeded by Sengoku. The 3 of you were promoted to Admiral. Don't rush to be happy. Kong shook his head and sighed. We are about to enter for Marine, quite a tough time. The strength of the enemy in this era will far exceed that of the past. Everyone, be mentally prepared. Yes, hearing this, everyone stood up unanimously and nodded in unison. Now that you're a Marine, there's no reason to be afraid of pirates. No matter how cruel the pirate forces are. Akinu, who also nodded without hesitation. When no one noticed, a strange color flashed in his eyes. These appointments will be officially announced in a few days, so get ready in advance. Seeing everyone nodding, Kong said to Sengoku, tell them about the recent trends of the two-regiment alliance. As soon as Kong mentioned the two-team alliance, Sengoku's face became ugly. The entire new world is now completely boiling. The ambition of the Shuangquan alliance is clearly revealed. Now the army is splitting into two groups, sweeping towards the new world. According to the intelligence personnel, and the information passed by CP0. Led by Gun King, Beckman, Flame, Jin, Devil's Descendant, Bullet and Red Earl, Redfield, they swept from the Fishman Island to Wanokuni. They did not return directly to Wanokuni for repairs, but just took a boat of prisoners and attacked the islands along the way. Part of my marine islands have been conquered. For example, Punk Hazard. At that time, Caesar Current, a member of the science class who was conducting research on weapons of mass destruction on the island, had been taken away. Currently, Punk Hazard is occupied by people from the two-regiment alliance. In order not to startle the enemy, the colleagues of the G1 branch did not act rashly. The other team, led by Linley and Kaido of the Beasts, started from Wanokuni. Destination unknown, perhaps towards Whitebeard's territory. Above, although everyone, more or less, has learned part of the information Sengoku said. But when they heard about the two-regiment alliance, they couldn't wait so much, so they began to take formal action. The seriousness on his face will undoubtedly turn into substance. I thought that taking so many prisoners from Impel Down would have to be tamed before they acted, right? In this way, Marine can prepare accordingly. It never occurred to me that it completely exceeded expectations. Next, facing the actions of the two-regiment alliance in New World, Marshal, what is the tone of our Marine? Crane asked calmly. New World has always been called the forbidden place of Marine. In that sea area, the sphere of influence that Marine can cover is only the sea area not too far from the Red Line. And Marine base, currently there is only one G1 branch. Now the double regiment alliance is sweeping New World's move. Though it feels crazy, but in fact, in the final analysis, it is actually a conflict within the pirate forces. Facing this situation, how Marine should react will test their decision-making. Leave it alone. Sit back and watch the double group alliance continue to grow until it becomes the only one in New World. This is really unwise for Marine. Ask for flowers. But if you intervene, I have to worry about the reaction of the double group alliance and other pirates. More worried about casualties. After all, this world is not just the sea area of New World. Both the Four Seas and the Grand Line need a lot of troops to guard. In fact, Marine does not have too many troops at all. You can enter the New World. Don't rush to set the tone. Kong shook his head and said, no matter what, Marine is also the enemy of pirates. If we act rashly, maybe the two-regiment alliance will recklessly abandon all targets and attack our Marine first. At that time, I'm afraid that other pirate forces will wish that the two-group alliance and Marine will fight to the death, and sit back and watch the battle. Most importantly, New World, our influence is too small. Unless troops are transferred from the Grand Line, and Sengoku, Garp, and the three of you all have to be deployed to have a chance of winning. 0.00. But, wasn't there a lineup like this once in Com Belt? It seems that it has not taken advantage of it. Also, how is the plan of 7 warlords of the sea being implemented? Kong asked suddenly. The candidate has basically been determined now. Currently negotiating. Kong nodded, seemed to think of something, and asked again. What's Newgate doing lately? Still in East Blue. It's just, seems to be meeting the Golden Lion. Sengoku replied helplessly. In this way, it will really be an eventful autumn. The 3 famous pirates back then. Now 2 of them have started to contact. Since Golden Lion escaped from prison, he has been lurking, and seems to be brewing some big conspiracy. This had to make Marine vigilant. Golden Lion, Kong muttered to himself. Is it because you feel the pressure brought by the two-regiment alliance? Even if the Whitebeard pirates now have the Roger remnants headed by Jabba. Still not confident enough to resist the sweep of the two-group alliance. After a moment of contemplation, Kong seems to have made an important decision. Whether it's Roger, or Golden Lion, Whitebeard, their existence is an important part of maintaining the balance of this sea. Everything is under control. Compared to the threat brought by the two-regiment alliance, it is undoubtedly farther away. It is even more uncontrollable. How about this? Sengoku, you and Whitebeard are old enemies anyway. Try to get in touch with Whitebeard. Do you want to reproduce the scene where Marine and pirates joined forces to deal with the Rocks pirates? 186 Akinu Admiral. World government is not a good thing either. What? As soon as Kong said this, no doubt led anyone but Garp. Everyone was shocked. The Marshal is trying to join forces with the former world's strongest pirate group to deal with the ambition of the two-group alliance. Although it was said that this kind of seriousness happened to him in the past. Garp, who was vice admiral at the time, teamed up with the Roger pirates to defeat the Rocks pirates who were trying to dominate the world. However, things are clearly different now. The Roger pirates, after all, are different from the Whitebeard pirates. Compared with the latter, the former, which adopted the elite model back then, was more like an adventure group than a pirate. And at that time, the reputation of the Roger pirates was not so prominent. The fact of joining forces can be easily erased. Even change the name of Gul'd Roger to Goldo Roger. And the Whitebeard pirates, now famous. In this world, except for the backcountry. Who hasn't heard of it? Once Marine makes such a move, it will undoubtedly announce to the world the incompetence of 400 Marine. This, Marshal, are you sure? Sengoku asked incredulously. Certainly. Kong nodded without hesitation. Marine's reputation has now fallen to almost the bottom. The matter of impel down. Even the Marine and even the world government tried their best to conceal it. Still known by many people. That being the case, as long as the threat posed by the two-regiment alliance can be completely resolved. Even if there is a compromise with Whitebeard, so what? As long as we can wipe out the two-regiment alliance, it's a big deal to launch another erasure of history. In a few years, this matter will be forgotten in everyone's memory. And, this time, Marine will not appear on the bright side. As for the terms, let Whitebeard mention them. Sengoku nodded with a troubled look on his face. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. Kong's idea is undoubtedly too wild. This is the plan. With the alliance of the two groups and the Whitebeard pirates, a life-and-death conflict is about to occur. And by this, behind the latter, fuel the flames and provide help. But Whitebeard is no fool. How could they be willing to take the crime of teaming up with Marine? One more. Now Whitebeard has been contacted by Golden Lion. And the latter is not a law-abiding master. All along, they have been aiming to dominate the world. In terms of ambition, it may not be much better than Linley of the two-regiment alliance. I'm afraid Whitebeard is a compromise with Golden Lion. Nor would he choose to engage in this form of joint action with Marine. Just try it. In addition, about Vegapunk, Egghead, where he is located, in New World, is no longer safe. We must secretly take him and the research materials away before the arrival of the Double Regiment Alliance. I will leave this matter to you, Akinu, Aokiji. Secretly. Don't let the wind out. After all, Vegapunk is too important to our Marine, and even the world government. Yes, Akinu and Aokiji immediately stood up and solemnly agreed. After the meeting, the remaining 6 people left the marshal's office one after another. Sengoku and Akinu walked side by side in the hallway of the building. Sakazuki, during this period of time, your fighting spirit seems to have declined. This is not a good sign. A temporary failure can't explain anything. That guy Linley, after all, is a genius that hasn't been seen in all these years, even in the past 800 years. It's too normal to lose in his hands. You don't have to have a psychological burden. Total justice should not be affected by him. Since the last Impel Down event, Sengoku vaguely sensed that something had changed in Akinu's body. If it weren't for Akinu after graduating from the Marine Academy, he would have been by his side to assist. He may not be able to detect it. Through careful analysis, he thinks the reason is so. It's because they lost twice in Linley's hands. But facing an unreasonable opponent like Linley, who can't win? Akinu heard this, although his face remained expressionless. But in my heart, it seemed that there was an uproar. Own changes. Despite trying to hide it, was it still detected by Sengoku? This time, he also found a change in himself. Linley's voice often sounded in my heart, especially the sentence, "Did you know that in the world government, above the 5 elders, there is a world lord?" To this end, the thorough justice he insisted on has undoubtedly been severely impacted. The vacant throne represents the vow to insist on mutual equality among the kings and never have a dictatorial heart. If there really is a master, then this oath has become a kind of joke. And all his persistence is even more a joke. He didn't believe it at first. But during this time, when going to the Holy Land Mariajoy in the name of a mission, he began to search for this information intentionally or unintentionally. Finally, I discovered the details that I didn't care about before. Only, after all these years of being in Marine, with discoveries, it is natural to know that these trivial discoveries cannot change the status quo. Therefore, I chose to remain calm. Just, in a subtle way, the radical justice he insisted on has changed. It seems to be influenced by Linley's quotations in his heart. It's not what it used to be, obedience to the orders of the world government. Instead, start thinking that thorough justice should belong to the people. So I choose to think about what should be done to benefit the people of this world. For example, the two-regiment alliance swept New World. Vision, described by Linley, trying to turn this most dangerous sea area into a real paradise in this world. This, he quite recognized. New World was originally a gathering place for all kinds of vicious and dangerous pirates. Regardless of ambition or not. Anyway, world government is not a good thing. Who is in power and not in power? Once Linley and its 2-team alliance can truly sweep the entire New World, gather the most dangerous pirates in the world and establish rules and order, it is undoubtedly beneficial to the world as a whole. Akinu. Seeing that Akinu seemed to be lost in thought, Sengoku sighed softly. Just feel, perhaps, these 2 failures had dealt him too much blow. Sengoku Admiral, you worry too much. Akinu came back to his senses, and his face returned to the original stern look. I'm not going to be affected by these setbacks. It's just that during this period of 1.5, I have been thinking about how to stop the threat brought by the two-regiment alliance. I see. I'm relieved. Sengoku knows, Akinu knows that he is the kind of guy who spits and nails. As a result, all worries are completely forgotten. Watching Sengoku's back, under Akinu's stern face, he thought to himself, Vegapunk, and the snow with Whitebeard, is necessary. On the other side, the Sea of All Nations. The three people who were fighting fiercely were surrounded by the roar of various explosions. Suddenly I heard the sound of a phone bug ringing. Boru Bolu, Linley was taken aback for a moment, and hurriedly backed away. It turned out that it was the phone bug in his pocket that rang. Then he said to Kaido and Auntie, let me answer the phone. Hearing this, the two of them naturally have nothing to do. Anyway, the two of them were a little tired to be honest. Just to take a breath. 187, the final attack. Who else is the title of king? Crooked. Oh, interesting. Vegapunk. Hear the voice from the phone bug. Linley couldn't help but his eyes lit up. FF. At this moment, looking at Linley who was answering the phone bug. Both Kaido and Big Mom were panting slightly. Such an intense and all-out burst. Even they were exhausted. And Linley in front of them. Although the same is true. 20 minutes ago, Linley already looked like this. And now, it's still like this. This made the two of them really speechless. Now it's an hour away, and there are less than 10 minutes left. It's really unreasonable. Is this kid a perpetual motion machine? Kaido, who stared at Linley, was speechless. From beginning to end, he didn't put any water. Now it seems that there is no need for him to release water at all. Result, even if he used the Wine Dragon 8 trigrams, state that he had just perfected not long ago. Lost after drinking, crying after drinking, angry after drinking, acting like a baby after drinking, stealing a teacher after drinking, killing after drinking, 23 and other states. Used them all in turn. Cooperating with the gigantic Linley, it didn't achieve any greater effect. Maybe Linley was completely at a disadvantage. There was no sign of defeat. This undoubtedly boosted his confidence as lousy. I originally thought that after mastering the Wine Dragon 8 trigrams, even if he is not an opponent, he should still have the power to fight. Quote. Now I'm probably not Whitebeard's opponent. At the beginning, he made up his mind to wait until the next time he faced Whitebeard. Be sure to remove Whitebeard's head yourself. That's why, in order to satisfy his determination, Linley didn't bother to find the Whitebeard pirates during this time. But today teamed up with Linley to fight against the adopted son. But it gave him a deep self-knowledge and sentiment. Perhaps, the thought that passed in a flash before, the two-color hockey, fused with the four elements that can be controlled by the blue dragon form, will be the right way to explore. And only by mastering that state can we truly defeat Whitebeard. Thinking of this, I fell into deep thought unconsciously. And the ant not far from him. While panting heavily, strong unwillingness shot out from his eyes. Could it be, this little BD has grown to this point? If you even team up with Kaido, you can't win him. In this world, she really couldn't think of anyone else who could be his opponent. Whitebeard, stop it. Believe it or not, if Whitebeard was there, facing her teamed up with Kaido. To put it bluntly, shit has to be punched out. Roger, Whitebeard is like this, so what's the use of Roger who is comparable to his strength? Now it seems, this little BD will never sit back and watch the double regiment alliance change. There is almost no doubt about this. Even if she asked Kaido to repay the favor and stop interfering in the affairs of the world. Linley still didn't intend to nod. That's pretty obvious. This matter, what Kaido said doesn't count. But did Kaido release the water just now? Please, she is not blind. To repay her favor, hit harder and harder than her. If so, she would still complain. I'm afraid Linley really has to turn his face. How can she not see the reason why Linley proposed such a condition? In addition to being extremely confident. In the end, for the sake of Kaido and his sons, give her a step down. Although extremely unwilling in the heart. After all, she regained control of the nations. In addition to the original, establish a country where all races and things in the world, regardless of high or low, live together. What's more, there is no longer a corner. Officially launch a journey to this sea and become the king of the sea. But with Linley's presence, the title of king, who else is better? It's really not to grow others' aspirations and destroy one's own prestige. If we say at the beginning, she was quite confident. Fighting and fighting, this confidence is getting more and more false. Until now, it is completely gone. How can anyone be so ridiculously strong? Are you still unreasonable? At this moment, she really wanted to say something. Forget it, as long as it doesn't hinder her from realizing her first dream. Katakuri, these children love to do what they want. She doesn't want to control it anymore, and she can't control it anymore. But thinking about it, how could she easily admit defeat until the end? No matter what, it still needs face. Kaido, Kaido came back to his senses and subconsciously responded. Do you still have strength? Let's decide the outcome next. It's meaningless to fight like this again. Indeed, Kaido sighed lightly and had to admit the fact. To be honest, he was actually conflicted. Both hope that Linley will win the final victory. I also hope that the cooperation between myself and Linley can continue the law of the sea. Use that trick. Ant's eyes became firm. If you can't even win that trick, I will admit it. The trick. Kaido was taken aback, then grinned. Linley, are you serious? After that move, you will have to lose your strength for a while. He couldn't help but think back to when he was in the Rocks Pirates. Although they cooperate with Linley tacitly. But sometimes, when performing missions outside, he will encounter enemies that he cannot fight against. Every time, the two of them will use that move far surpassing Bahai's joint attack. However, after that move, both of them will lose their strength for a short time. Since then, the strength has become stronger and stronger. That move is rarely seen again. And after leaving the Rocks Pirates, there is no possibility of facing such a desperate situation. Seeing that Linley had already made up his mind, Kaido said no more. Just 527. I was a little worried in my heart. Even throwing out that trick, wouldn't it be too much? You know, this is the final trump card that he and Linley would consider when they faced a desperate situation. And just at this moment, Linley hung up on Bug. Then I heard the ant's solemn face say, there is not much time left, let's decide the outcome. As long as you are safe and sound, take the next move from me and Kaido. Even if you win. Oh, hearing this, Lin Fu couldn't help showing a look of interest. Could it be that these two brothers and sisters still have some secret tricks hidden in the bottom of the box? There is no reason for any refusal. In fact, he has already reached the limit. Just rely on Ant and let's decide the outcome. See Linley nod. Kaido and Big Mom jumped into the air at the same time without hesitation. And this time the height of the rise. Far more than before, even the clouds are below the two of them. After Linley also followed up, the two-color hockey covered by the two began to explode continuously. It seems that at this moment, all the remaining two-color hockey in the body has been released. The mace and saber crossed and collided again. Shake the world. Zilla Zilla. Kacha Kacha. In an instant. Boom. Endless white light instantly swept across the entire world. Shine the entire Cake Island and even the sky of all nations, into daylight. 188 The dust has settled. Kaido's harvest. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The incomparably terrifying blow in front of him. It can be said that it is the strongest move that Linley has seen since he walked out of Ghost Island. Whether it's Whitebeard, or Akinu, or even the Big Mom in the first battle, they can't compare with the two people working together at this moment. That kind of unparalleled visual impact, and the color of knowledge through the warning of madness. It all shows how powerful and shocking this move is, even through foreseeing the future, to predict the next result. Or the best response that can be done at the moment. The vast majority of results are nowhere to hide, there is no way back, only tough. After all, it is to perform silent displacement, and the distance is also limited. But the attack range of this move is almost covering the entire sky. However, Linley didn't want to hide from the beginning to the end. It is also impossible to hide. It was just in the process of taking off. A large piece of abyss cold iron was melted and attached to the 7-star sword by him. This time, I didn't choose to use Dawn Breaks Dawn, that broke out from the beginning. Instead, choose the first and always the strongest move. When faced with the moment when the endless day swept by, Linley suddenly swung his sword forward. In an instant, a scene where time stops. Second time at Cake Island to recreate. This moment, it seemed as if the whole world had come to a standstill. The only thing still in motion. There is only an insignificant black speck in that seemingly endless white ocean. If this black spot is enlarged infinitely, you can see it without seeing any color. There was only darkness and a void. Accompanied by the incomparably huge gravitational force, an extremely strong vortex was formed. Any substance that gets close to it will be sucked in. It's like a black hole that can swallow even the line of sight. The Uzumaki around the black hole spun extremely fast. The endless white light all around, accompanied by rotation, is constantly being sucked into it without any resistance. In an instant, the volume of the black hole expanded several times. And it is still expanding at an alarming rate. Even so, the black hole is still so insignificant compared to the entire white ocean. But unfortunately, that piece of white ocean has such a huge volume, but fell into a state of stillness. After all, it was impossible to submerge the black hole of pitch black emptiness. Can only be at the mercy of others. Original. When daylight swept across, on the cake, and even the entire sea of nations. Except that the sight falls into a sea of white. Can't see anymore. Even the ears were deafened by the huge roar. Briefly lost hearing. It seemed that there was no more sound. ZO. As the volume of the black hole becomes larger and larger. If it is still at this moment, the people who are still watching the sky will return to normal. You can feel that the deafening signs, as well as the vast white ocean, are gradually becoming dim and weak. Look up. It was like a black hole that could swallow even sound. Like a devil who can never get enough to eat, constantly devouring everything around. A long time. Maybe it was just a few seconds. Perhaps hours have passed. When the black hole in the sky occupies 1/3 of the entire sky. It seems that a critical value has finally been reached. Boom. There was an earth-shattering loud noise. It seems to be able to resound directly to the soul. At that moment, everyone resumed their exercise status at the same time. Kaido and Big Mom, the two creators of such a terrifying daytime scene. Then he saw a scene of incomparable horror. I don't know when. Maybe for them, it was just a moment. However, the sky, at that moment, was forcibly divided into two by light and darkness. In the process of continuous explosion, they cancel each other out. disappear at the same time. However, the black and white picture in their eyes quickly changed. That darkness, after cancelling out all the daylight at an astonishing speed. Remnants. With the momentum of breaking the sky, he quickly attacked the two of them. The speed is fast, almost made them unresponsive, not good. Almost at the first moment, the permeating sense of crisis was forewarned through the color of knowledge. Already in time to fall downwards. But it is still unavoidable to be affected by the aftermath of darkness. Puff. Almost at the same moment, the two fell towards the ground like meteors, uncontrollably spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air. The mental outlook of the whole person immediately became sluggish, maybe just on the brink of the dark aftermath. The moment when it is swept away. Instead, it accelerated their fall toward the ground. But even so, still being invaded by the aftermath of darkness. Inevitably, severe damage was caused in the body. Kaido looks, no doubt, more tragic than Big Mom. In addition to spitting blood from the mouth, the dragon scales all over his body are also continuously bleeding out. Bang bang. There were two loud noises in succession. The two fell to the ground one after another. Two huge potholes were smashed fiercely. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the creation of potholes, two violent earthquakes occurred one after another. A few kilometers away, Beckman and others hurriedly stabilized their figures. It seems that they also realized that the winner has been decided. Immediately rushed towards the center of the battle crazily. Beckman and others looked at Kaido in the pit, and Katakuri and others looked at the mother in the pit on the other side. All screamed out loud, "Mom, are you so weak? Master Kaido, big brother, did you suffer such a serious injury?" Without any hesitation, the two teams rushed into the pothole in a hurry. They helped the two out separately. "Mom, are you all right? Master Kaido, big brother, are you all right?" Obviously Kaido was seriously injured, but the eyes were extremely excited. He did not address the concerns of Beckman at all. Instead, he muttered to himself, "Cough cough, absorb and then release. This kind of move. He seems to see himself clearly in the future, the correct way to become stronger." And the ant had a sad look on her face, but at the corner of his mouth, there was a hint of relief. Also did not answer Wang Zhao's children's concerns. Such an opponent, if you can't defeat it, then you must not be your enemy. It was her only thought at the moment. And not far away, Linley's figure gradually fell from the sky. He had just landed, but his footsteps were staggering. Fortunately, when Beckman saw this, he immediately left Kaido and rushed towards him, before he supported him. "Thank you, ... He said his thanks and let out a long breath. In Linley's body at this moment, the monster power and the two-color Hawkeye are almost exhausted, and there is not much left. Otherwise, it is impossible to create a black hole with such an upper limit of absorption. Ignoring the physical exhaustion, Linley walked between Kaido and Big Mom with the help of Beckman. "Father, an ant, are you all right?" Hearing this, the two looked at each other. There was a moment of silence. Immediately afterwards, unexpectedly burst into laughter. "Ooh, mama. 189 Suppression of contemporary teenagers. Akinu's intelligence. ... Looking at the two laughing. Everyone present, except Linley. One counts as one, and they are all circled. What, with 2 against 1, isn't it such a soldier after being marinated? Everyone really can't understand the brain circuits of the two. It seems that there is nothing wrong." Seeing this, Linley couldn't help smiling. Kaido's injuries looked terrible. In fact, for his constitution with ghost race and green dragon form, it is really nothing more than a child's play. As for Big Mom, the injuries received can be completely ignored. After all, it was only a fallout hit, not a frontal hit. As for why the two were so happy, he guessed that maybe it was because they hadn't seen each other for many years, but when they met again, they joined hands to fight, right? In the original book, the two did not meet again until more than 10 years later. When we first met, we fought for 3 days and 3 nights. When it's over, the banquet will be held. Immediately afterwards, they announced the disappearance of their alliance with each other. This series of operations stunned Jin and Dine. Come to think of it, the relationship between the two is really good. After all, after Big Mom lost, Kaido burst into tears regardless of his image. Although it was in the state of Wine Dragon 8 trigrams, 743 at the time. The ant's personality is somewhat fickle. Although at the beginning, the speed was extremely tough. If you don't compromise, you will fight to the death. But with the arrival of Kaido, I am afraid that he also realized that no one can stop Linley leading the two-team alliance to sweep New World. Of course she can't. Therefore, I can only choose the default wisely. Otherwise, what else can she do? Agreed to the bet, and already lost. She is not someone who can afford to lose. Especially in front of Kaido. I have to say, Kaido, your adopted son is absolutely peerless. Suppression of the contemporary, staying in the same era as this kind of Tianzhou, really is the tragedy of the younger generation. She suddenly felt a little lucky. Fortunately, children have a lot of friendship with such people. Especially Katakuri, forged a deep friendship with Linley. It is said that even Smoothie. Otherwise, Linley wouldn't have rushed over immediately. And, give in every possible way, to her. Think again of Linley's enemies. Then think about if you are determined to fight against it, and suppose you don't have the same relationship with Kaido back then. I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. Think here. I felt a little gloating in my heart. Sorrow for Linley's enemies. Ooh, Hearing this, Kaido was still laughing heartily. Of course, the most fortunate thing in Laozi's life is to take him back to Ghost Island when he was still weak. And, knowing the bead, with the wisdom eye, saw Linley's extraordinary, so he looked at him differently. Otherwise, it's just a stalking, and it's over for a meal. Such a deep relationship may not be established between father and son. He also has a wonderful daughter. I am afraid that the relationship between my daughter and Linley is much deeper than that between him and Linley. Look how proud you are. The ant muttered a few words with a look of jealousy. The expression on his face was rather indignant, especially when looking at Puro Ross Puro and Katakuri and others. That kind of injustice is even worse. Why didn't she get that shit luck? If you pick it up, you can pick up this kind of young man who suppresses the contemporary era. The Katakuri brothers met their mother's eyes, feeling their scalps tingling and trying to lie. They looked at each other for no apparent reason, head full of question marks. Okay, I will abide by the promise. Katakuri, from now on, I will leave the common affairs of all nations to you. When you realize that you are powerless against the status quo, she is also a heroine who can afford to let go. Mom, don't worry, I will do my best to help you realize your dream. That's right, Kaido patted his old friend on the shoulder and said with a sigh. How good is it to leave these trivial matters to the younger generations? Like me, I haven't paid attention to the things in the 100 CDAA beasts for a long time. At this moment, Jin murmured softly. Say it as if you've been in charge before. Ha 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 ha. Although the voice was very small, those present were basically grandmasters who had knowledge and experience. Of course they all heard it. So, nothing but laugh out loud. Kaido's face froze, but he found that he couldn't refute at all. However, he was so used to being ridiculed by his subordinates that he couldn't get used to it anymore. His complexion quickly returned to normal, and he said with a straight face. It was also during the idle time that I realized the move of Wine Dragon 8 trigrams. And after this battle, I have gained a lot of insights. Maybe when I break through again, that is when I take Newgate's head with my own hands. Newgate head. Ant was stunned for a moment, and then remembered the 3 Akoku and the crusade against the alliance that she had said invaded Wano-kuni. It seems that you suffered a lot under his hands at that time. Snort. Kaido snorted coldly, and said firmly. There will be no next time. Cut. The ant didn't bother to pay attention to his rhetoric. He waved his hands and struggled to stand up. I'm starving. Katakuri, hurry up and prepare a banquet for me. Okay, Mom. Seeing Katakuri nodding, Big Mom smiled at Kaido. I haven't seen you for many years, and I won't return today if I don't get drunk. Brother, I can't wait. Oahoaak. So next, the picture is very harmonious. The ant who chose to abide by the agreement quickly immersed herself in the fond memories of her sister and brother Kaido. And Akoku, Silver Axe, and John, who were directly ignored by the ant. After learning the news that the two sides shook hands and made peace. Like 3 statues, transfixed. However, Beckman and others did not make heavy moves. Instead, he was temporarily detained. Wait until Kaido and Big Mom finish talking about the old days. Then bring them in front of the two of them, and obey them. Lin had no intention of interfering in this matter at all. These 3 hidden dangers gather in Wangguo. It lasted 7 days, no doubt. The information provided by Akinu kept churning in my mind. The power of the 3 can be accepted almost without resistance. Whitebeard and Golden Lion made contact in East Blue. But Linley basically recovered on the 2nd day. Flying in the air, Linley was lost in thought. Akinu's news came too timely. He and Aokiji lead the team, and will go to Egghead soon to pick up Dr. Vegapunk. As soon as the banquet is held, Linley for the last piece of information. There is no doubt that it is a great thing for the 2-regiment alliance. He left the world alone. By the way, you can also get the treasure of the famous Captain John. Kong is trying to secretly support the Whitebeard pirates, and compete with the 2-party alliance in New World. After finding a reason casually. Thus, I am most interested in 190 planning Vegapunk. The idea of man-made devil fruit. Vegapunk, this guy, believe that there are many who know. Known as the man with the world's largest brain. His technological level is said to be 500 years ahead of the world. Is the chief scientist of the world government. Of course, Linley, who knows the original book, of course knows. The so-called leading the world by 500 years largely relies on the technology that reproduces ancient civilizations. This all depends on the books Vegapunk obtained from the ruins of Ohara after the destruction of Ohara. And his special devil fruit, brain fruit. With unlimited brain capacity, its brain can store an unlimited amount of information. Of course, no one can deny the level of Vegapunk itself. After all, do not study ancient civilization technology. His own level is also at the ceiling of the world's scientific research community. Far surpassing colleagues Caesar Current and Vince Moke Judge. The latter is also Sanji's father. And when it comes to the original work, Vegapunk's achievements are even more numerous. In the field of biology, there are blood factors, biological modification and artificial organisms. The bloodline factor, also known as the life blueprint, was suspended because it was considered dangerous by the world government. But in fact, Vince Moke Judge is still secretly continuing to study, and has made quite a lot of achievements. Like Sanji's brothers and sisters, it's his work. And Sanji in the protagonist group, on the surface, is a failure, but in fact it should be the most successful work. As for biological modification and artificial organisms, For example, Bartholomew Kuma, one of the original Shichibukai, was bio-modified and turned into a prototype of a pacifist. Not to mention artificial creatures. As the name suggests, in addition to the field of biology, in the field of weapons, the achievements are even more. Pacifists, blazing angels, and sea beast weapons are all his works. Among them, Seraphim has the power to replace 7 warlords of the sea. It is conceivable that, if sufficient funds and materials are provided, I'm afraid he can create a bunch of legions to rival the Shichibukai. Just think about how terrifying it is. And what Linley attaches the most importance to, and which is closely related to him, is undoubtedly the research in the field of devil fruit. Ability transformation and artificial devil fruit. The former is mainly a technology to let things eat devil fruit. For example, let the sword eat the elephant fruit to become an elephant. The latter is to make artificial devil fruit by extracting blood factors. However, the devil fruit made by Vegapunk is not the same as the artificial zone devil fruit smile made by Caesar Current. What kind of spicy chicks are the latter? I believe that after reading the original book, those waste legions of beasts pirates can know. But the former is completely different. For example, Momonosuke's artificial devil fruit. In fact, it is a failure, produced by extracting Kaido's lineage factor. It is said to be a failure. Where is the failure? Also, the color is different. Others are basically similar. However, even artificial devil fruit is not as good as the original devil fruit. Probably not too much difference. This makes Linley covet Vegapunk very much. Why? 13 people currently on the Linley contract. Beckman, Kuina, Hawkeye and Gion didn't eat the devil fruit. Hawkeye can ignore it, but the other 3 can be considered completely. It was mentioned before, what kind of devil fruit should I find for Kuina? In fact, if you count the ones that have already been eaten, there are too many choices. 151,520. Marco's Phoenix Fruit. This fruit, in Linley's opinion, is undoubtedly the most suitable devil fruit for Kuina. Not only has the ability to fly, but also can use the regeneration yen to repair the body. Thus, I'm afraid I won't die no matter how I fall. As for the attack, there is no need to consider it at all. After all, Kuina's talent is mainly concentrated in the field of swordsmanship. Once the swordsmanship is perfect, afraid of lack of attack power, it is absolutely impossible to be like Marco. The strong ones who have been marked with grades, in addition to restraint, the output is only scraping. As for Beckman, in fact, Linley thinks that Big Mom's soul fruit is a good choice. Anyway, Beckman itself is a fort. After eating the soul fruit, according to his vision, he created the equipment bar and pet bar. How powerful a mobile turret will Beckman be? This is simply unimaginable, scary to think about. As for Gion, if only I could get Vegapunk. Want what devil fruit doesn't have. One more, asking for flowers. For his return, many options and conveniences have been added. On the contrary, if let world government continue to own Vegapunk, even if the latter will break with the world government later, and the world government also dispatched CP0 to assassinate. But Marine and world government. In so many years, it has obtained many advanced technologies one after another, which is also an iron fact. And because of the pacifists and Seraphim, Marine's combat power has skyrocketed. This is not Linley's wish. Bottom line, winning New World is not the ultimate goal. Solve all the hidden dangers of this world, and this will inevitably solve the threat from the world government. Only, 0. Linley had to think about another problem. That is, if you take Vegapunk, what will Im's reaction be? You know, the reason why I am afraid of Im. It is because she has no way of knowing that she can destroy a country's historical region with one hand. Where did it come from? Is it from oneself, or the legendary Uranus? And what kind of restrictions will there be? If you don't understand these, there is undoubtedly a sword of Deimos hanging on Linley's head at all times. With his strength, of course, I don't think that this kind of power can destroy him humanely. But what about everyone else? For example, the 3 little ones who are still young now. And people like Gion, even for the fetters he cares about. You must be careful and avoid all risks. The unknown is often the most dreadful. Certainly, dread belongs to dread, but if he gave up planning Vegapunk, that is absolutely impossible. How could he just watch the Marine and the world government continue to improve their combat power with the research results of Vegapunk? Perhaps, we can meet with Vegapunk before talking. This guy is not of one mind with the world government. Choose to join the world government, but because the world government has the most sufficient resources. And on the other side, Akinu and Aokiji, on a camouflage warship, are secretly going to Vegapunk's location, Egard Factory. 191 arrive at Egghead, Egard, located in one of the few islands that belong to the world government in the New World. It is different from Punk Hazard, that is, Banks restricted area. The location of Egard is in a deep sea area. As we all know, it is difficult for Marine's sphere of influence to radiate into the depths of the New World. That is Egg, the nearby sea area is extremely dangerous, and the surrounding sea kings are even bigger and more ferocious than Yamato in Calm Belt. This is how it will not be infested by pirates. At this time, we headed towards Egard, passing the camouflage warship. Aokiji is lying comfortably on the deck, lazily basking in the sun. Maybe it was finally waking up. Taking off the blindfold, looking at the figure standing at the front of the warship, he said boredly. What a toss. Obviously Dr. Vegapunk temporarily relocated to Egghead, and it's only been less than a year. Now it's time to fully evacuate New World. Originally, Vegapunk, like Caesar Current, worked at the Punk Hazard Institute. Not long ago, when Marine and the world government noticed the news that the Crusade Alliance was about to invade Wano Kuni. I think this is a great time to expand Marine's influence and fully reach into the New World. Therefore, except for Sengoku and Garp who led the team to Wano Kuni respectively, also did a lot of other work. For example, the expansion plan of the New World branch. And at the request of Vegapunk, a second independent scientific research institute was established. At that time, it was considered that Vegapunk was still sharing a research institute with other people. Somewhat condescending. Finally 5 elders waved his hand and agreed. Just 1 year. The form changed sharply a few times. Akinu was silent for a moment before opening his mouth and saying, "This is also impossible. Originally, our Marine has already planned to build on the basis of the G1 branch. Build G5 to G20 branches in New World. But plans can't keep up with changes. Now is not the time to establish a branch in New World and expand our influence. And they are about to arrive at the edge of Egard, the branch that was originally planned to be established as the G14 branch. I don't know if there will be good news from Sengoku Admiral." Aokiji said with a complicated face. What he was referring to was naturally Kong's whim. Have Sengoku surreptitiously contact Whitebeard, trying to reach a partnership with the Whitebeard pirates. Let's fight together against the big move of the next 2-group alliance. Unlikely. Akinu shook his head and said, with Whitebeard's temperament, it is impossible to cooperate with Marine, even if it is only secretly cooperation. What's more, now that I have contacted Golden Lion, it is obvious that I have made up my mind to join hands with Golden Lion. Do you remember where the Golden Lion first appeared after he escaped from prison? The territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Good. The Golden Lion and our Marine, the grievances are too great. If Whitebeard is between us and Golden Lion, make a choice. Presumably, he would rather choose to trust his former partner, Golden Lion, than Marine, right? That's what it says. Aokiji shook his head and said, until the end, who can say for sure? He actually didn't hold out much hope. See, Aokiji has a complicated face. Akinu recalls how Aokiji has changed over the years. Since the Ohara incident, the whole person has been completely decadent. From hot-blooded justice to lazy justice. Thinking about it made him aware. Perhaps Shu Qing's pheasant would be a better target. Exto. He walked over to Aokiji. Long sigh. Kuzan. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since the Ohara incident that we had a good conversation. As soon as Akinu talked about the Ohara incident, Aokiji's face became uncontrollably ugly. Thinking about it now, maybe I, at the time, did it too much. Hearing that Akinu actually meant repentance. Aokiji's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Akinu said to himself, facing the fleeing ship at that time, there may be a more reasonable way to screen out historians. Over the years, I have often wondered, is there something wrong with this world? Realizing what Akinu was going to discuss with him next, Aokiji's face became extremely serious. And on the other side, Linley followed the coordinates provided by Akinu. After nearly a day's flight, I arrived in Egard smoothly. It's so hard to find. If you don't have the coordinates, it's really not easy to find here. After all, he can fly. It would be an exaggeration to say that it would be impossible for a ship to come to Egard. But it is not an exaggeration to say that it is difficult. Looking down with a condescending glance, the sea area near the island below is called a choppy, frequent giant sea kings, constantly emerging. Moreover, the sea is covered with dense uzumaki. Ships sailing in this sea area may be destroyed if they are not careful. Maybe, only the most advanced warships of the Marine can barely enter and leave Egard freely. No wonder, in the original book the world government would have reassured Vegapunk that he was left alone on this island. And nearby, just established a G14 branch, on the island at this time, although it is not as futuristic as the original work more than 10 years later. But it seems to be taking shape. At least compared to ordinary islands, it appears to be much advanced. Landed steadily on the island, Linley looked around with great interest. Haven't walked a few steps yet. It seems to be detected by some detection method at the first time. Some mechanical creatures suddenly appeared in all directions. Or just call it an animal. 2.3 and both are huge. An artificial creature. It seems that the current Vegapunk has not yet developed the technology of pacifists and seraphs. Therefore, we can only rely on these artificial creatures to act as bodyguards. Only, with the harsh environment outside the island and these man-made creatures, no one would dare to provoke them. And Linley judged, most of the current islands are stationed with Marines. A projection suddenly appeared in front of Linley. A middle-aged man who looks somewhat similar to Einstein emerges in it. Who are you? How can the strongest person in the world today find this place? Vegapunk's projection spoke in surprise. 192 Einstein, of One Piece World. Dr. Vegapunk, a long-awaited name. Meet Vegapunk, even if it's just a projection of him. Coupled with that unusually familiar figure, Linley couldn't help but put a smile on his face. It's so similar. It is simply the Einstein of Pirate World. Wow, what an honor. It turns out that the strongest man in the world also knows me, an old man. Unlike most people's impressions, scientists should be calm and introverted. Vegapunk looks alive and well. Just like a cheerful living treasure. And from the address he blurted out, it is known that even he who devotes himself to scientific research will pay attention to what is happening in the world from time to time. Just kidding. Linley shook his head. How can a scientist who was 500 years ahead of the world in science and technology not know? But, are you sure to use the method of projection to meet me like this? Sorry, the old man was rude. Vegapunk also realized that something was wrong. The projection pointed in one direction, politely said, 23. Please, it's really impolite for distinguished guests to come to the door and just meet each other through a projection. He knows very well that Linley and other strong people have evil intentions. As long as others are still on this island, it's no use hiding anywhere. Therefore, it is extremely crisp. However, he's still reminded, Your Excellency, please be quiet and don't disturb the people in Marine. Really, at this time, Marine was on the island, and there was indeed a garrison. In the original book, there is no Marine on Egghead Island. Vegapunk also moved here from Punk Hazard a few years before the plot started. Now for unknown reasons, came here early, guided by the Vegapunk projection. Linley walked through a forest, and a building that looked like it was still under construction. Soon enter a rather futuristic building. Didi, after a high-tech reminder sounded. A few more checkpoints have been crossed. Only then did I finally meet Vegapunk himself. Look at that unusually large head. Linley really couldn't help laughing. I am afraid that only scientists like Vegapunk will eat brain fruit. Otherwise, ordinary people eat it, except for turning into landlubbers with huge brains. It seems useless. Even if it can load unlimited knowledge, it is still too far away for ordinary people. It can be said that the brain fruit is tailor-made for scientists. Your Excellency Linley, I wonder what you are here for. No greetings. Vegapunk comes straight to the point. After all, for a scientist like him, the sophistication of the world is too embarrassing for him. The most outstanding scientist in the world should be able to figure out the purpose of my coming here. Linley asked instead, if Vegapunk can't see his intentions, then I'm sorry for his explosive IQ. Really, Vegapunk's heart skipped a beat, with a wry smile on his face. Could it be that even the Double Regiment Alliance covets the technology in my hand? Other than that, he couldn't think of any other possibility. It's just that he didn't understand why Linley knew he was here. You know, he came to this island under the secret escort of the CP organization. Who knew he was here? Even in the Marine and World Government, it is only a small part of the area. Not to mention a pirate like Linley. Could it be? He thought of a possibility, and a trace of horror flickered in his eyes. After all, it is a technology that is 500 years ahead of the world. Linley nodded lightly. The next steps of the Double Regiment Alliance. I think you should know it too. Occupying the New World. I am afraid that everyone knows about this matter. Vegapunk nodded seriously. After all, even the World Government and Marine have urgently issued withdrawal orders recently. Old man, I've been busy collecting electrical equipment and materials recently. Excuse me, old man, for speaking bluntly. Vegapunk said in a deep voice. Even if you take the old man away through strong means, I'm afraid the result may not be as you wish. In this world, at least for now, only the world government has enough resources for my research. Indeed, of course Linley knew this too. So this time, it wasn't here to take Vegapunk, either. So, what do you mean? See Linley's approval of his own words. Vegapunk is a little confused. Now that you know that even if you take him away, you will not be able to make more achievements due to insufficient resources. So what is the purpose of Linley's trip? Want to provide adequate resources. It can only be done after our two-regiment alliance completely integrates the resources of New World. But this is not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. Not to mention the resources of the entire New World. Even the first step is to take down New World and take all the territory of New World under its command. Neither is a short-term goal. So, I wonder what Dr. Vegapunk thinks about world government. Linley is well aware of the relationship between Vegapunk and world government. Just take advantage of each other. He asked knowingly. However, this made Vegapunk tangled. 100 What should he say? Tell the truth. Is it really okay to tell the truth to a pirate? Can you tell a lie? Demonstrated loyalty to the world government. I'm afraid it wasn't Linley who killed him casually. I would rather not get it myself than let the world government get it. Now who doesn't know that the two-regiment alliance is the #1 enemy of the world government? Seeing Vegapunk's embarrassment, Linley didn't mean to embarrass him. Or to put it another way, I don't know about Vegapunk, what do you think about the two-group alliance? A double alliance. Vegapunk thought for a moment before slowly opening his mouth and saying. Great ambition, once the intention to seize New World is realized by the two-regiment alliance. I don't know whether it will be good or bad for this world when the time comes. But for the world government, it must not be a good thing. Speaking of which, the old man has a question that I've been trying to figure out. What is the problem? Are you trying to be the second Rocks? I remembered the rumors about Rocks I heard when I was young. He sighed suddenly in his heart. Maybe, the world is going to become more and more chaotic. Hearing this, Linley raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a light smile. I didn't expect that even Dr. Vegapunk would compare me with a loser. 193 Take the resources of the world government and let the two-group alliance enjoy the results. Comparing him to a loser. Vegapunk froze for a moment. Unexpectedly, Linley was full of disdain for rocks in his words. Thinking of the young man in front of him, at least in terms of combat power, he has already surpassed rocks back then. He couldn't help feeling sincerely. It seems that your ambition is far beyond my imagination, old man. Only, Linley is more ambitious. The world is getting more and more chaotic. The more it can attract the attention of the world government. For him, it is actually beneficial. Joining the world government is only for resources from beginning to end. A few years ago, after the Ohara incident, he came to the ruins of Ohara to pay homage to his friend Dr. Clover. However, I was stunned by the huge amount of documents covered on the bottom of the lake in the center of the island. Ben wanted to bring these documents back to Banks' restricted area, but consider the consequences once discovered by the world government. Had to give up. What he didn't expect was that he happened to see the titans who were transferring historical documents. And I met Monkey Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army who came to pay homage to Dr. Clover. Through the dragon, after understanding the purpose of the titans transfer literature, he later sneaked back and forth to Al-Bath and read through all the materials. And entered all the mysteries of the world interpreted by Ohara into my mind. Start researching them, and these studies all point to the blank 100 years. How could he not know that the world government will never allow anyone to explore the truth of that blank 100 years? But for him, learning the truth is only part of the story. More is to explore the high-tech civilization 900 years ago. All of these require a huge amount of resources to support his research. Therefore, facing Long's invitation to join the revolutionary army, he resolutely rejected it. He also knows, researching taboo, under the flag of the world government, once discovered, will inevitably arouse the killing intent of the world government. But still no hesitation. Ambition. That counts, Linley said lightly. I just want to live in a world without any threats. Therefore, in order to achieve this goal, all enemies that stand in front of us must be killed. Even the world government. A world without any threats. Vegapunk shook his head and sighed. How is this possible? At least, world government is an insurmountable mountain that hangs over everyone's heads. Even if the revolutionary army intended to overthrow the world government has been established. In his opinion, I am afraid that the chances of winning are not great. How about a bunch of pirates? This is not only a question of combat power, but also a question of the degree of acceptance of the people. Impossible. Linley smiled lightly, and changed the topic. Dr. Vegapunk, don't you think that the current world is very deformed? The group of mentally handicapped and imbecile people are high above, standing in the so-called holy place Mariajoy, overlooking all living beings. The sentient beings below are eligible for protection only if they pay enough heavenly gold for these morons to squander. Even so, you still have to respect these imbecile children like gods, and don't offend them in the slightest. And Marine, who claims to be righteous, has become an accomplice of these morons. Ordinary people don't even have the right to seek knowledge. Like Ohara, scholars who have no power to restrain chickens just hold different opinions on unreasonable laws. He suffered merciless violence. This is the world right now. Even ordinary people who are merely suspected are ready to be sacrificed when the world government needs it. Why are there more and more pirates in this sea? The root of everything lies in the dark rule of the world government and the corrupt politics. The above remarks are just words for Vegapunk. In fact, Linley didn't care at all, since he thinks he is not a good person. Naturally, there will be no sense of justice for the so-called saving the world. He is very selfish. I just want my cherished object to live in a world without any threats and carefree. If in order to achieve this goal, the lives of the people under the flag will be changed by the way, then he will naturally not refuse. Just like Wano Kuni now, as mentioned earlier, he's not ready to take Vegapunk away just yet. That being the case, it is necessary to establish a certain degree of cooperative relationship. Is this what you, the strongest person in the world, think about the world government? It really hit the nail on the head. But, living in such a world, what can ordinary people do? Even if it is him, he has to choose to compromise in order to survive. For this reason, to a certain extent, he also became an accomplice of the world government. Could it be possible, the purpose of your two-group alliance, and the remaining 3 words in his mouth were about to blurt out. In the end it was forced to stop. The revolutionary army has only been established for a few years now, and it is still very weak. Not suitable for attracting too many people's attention. But never thought about it, Linley continued. Is it similar to the revolutionary army that intends to overthrow the world government? Vegapunk's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't understand why Linley even knew about the existence of the revolutionary army. The revolutionary army in this period is obviously only acting in the dark, without fanfare. Even the world government never took it to heart. You want to ask why I know the existence of the revolutionary army? Linley chuckled lightly. Why don't you leave the answer to this question in shit? Speaking of the revolutionary army, I have to admire their courage to shake the tree. But who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe given them time, it might really become a torrent that shakes the world government. It's just that, if it's like them, the progress is too slow. I can't wait. So, what will you do after taking down New World? Vegapunk asked suddenly. He also knew that it would be somewhat abrupt to ask about the next step of the Xuanquan alliance. But that's all there is to it. He also roughly guessed the purpose of Linley's trip, and asked about it as soon as his brain got hot. In this regard, Linley obviously has no intention of hiding it. When the new world belongs to the two-regiment alliance, that is when a new regime is born and a new order is established. Under the rule of the two-group alliance, you only need to pay a negligible tax to get free, safe. Linley held out 2 fingers. Including but not limited to personal freedom, personal safety, property safety, and most of all, the freedom to explore the truth of history. A stable regime cannot last by concealing the truth of history. Instead, it should use history as a mirror, sum up the laws and lessons of the development of things, and promote development and change. This last sentence undoubtedly immediately resonated with Vegapunk. He couldn't help but sigh. If Clover hears these words, she will definitely regard Li Dejao you as a bosom friend. That's really a pity. Next, the two are in this rather futuristic building. A chat is a few hours. From the view of the world to the view of science. Then to the technology that Vegapunk researched. There is no doubt that Linley can pick up all the words. This certainly makes Vegapunk feel incredible. Maybe it's upholding. As long as you can support your own research, it doesn't matter who you work for. In the end, the two initially reached a cooperation intention. Vegapunk continues in world government. Feather, and wait until the two-regiment alliance wins New World and completes the integration. That's the day he left the world government. In the final analysis, before Vegapunk joined the two-regiment alliance. It can be summed up in one sentence. Take the resources of the world government and let the two-group alliance enjoy the results. In this way, after leaving a death mark on Vegapunk, making sure he can be found anytime, anywhere. And left some of his own blood. For Vegapunk research, Linley left quietly,